Interface glow in a locked office in Los Angeles for the last time this cycle. They just saw the numbers build slowly, solidly, like a foundation being laid one brick at a time. By morning, On the Low was on Sunday morning soul playlists. By noon, Waiting Room was trending on Twitter Nigeria, young people posting about patience, about being told they were too young, about waiting for their moment. By evening, the EP had cleared 5 million. Tund went back to the church the next day. His mother had told the congregation. The youth group was singing Run My Race during service. They didn't know he wrote it. They just knew it sounded like gratitude. Tund sat in the back. Brother Emmanuel saw him, walked over, and sat beside him. They listened to the young voices fill the room with a song about determination and patience. I was wrong, Brother Emmanuel said quietly. About you being too young. About you needing to wait. I didn't need to wait, Tund said. I just didn't need to stop. His mother found them in the back. She sat on Tund's other side, took his hand, and listened to his voice fill the church where he had learned to wait. His phone rang. He looked at the strange but familiar number. He answered. Hello. Track 4, Dayo said. Same voice. Same calm. Same weight. That's why they stayed. You wrote that. Not me. Remember that. Tund got emotional almost instantly, he said. I waited 20 years for this microphone. I wasn't going to waste it on someone else's story. Very well, you have been gifted a chance. Make sure you use it well. Good luck, Tund. Click. The line was dead. Tund looked at his mother. She was smiling. Brother Emmanuel was nodding. The young people were still singing Run My Race in the front, their voices bright and eager and in too much of a hurry. Tund sat back and listened to them. He had been where they were. He had sprinted in his mind while his fingers learned patience on a piano. And now his voice was filling this room, and the room he had left, and rooms he would never see, telling everyone who had ever been told to wait that patience wasn't standing still. It was just preparing to run your race. By the end of week 1, Low had cleared 16 million streams. Not Frosh's 31. Not Phase 24. But different. Solid. The highest replay rate of all 5 EPs. People returning to it, keeping it, making it part of their Sundays and their late nights and their prayers. Tund walked home from the church through Lagos heat that didn't bother him. He was 21, the youngest, the one who had waited while everyone else ran. And now, finally, the race had started, not because someone gave him permission, but because he had been ready all along. Chapter 504, The Glow. The Beat FM studio smelled like expensive air freshener and morning coffee. Frosh sat in the guest chair, his white shirt pressed by someone from the label, his hands folded in his lap to keep them from shaking. The host was a woman named Tull's sharp voice, sharper questions, the kind of person who had interviewed global stars and could smell a lie before it left your mouth. She smiled when Frosh walked in, but it was a professional smile. The real one would come later, or not at all. Frosh, she said, adjusting her headphones. Welcome to the morning show. Thank you for having me. Let's start with the numbers. Your EP, Rise, just crossed 87 million streams. 87 million. How does that feel for a young man who, by all accounts, was recording covers in a bathroom 6 months ago? Frosh felt the number hit his chest. 87 million. He knew the count was climbing. Akin sent updates every few days, but hearing it out loud in a studio with producers watching through glass made it sound fictional. It feels. He paused, searching for words that weren't rehearsed. It feels like I went to sleep in one life and woke up in another. But I keep checking same face in the mirror. Same me. Just, the world got bigger around me. Tulls leaned forward. I want to go back. Before the numbers. Before JD Records. Before Blake flew to Lagos to sing on your track. Who was Frosh? Frosh looked at his hands. The studio went quiet except for the hum of equipment. I was a boy about to be evicted, he said quietly. Living in a single room with my little sister. She's 11. My parents are no more, just me and my sister. We had 2 mattresses on the floor, a hot plate, and a bathroom where I recorded covers on a cracked phone. I would sing while my sister sat outside the door and listened. She didn't know if the words were good. She just knew her brother was singing. Tulls didn't interrupt. The eviction notice came on a Tuesday, Frosh continued. The landlord came with boys to warn me that if I didn't leave before 3 days he would evict me personally. My sister saw it. She didn't cry. She just looked at me and said, "Are we going to be okay?" I told her yes. I didn't know if it was true. That night, I recorded 3 covers back to back. Something in me knew that if I stopped singing, I would have to face the fact that I had no plan. No money. No way out. He looked up at Tulls. The professional smile was gone. She was just listening now. Then JD Records called. Not directly, through a man named Shun. He said they had been watching my content. My covers. He said someone wanted to meet me. I thought it was a joke. Nobody wanted to meet me. I was a kid who sang in bathrooms and posted skits about being broke. But I went anyway. Because when you're drowning, you grab every hand that's offered, and funny how the first time I was unable to see him, I thought that they didn't want me again, only to be called later, and here I am. And when you found out it was Dayo? Tulls asked. Jason Dayo, global superstar, owner of the label, the man who wrote your songs. What was that like? Frosh laughed. It was a real laugh. Surprised and embarrassed. I didn't believe it. Even when I was sitting in the studio listening to songs that he had written specifically for me, for my voice, I kept thinking there was a mistake, that someone would walk in and say, sorry, wrong kid. But nobody walked in. The songs kept playing, and they sounded like someone had seen me before I saw myself. He shifted in his chair. Meeting Dayo? I haven't met him in person yet. Just phone calls. But the first time he called me, after my EP dropped, he said 6 words. Track 4 is why they stayed. Track 4 is Sister, the only song I wrote myself. About my sister. About our eviction. About her bringing me jollof wrapped in foil while I sang in that bathroom. He didn't have to say more than that. He knew. He always knew. Tulls was quiet for a moment. Then, your sister. What's her name? Blessing. How is Blessing handling all of this? Billboard mentions. Your face on posters. Frosh smiled. The first genuine smile since he sat down. She's handling it better than me. Her friends at school call her Frosh's sister now. She's famous by association. She came home last week and told me that Tolu, this boy in her class who used to bully her, asked for her autograph. I asked her what she did. She said she told him, autographs cost extra. Bring jollof next time. That's my sister. She's 11 and already negotiating. Tulls laughed. It was a real laugh, loud enough that the producer in the glass room smiled too. Let's talk about the giving back, Tulls said. Because people have been talking about this online. You didn't just take the money and run. You went back to your aunt, the one who helped you and Blessing when things were darkest. Tell us about that. Frosh nodded. Auntie Nkechi. She took us in when my parents died and still opened her door even when her house was still crowded. She fed us from her own small business, a provision shop in Mushin. She never asked for anything back. Just prayed for us. When the first advance came from JD Records, I didn't buy a car. I didn't buy clothes. I bought her a new apartment. 2 bedrooms, running water, proper kitchen. Then I stocked a new shop for her, bigger than the old one. Provisions, dry goods, everything. I told her she never has to worry about rent again. She cried for an hour. Then she slapped my head and said, now you have to marry well. That's Auntie Nkechi. She'll cry about a new house and then criticize your life choices in the same breath. The studio was warm now. Tulls was leaning back, relaxed. And the hood? She asked. I saw pictures. You went back to Ajij. People were surprised. I went back because I owe them, Frosh said. Not everyone, but specific people. Mama Chinidu. She sold me credit on loan when I had 0 naira in my account, because she believed I'd pay her back. I did eventually, but she believed me when I was nobody. And Brother Tope, he let me use his generator to charge my phone when NEPA took light for 3 days straight. Without that charge, I couldn't have posted the cover that JD Records saw. I call names because I remember vividly like it was yesterday how hard life was for me and my little sister, so yes, I have to give back to those who showed me kindness at my lowest. Tulls shook her head slowly. You're 19 years old, Frosh. Maybe 20. And you're talking about 87 million streams, buying apartments. How are you processing all of this? Frosh looked out the studio window at Lagos traffic below. The city moved like it always had, chaotic, hungry, indifferent to who was famous and who was not. I don't think I am processing it, he said honestly. I think I'm just doing the next thing. The interview. The song. The thank you. I go home at night, and Blessing is still sleeping on a mattress in the next room. A better mattress now. In a better apartment. But she's still there. And I'm still her brother. And tomorrow I still have to figure out what to say next. 87 million streams doesn't write the second album. It just means more people are waiting to hear it. Tulls nodded. She understood that answer better than any polished quote. Last question, she said. If Dayo is listening right now, and he probably is, because he seems to listen to everything, what do you say to him? Frosh looked directly into the microphone. The red light was on, broadcasting live to millions. Thank you for seeing me in that bathroom. Thank you for writing songs that fit me before I knew who I was. Thank you for calling me after my drop and telling me track 4 was why they stayed. But most of all, thank you for proving that the story matters more than the statistics. I'll try to live up to that. Tull smiled. The real one. This is Rise by Frosh. 87 million streams and counting. Ladies and gentlemen, the future. The interview ended. Frosh walked out of the studio into the Lagos heat. His phone buzzed on Nkechi, sending a voice note about how she heard him on the radio, and he spoke too fast and needed to enunciate more. He laughed and kept walking. He didn't take a car back to the apartment. He walked through Lekki, then flagged a bike to Ajij. Just to see the streets. Just to remember. People recognized him now, not everyone, but enough. A girl at a traffic light screamed his name. A buka owner refused his money and gave him extra meat. Blessing's friend Tolu was at the corner store, saw him, and froze like he was looking at a ghost. Frosh bought Tolu a Fanta, shook his hand, told him to look after his sister at school. Then he went home. Blessing was on the couch, doing homework, her small radio playing Essence in the background. She looked up when he walked in. How was it? She asked. I told them about the eviction. Did you cry? No. Good. Crying is for bathrooms, not radios. Frosh laughed and sat beside her. She went back to her homework. He went back to watching her, trying to memorize this moment, the apartment, the radio, the homework, the sister who had listened to him sing when nobody else cared. The glow was everywhere now, in the streams, in the interviews, in the new apartment, in the stock shop and the generator for Brother Taupe. But the glow didn't warm you. It just lit everything up so you could see how far you had come and how far you still had to go. Frosh pulled out his phone and opened his notes app. He typed one line. Asterisk, the light found me in the bathroom. Now I have to learn how to stand in it without closing my eyes. Asterisk. He saved it, closed the app, and sat with his sister while the radio played his voice to a city that now knew his name. Chapter 505, Suspecting Michael. The report sat on Silas's desk like an unexploded shell. His investigator, a former GCHQ analyst code name Holloway, who Silas had used for 12 years and trusted because he had never needed to trust him, had delivered it at 6 a.m. London time. A thin folder, 12 pages, routing traces, server logs, timestamp analyses. The kind of document that made Silas's heart slow down instead of speed up because his body knew what his brain was still refusing to process. Holloway had traced the Luna leak email through 3 anonymizing relays. Sao Paulo to Jakarta to a dead node in Romania. Standard obfuscation competent, not exceptional. But the handoff protocols between relays, the signature fragmentation pattern, the error correction behavior on packet loss. Silas had seen this architecture before. He had paid for it to be built. 5 years ago, Michael and few other were hired and paid to design a communication relay system for Silas's European operations. The brief was specific. Messages had to move between jurisdictions without leaving fingerprints. Michael and his team had delivered a system so clean that even the Romanian dead node was a mirror of the original design, a placeholder server that held encrypted fragments for exactly 40 seconds before dissolving them into noise. Silas opened the folder to page 7. A side-by-side comparison. Left column, Michael's 2019 relay schematic. Right column, the Luna leak routing trace. The signatures weren't identical. Someone had modified the code, stripped out the redundancy layers, added a Jakarta hop that didn't exist in the original. But the skeletal structure was unmistakable. Same bone structure, different clothes. Silas sat back in his chair and looked at the Thames. It was gray this morning, the color of old concrete. He had not slept well. For 3 weeks he had been telling himself that Michael was a non-factor, that the leak came from somewhere else, that his 23-year asset, the most reliable instrument Silas had ever deployed, would not destroy the only leverage they had against Dayo simply because he was angry about being benched. That story was getting harder to believe after all he believed that Michael was in. A sit that many would literally kill for, so he had no reason to betray him on whatsoever. His phone rang. The secure line. Michael's direct number. Right on time. Silas let it ring twice before answering. Yes. Reporting in, Michael said. His voice was flat, professional, exactly the right temperature. Not too eager, not too distant. I've been monitoring Dayo's expansion patterns. He's not stopping at Nigeria. He's preparing launches in Ghana and South Africa. Same content strategy, same skit-to-song pipeline, same staggered release architecture. My source inside his Lagos team confirms the contracts are already moving towards signing the deal. Silas held the phone to his ear and stared at the routing report. Your source? Lower-level staff. Someone who handles travel logistics. They've seen the Ghana visa applications, the South African distribution agreements. It's real, Silas. Dayo is building a continental network just like the one in Asia while we're still figuring out who leaked the story. The words were perfectly placed. Real information wrapped in the appearance of exclusive intelligence. Silas had used this technique himself 1,000 times. Feed someone a truth they can verify, and they won't question the lie you're selling alongside it. Ghana and South Africa, Silas repeated. That's useful. I thought you'd want to know. He's moving fast. We lost Nigeria because we were reactive. If we lose the whole continent, we lose the war. Silas turned a page in the report. Holloway had noted something at the bottom of page 9, a timing anomaly. The Luna leak email was composed at 11:47 p.m. Pacific time. Silas cross-referenced mentally. Michael's office was in Century City. The email could have been sent from anywhere. But 11:47 p.m. was late for a man who supposedly had no reason to be awake and working on something unrelated to his instructions. Michael, Silas said quietly. Where were you the night the Luna story broke? The silence on the other end of the line lasted exactly 1.4 seconds. Silas counted. I was in my office, Michael said. Alone. I saw the story trending around midnight my time. I watched it unfold like everyone else. I remember thinking that whoever leaked it had just destroyed our best leverage that we had on Dayo since we started aiming for what he uses. And you didn't call me. I tried. The line was dead. You'd already cut me off by then. Silas nodded at the phone, though Michael couldn't see him. I see. I can provide proof if you need it. Security footage from my building. Phone logs showing no outgoing calls during that window. Credit card receipts. I ordered Thai food at 10:30 p.m., ate it at my desk, while reviewing Dayo's Nigerian artist profiles. I have nothing to hide, Silas. Michael answered as if the answer was already planned ahead in a scenario where it was asked. The cooperation was surgical, almost too clean. Innocent men offered proof reluctantly. Guilty men offered it proactively because they had prepared it in advance. But guilty men also sometimes panicked and over-explained, and Michael was doing neither. He was just available, cooperative. Exactly what a loyal asset should sound like when his handler suddenly questioned his alibi. That won't be necessary, Silas said. Keep monitoring the Ghana and South Africa expansion. I want specifics before the week ends. Understood. The line went dead. Silas set the phone down and looked at it for a long time. Then he opened his desk drawer and pulled out Michael's personnel file. Not digital. Paper. The original copy, printed in 2001 when Michael was 29 and hungry and Silas had seen something in him worth cultivating. 0 disciplinary incidents. 0 failed missions until Dayo. Perfect attendance at every briefing. Every report submitted on time. Every debt paid. Every favor returned. Every instruction followed without deviation. The pattern of a machine that never made mistakes. Or the pattern of a man who was too careful to leave any. Silas had built his career on reading people, on understanding the fracture points in loyalty, the moments when self-interest overcame discipline. He had watched politicians sell their ideals for cash. He had watched businessmen sell their partners for survival. He had never once, in 30 years, suspected Michael because Michael had never given him a reason. Now he had a reason. Not proof, but a reason. The routing architecture. The timing. The convenient desperation. The excuse that was already polished. Asterisk, I tried reaching you. You cut me off. Asterisk, the words of a man who had rehearsed his defense before he was accused. Silas walked to his window and pressed his forehead against the cool glass. The Thames moved below him. Gray. Indifferent. A body of water that had carried secrets for 2,000 years and would carry them for 2,000 more. He made a decision. He would not call Graham. He would not call Isabel or Leonard. If the leak had come from inside, the investigation had to happen inside too. The other 3 bosses would panic, would confront Michael directly, would destroy the only asset who might still be useful even if he was compromised. Silas needed time. He needed to watch. He needed to let Michael believe he was still trusted while he searched for the thread that would unravel the lie. He returned to his desk and opened a new file on his personal laptop. He labeled it Luna, Internal Review. He began typing notes, questions, timelines, cross-references between Michael's known locations and the leak's digital footprint. He worked for 2 hours without stopping. At 11 a.m., his secure line rang again. Isabel. He let it go to voicemail. At 11:15 a.m., Graham texted, *, have you seen the Ghana reports? Dayo is moving faster than we projected. We need to respond. *. Silas read the text and didn't reply. He had spent his life controlling variables. Now he was beginning to understand that. The most dangerous variable was the one he had stopped watching because he believed it was chained to his desk. Michael had been in his office that night, alone, with Thai food and Dayo's Nigerian artist profiles and a laptop that could reach any server in the world. Silas looked at the routing report one more time. Same bone structure, different clothes. He closed the folder, locked it in his desk drawer, and made a note to have Holloway run a deeper trace not on the email's path, but on Michael's digital movements for the 48 hours surrounding the leak. Financial transactions, VPN logs, any unusual access patterns. The fracture was small. Hairline, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking directly at it. But Silas was looking, and he had 30 years of practice watching hairline fractures become chasms. Chapter 506, The Bloom. The studio lights on public, I didn't blind you. They warned you. Faye had watched enough episodes growing up to know that Funmi Ayanda's set wasn't built to intimidate. It was built to make you forget the cameras existed. The kind of space where you started saying things you hadn't planned on saying. You're comfortable? Funmi asked, settling into her chair like she'd been waiting all week for this conversation. She was taller than Faye expected, carrying herself with that ease that came from 30 years of asking strangers the questions nobody else would. I'm good. Faye smoothed her dress. Burgundy. Simple. Nothing trying. Too hard. She'd learned that from watching JD. The bigger the moment, the less you performed. Funmi opened with a soft smile, almost private. 56 million streams on Bloom. When you hear that number, what lands first? Faye laughed before she could stop herself. That somebody made a mistake. I'm still waiting for the email saying they counted wrong. But you knew the EP was good. I knew I liked it. Faye shrugged. Liking your own work and knowing if it's going to land are different things. I thought Free Mind was special. I thought Father's Daughter was. She trailed off, something catching. Honest. I didn't know if honest was what people wanted. Funmi leaned forward half an inch. That was her gift. She made you feel the shift in attention. Let's start at the beginning. Not the beginning of the EP. The beginning of you and JD Records. How did that happen? Faye looked past the cameras for a second, finding the studio exit sign glowing green. She remembered a different exit, a different city, a different life. I ran, she said. The word hung there. Funmi didn't rush it. I was 20, maybe 19. My father. He's in manufacturing, sales, and many more. Very traditional, very structured. He gave me a deadline. 2 years. If I couldn't make something real of music, something he could point to and say that's my daughter's work, I had to come home. Full-time to take over the family business, the whole arrangement. What did something real mean? To him, respectability. Faye almost laughed. Not money, he had money. Not fame. He thought fame was foolish. He wanted me to have something I could build a life on. Something stable. Music was. She searched for the word. A phase. The phase that wouldn't end. And you disagreed. I loved him enough to want to prove him wrong without breaking his heart. Faye paused. That's a hard balance. I took the deadline seriously. I worked. I performed anywhere that would have me. I recorded demos that went nowhere. And few days before my time was up, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Funmi nodded. JD. His people. Faye's voice changed slightly, carrying something warmer. I first met them at one of the club I performed at. They gave me a complimentary card and said I should call if I am ready to take thing to the next level, and believe me, I was scared of such thing. Oh, so what made you change your mind? Funmi asked. Well, that would be my sister. She was like, just try it after all, your deadline is already here. Just try, and I did, and they asked me a question when I got there. Oh, come on, Faye, don't stop halfway. What did they ask? Funmi sounded frustrated. Alright, they asked me what is my motivation and what drives me to sing. What did you tell them? That I was angry. That I loved my father and I was angry at him and I didn't know if that was allowed. That I wanted to make something beautiful out of feeling stuck. Faye's hands moved when she spoke, small gestures she'd inherited from her mother. And JD team asked me to sing and I sang my heart out. And that was it. You signed. I asked for a day to think about it. Faye grinned, remembering. They laughed. Said that was the right answer. Anyone who signs in the room without sleeping on it is either desperate or not serious. And Thai didn't work with either. I called my father that night. Told him I'd met someone who believed in my music. He said, she stopped, the memory sharp enough to cut. He said, you've got few weeks left, Faye. Make it count. That sounds like pressure. That sounds like a man who didn't know how to say he was scared for me. Faye met Fummy's eyes. I've had time to think about it. He wasn't being cruel. He was being a father who'd watched his daughter chase something invisible for a year and a half. He wanted me to win, but he was preparing himself for me to lose. That's different. Fummy let the silence breathe. Then, the EP is called Bloom. What was that pressure like? Real. Faye exhaled. Frosh went first, and his numbers were. You know what they were. KZ came after, and his story was so compelling, people locked in. Then it was me. And I kept thinking, if I don't hold my own, I'm the reason people say women can't do this. That's not fair, but it's what I felt. Then Free Mind dropped, and Sarah from the US came on the remix, and something shifted. People heard it. Genius called it a masterclass in vulnerability without fragility. Faye blushed, actual color rising in her cheeks. I saw that. I read the annotation on Free Mind. They broke down the line where I sing, I just want to free my mind. But these chains feel like home. Someone wrote that it sounds like I want to escape, but I'm scared of what's outside the cage. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I was trying to say. And father's daughter? Fummy asked, gentler now. That's the one people keep coming back to. Faye's composure cracked, just slightly. Not performatively, genuinely. A wetness at the corner of her eye that she blinked back. I wrote that the night before my deadline ended, she said quietly. I found out the EP had been approved, that JD was going to release it, that I'd made it. And instead of celebrating, I sat in my apartment and thought about my father. How I wanted him to hear that I loved him even when I was running from him. How I wanted him to know the running wasn't about him. It was about me. I wrote it in 2 hours. I cried through the whole second verse. She sang it now, soft, just a few lines. You built the walls to keep me warm. I climbed them just to see the sun. Asterisk, I'm still your daughter when the daylight's gone. Asterisk, still your daughter when the song is done. Asterisk. Asterisk, genius annotation, father's daughter. I'm still your daughter when the daylight's gone. Has he heard it? Fummy asked. Faye nodded, looking down at her hands. He called me. 3 in the morning, his time. I thought something was wrong. He never calls that late. He just said my name. Faye. And then he was quiet for so long I thought the line dropped. When he finally spoke, he said, her voice broke, rebuilt itself. He said, I'm still your father when the song is done too. Then he hung up. He couldn't say more. Neither could I. The studio was silent. Somewhere in the control room, someone sniffed. That was 2 weeks ago, Faye continued. He called again yesterday. Asked if I had time to visit. Said he'd like to hear the rest of the songs in person. Not on Spotify, but in person. She smiled, watery but real. I think that's his way of saying he's proud. He doesn't have the words. But he's learning to show up anyway. Funmi reached over, touched Faye's hand briefly. The gesture wasn't planned, you could see that. It was human. 56 million streams, Funmi said. What does that number mean now? Faye thought about it. Really thought. It means I don't have to run anymore, she said. I can walk. I can stand still if I want. I can call my father and tell him I'm okay without needing him to believe it for me to feel it. The number is it's beautiful. It's validation. But I'd have made the music anyway. That's the part one want people to hear in Bloom. Not the success. The stubbornness. The refusal to become someone else just because the world asked nicely. She paused, then added, my father taught me that, actually. He just didn't know he was teaching me to use it on him. Fummy laughed, delighted. Last question. What's next? More music. More truth. More learning to walk instead of run. Faye's smile held edges now. Confidence that had been earned. JD says the first project is the introduction. The second project is the statement. I'm ready to make my statement. The interview ended. The cameras cut. Funmi stayed in her seat, holding Faye's hand a moment longer than production required. You did beautifully, she said, not for the audience, for Faye alone. Thank you. Your father is a lucky man. He gets to watch you become this. Faye walked out of the studio into the Lagos afternoon, heat wrapping around her like something familiar. Her phone buzzed. A text from her father, asterisk, the car is waiting at the airport when you're ready. No deadline this time. Asterisk. She stood on the sidewalk and cried. Not from pain. From the overwhelming, terrifying, beautiful feeling of being seen. Comments. Public eye interview. YouTube/Twitter/X. At TimiAdeyemi2H. The way Funmi asked about her father and Faye just dissolved. But not in a bad way. I've been holding this together for 2 years, and someone finally asked the right question way. Protect her at all costs. Hashtag FayeBloom. At MarcusNLDN1H. Father's daughter. Hit different after hearing the backstory. I was just vibing to it before. Now I can't get through the second verse without thinking about my own dad. Music should do this. Hashtag Bloom56M. At ChiomaEgio43H. The annotation on Genius about the chains feel like home. That exact thing. I spent my whole 20s running from everything that made me comfortable because I thought comfort meant giving up. Faye put it into words I couldn't find. Hashtag FreeMind. At DJ Spinal45M. Real talk. At Jada Records NG's rollout has been surgical. But Faye's the one that made me feel something. 56M is deserved. The album gonna be dangerous. Hashtag Bloom. At FayeStat_probably2H. Parody account. I'm still your father when the song is done. Sir, you are breaking the entire internet. Call your daughter. Tell her again. We need to hear it. Loudly crying face. At Nigerian Barbie 1H. She said she ran. Not, I pursued my dreams. Not, I followed my passion. She ran. The honesty is what separates JD's artists from everyone else. They all got trauma, and they all putting it in the music. Hashtag FayeBloom. Hashtag Public Eye. At Adebola Writes 4H. Funmi Ayanda hasn't lost a step in 20 years. The way she held that silence after Faye talked about the phone call. That's not interview technique. That's humanity. Some conversations need space to land. This was one. At Yemi Alade Music 30M. 56 million. Nigeria Faye. You are proving them wrong with facts. Keep blooming sis, we see you. Cherry Blossom. Hashtag Bloom. At KojoNN2H. My father called me after watching this. We haven't spoken in 6 months. Just, thank you, Faye. Sometimes art isn't about the artist. It's about who needed to hear it. Hashtag Father's Daughter. At ToolsB1H. Frosh had me in my feelings last week. Faye has me calling my dad this week. At Jada Records NG is running a full-service emotional operation over here. Who's next? Weary Face. Hashtag Bloom. Hashtag Public Eye. At Serafina Blake. Sarah, featured on Free Mind. 5H. Working with Faye in the studio, I knew immediately. This woman has something you can't teach. It's not technique, it's truth. 56M, and just getting started. Honored to be on this journey with you sis. Purple Heart. Hashtag Bloom. Hashtag Free Mind. At the Real KZ3H. My sister from another mother. We came in together, we rise together. 56M is not a number, it's a proof of concept. At Faye Official. They sleeping on us. Wake them up. Fire. Hashtag Jada Records NG. Hashtag Bloom. Chapter 507. The Rush. The Uber dropped Amara at the channel's TV complex 20 minutes early. She sat in the back seat with the window cracked, watching Lagos traffic cough and sputter outside. The driver asked if she was someone famous. She said she was just a singer. He nodded, saying he had seen her somewhere, which made Amara smile, and not forgetting to tip him after she arrived at your destination, a studio, which she came to interview. The green room smelled of yesterday's coffee and hairspray. Tolls was shorter in person than she looked on television, but her presence filled the room the second she entered. She hugged Amara like they were old friends who'd lost touch. You're nervous, Tolls said. It wasn't a question. I sing faster when I'm nervous. Then we'll have a great show. Tolls sat across from her, not behind a desk, just 2 chairs angled toward each other. The crew was still adjusting lights. 40 million streams on pace. When I say that out loud, what happens in your body? Amara laughed, sudden and sharp. I check if my hands are shaking. Are they? Always. Good. Shaking hands mean you still care. The theme music played. The red light went on. Tolls turned to camera one with that smile that made the juice feel like a conversation in your living room. My guest today walked away from a church choir to make Afrobeats, wrote a song on a plastic stool behind her mother's provision shop, and just cleared 40 million streams on her debut EP. Please welcome Amara. The audience applauded. Amara walked out and sat down. The chair was warm. 40 million, Tolls said, turning to her. Let's start with how this starts. Not the EP. You. How does a church girl from Yaba end up on JD Records Nigeria? Amara smoothed her dress. I posted a video. On Instagram. Just me singing in my mom's shop. No beat, no production. I tagged JD Records and JD himself with other artists, because why not? I went to sleep. When I woke up, I had a missed call from a number I didn't know. JD himself? Amara laughed, real and loud. No. God no. Dayo doesn't run Nigeria. Akin does. Jinad too. Akin found my video scrolling through tags at 2 in the morning. He sent it to Jinad. They call me the next day. That's the miracle, not that the king answered my letter. It's that the men guarding the gate actually open it sometimes. The audience murmured approval. Tolls grinned. So Akin and Jinad discovered you. Akin found me. Jinad approved me. Dayo blessed the final list from wherever he was. LA, London, I don't know. I've never met him. Never spoken to him until... She stopped. Until later. We'll get to later. Tolls leaned in. You were a gospel singer. Led vocalist in your church choir for 4 years. What happened? I grew up, Amara said simply. I love gospel. Still do. My mother says I sang before I talked. But gospel wasn't big enough for what I needed to say. I started doing Afrobeats on the side, sessions, covers. When my pastor found out, he called a meeting. The whole committee. They wanted me to choose the choir stand or the studio. That's a heavy choice at 21. I didn't choose. Amara looked down at her hands. They were still shaking. My mother chose for me. She stood up in that meeting and told the pastor my voice belonged to me, not the church. She said if God gave me the voice, he could handle where I took it. Then she walked out and took me with her. Tolls was quiet for a moment. Your mother sounds like a fighter. My mother sounds like a woman who spent her whole life being told what she couldn't do and refused to pass that down. Amara's voice thickened. She snuck me out to studio sessions when the church asked where I was. She saved offering. Money to pay for my first professional recording. She lied to the committee for me. Every time I say her name, it should land like a prayer. Because that's what she is. The audience made a sound. Not quite applause. Something softer. Recognition. Tolls let the silence hold. Then, let's talk about Young. Track 4. You wrote it yourself. I did. The Genius annotation on it has almost 4,000 likes. They call it a declaration of velocity as identity. What does that mean to you? Amara shifted in her seat. It means somebody understood. I wrote Young at 3 in the morning on a plastic stool behind my mother's counter. The same stool I sat on doing homework from age 12. The same shop where I learned to count change faster than the boys who tried to short me. Where I learned that speed isn't recklessness. It's survival. She paused. The camera pushed in closer. I was always too fast. Too loud. Too much. In school, in church, everywhere. Young is about deciding that too much is exactly enough. I sang it for my mother first. Right there between the shelves of Indomie and detergent. A cappella. No beat. Just me and her and the fluorescent light buzzing overhead. What did she do? She cried. Amara's own eyes were wet now. She stood there holding a carton of milk against her chest and told me she didn't need to pray for my talent anymore. She needed to pray for the world. Because the world wasn't ready for my speed. Tolls handed her a tissue. Amara waved it off. Not yet. The phone call. Tolls said gently. You said you never spoke to Dayo until later. What happened? It was after Young took off. After people realized I could write my own story, not just sing what I was given. My phone rang. Strange number. I answered, and this voice said, Amara stopped. Her composure cracked right down the middle. He said, track 4. That's why they stayed. Then the line went dead. That was it. 2 sentences. Then nothing. What did you do? I screamed. Amara laughed through the tears that were coming now, refusing to be stopped. I was in my mother's shop. She was behind the counter. I just started screaming thank you into a dead phone, over and over, until my mother came around and took it out of my hand. I told her it was him. She didn't ask who. She just knew. Tolls sat back. 2 sentences. From a man you've never met. And it destroyed you. It rebuilt me. Amara wiped her face with the back of her hand. The tissue sat untouched between them. You have to understand. I'm a girl from Yaba who counted change while dreaming of stages. Who was told her voice belonged to God, and then told it didn't belong anywhere at all. And the most powerful man in music called me not to offer me a feature, not to sign me again, just to say that my song, the one I wrote on that plastic stool, was the reason people stayed. That's not destruction. She searched for the word. That's validation I didn't know I needed until it arrived. Tools gave her a moment. The audience gave her more. Then, 40 million streams. Talk about that. Amara nodded, pulling herself back together. Frosh exploded. Faye broke hearts. My 40 million moved bodies. TikTok dances force stability. Choreography challenges 4 away. Young women, young people, who heard their own speed in my voice. I didn't make them cry. I made them move. Is that enough? It's different. Amara considered. I used to think music had to hurt to matter. My church taught me that the best praise comes from brokenness. But Rush isn't broken. Stability isn't wounded. They're fast and loud and alive. And maybe that's just as holy. Maybe moving your body in joy is a kind of prayer too. Tul smiled. What's next? More speed. Amara's hands had stopped shaking. She noticed it as she spoke. More songs. More proving that too much is enough. And maybe, she paused, maybe a gospel track on the next project. Not because I'm going back. Because I'm not leaving anything behind anymore. Not the church. Not the shop. Not the girl who counted change faster than the boys. All of it. All at once. That's the pace. The music cued. The interview ended. Tools hugged her again, longer this time. Your mother is praying for the world right now. Tools whispered. Tell her the world caught up. Amara ordered an Uber outside the studio. She slid into the back seat and rolled down the window as they hit 3rd Mainland. Bridge. Lagos spread out below her, the water dark and glittering, the city breathing. She thought about the shop in Yaba, the plastic stool, the carton of milk her mother held like armor. Her phone buzzed. A text from her mother. No emoji. No exclamation points. Just words. Asterisk. The pastor played Young in church today. Not as a lesson. Not to warn the youth about worldly music. He just played it because he likes it now. Come home this weekend. I cooked your favorite meal. Asterisk. Amara read it 3 times. Then she held the phone against her chest and cried in the back seat of a stranger's Toyota, the wind from the open window drying her tears as fast as they came, the city rolling past below, heading toward Yaba. Comments. The Juice interview. YouTube/Twitter/X. At TimmyAdeyemi2H. First Frosh made me call my brother. Then Faye made me call my dad. Now Amara made me call my mother. At Jada Records NG is running a family reunion operation, and I am not emotionally prepared. Hashtag Pace40M. At Marcus in LDN1H. The men guarding the gate actually open it sometimes. Amara just gave all the credit to Akin and Jinad. No fake gratitude to the superstar. She knows who found her. That's integrity. Hashtag The Juice. At Chioma Egio43H. I was in that church committee meeting. Not Amara's specifically, but mine. Same meeting, different girl. Same ultimatum. I chose the choir stand. I've been regretting it for 6 years. Amara just sang my alternate life. Hashtag Young. At DJ Spinal. 45M. Moving your body in joy is a kind of prayer too. Amara just ended the gospel versus secular debate in 1 sentence. Somebody write that down. Hashtag Pace, hashtag The Juice. At Nigerian Barbie 1H. She said Dayo called her and said 2 sentences. Track 4. That's why they stayed. And she screamed. That's exactly what I would do. 2 sentences from a ghost, and your whole life makes sense. Loudly crying face, hashtag Amara, hashtag Jada Records NG. At Adebola writes 4H. Tools asked if 40 million was enough, and Amara said, it's different. Not yes. Not no. Different. The honesty of someone who is still figuring out if success feels like she thought it would. That's the real interview right there. At Pastor David Okonkwo 2H. As a pastor, I need to say this. Amara's mother handled that committee meeting exactly right. Her voice belongs to her, not the church. We don't own people's gifts. We steward them. Proud of this young woman. Hashtag Pace, hashtag The Juice. At Kojoanon 3H. My mother sounds like a woman who spent her whole life being told what she couldn't do and refused to pass that down. I felt that in my chest. That's not a quote. That's a lineage. Hashtag Amara, hashtag young. At the real KZ1H. My sister. From the first day in the studio, I knew you were different. Too fast. Nah. The world just slow. 40M, and we not even started. At Amara official. Pace is the truth. Fire, 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 hashtag Jada Records and G. At Faye official 2H. Amara cried talking about her mother's text, and I am crying watching it. The pastor played young because he likes it now. That is the only review that matters. Love you, sister. 40M is yours. Purple Heart, hashtag Pace, hashtag The Juice. At Toolsby 30M. Amara said the shaking hands mean you still care. My hands haven't stopped shaking since 2010. We care together, sis. What an honor. Hashtag The Juice, hashtag Pace 40M. At Serafina Blake 5H. Recording Rush with Amara, I saw that speed up close. She doesn't rush because she's nervous. She rushes because she's alive. 40 million people just felt that aliveness. Proud to be on this journey. Hashtag Rush Remix, hashtag Pace. At Amara's mother _ probably 2H, parody account. I bought you Fanta. The text that ended me. I don't even know Amara's real mother, but I would die for her. Someone protect that woman at all costs. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, hashtag The Juice, hashtag Pace. At Akinjada Records 4H. Found her at 2 a.m. scrolling through tags. Best insomnia I ever had. 40M is just the beginning. At Amara official, keep moving fast. The world is finally keeping pace. Hashtag Jada Records and G, hashtag Pace. Chapter 508, The Window. Felix's office at JD Secure didn't have windows. That was by design. Dayo had built the facility himself 3 years ago, picked the location in a commercial park outside Austin where the land was cheap and the power grid was redundant. No natural light meant no distraction. No skyline meant no one could look in and wonder what happened behind the unmarked steel door. The sign outside said Data Solutions Incorporated. The receptionist answered phones for a company that didn't exist. The real work happened 3 floors below ground, in a room that hummed with the sound of machines thinking. Felix had been typing for 6 hours. His fingers moved across the keyboard like they were independent of him, like they knew the patterns before his brain caught up. 3 monitors glowed above his desk, routing maps, encryption layers, dead ends that had stayed dead for weeks. The 4 bosses were ghosts. Silas Vane especially. The man had built his digital walls so high and so smooth that Felix had started to think they were unclimbable. Then the ping came. It wasn't loud, just a soft chime from the secondary system, the one Felix had almost stopped checking because it never produced anything. He looked up. The center monitor had changed. A single green node pulsing in a sea of gray. A connection he didn't recognize. A bridge where there had never been a bridge before. Felix leaned forward. His glasses reflected the screen. He typed 3 commands, then 4 more, then stopped breathing for a second while the system responded. It was real. It was inside. Not a full breach, nothing that dramatic. But a window. A foothold. Enough to see the architecture from the inside instead of throwing rocks at the walls from outside. He grabbed the phone on his desk. Dialed a number that rang in a house in Los Angeles. Dayo was on the floor of the living room when the phone rang. Jennifer was crawling. A new development. One that had started 3 days ago and changed the geometry of every room in the house. She had discovered that the coffee table had legs she could grab, and that the rug had textures she could pull at, and that her father's phone charger was the most interesting thing in the world. Dayo was watching her with the part of his brain that wasn't thinking about Silas Vane or server architecture or the war he had started with a bluff. Luna was on the couch, laptop open, editing something. She didn't look up when the phone rang. She had learned not to. Dayo saw Felix's name on the screen and felt something shift in his chest. He answered. Boss. Felix's voice had an edge Dayo had never heard before. I've established a connection to Silas's network. It's the first time in years I've seen something like this. Dayo stood up. Jennifer looked up at him, confused by the sudden movement. He walked to the window, the phone pressed hard against his ear. Explain. It's not a full breach, but I'm inside his architecture. I can see the traffic patterns, the routing protocols, the way he moves data between London and Geneva. Felix paused, and Dayo could hear him typing, even through the line. Boss, this shouldn't be possible. His encryption is military grade. But we've got something inside his perimeter. Something physical. A device. It's bridging his internal network to an external node. Dayo understood immediately. The tracker. The one they had planted on Isabel 2 weeks ago, when the four bosses had scrambled into emergency session after the Luna leak. He had almost forgotten about it. Another gambit in a game with too many moving pieces. But it had worked. The device had walked into the heart of their base, past security that was normally airtight, past checks that had been skipped because everyone was too paranoid about what Dayo would do next to follow their own procedures. How deep can you go? Dayo asked. Observing only. If I start pulling files or tracing routes, he'll know someone's in his walls. But I can see. And boss, Felix stopped typing. There's a secondary network, nested inside the primary one. Traffic patterns that don't match the official architecture. It's small, careful, but it's there. Dayo looked at Luna. She was watching him now, the laptop forgotten. She knew the difference between a normal call and this one. She had learned to read the tension in his shoulders, the way his free hand always found his pocket when the conversation turned dangerous. I need to be there, Dayo said into the phone. Yes, Felix said. You do. Dayo hung up, turned to Luna. Jennifer had crawled to his feet and grabbed his pant leg, pulling herself up to standing. She looked up at him with eyes that were exactly her mother's. Wide, brown, unafraid. I have to go, Dayo said. Luna didn't ask where. She closed her laptop and stood up. When? Now. She walked to him, put her hand on his chest, over his heart, the way she did when she wanted him to feel that she was real and solid and waiting. 48 hours, she said. That was what you asked for. You still have 18 left. I know. But this changes things. What is it? He looked at Jennifer, who was still holding his pant leg, wobbling on legs that were learning to support her. He bent down and picked her up. She was heavier than she looked, warm, smelling like the lavender baby wash Luna used. He kissed her forehead. She grabbed his nose with a fist and giggled. I'll be back, he said. Not to Luna. To Jennifer. Because saying it to Luna would have made it a promise he wasn't sure he could keep, and saying it to an 8-month-old who didn't understand was the only way he could say it honestly. Luna took Jennifer from him. The baby fussed for a second, then settled against her mother's shoulder, thumb in her mouth, eyes already heavy. Call me, Luna said. When you land. When you know something. Don't disappear. I won't. Dayo kissed Luna. Quick, hard, the kind of kiss that held everything he couldn't say. Then he walked out. Max and Bella were in the car outside. They didn't ask questions either. They just drove. The flight to Austin took 3 hours. Dayo spent most of it looking out the window at clouds that looked like countries he had never visited. Max dropped him at the JD Secure entrance. Bella stayed in the car. Security, not operators. Their job was to make sure nobody followed, not to understand what happened underground. Felix met him in the lobby. He looked like he hadn't slept. Same shirt. From yesterday, hair standing up, eyes red from screen glare. He nodded and led Dayo to the elevator. 3 floors down. The hum of the servers grew louder as they descended. The server room was cold. Too cold. Felix had a hoodie draped over his chair. Dayo didn't. He sat in the ergonomic seat Felix offered and looked at the screens. Show me, Dayo said. Felix pulled up the topology map. The 4 bosses shared infrastructure, the relay chains Silas had built, the segments Graham and Isabel and Leonard rented space on. And there, pulsing green in a corner of the map, the bridge. The tracker they had planted on Isabel, now transmitting from inside the Geneva compound, giving them a window into Silas's internal network. It was the skip, Felix said, clicking to zoom in. They always search everyone entering the compound. Always. But that day, the emergency meeting, the pressure, everyone panicking about the Luna leak. They skipped procedure. Isabel walked right through. The device was in her jacket pocket. She never knew. Dayo remembered giving the order. The young man they had sent, attractive, confident, exactly Isabel's type. The bump in the hallway. The sleight of hand. It had felt desperate at the time, a long shot in a game where most shots missed. But desperation sometimes worked. Desperation made you try things that careful planning would have dismissed. How much can you see? Dayo asked. Traffic patterns. Data flows. The way Silas moves information. Between his London office and the Geneva compound. But there's something else. Felix pulled up a secondary screen. This nested network. hidden inside the primary architecture. It's small, careful, but it's routing to a location that doesn't match any of his known operations. Where? Felix typed. The screen resolved. An address in London. Chelsea. A private residence registered to a name Dayo didn't recognize. Eleanor Vane. Felix read. 26. Born Geneva. Art history at Oxford. No professional presence. No digital footprint. But she's getting resources. Encryption. Routing priority. She's buried so deep in Silas's architecture that finding her was practically accidental. Even those within the system might not find her. Dayo stared at the name. Eleanor Vane. Silas's daughter. The secret he had confirmed weeks ago through other channels, now validated in the network data itself. The other bosses didn't know she existed. Silas had kept her completely invisible, hidden behind shell companies and encrypted routing and 3 decades of careful separation. Dayo thought about Jennifer. He thought about Luna, alone in Los Angeles, waiting for a journalist call that could tear their lives apart. Someone had used his daughter against him. Someone had made her a weapon. And now he held the same power in his hands. The name, the location, the proof of Silas's hidden heart. One message, one leak, and Silas would feel exactly what Dayo had felt. The helplessness, the violation, the unbearable intimacy of watching someone point at the thing you loved most. He could use it. The temptation was physical, a weight in his chest. But Dayo had built something different from the men he fought. The line between him and them wasn't strategy or success. It was this, the refusal to become what they were. Can we dig deeper? Dayo asked, without triggering alerts. Felix hesitated. It's risky. Silas has tripwires. Any irregular data pull, any pattern mismatch, he'll know someone's inside. Show me the architecture. Felix pulled up the encryption layers. Dayo leaned in, his interface flaring. Technical skill stats, network diagnostics, code pattern recognition he had never fully explained to anyone in this room. He saw the architecture differently than Felix did. Felix saw code. Dayo saw intention. Silas had built his walls to be perfect, and perfect things got complacent. There, Dayo said, pointing at a secondary routing protocol. That's the gap. He over-engineered the primary encryption and got lazy on the backup channel. The nested network routes through a maintenance port that hasn't been patched in 18 months. We can slip through there. Slow. Careful. But we can slip through. Felix looked at the screen, then at Dayo. Boss, I've been staring at this for 6 hours and I didn't see that. You weren't looking for laziness. Dayo rolled up his sleeves. You were looking for a door. The door isn't in the walls. It's in the corner he forgot to finish. Felix pulled up another terminal. Dayo took the secondary keyboard. They worked in silence. 2 men in a cold room, typing commands that bounced through jurisdictions neither of them would ever visit, peeling back layers of a fortress built by a man who thought he was untouchable. Hour by hour, the picture sharpened. Financial flows between the 4 bosses that didn't match their declared holdings. Communications routed through the Geneva compound that terminated at numbers registered to shell companies. Silas's network wasn't just a communication system. It was the nervous system of their entire operation. And they were inside it, mapping every neuron. By hour 3, they had traced 3 offshore accounts linked to Graham. By hour 4, they found Isabel's charity filing discrepancies, 10 times the capital her donors reported, moving through Swiss encryption that Felix was peeling back 1 layer at a time. By hour 5, they had Leonard's Asian shell network mapped, Hong Kong to Singapore to nominee directors who existed only on paper. And always, underneath everything, the secondary route to Eleanor Vane. The hidden floor. The thing Silas protected more than his own life. Boss, Felix said, his voice hoarse from the dry air. We have enough to hurt them. Graham's real estate. Isabel's charity fraud. Leonard's shells. We could start dropping this tomorrow, and they'd spend the next 5 years in court. But, Dayo asked. He heard it in Felix's tone. But Silas. Felix pulled up Silas's profile. Clean. Perfect. Nothing beyond the London office and the Geneva house. He's still a ghost. Everything we've found leads to the other 3. Silas is either so clean it scares me, or so dirty that he's buried it under layers we haven't reached yet. Dayo sat back. His eyes were dry from staring at screens. His fingers ached from typing. But his mind was clear, clearer than it had been in weeks. We keep digging, he said. All of it. Graham, Isabel, Leonard, document everything. But Silas is the key. He's the one holding the network together. If we find his thread, the whole thing unravels. Felix nodded. How long do we have before he knows we're inside? 48 hours. Maybe less. Dayo stood up, stretched his back. He built this system to be paranoid. Eventually, the paranoia wins. We need to be gone before it does. He looked at Felix, the man who had been typing for 6 hours before Dayo arrived, who hadn't slept, who was running on caffeine and stubbornness. Felix wasn't system flag talent. He wasn't a face for billboards or a name for headlines. He was just the best digital operative Dayo had ever met, found through a referral from a referral, vetted through layers that would have scared most men away. Go home, Dayo said. Get 4 hours of sleep. Then come back. I'll hold the connection while you're gone. Felix blinked. You sure? I built this company, Felix. I can babysit a terminal. Dayo pointed at the door. Go. Before you fall over. Felix stood up, slow, his joints popping. He walked to the elevator, then turned. Boss. Yeah. We're going to get them, aren't we? Dayo looked at the screen, the green node pulsing inside Silas's architecture, the map of a criminal empire laid out in data flows and routing codes. He thought about Jennifer, about Luna, about the bluff that had started a war he wasn't sure he could finish. We're going to try, he said. Felix nodded. The elevator doors closed behind him. Dayo sat alone in the cold room. The servers hummed their endless song. He put his fingers on the keyboard and started typing. Chapter 509, The Gift. Felix left the server room with his hoodie draped over one arm. The elevator ride up 3 floors felt longer than it should have, his body heavy with the kind of exhaustion that made the walls soft at the edges. But he was smiling. A stupid, tired smile that hurt his jaw because his face had forgotten how to do it. He walked past Max and Bella in the lobby, nodded at them, stepped out into the Austin night. The air was warm and dry and nothing like the rain he grew up with. That was the point. That had always been the point. He drove home in the car Dayo had bought him. A black Audi he had mentioned once in passing, just a comment about liking the grill, and it had appeared in the JD Secure parking lot the next week with a bow on the hood and no card. Felix had stood there for 5 minutes trying to figure out if he was allowed to keep it. His apartment was a 2-floor loft in a building with a concierge who knew his name. Floor-to-ceiling windows, a kitchen he barely used, a home office with 3 monitors he had bought himself because Dayo's salary made that kind of thing an afterthought. He didn't deserve this. That was the thought he had every time he walked through the door. Not in a self-pitying way, just a factual one. 3 years ago, he was sleeping in internet cafes. Now he had a balcony and a view of the lake. He showered. The water ran hot enough to turn his skin pink. He stood under it until his fingers wrinkled, until the server room stopped humming in his ears. Then he lay down on sheets that cost more than his weekly food budget used to be, and he let himself remember. 3 years ago, Felix was nobody. Officially, he had been nobody since he was 8, the year his mother died and the state put him in a home in Manchester. St. Barnaby's. Red brick, peeling paint, 40 boys in a space built for 20. The staff tried. They really did. But trying doesn't stretch funding, and funding doesn't make a parent. Felix survived by being small, by not needing things, by learning that the computer lab, 3 ancient desktops with sticky keys, was the only room in the building where nobody asked him what was wrong. He was good with machines. Not in any taught way, just good. He could make the lab computers do things the manual didn't cover. By 14, he was running scripts to automate the admin work. By 16, he had penetrated the home's network 3 times just to see if he could. He never changed grades or stole files. He just needed to know the walls had cracks. Frank was 2 years older. They met in the computer lab at 2 a.m., both insomniacs, both hiding from the same silence. Frank taught Felix how to code beyond scripts, how to build tools that did actual work, how to make money without leaving a trail. There's a crew, Frank said, 3 months before everything fell apart. They need someone who can move through systems. Pays proper. Cash in hand. Felix was 19 and desperate to not be in the home anymore. He said yes. The work started legal enough. Security audits for small firms. Network maintenance. Then it shifted, data extraction, penetration testing without contracts. The kind of work where you didn't ask who wanted the information because the money was clean and regular, and finally, Felix could rent a flat. A real flat, with a door that locked and a window that opened. He told himself he didn't know. He told himself that every time he breached a system, every time he extracted files he never saw the contents of, every time Frank handed him an envelope and said, "Don't ask." He told himself so many times that the lie became a wall he lived inside. Then it blew up. The target was a logistics firm in London. Felix did the breach clean. In and out, no traces, exactly like Frank taught him. What he didn't know, what Frank probably didn't know either, was that the logistics firm was a front for a UK gang running product through those servers. Felix's penetration exposed their entire routing network. 3 of their people got picked up by police. 200,000 pounds of product went missing. The gang traced the breach backward, found the crew, found Dayo, and started hunting everyone connected. The death threat came as a text. Felix's address. His name. A number. 10,000. He had 48 hours. Frank disappeared. The flatmates disappeared. Felix was alone in Manchester with 247 in his pocket and a phone that kept buzzing with messages he stopped opening. He ran to London. Hid. Moved every 4 days. Slept in internet cafes, in all-night libraries, once in a hospital waiting room where nobody asked questions. He picked up remote work. 50 quid here, 30 there. Enough to eat and stay invisible. He was 21 years old, and he was going to die in a city that had already forgotten him. The park was near Camden Market. It was raining, that thin, persistent UK rain that soaked through your jacket before you realized you were wet. Felix had been awake for 32 hours, finishing a data cleaning job for a client in Dubai who paid in cryptocurrency. His clothes were damp. His last meal had been a Tesco meal deal 12 hours ago. He was trying to decide whether to spend his final 4 on a coffee or a bus ride to a cheaper internet CAF when someone sat down on the bench next to him. Felix didn't look up. People in London parks didn't talk to people like him. Dirty, exhausted, clearly not supposed to be there. He expected the man to leave. The man didn't leave. "You look like someone who hasn't slept in days," the man said. Felix looked up. The face was familiar in a way that made no sense. Not from the streets. Not from the cafes. From posters. From screens. From the radio in the kitchen at St. Barnaby's. Dayo. He was younger than Felix expected. 22, maybe 23. But he carried himself like he had already lived through everything and come out the other side with a smile. "You're," Felix started. "Cold," Dayo said. "And hungry. Same as you, probably." He didn't move closer. Just sat there, rain hitting the hood of his jacket. "What are you working on?" Felix's laptop was open on the bench, covered in a plastic bag to keep the rain off. The Dubai script was still running. He closed it instinctively, months of paranoia making him flinch. "Nothing," Felix said. "Just stuff." Dayo didn't push. He just sat there. Then, casually, like he was asking about the weather. "What's the worst thing that's chasing you right now?" Felix didn't know why he answered. Maybe because Dayo wasn't a threat. Maybe because he was too tired to lie. Maybe because the face on the poster had always looked kind, and kindness was the one thing Felix couldn't afford to trust, but desperately needed to believe in. "I owe people money," Felix said. "Bad people. 10,000 pounds. They'll kill me if they find me." Dayo nodded like this was normal information. 10,000. "Yeah." Felix laughed, bitter. "Might as well be 10 million. How did you end up owing bad people 10,000 pounds? Felix told him. Not everything. Not Frank's name. Not the details of the breaches. But enough. The home. The work. The crew. The gang he didn't know he was targeting. The death threat. The running. The bench in the rain. Dayo listened without interrupting. When Felix finished, Dayo was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Show me your laptop." "What?" "What you were working on." "The script." Felix hesitated. But what did he have to lose? He opened the laptop, pulled it out of the plastic bag, angled the screen so Dayo could see. The Dubai script was still running. A data extraction tool, elegant, custom-built, moving through firewalls like they were suggestions. Dayo looked at the code for 30 seconds. Then he looked at Felix differently, like he was seeing something new. "How long have you been coding?" "Since I was 12. No formal training. Just learning. And the network work. The security side. You taught yourself that too." Felix nodded. Dayo looked away. His eyes went distant for a moment. Not bored, but focused, like he was reading something written on the air itself. From Dayo's perspective, the system interface was glowing. A translucent screen only he could see, overlaying Felix's hunched figure on the wet bench. Stats materialized in that familiar blue-white text. Name, Felix Daniel. Technical proficiency, computers and networking SSS+. Encryption and decryption, SSS+. Cybersecurity, offensive/defensive SSS+. System architecture, SSS+. Potential, unbounded, rare technical gem with untapped capacity for infrastructure-level security operations. Dayo had seen high stats before. He had recruited artists who sang like angels, producers who heard music in colors, executives who could sell water to fish. But he had never seen SSS Plus across 4 technical categories in a single person sitting on a park bench in the ring. Never seen a diamond waiting to be found by the people who wanted to kill him. A gem worth 10,000 pounds, Dayo said quietly. What? Felix didn't catch the first part. What do you mean just 10,000? It's everything. It's my life. Dayo turned to him. I'm going to pay it. Pay what? The 10,000. I'm going to pay it. And you're going to work for me. Felix stared at him. The rain fell. A bus passed. Someone shouted in the distance about a stolen phone. You don't know me, Felix said. You don't know anything about me. I don't need to know you. I know what you can do. Dayo smiled. Warm, real, the kind of smile that had sold out stadiums. Let me employ you, Felix. I need someone who can build walls that nobody else can see through. Someone who can find doors that don't exist yet. You're that person. I know it. You don't have to believe me. Just say yes. How do you even know my name? I never told you. You didn't. But I'm going to need it for the employment paperwork. Dayo stood up, rain sliding off his shoulders. So yes or no? 10,000 pounds and a job. Today. Right now. Before you spend that last 4 quid on a coffee you don't need. Felix couldn't speak. He had spent 6 months learning not to trust anyone. Not men in parks. Not offers that sounded too good. Not kindness that always came with a hook. But Dayo wasn't offering kindness. He was offering employment. Structure. A way out that wasn't running. Yes, Felix said. Dayo held out his hand. Felix took it. The grip was firm and dry and warm despite the rain. Good, Dayo said. Let's go find an ATM. Then we're going to find you a dry bed. Tomorrow, we start building. Felix opened his eyes in the Austin loft. He didn't remember falling asleep. The sheets were twisted around his legs. The city lights shimmered on the lake outside his window. He lay there for a moment, blinking at the ceiling, feeling the million miles between who he was on that bench and who he had become. The smile was still on his face, smaller now, softer, the kind that lived in your chest instead of your jaw. He reached over and turned off the lamp. In the dark, with the hum of the city far below and the silence of a home that was actually his, Felix slept. Chapter 510, The Breach. Felix couldn't feel his fingers anymore. They had been typing for 8 hours straight. Not the rhythmic coding he was used to. This was surgical. Every keystroke measured against the risk of tripping Silas's tripwires. One wrong packet, one timing hiccup, and the bridge they'd spent 2 days building would turn to smoke. His knuckles ached. His wrists burned. The coffee on his desk had gone cold 3 hours ago, and he hadn't touched it since. He sat back and flexed his hands. The server room was cold, but his palms were sweating. That never happened. Switch, Dayo said. They had a system now. Felix on the keyboard for 90 minutes. Then Dayo took over while Felix read the traffic patterns, spotted the anomalies, pointed. It was like they'd been working together for decades instead of years. Dayo typed differently than Felix, slower, more deliberate, but with a precision that Felix had to admit was technically beautiful. The system interface Dayo never talked about gave him an edge. Felix didn't ask about it. He had learned early that some things you didn't question. You just used them. Felix rolled his shoulders and moved to the secondary monitor. His eyes were dry from staring at screens, and he blinked hard, forcing moisture back into them. The routing map filled the display, Silas's architecture rendered as a web of glowing nodes, each one a potential trap. He traced the data flows with his finger, not touching the screen, just following the paths. Pattern shift, Felix said, pointing. Geneva hub. Traffic volume just jumped 40%. Dayo leaned in. They're convening. All 4. Looks like it. Dayo's voice was flat, controlled, but Felix heard the edge underneath. This was what they had been waiting for. Not a breadcrumb. The whole trail. Audio channel opening. Felix said, leaning forward. Geneva time. Midday. The screen flickered. A voice stream decrypted in real time, the text transcription scrolling alongside the raw audio waveform. Felix felt his stomach tighten. They weren't just looking at data anymore. They were listening. Actually listening. Two men in a basement in Texas, eavesdropping on four of the most dangerous people in the world. He adjusted the gain. The audio cleared. For distinct voices, each tagged by the system with a confidence rating above 94%. Isabel spoke first. Her voice came through sharp, clipped, the accent Swiss-edged and furious. Not a question of if someone betrayed us, Graham. It's a question of who you told. I told no one. Graham's voice was rougher, older, carrying the strain of a man who had built an empire on discretion and was now watching it crack. I've been in this room with you people for 20 years. You think I'd burn my own house? Your house is the only one with smoke coming out of it. Isabel shot back. So Paolo, your account, your signature. The signatures were forged. By who? I don't know. Leonard's voice entered next. Quiet. Careful. The kind of voice that made you lean in because it gave away nothing. Let's assume Graham is telling the truth, which means someone manufactured evidence against him. Someone with access to his financial architecture, his private ledgers. That's a short list, Isabel said. And getting shorter. Not necessarily, Leonard said. Someone could have breached our infrastructure, extracted the data externally. Silas's network is airtight, Isabel snapped. We've had this conversation. It's unbreachable. Nothing is unbreachable, Silas said. The channel went quiet. Even through the speakers, Felix felt the temperature drop. Then Silas spoke again. The architecture of this leak, he said, is too familiar. Felix looked at Dayo. Dayo was staring at the screen, his body completely still, not even breathing. The routing, Silas continued. The timing. The precision with which the evidence was framed. The way the metadata was stripped, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Each hop landing exactly where it needed to. This is not an external breach. This is not a hacker in a basement. This is someone who built our walls, or studied them long enough to know where the mortar cracks. What are you implying, Silas? Leonard asked. Silas paused. Felix counted the seconds. 2, 3, 4. In the silence, he could hear his own heartbeat in his ears. The architect of our systems, Silas said, has been quiet lately. Too quiet. While the rest of us scramble, he watches. While we point fingers at each other, he takes notes. And quiet men with access to foundations have a way of becoming demolition crews. You can't mean, Graham started. I mean what I mean. Silas's voice had hardened back to ice. I suggest we all review who has access to what. And I suggest we do it quickly, before the next wall falls. The channel dropped. Dead. Gone. Felix sat back in his chair. His heart was hammering against his ribs. He turned to Dayo. Dayo wasn't smiling, but his eyes had changed. They held something Felix had never seen before, not triumph, but recognition. The look of a man who had been playing chess against 4 opponents and had just watched one of them accuse another of knocking over the board. He suspects Michael, Dayo said. Michael built their network, Felix said. The relay architecture, the encryption protocols, the server contracts. If anyone knows where the bodies are buried, it's him. Dayo stood up, started pacing the small space between the server racks. 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, his mind clearly working faster than his feet could carry it. Silas built the organization, but Michael built the infrastructure. The servers, the routing, the dead drops. He knows every back door because he installed them. He knows every relay because he booked the contracts. And now Silas is wondering if those doors swing both ways. Is he right? Dayo stopped pacing. I don't know. I don't know if Michael turned on them, or if this is just paranoia eating Silas from inside. But I know this. For men facing outward are a wall. For men looking over their shoulders at each other are a mess. And I'd rather fight a mess than a wall. Felix let that settle. The server room hummed its constant mechanical song. Somewhere in London, Silas Vane was sitting in a dark office, staring at a screen, wondering if the man who had served him for 23 years had just aimed a gun at his back. And somewhere in Los Angeles, Michael was probably doing the same math in reverse. We need to document this, Felix said. Archive the intercept. If Michael really is moving against them, that's leverage we might need. Already on it. Dayo sat back at the terminal, his fingers moving with that same deliberate precision. I'm pulling everything. The full transcript, the routing data, Silas's voice print analysis. If this fractures further, we want to be holding the pieces. They worked in silence for 20 minutes. Felix ran backup protocols, encrypting the intercept across 3 separate drives, each one in a different physical location. Dayo cross-referenced Silas's statements against months of previous communications, looking for patterns, for confirmation, for anything that proved this wasn't just a suspicion but a crack that would widen. When the screens finally went dark except for the baseline diagnostics, Dayo turned to Felix. 3 years ago, Dayo said, we were driving back from that server farm in Nevada. The big one outside Reno that took us 14 hours to crack. You hadn't slept in 30 hours. You looked out the window at the desert mountains and said something. Do you remember? Felix shook his head. He didn't. You said, I've always wanted to see Norway. Just once. The fjords. The northern lights. Something quiet. Your eyes were closed when you said it. I thought you were talking in your sleep. I didn't say anything then. You were half asleep. I didn't think you remembered saying it either. Felix stared at him. He had no memory of this. It was a throwaway sentence, maybe. Something mumbled in exhaustion while staring at red rock formations and imagining cold water. A thought that had floated up and drifted away without him noticing. You also pointed at a magazine last month, Dayo continued. In the break room. Tuesday morning. Car and driver, I think. Page 34. You didn't say you wanted it. You didn't say anything at all. You just looked at it longer than you looked at the other pages. Maybe 2 seconds more. Maybe 3. The RS e-tron GT, Felix said quietly. Midnight blue. The color of deep water. The color of the sky in that Norway photo he had kept as his phone wallpaper for a month before replacing it with something less embarrassing. Pack a bag, Dayo said. 2 weeks. Norway. The car will be at the airport when you land. Not a company. Car. Title in your name. Yours. Felix opened his mouth. He had arguments ready. The timing was bad. Silas was cracking. Michael was moving. They needed every hand on deck. This was the most dangerous moment in the war, and he couldn't just leave. He had practiced these arguments in his head 100 times. The script for when Dayo tried to give him something he didn't earn, something too big, too personal, too much. None of the words came out. Boss, you found the crack, Dayo said. Not me. You sat in this chair, and you typed until your fingers went numb, and you found a way into a network that nobody else has touched in 20 years. And in the process, you handed me the name of the man who's tearing them apart from inside. You gave me Michael. You gave me Silas's suspicion. You gave me the first real advantage I've had in this war. He paused. That's not overtime, Felix. That's someone paying attention to someone who pays attention. Felix looked at the terminal. The dark screens. The server lights blinking green in the corner. He thought about the rain in London. The park bench. The 10,000 that had bought his life back when he was nobody. He thought about every time Dayo had remembered something he said, a preference, a fear, a sentence mumbled half asleep, and filed it away like it mattered. Like he mattered. He closed his mouth. Not at once. It was all he had. Dayo put a hand on his shoulder, squeezed once, then let go. He walked out of the server room without looking back. The elevator doors closed behind him with a soft ding. Felix sat alone in the hum of the machines. He didn't stand up right away. He sat there for 5 minutes, maybe 10, letting the cold settle into his bones and the weight of the gift settle somewhere deeper. Norway. The fjords. The northern lights. Something quiet. Then he shut down the last monitor. The room went dark except for the server lights. He grabbed his hoodie from the back of the chair, walked to the elevator, and pressed the button for the lobby. Max and Bella were in the lobby, same as always, both reading something on their phones. They looked up when he stepped out, nodded at him. He nodded back. Neither of them asked why he was leaving at 6 a.m. with a smile on his face. That was their job. Notice everything. Ask about nothing. Outside, the Austin morning was warm and pink and ordinary. Felix got into his black Audi, the one Dayo had given him last year, the one that still felt borrowed even though his name was on the title. He sat behind the wheel for a moment, staring at the parking garage concrete, thinking about fjords and northern lights and the color midnight blue. Thinking about a man in London who was currently wondering if his servant had betrayed him, and a man in Texas who had just proved that some debts never get small enough to forget. Then he started the engine and drove home to pack. Chapter 511, Michael Action. Michael hung up the phone and sat in the dark. Not metaphor dark. Actual dark. He had not turned on the desk lamp after Silas called, and the Los Angeles sunset had finished bleeding out 20 minutes ago. The only light came from his monitor and the city below his window. He sat there and counted his breaths. For in, for out. The way he had learned to do when the math was bad. The math was bad. Silas had sounded almost normal on the call. Flat, careful, exactly the temperature Michael expected from a man who needed something he did not want to admit needing. But underneath it, Michael had heard the crack. He knew Silas's voice the way a mechanic knows an engine. He had listened to it for 23 years in briefing rooms and private jets and the back seats of cars in cities he no longer remembered. And tonight, Silas had asked him where he was the night the Luna story broke. That question had a shelf life. Maybe 12 hours. Maybe 24. Holloway was good. Former GCHQ. The kind of analyst who found patterns in noise. Michael had met him once, years ago, a thin man with nicotine stains on his fingers who looked at everyone like they were data points. Holloway would trace the VPN logs. He would find the 11:47 p.m. timestamp. He would see that Michael's laptop had accessed a Romanian relay node that should not have existed in his browsing history. And then Silas would know. Michael stood up. His knees popped. He was 49 years old, and he felt 60. He walked to the bookshelf. Third shelf from the bottom. He pulled on the left side, and it swung open on a hidden hinge, the legal volumes riding with it like they weighed nothing. Behind it was the safe. Old steel, mechanical dial, no electronics. The kind of thing you could not hack, because it had no ports to plug into. Left, right, left. The clicks felt like a heartbeat. Inside was the hard drive. One drive. That was all he needed. He carried it back to his desk and plugged it into the laptop. The machine chimed. He opened Graham's folder and scrolled. Sao Paulo, 2017. $18 million routed through a Panama account to silence a Port Authority investigation. Michael had carried the briefcase through customs himself. He had the routing numbers, the confirmation receipts, the scanned copies of Graham's signatures. He sat there for a moment and thought about Graham. The man had smiled when Michael handed him the confirmation. A small, private smile that said this never happened, and you will never speak of it. Michael had smiled back. That was the job. Carry the weight. Pretend your hands were clean. Pretend for so long that you started to believe the dirt was just shadow. 23 years. He had been 29 when Silas found him. Hungry, competent, and just smart enough to think he was being recruited into something that mattered. The first 5 years had been almost legal. Corporate intelligence, competitive research, the gray zone where information was a commodity and ethics were a suggestion. Then Silas asked him to bury a report. Then Graham asked him to manufacture one. Then Leonard asked him to make a journalist stop asking questions, and Michael did it. And the journalist stopped, and somewhere in that silence Michael realized he had become something he could not walk away from. Not because they would kill him, because they would replace him. And a replaced tool had no value and no protection. The thought of falling, of becoming one of the names he had buried, of watching the world devour him like a pack of hyenas, it kept him up at night. It still did. He picked up his phone and dialed Warren. Warren answered on the second ring, his smoker's rasp unchanged in 3 years. Michael, it's late. Change of plans. Don't hold it anymore. Publish everything on Graham's file. Everything I gave you. Full names, account numbers, the Sao Paulo routing, the signatures, the dates. All of it. Today. Silence. Then, I thought this was a dead man's switch. You planning to die? I'm starting a fire. Michael's voice did not rise. It never rose within him. He knew if he made no move now, he wouldn't be able to when he wants to. Run it under your byline. No source attribution. No mention of where it came from. Frame it as an investigation into offshore financial flows, not a leak. Can you have it live in 4 hours? Warren whistled, soft and low. For this? I'll have it live in 3. Call me when it's up. Michael hung up. He sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. He did not second-guess it. That was not his process. He had made the decision the moment Silas asked him for his alibi. Before that, really. Maybe weeks before, when the old man stopped answering his calls and left him swinging in the wind. The deferential Michael, the good servant who accepted what was given and said thank you. That man had died in stages. Tonight was just the cremation. He opened his laptop again and composed the cover email. Not to Warren. To himself. A record. The subject line read simply, Graham. So Paulo. Complete. He attached the 3 key documents and saved it to a dead-drop server he controlled, one that existed in no registry and traced to no country. Insurance of his own. He did not send the other packets. Not yet. Isabel's charity filings. Leonard's union payment. Silas's daughter in Edinburgh. Those stayed in the folder. He would stagger them because panic worked best in waves. Graham would explode first. The other 3 would watch him burn and wonder if their own fires were coming. By the time they turned on each other, Michael would be the only one holding the hose. He checked the clock. 9:47 p.m. Pacific. Warren was in Washington, 3 hours ahead, probably already calling his editor, pulling his team in. By midnight East Coast time, the story would be live. By 6 a.m. London time, Graham would be waking up to a phone that would not stop ringing. Michael walked to the window. The city moved below him, all those lights. All those people who thought power looked like wealth or fame. He knew better. Power looked like a hard drive in a mechanical safe. Small, quiet, patient until it was not. He did not pour a drink. Not yet. He needed to stay sharp for the next 3 hours. He needed to watch the story land and see how hard it bit. He sat back at his desk and opened the network monitor, the second screen that tracked Graham's world. Associates. Board members. Family. The nodes sat dark, waiting. At 10:15 p.m., he made coffee. Bad coffee from the break room. He drank it black and cold and paced the office twice. His reflection in the dark window looked older than he remembered. The face was the same. The eyes were not. At 11:30 p.m., he checked his secure line. Nothing from Warren. Nothing from Silas. The quiet felt wrong. It felt like the moment before a storm when the air gets heavy and the birds stop singing. He had spent his whole career in that quiet. He hated it. He needed the noise. His phone buzzed at 12:34 a.m. Warren's number. It's live, Warren said. Michael did not say thank you. He just hung up and sat back at his desk. He refreshed the browser. The headline loaded clean and sharp. Offshore Empire. How a British property tycoon routed $18 million through Panama to kill an investigation. Warren's byline. No mention of Michael. No mention of Dayo. Just facts laid out like surgical instruments on a steel tray. He watched the fire spread in real time. News. Alerts fired one after another. A British business blog picked it up at 12:41. A wire service at 12:53. On his second monitor, Michael had Graham's network mapped. He watched the nodes light up as people started making calls. At 1:15 a.m., Graham's eldest son tweeted something vague about false allegations, then deleted it 17 minutes later. By 2 a.m., the first regulatory rumbling came out of Brussels. Someone in the European Commission's Financial Crimes Unit had seen the story and started asking questions. Michael closed the laptop, unplugged the drive, returned it to the safe, spun the dial, swung the bookshelf back into place. The legal volumes settled with a soft thump. He poured a drink from the bottle in his bottom drawer. Not the good stuff. The regular stuff. Whiskey that burned enough to remind him he was still in his body. He did not celebrate. He did not smile. He just sat in his chair and drank while the monitors glowed and Graham Whitfield's life came apart 3,000 miles away. Silas was still waiting for Holloway's report on the Luna leak. He would get it eventually. He would see the routing patterns and the timestamps, and he would know. But by the time that knowledge landed, Phase 2 would already be in motion. The 4 bosses would be pointing guns at each other. And Dayo, the man with the bluff and the daughter and the empire built on secrets, would get credit for an attack he never launched. Michael finished his drink. He poured another. The building was coming down, and he was the only one who knew which beam he had cut first. Chapter 512. Reaction to News. The phone woke him at 6:17 a.m. Dayo reached for it without opening his eyes, muscle memory from years of international calls pulling him out of sleep before his brain caught up. 3 texts from Valerie, each shorter than the last. 6:12 a.m. Check the news. 6:14 a.m. Graham Whitfield. Someone leaked his files. 6:16 a.m. They're saying it came from you. Dayo sat up. Beside him, Luna made a small sound and rolled toward Jennifer's crib, her arm reaching out to check the baby without conscious thought. Dayo stared at the screen until his eyes adjusted. He opened his browser. The headline loaded in 2 seconds, which felt like 2 minutes. Offshore Empire. How a British property tycoon routed $18 million through Panama to kill an investigation. Warren Castellano. Byline. Some Washington financial paper Dayo had never heard of. He scrolled. The article had everything. Account numbers. Routing codes. Graham's signatures on documents that shouldn't have existed outside a vault. The Sao Paulo payment from 2017, laid out with surgical precision. Dayo read it twice. Then a third time, slower, his thumb moving in short jerks as he absorbed each paragraph. He didn't write this. He hadn't leaked this. He had told Michael to let Silas know he had files. He had bluffed, completely, staring down a threat to his daughter with nothing but confidence and an empty hand. Felix had found a window into Silas's network, yes. They had observed traffic patterns, mapped architecture, confirmed Eleanor Vane's existence. But they had never extracted documents, never downloaded files, never breached the network in a way that could produce $18 million worth of evidence against Graham Whitfield. Yet here it was. Real, detailed, devastating. And the sourcing. Dayo read the final paragraph 3 times before it sank in. Sources close to the investigation suggest the leak originated from a Los Angeles-based entertainment conglomerate with prior grievances against the Whitfield business network. No name, no direct attribution, but the finger pointed unmistakably. Los Angeles-based entertainment conglomerate. Prior grievances. Everyone who mattered would read that sentence and see his face behind it. Luna's voice came from the dark, thick with sleep. What is it? Dayo didn't answer. He was already out of bed, pulling on his pants, walking barefoot into the living room where the morning light was bleeding through the blinds. He called Felix. For rings. Then a cough, and Felix's voice, hoarse, confused, still half in his dream. Boss, tell me we didn't leak Graham's files. Silence. Then Felix sitting up fast, his breathing changing from sleep rhythm to alert rhythm in one exhale. We didn't. I can prove it. Our logs show zero extraction from the Silas network. We observed only. We watched. Packets, mapped routes. We never pulled a single document. Never touched Graham's folder. Dayo believed him. Felix was stating facts, not defending himself. Then where did it come from? Felix typed. Fast, his fingers waking up. More typing. Then a long breath. Someone else had the files. Or worse, someone had better files. And they're wrapping the leak in routing metadata that points to Los Angeles. To our infrastructure. To you. Dayo stood in his living room, staring at a painting Luna had bought in Silver Lake. He stared without seeing it. Someone is manufacturing my bluff. I told them I had comprehensive files. Now evidence appears, wrapped in digital fingerprints that make me look like the source. Someone wants the 4 bosses to believe I'm far more dangerous than I am. Michael, Felix said. Not a question. Dayo thought about Michael Stern, the man who had sat across from him in Century City, polite and sharp, carrying a photograph of Luna and Jennifer. The man who worked for Silas Vane. The man who had built the relay architecture their entire network ran on. If Michael did this, there was a bigger problem. Michael wouldn't move against his own employer, not unless something had gone wrong between them. Unless there was a crack in their partnership. Unless the servant was striking out on his own. Dayo kept his options open. Maybe Michael was making a move. Maybe there was a fight between him and Silas that nobody knew about. Maybe the man who built the walls had decided to tear them down. If any of that was true, it changed everything. Can you trace the leak's origin? Dayo asked. I can try. But if Michael did this, he used his own architecture. He built Silas's walls. He knows every back door because he installed them. The trail will be cold by design. Try anyway. Dayo hung up. He stood in the living room. The morning light getting stronger, the house silent. He felt something in his chest he couldn't name. Not fear. Fear would have been simple. This was the feeling of stepping onto a stage and realizing the script had been rewritten while your back was turned. He had gone into this war with an empty gun. Now someone was loading it for him, firing it for him, handing him the credit. The 4 bosses would see Graham burn and believe Dayo had struck the match. They would mobilize, escalate, come for Luna, for Jennifer, for everything he had built. And the worst part, the part that made his hands tighten around the phone, was that he couldn't put the gun down. The bluff had become real. The lie had become truth. And he was trapped inside it. Dayo. He turned. Luna stood in the bedroom doorway, wearing one of his old shirts, her hair wild from sleep, her eyes completely awake. She was reading him. She always could. Someone just started a war in my name, Dayo said. And I don't know if I can stop it before it burns everything. Luna walked to the couch and sat down. Start from the beginning, Luna said. Dayo sat across from her. He told her everything. The bluff, Felix's network window, the observation-only protocol. And now, real evidence, real documents, wrapped in metadata pointing to Los Angeles. To him. Michael, Luna said when he finished. I think so. He has the files, the skill, the architecture. If something went wrong between him and Silas, he has the motive too. He wants the bosses to believe I'm attacking them. While they're focused on me, he moves however he wants. What does he want? Dayo looked at Jennifer. Her eyes had closed. Her breathing settled into sleep. He thought about the photograph Michael had shown him. Luna and Jennifer, captured without their knowledge, turned into leverage. I don't know yet, but I need to find out. He stood up and walked to the window. The Los Angeles morning was gold and soft. He thought about the burner phone in his drawer. The man who owed Uncle Tund a bullet from Iran, 1987. He had arranged a meeting, then pushed it back. He had told himself there was time. Now he knew there wasn't. I have to go, Dayo said, turning to Luna. Where? To see someone who can find things that can't be found. Luna looked at him for a long moment. Then, come back. I will. No. Her voice sharpened. Not angry. Certain. Come back the same person who leaves. Don't let it change what you won't do. The difference between you and them is a line. Don't cross it because someone drew a map that puts you on the wrong side. Dayo looked at her. The woman who had left him once because he wouldn't let her in. The woman who came back because he finally had. The only person who knew where all his doors were and never walked through one without knocking. I won't, he said. He kissed Jennifer's forehead. She didn't wake. He kissed Luna, longer this time, his hand on her cheek. Then he walked out. Max and Bella were in the car outside. They didn't ask questions. Dayo got in back and pulled out the burner phone. He dialed. It rang once. You're late, the voice said. Dry? Old. Gravel in it. I'm leaving now, Dayo said. Good. Come alone. Nothing electronic. Not even a watch. The line went dead. The airport, he said to Max Van Nuys. Not LAX. Max pulled into traffic. Dayo sat back and watched the city roll past. He thought about Graham Whitfield, waking up to a life that was already over. About Silas Vane, reading the headline and maybe wondering if his own servant had turned on him. About Michael Stern, sitting somewhere, watching the fire he started burn in someone else's name. The bluff was real now. The war was real. And Dayo was done playing defense. He looked at his hands. They were steady. He was surprised by that. The car turned onto the highway, accelerating toward the valley, the plane, the man who could find ghosts. Dayo closed his eyes and let the morning sun warm his face through the window. Somewhere behind him, a city was waking to a headline with his shadow behind it. Somewhere ahead, a man was waiting who could change everything. And somewhere in between, a servant named Michael was watching the world burn, waiting for the smoke to clear so he could claim what was left. Dayo opened his eyes. Drive faster, he said. Chapter 5:13, Graham. The Financial Times broke it first. Not the loudest that would come later, when the tabloids woke up and smelled blood. But at 5:47 a.m. London time, the FT published a 1,200-word piece that changed everything simply by being careful. No screaming headline. No moral outrage. Just facts laid out like surgical instruments. Offshore accounts in Panama, routing codes that terminated in Sao Paulo, signatures on documents that matched Graham Whitfield's known filings. The paper called it a significant development in ongoing European financial oversight discussions. In the language of financial journalism, that meant, this is real, and it is fatal. By 7:15 a.m., The Guardian had picked it up. Panama Papers Redux? How one man's offshore empire finally cracked open. They drew the parallel to Mossack Fonseca before most people had finished their coffee. Then the tabloids landed. The Sun's front page at 8:30 a.m. showed Graham leaving his Mayfair office at 5:12 a.m. Tie loosened, face gray, no security around him. The headline filled the top third in letters thick enough to bleed through the paper. Crooked Graham. Someone had paid a photographer to wait outside. Overnight. That someone knew the story was coming. That someone had planned ahead. Bloomberg focused on the numbers. By 9 a.m., Graham's publicly traded holdings had shed $340 million in pre-market trading. The ticker climbed to 380 million by 9:30. Analysts who had spent years praising his aggressive tax efficiency were suddenly unavailable for comment. The number kept climbing. And Warren Castellano's original Washington Post piece, published at midnight Eastern, was already syndicated to 23 outlets across 4 continents. The byline that started it all. At Finance Guru 2H, Graham Whitfield lost £380 million sterling before breakfast. This leak is surgical. Someone wanted him destroyed, not embarrassed. The routing precision. This isn't a hack. This is an inside job. Hashtag Graham Leaks. At Saraj_investigates, 3H. I've been tracking Whitfield's shell companies since 2019. This leak has details I never found. Routing codes, confirmation receipts, his actual signatures. This came from inside his operation. Somebody he trusted for years kept every receipt. Fire. At Marcus in LDN 4H. I work 3 blocks from Graham's Mayfair office. Blinds drawn. Lights on. 3 black cars arrived at 6 a.m. Nobody's left since. This isn't damage control. This is a bunker. The man is finished. At Eleanor Reed's News 2H. Sources close to the investigation suggest. That's not journalism language. That's someone handing a story to a reporter and telling them exactly how to frame it. Somebody with LA ties. Somebody with a grudge. Somebody who wanted Graham to know who hit him. At Marcus Baker 4H, as someone who works in London finance, Graham is finished. Not damage control finished. Actually finished. The Panama routing is documented, timestamped, and signed by him. You can't PR your way out of signed documents like this. At City Worker 2H. Night shift at Graham's building. He walked in at 3:45 a.m. Alone. No security. No driver. Looked like a man who'd been told he was already dead and was waiting for his body to catch up. I've never seen someone that rich look that small. At Real Estate Wire 3H. Breaking. 4 of Graham Whitfield's board members resigned in 3 hours. 2 more on extended personal leave. The dominoes are falling faster than the stock price. This is a complete collapse of confidence. At Jenny from the Block 30M. Graham's statement just dropped. I categorically deny these baseless allegations. Buddy, the documents have your signature on them. That's not baseless. That's evidence with your handwriting on it. Hashtag Graham Leaks. At Kojoan in 1H. The real story isn't Graham. It's who leaked it. Someone with access to documents that shouldn't exist outside a vault. Someone with the skill to strip metadata jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Someone who wanted the bosses to think it was Dayo. That is a very short list. At Blake the Artist 2H. I don't know Graham Whitfield from a hole in the wall, but I know what a public execution looks like. This leak was designed to yindy him, not shame him. Yindy him. Whoever did this knew exactly which beams to cut. Direct hit. Graham Whitfield sat in his office chair and stared at the wall. The chair cost $12,000. Hand-stitched leather from Milan. 6 years old now, broken imperfectly, fitting him like a glove. He couldn't feel it. His phone had stopped buzzing at 10 a.m. Not because the calls stopped. They kept coming, a steady pulse against the mahogany. But because his assistant had turned off the ringer. She had also canceled his lunch with the deputy mayor, his afternoon board meeting, and his Geneva flight Thursday. All without asking permission. Graham hadn't spoken to her since 6:30 a.m., when he walked past her desk staring at a point 3 feet in front of his shoes. The wall held a painting. A Zen watercolor he bought at auction in 2019 for $4.2 million. Apples in a jug. The kind of thing that anchored a room, signaled taste and permanence and wealth that outlasted scandal. Graham looked at the apples and felt nothing. They didn't care about Panama. They didn't care about Sao Paulo. They didn't care that his signature was on documents he had spent 7 years pretending didn't exist. He opened the article again. 11 reads. Working on 12. The Sao Paulo section. Paragraph 7. He got there and stopped, the way he always did. $18 million. Routed through a Panama account in a holding company Graham registered himself. The wire confirmation with his signature. March 14, 2017. The purpose line, consulting services. The consulting service of making a Port Authority investigation disappear. Graham remembered that investigation. A journalist in Sao Paulo asking questions about a warehouse lease. Graham mentioned it to Silas over Geneva dinner. 3 days later, Silas introduced him to Michael. Michael. The name landed in his chest like a stone in still water. Michael carried the briefcase. Graham remembered clearly. The Copacabana Palace lobby, Rio humidity, Michael walking through customs with 18 million in negotiable instruments, and the calm face of a man delivering mail. He returned 12 hours later with one sheet, confirmation of delivery. The journalist stopped asking questions within the week. The Port Authority found no irregularities. The shipment moved. Graham paid Silas's fee, shook Michael's hand, went back to London, and told himself the matter was closed. He never asked if Michael kept copies. Now, staring at his own signature on a document 40 million people had seen, Graham understood. The man who buried the bodies kept the receipts. Not as insurance. As a curriculum vitae. A portfolio of graves he had dug and could dig again. He stood up. His knees ached. 63, feeling 80. He walked to the window. Mayfair moved below. People with jobs, coffees, lives that hadn't been dismantled before breakfast. A woman in a red coat checked her phone at a crosswalk. A delivery driver. Double parked to unload boxes. The world continued. It didn't care. His phone lit up. Leonard, asterisk, call me. Now, asterisk, he ignored it. Isabel, asterisk, we need to talk. All of us. Asterisk, ignored. Then a number he didn't recognize. No name. Just words. Asterisk, the apples on your wall are pretty. The ones in your accounts were prettier. Asterisk. Graham's stomach folded. He leaned against the frame, breathing through his nose. The sender knew about the Zan. Knew about the apples. Knew about the permanence. He deleted the message. Then from the deleted folder. Then stood there knowing deletion didn't erase the sender. Margaret called at 10:45 a.m. Graham looked at her name, the photo from their anniversary dinner 3 years ago, and let it go to voicemail. He couldn't explain to a woman worried about their daughter's wedding budget that he had lost 400 million pounds and might lose his freedom. The door opened. His lawyer Charles walked in without knocking. 60, bald, the permanent expression of a man who had ranked disasters by severity. Today he looked worried. The SFO called, Charles said. No preamble. Serious fraud office. Voluntary questioning tomorrow at 10. Voluntary. Voluntary meaning if you don't come, they'll make it involuntary by lunch. Graham nodded. Back to the Zan. The apples. The jug. Charles, he said quietly. Who leaked this? Charles hesitated. That was rare. Whoever did it had access to documents that shouldn't exist outside this room. Had them. For years. Waited until releasing them caused maximum damage. Dayo, Graham said. The whisper in the papers. The LA entertainment conglomerate. Maybe, Charles said. But Dayo's a musician, Graham. This precision, the metadata, the routing, the jurisdiction stripping, that's not a musician. That's an architect. Someone who built the walls and knows exactly where to place the charges. Graham closed his eyes. Michael in the Copacabana Palace lobby. The calm face. The briefcase. The $18 million walking through customs. Get me Silas, Graham said. I tried. He's not taking calls. Then get me Michael. Charles went quiet. Graham, if Michael did this. If Michael did this, Graham said, turning from the window. I want to look him in the face before I fall. And I want him to know that I know. Charles nodded. Walked out without another word. Graham was alone. The Zan watched him from the wall. The apples were just apples. They didn't care about Panama. Didn't care about Sao Paulo. Didn't care about a man named Michael who carried briefcases through customs and kept receipts in a safe nobody knew about. Graham sat back in the 12,000 chair. Couldn't feel it. Opened the article for the 14th time. Chapter 514, Silas hears. Silas read the Graham leak over cold eggs. He had not intended them to go cold. Mrs. Henley had served them at 7:45 scrambled, soft, with the smoked salmon he preferred on Sundays. The newspaper lay, folded beside his plate. He had opened it expecting the usual, a labor reshuffle, a football scandal, a minor Royals indiscretion. Instead, Page foreheld a headline that stopped his fork halfway to his mouth. He set the fork down. Warren Castellano's byline. The Washington Post. $18 million. Sao Paulo. Panama routing. Graham's signature reproduced in photographic clarity on a document that should have been ashes 6 years ago. Silas read it once. Then again. Then a third time, slower, his eyes tracing each paragraph the way a surgeon traced a wound not with shock, but with professional curiosity about the instrument that made the cut. By the fourth read, he felt it. The shiver. Not in his hands were steady, cutting salmon that had gone cold. The shiver was behind his ribs, a coldness that spread when he recognized the pattern in the evidence. The metadata stripping, the relay chains that hopped from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, dissolving origin like fog in sunlight. The precision that left no fingerprints because the system was designed to erase them. He had seen this before. In Holloway's report, the Luna leak routing patterns. The same skeletal structure, stripped and modified but unmistakable to a man who had commissioned the original design. But Silas kept his mind open. He was too old, too cold, too aware of his own capacity for error to jump at the first shadow. What if Dayo had acquired these tools? What if the young man from everywhere now had penetrated Michael's systems, stolen his methods, turned his own weapon back on him? It was possible. The interface Dayo used, whatever it truly was, might reach further than Silas had estimated. Or what if there was a third player? Someone neither he nor Michael had accounted for, watching from a deeper shadow. He pushed the plate away and called Holloway. "Expand the investigation," he said. "2 parallel tracks. I want both running simultaneously." "Specify," Holloway said. The man's voice was nicotine and mathematics. Track 1, Michael Stern. 48 hours surrounding the Luna leak, and again surrounding the Graham leak. Digital movements. Financial transactions. VPN logs. Physical location data. I want to know if he breathed differently during those windows. And track 2, Dayo. Jason Dayo. His technical operator Felix, based in Austin. Determine his reach. Could he replicate what we're seeing? Could he have penetrated Michael's infrastructure and stolen the tools? The Los Angeles framing in the article is that Dayo claiming credit, or is someone hanging him with his own rope? Holloway was quiet for 2 seconds. Then, "That's a wide net. Cast it anyway." Silas hung up. He walked to his window and pressed his forehead against the cool glass. The Thames moved below, gray and indifferent. He watched a barge push upstream against the current and thought about Michael. 23 years. Not a friendship Silas did not have. Friends, but a partnership of sorts. The younger man had built systems that made Silas untouchable, had carried briefcases through customs, had buried problems so cleanly that even Silas sometimes forgot where they were planted. In return, Silas had given him money, status, and the illusion that he mattered. But illusions cracked, and servants who believed themselves indispensable became dangerous. The shiver came again. This time Silas let it move through him. Cold recognition that the walls he had built might have a door he had not installed. He did not call the other bosses. Not Graham, not yet. Not while the man was radioactive and unpredictable. Not Isabel, who would calculate her own advantage. Not Leonard, who would try to flee to Singapore before the second wave hit. This investigation belonged to Silas alone. Sharing it meant trusting, and trusting meant vulnerability. Mrs. Henley cleared the cold eggs at 9:15. She did not ask why they were uneaten. She had worked for Silas for 11 years and understood that some mornings the food was simply a prop. At 10:30, Holloway called back. "Preliminary findings on track 1, he said. "Michael Stern's digital footprint in the 48 hours surrounding both leaks is clean." Define clean. No irregular VPN access. No unusual financial transactions. No location anomalies. He was in his Los Angeles office for both periods. Ordered food delivered. Reviewed Nigerian artist profiles during the Luna window. Standard work patterns. Silas stared at the river. "That's not clean, Holloway. That's prepared." "Explain." "Innocent men have messy footprints. They check their email at odd hours. They visit websites they shouldn't. They leave digital debris." Silas turned from the window. Michael's footprint is identical for both leaks. Same restaurant orders. Same work activity. Same sleep schedule. It's a pattern drawn with a ruler. And rulers are for people who know they're being watched. Holloway considered this. "You're suggesting he anticipated surveillance." "I'm suggesting he rehearsed." Silas sat back at his table, though the dishes were gone. "Continue track 1. But dig deeper. Not at what he did, at what he didn't do." 43 minutes of radio silence after meeting Dayo. The dead phone. The unaccounted window in West Hollywood. Find the gaps in his perfection. And track 2. Dayo. Silas paused. Dayo bluffed about having files. We confirmed it. He had nothing when he confronted Michael. Now evidence appears wrapped in metadata pointing to Los Angeles. Either he acquired the files after that meeting, which would require capabilities we haven't seen, or someone is manufacturing his bluff into reality. Which do you believe? Silas looked at the newspaper still open on his table. Graham's name in black ink. The byline that started it all. I believe, Silas said carefully, that the most dangerous enemy is the one who makes you look at the wrong man. Whether that's Michael framing Dayo, or Dayo framing Michael, or a third player framing both. I need to know before I move. Timeline. 48 hours. I need answers before Graham does something desperate. He's already called my line once this morning. I didn't answer. Holloway hung up without farewell. He was not a man for social lubrication. Silas sat alone in his townhouse. The Thames moved. The Zan on his east wall, apples and a jug, purchased the same year as Graham's, suddenly seemed like a warning. Permanence was an illusion. Wealth was a target. And trust was a luxury that men like Silas could not afford. He walked to his study and unlocked a drawer he had not opened in 3 years. Inside was a file. Paper, not digital. The original copy of Michael's employment agreement, signed in 2001 when the man was 29 and hungry. Silas read it now with different eyes. Employee agrees to maintain strict confidentiality regarding all operational procedures, client information, and proprietary methodologies developed during or prior to engagement. Prior to engagement. That clause had seemed standard then. Now it read like a loophole wide enough to drive $18 million through. Silas closed the file. He made a decision. He would feed Michael just enough rope to see which beam he chose to hang from. A false piece of intelligence about Dayo's travel schedule. Something plausible, verifiable, and entirely fabricated. If Michael acted on it, if he moved, communicated, or adjusted his behavior, Silas would know. And if he didn't? If he smelled the trap and stepped around it? Then Silas would know something else. That the servant who had been too careful was careful enough to be guilty. He drafted the message on paper. Handwritten. No digital trail. He would deliver it through Mrs. Henley's nephew, a courier who asked no questions and remembered nothing. The shiver came one last time as he wrote. He ignored it. Cold was just information. And Silas had spent 30 years learning to act on information without feeling anything at all. He sealed the envelope and rang for Mrs. Henley. Outside, the London afternoon was gray and ordinary. Somewhere in Los Angeles, Michael Stern was probably eating Thai food at his desk, his digital footprint as clean as a whistle. Somewhere in Lagos or Austin or wherever his plane had taken him, Dayo was moving through a war he hadn't started but couldn't escape. And somewhere in between, a man named Graham Whitfield was staring at his Zen watercolor and realizing that the man who buried his secrets had kept the receipts. Silas placed the envelope on the table and waited for the courier. The walls were still standing, but he was beginning to hear the beams creak. He felt a bit scared he was not going to deceive himself after all. For someone of power like himself and the others to be targeted, it meant nothing good. After all, he had too much to lose, so he didn't want to risk all he has now. He just sighed, hoping this solves the issue to give him space to breath and think. Chapter 5:15, Graham last card. Graham Whitfield had not slept in 40 hours. He knew the exact number because he had started counting at noon on Tuesday, lying in his bed in the Hampstead house, staring at the ceiling and waiting for sleep that never came. It was now 6 in the morning on Thursday, and his body was running on adrenaline, caffeine, and a hatred so pure it felt almost medicinal. The meeting had been called by him at 3 a.m. via encrypted text, an emergency session of the partnership, code red, Geneva compound. The kind of summons they had established 20 years ago for moments of genuine crisis and had never actually used. He had not packed a bag. He had not told his wife where he was going. He had simply showered, put on a suit that cost more than most cars, and driven himself to the private airfield in Biggin Hill. His hands on the steering wheel were steady. His eyes in the rearview mirror were not. The Geneva compound sat above the lake in the same gray light it always had. Graham had been coming here for 18 years and had never noticed the color of the sky. Today it looked like wet concrete. Today he noticed everything. Mrs. Henley opened the door. She did not smile. She had never smiled at any of them, but she nodded and took his coat without comment. Graham walked past her into the conference room and felt the temperature drop before he saw who was inside. Silas sat at the head of the table. He was dressed in charcoal wool, reading something on a tablet, his gray eyes tracking text without apparent hurry. He did not look up when Graham entered. He never did. Silas made you wait for his attention because Silas understood that attention was currency and he did not spend it cheaply. Isabel was to his right, wearing a navy suit and the expression of a woman who had already decided how her afternoon would go and was not open to revisions. She held a pen in her right hand and tapped it once against her notepad. That single tap said everything. She was here, she was prepared, and she was not optimistic. Leonard sat at the far end, nearest the window. He had not looked up from his phone. Leonard was 58, Singaporean by birth, educated at Cambridge, and had made his fortune in shipping logistics before diversifying into information brokerage. He had the permanent tan of a man who conducted his serious business on yachts, and the flat black eyes of a man who had watched people drown from those yachts without lifting a finger. Graham pulled out the chair opposite Silas and sat down. The leather sighed beneath him. "Thank you for coming," he said. His voice was hoarse. He had rehearsed the opening in the car, and it still came out wrong. Too formal, too grateful, like a junior associate thanking partners for their time. "You said emergency." Silas set the tablet down. "Explain." Graham looked at the three faces around the table. He had known these people for more than 2 decades. He had dined with them, strategized with them, buried problems alongside them. He had sat in this very room and helped decide the fates of competitors, politicians, and journalists who had become inconveniences. He had never once felt alone in their company. He felt alone now. "The SFO contacted my lawyer yesterday afternoon," Graham said. "Serious fraud office. They want me in for voluntary questioning tomorrow at 10 a.m. The word voluntary was used, but the subtext was clear. If I don't come willingly, they'll make it involuntary by lunch. Isabel's pen stopped tapping. "What charges?" "They didn't specify. But my lawyer says the leak gave them everything. The Panama routing, the Sao Paulo payment, signatures, dates, account numbers. They don't need to build a case, Isabel. They just need to file the paperwork." Leonard finally looked up from his phone. "And what do you want from us?" "Protection." Graham leaned forward, his hands flat on the table. The wood was cold. "I need asset sheltering in your structures. Isabel, your Swiss foundations. I need 3 of my holdings moved into them immediately. Leonard, your Hong Kong shells. I need 2 accounts rerouted through your nominees." "Silas," he stopped. He had never asked Silas for anything directly. None of them had. Silas gave, they received. That was the arrangement. "I need your legal team. The one that handled the Luxembourg matter in 2019. I need them working on my defense by noon." The silence that followed was not shocked. It was calculating. Isabel spoke first. Her voice was the same temperature as the lake outside. "Hire the best lawyer in London. Say nothing during questioning. That's the help." "I have lawyers," Graham said. "I need your structures. Your foundations, your shells, your—" "No." Isabel set her pen down. "My foundations move charitable capital. If I suddenly absorb 3 holdings from a man being investigated for financial crimes, every regulator in Europe looks at me next. I'm sorry, Graham, but I'm not burning Geneva to keep you warm." "Leonard," Graham turned. "You're compromised." Leonard didn't raise his voice. He rarely did. "Any structure I move you into becomes a target. Any nominee I assign to your accounts becomes a person of interest. I have 3 deals closing in Singapore next week. I'm not risking them because you kept poor records." "I didn't keep poor records," Graham snapped. The anger felt good. It felt like standing up after being on his knees. Someone stole them. Someone with access to. He stopped. He looked at Silas. Silas had not spoken. He sat at the head of the table with his hands folded, watching Graham with those gray eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. He looked patient. He looked like a man who had already read the last page of a book and was simply watching the characters catch up. "Silas," Graham said. "Say something." Silas tilted his head. "What would you have me say?" "Help me. We've been partners for more than 20 years. I've done everything you ever asked. Every favor, every arrangement, every—" Graham's voice cracked. He swallowed it back down. "I need you to help me." Silas was quiet for 3 seconds. Then, "I have already engaged my legal team. On another matter. I cannot divert them." Graham felt something shift in his chest. Not heartbreak. He was too old for that. Something harder. Something that had been building since the first headline appeared and was now reaching its full weight, and their refusal to pick his call or plea. "You're letting me drown," he said quietly. "We're giving you advice," Isabel corrected. "Good advice. Lawyer up. Say nothing. Survive the investigation. If you survive, we revisit. If I survive. Graham laughed. It was an ugly sound, like gravel in a blender. You think the SFO stops at Graham Whitfield? You think they investigate one man in isolation? They'll peel me open like an orange and find every seed I've ever swallowed. And every seed has your names on it. Then swallow them, Leonard said. That's what loyalty looks like. Graham stood up. His chair scraped against the floor, loud in the quiet room. He walked to the window and looked down at the lake. The water was gray and still. From up here, it looked like a sheet of iron. He had known them for 20 years. He had sat in rooms like this and helped decide the fates of people who had become inconveniences. He had never thought he would become one. He had believed, really believed, that the partnership meant something. That loyalty flowed upward as well as down. That Silas Vane, the great spider at the center of this web, protected his own. He had been wrong about everything. He turned back to face them. His hands were shaking now. He didn't try to hide it. You think I'll go down alone? He said. I've been sitting in rooms with you people for 20 years. I kept records. Every payment, every meeting, every instruction whispered in rooms you thought were clean. Isabel's expression didn't change. Leonard looked bored. Only Silas showed something. A microscopic shift in his posture. A tightening of the hands that had been folded on the table. The Sao Paulo Port Authority, Graham continued. That wasn't the only thing we buried. The surveillance operations in 2015. The systematic way 3 competitors disappeared from the West African market. I have timestamps, account numbers. I know which shell companies funded which removals, and I know who authorized each transfer. He looked at Isabel. Her face was still composed, but the pen in her hand had gone white-knuckle tight. Your Geneva charity filings moved 10 times the capital your donors report, Isabel. I have the board minutes from 2018 and 2019. The signatures. The correspondence between your nephew Shells and the foundation board. I was CC'd. On the Luxembourg restructure, remember? You needed my account for the pass-through. I kept everything. He turned to Leonard. Hong Kong to Singapore to nowhere. The union leader in 2020 wasn't just handled. I have the payment confirmations, Leonard. The wire routing from your nominee director to the account that paid the people who made him disappear. I have receipts for services rendered. Signed. Dated. Traced. The room was frozen. Not because they were shocked he knew these things. They had worked together for decades. Of course they knew each other's operations. Of course they had whispered secrets in rooms they thought were clean. What shocked them, what turned the air in the room to something they could barely breathe, was that he had evidence. Documents. Timestamps. Signatures. Not memory, not accusation, but proof that could survive a courtroom. Silas spoke. His voice was quiet, measured, the same tone he used to discuss weather or wine. If you release any of that, Graham, you go to prison faster. Everything you have on us, you participated in. You're not a witness. You're a co-conspirator. Graham laughed again. The same ugly sound, but louder now, edged with something that might have been freedom. Then we all burn together. He slammed his palm on the table. The sound cracked like a gunshot. That's the offer, Silas. Help me, or I'll make sure the fire reaches every room in this house. He stood there, breathing hard, his palms stinging from the impact. He looked at each of them in turn. Isabel with her white-knuckle pen, Leonard with his flat black eyes finally showing something that might have been fear, Silas with his gray eyes absorbing everything and giving nothing back. None of them moved. Graham straightened his jacket. He smoothed his tie. He walked to the door, opened it, and stepped through without looking back. He didn't slam it. He closed it softly, the way a man closes a door when he knows he will never walk through it again. The hallway was empty. Mrs. Henley was nowhere to be seen. Graham walked past the paintings on the walls, landscapes, portraits, art that Silas had collected over decades, and felt nothing. The house was warm. The house was always warm, but he was cold to his bones. He drove himself back to the airfield. He did not cry. He did not scream. He simply sat in the driver's seat of his car and watched the Swiss countryside roll past, and thought about the 20 years he had spent believing he was part of something that mattered. He had been furniture. He had been useful furniture, a chair that bore weight, a table that held documents, but furniture nonetheless. And furniture, when it becomes damaged, is replaced rather than repaired. Inside the compound, Silas sat at the head of the table and did not speak for 5 minutes. Isabel broke the silence. He's bluffing. Perhaps, Silas said. He doesn't have evidence. He has memory, anger, desperation. Perhaps, Silas said again. He was looking at Michael's empty chair. The chair Graham had not questioned because Graham had assumed Michael's absence was Silas's decision, which it was, but not for the reasons Graham thought. Leonard stood up. I'm moving my assets. Tonight. If Graham has even half of what he claims. Sit down, Silas said. Not loud. Not angry. The voice he used when he wanted to be obeyed without question. Leonard sat. Graham is a problem, Silas continued. But he is not the problem. He did not leak his own files. Someone manufactured that evidence and wrapped it in metadata that pointed to Los Angeles. Someone wanted us to blame Dayo. Someone wanted us focused outward while they burned us from inside. He was still looking at Michael's empty chair. You think, Isabel started. I think, Silas interrupted, that we have spent 3 days discussing Graham's collapse and 0 days discussing who caused it. I think the man who built these walls may be the one tearing them down. And I think Graham's desperation, however inconvenient, has given us something valuable. What? Leonard asked. A deadline. Silas finally looked away from the empty chair. Graham goes to the SFO tomorrow. Whatever he has, whatever he'll say or won't say, the window closes then. We have 24 hours to find the real fire before Graham lights his match and takes us all with him. He stood up. Mrs. Henley will show you out. Silas walked to his study and closed the door. He stood at his window and looked at the lake, the gray water, the iron sky, the world that had not changed at all despite everything that had just happened in the room above it. He thought about Michael, about the clean alibis, the prepared responses, the 43 minutes of radio silence after meeting Dayo, about the architecture of the leaks that matched the architecture of his own systems. And he thought about Graham, driving back to London with 20 years of illusion dissolving in his rearview mirror, threatening to burn down a house that was already on fire from a match he hadn't struck. Silas pressed his forehead against the cool glass. Move faster, Michael, he whispered to the empty room. Because I'm coming. The lake moved below him. Indifferent. Gray. Carrying secrets it would never tell. Chapter 516. Got you. The burner phone felt heavier than it should have. Dayo sat in the back of the car, the Austin city limits fading behind them, and turned the device over in his hands. Plastic. Cheap. Untraceable. Felix had bought it with cash at a gas station 3 states away, activated it on a network that asked no questions, and handed it to Dayo without comment. That was 3 months ago. The first call had already been made. The debt had already been claimed once Eleanor Vane's name, her address in Chelsea, the hidden floor in Silas's life that nobody else knew about. The old man had paid his debt to Uncle Marcus by handing Dayo that information. The account was settled. Now Dayo was calling again. Not to claim, to ask. The man owed him nothing anymore. This was Dayo asking personally for a new favor, standing on nothing but the relationship they had built across 2 phone calls and 37 years of someone else's history, his Uncle Marcus. He dialed. The number rang 4 times, each one stretching longer than the last. Then, you're late again. Same voice. Dry, old, gravel-worn smooth by decades of use. Your uncle would have called on time. My uncle was a better man than me, Dayo said. The old man laughed a short, paper-tearing sound that wasn't really amusement. True, but you're the one holding the phone. So, you've used what I gave you. The daughter. The leverage. I assume it worked, or you wouldn't be calling back. It worked. Dayo looked out the window at the flat Texas landscape rolling past, scrub and dust, and the occasional billboard fading in the rearview. But someone moved before I could. Someone leaked evidence against one of Silas's people. Graham Whitfield. $18 million in offshore payments. Real documents. Real signatures. And they're wrapping it in metadata that points to Los Angeles. To me. I saw the headlines. The old man's voice didn't change. Pretty work. Best I've seen in a while, actually. Someone wants you to take the credit for their knife. From the looks of how it was released, they knew exactly what they were doing. Yeah, you got that right. Dayo watched a hawk circle above a field of dead grass. I need to know who's pulling the strings. Silence. Dayo could hear breathing on the other end, measured and slow. Then, this isn't a debt, Dayo. I paid already, with Silas's information the last time. I told you. Debts don't die with the creditor, but they don't multiply either. You want me to find the leaker, That's a favor, not a claim. Then I'm asking for a favor, Dayo said, already expecting this. He had known before he dialed. The old man was right. The debt was paid. This was something new. Another silence. Longer this time. The sound of a man weighing something he couldn't see, turning it over in hands that had held guns and babies and everything in between. Give me a few days, the old man said. The leaker used professional routing. Dead drops. Cut out servers. Whoever they are, they knew how to hide. But hiding leaves patterns too. You just have to know where the dirt settles. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The line went dead. The waiting was worse than the not knowing. Dayo spent 2 days at JD Secure with Felix, running parallel investigations, chasing shadows while the old man worked his own methods in whatever darkroom he operated from. Felix traced the leak's metadata backward through Los Angeles, through a relay in Montreal, through a dead node in Romania that dissolved after 40 seconds like breath on a cold window. He mapped signatures in the code, structural fingerprints in the routing. Architecture, patterns that hummed with familiarity but refused to resolve into proof. It's the same skeletal structure as Silas's network, Felix said, pointing at the screen, his finger hovering over a tangle of green lines and pulsing nodes. But modified, stripped down. Someone took the original design and rebuilt it for a single purpose. Like they took a house and kept the foundation but changed every room. Michael, Dayo said. Probably. Felix ran his hand across his head, the frustration clear on his face, etched in the tight line of his jaw and the redness in his eyes. But I still can't prove it. The trail is cold by design. He knew what he was doing. Every hop was planned. Every jurisdiction chosen for its extraction difficulty. Whoever built this, they built it to be untraceable. And they succeeded. Dayo nodded. He didn't push Felix harder. There was no point. Felix was the best technical mind he had ever met. The system had confirmed it with SSS plus ratings across 4 categories, but even the best had limits. Michael had spent 23 years learning how to disappear inside his own architecture. Dayo had asked a man with better tools, older tools, tools forged in a different kind of war, to do what Felix couldn't. Now he just had to wait. He called Luna twice a day. Short calls, always from the burner, always brief enough to avoid pattern recognition, but long enough to remind himself what he was fighting for. She put Jennifer on the line, sometimes not. That the baby could talk, but Dayo could hear her breathing, her small sounds, the rhythm of her existence. It anchored him. In a world where evidence appeared from nowhere and enemies manufactured his bluffs into weapons, the sound of his daughter breathing was the only truth he could hold in his hands. Luna never asked what he was doing. She just said, "Come back." He always said, "I will." He meant it every time. The hours between calls stretched like taffy. Dayo slept in 4-hour blocks on a cot in Felix's office, waking to every server hum and hallway footstep. He drank coffee that tasted like burnt copper. He stared at screens he couldn't read without Felix's translation and felt the weight of a war that had started with a single photograph. Luna and Jennifer, captured and weaponized, pressing down on his chest like a stone. He thought about Michael, about the man who had sat across from him in Century City with polite eyes and a picture of his family, about the 23 years of service, the systems built, the walls constructed brick by brick. What made a man like that turn? What crack in the partnership between servant and master had widened into a chasm big enough to burn everything down? Dayo didn't know, but he was beginning to understand that Michael's war wasn't about Dayo at all. Dayo was just the shadow being cast on the wall. The real fire was between Michael and Silas, 2 men who had built an empire together and were now discovering that the foundation had only ever held one of them. He was still thinking about it when the burner phone rang on the 3rd day at exactly 4:22 a.m. Dayo answered on the first ring. He had been awake since 3:15, staring at the ceiling, listening to the server room hum through the walls. "Michael Stern," the old man said. No preamble, no greeting, just the name, delivered like a verdict. He gave the files to a Warren Castellano through a dead drop server registered in Montreal. Routing confirms it. His architecture, his patterns, his fingerprints on every hop. He wanted your city on the fire, your name in the smoke. You're certain? Dayo was a bit shocked with the efficiency. The old man had traced what Felix couldn't in a fraction of the time, but then he remembered what Uncle Marcus had told him. Everyone has their expertise. Some people build systems. Others dismantle them. This man had been dismantling things since before Dayo was born. I'm old, not sloppy. The old man's voice carried the faintest edge of pride. I traced the server contract to a shell company Michael controls. I traced the payment for that contract to an account in his name. I traced Castellano's correspondence to a timestamp that matches Michael's location in Los Angeles. The man sat at his desk and clicked send, and he thought the routing would bury him so deep that no one would ever know. He paused. He's the one. He's been burning them down and making you the match. Dayo closed his eyes. Confirmation didn't feel like victory. It felt like a door opening into a darker room. He had suspected Michael since the first headline appeared, had felt the shape of his hand in the architecture of the leak, but knowing and suspecting were different countries. Knowing meant he had to act. Suspecting meant he could wait. And waiting was no longer an option. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. The old man's voice shifted, not softer, but different. Lighter, somehow, like a man who had set down a weight he hadn't realized he was carrying. I told you. This was a favor. And favors cut both ways. I owe you. Dayo said quickly, before the man could hang up. Anything. Name it. Money. Protection. A job for someone you know. Whatever you need. I don't forget favors. Silence. Longer than any silence before it. Dayo could hear the old man breathing. Could almost feel the weight of whatever he was carrying on the other end of the line, or more like embarrassment. The breathing was uneven. Hesitant. This was a man who had asked for nothing in 37 years, who had waited for a call that might never come, and now that it had, twice. He was holding something fragile in hands that were more used to breaking things. Then, I have a granddaughter. Dayo waited. He didn't fill the silence. He let the old man find his own way to the words. She's 13. The old man stopped. Cleared his throat. The sound was awkward, uncomfortable, like a soldier being asked to dance in front of strangers. She has your posters. All of them. The bedroom wall. She listens to your music on headphones so her mother won't hear the language. She talks about you like you're... He stopped again. When he continued, his voice was smaller than Dayo had ever heard it. Smaller than it had any right to be, coming from a man who could find ghosts in the dark. She asked me once if I knew anyone famous. I told her I knew people, and even you. She laughed. Said I was a liar. I don't want her to think her grandfather is a liar. Dayo smiled into the phone. Not a performer's smile. Not the one he wore on stage or in interviews. A real one. The kind that hurt a little. The man who could trace servers through 3 countries at 70-something years old, who carried a debt from 1987 like it was fresh blood, who had probably done things that would make Dayo's hands shake if he knew the details, was just a grandfather who wanted to keep a promise to a little girl. Sure, Dayo said. Call me. Let me know when. I'll make time. She can bring a friend if she wants. We'll do it right. Whatever makes her comfortable. She'll want a photo. She can have 10. She's shy. I'm shy too, Dayo lied. We'll be shy together. The old man laughed again. The same paper-tearing sound, but warmer this time, threaded with something that might have been relief. Your uncle would be proud. He always said you were too soft for the life you chose. He was. Right about most things. He was right about everything. The line went dead. Dayo held the phone for a long moment, staring at the dark screen, thinking about Marcus. About the hospital room 4 years ago, the bullet scar, the phone number recited 7 times. About a man who had seen something in him worth protecting, even from himself. He put the phone in his pocket and walked into JD Secure's main floor. Felix was already there, same shirt from yesterday, eyes red from screen glare, 3 empty coffee cups lined up like soldiers on his desk. It was Michael, Dayo said. No build-up. No preparation. Just the fact, delivered clean. Confirmed. He gave the files to Castellano through a Montreal server. He's framing me for every fire he starts. Felix nodded slowly. He had guessed as much. All he needed was evidence for confirmation. Then we need a file. Not observation anymore. Preparation. We need to know everything. His patterns, his weaknesses, his people. We need to build something he can't burn. Start with the architecture he built for Silas. If he used it to frame me, there will be traces. Original code. Access logs. Something that ties the leak back to him definitively. And if there isn't? Dayo looked at the monitor where the Graham leak still glowed, the headline that had his shadow behind it. The bluff that had become real. The lie that had become truth. Then we find something else, he said. Because knowing who struck the match is only useful if we know how to prove it. And right now, Michael thinks he's invisible. He's not. No. Dayo sat down at the terminal and rolled up his sleeves. He's just hiding in his own walls. And walls have cracks. They started working. Dayo's hands moved across the keyboard with the precision his system interface provided, but his mind was elsewhere. Spinning. Trying to understand how Michael could bite the hand that fed him. The hand that had given him the crown he wore, the status, the 23-year empire. Silas had built Michael, had made him what he was. And now Michael was burning it all down, brick by brick, and pointing the smoke at Dayo. The thought was disturbing. It sat in his stomach like bad food. But Dayo kept calm. He had learned early that the mind that panicked was the mind that lost. And he couldn't afford to lose. Not with Luna and Jennifer in Los Angeles. Not with his name being attached to fires he didn't start. Not with a servant named Michael watching the world burn and waiting to claim what was left. He looked at his hands on the keyboard. Steady. Surprised by that, even now. Then he started typing. Chapter 517. Graham framed? Graham Whitfield pulled over on the M25 hard shoulder and screamed until his throat bled. Not metaphorically. He actually screamed. A raw, guttural sound that tore out of his chest and bounced off the windshield and died against the roar of lorries thundering past at 70 miles per hour. He screamed because Silas had looked at him like he was furniture being appraised for disposal. Because Isabel had told him to hire a lawyer as if that was wisdom and not condescension. Because Leonard, who had once toasted their partnership in Monaco, had told him to swallow his own evidence and call it loyalty. He screamed until his voice broke. Then he sat there, hands still gripping the steering wheel, knuckles white, and felt something crystallize inside him. Not grief, not fear. Something harder and more useful. Hatred. Not hatred of the system, or the SFO, or the journalist who had published his life in 1,200 words. Hatred of Michael. The man who hadn't even been in the room. The man Silas hadn't explained away. The man whose absence sat at that table like a fourth presence, silent and watching. Graham pulled out his phone. He didn't think. Thinking was for men who had options. He scrolled to a number he had called maybe 6 times in 20 years. Always through channels. Always with purpose, never like this. Michael Stern. Direct line. It rang twice. Michael. The voice was calm. Professional. The same calm that had carried $18 million through Brazilian customs without breaking a sweat. You son of a bitch. Graham's voice was gravel, stripped of everything but the rage. I know it was you. I know you leaked my files. I know you're burning us down and pointing the smoke at Dayo. Silence on the line. Not surprised silence. Patient silence. The silence of a man who had been waiting for this call. Graham. Don't say my name. Graham's hand was shaking so hard, he had to grip the phone with both hands. Listen to me very carefully, you miserable piece of shit. I am going down. Tomorrow, the SFO will have me in a room with a tape recorder and a list of questions I can't answer. And when that happens, I am taking everyone with me. Silas, Isabel, Leonard, and especially you. He paused, sucking in air that tasted like diesel fumes from the motorway. I have evidence, Graham said. The words came out almost reverently, like a prayer he had rehearsed without knowing it. Timestamps, routing codes, financial records. Every payment that ever moved through your architecture, Michael. Every shell company. Every dead drop. Every instruction Silas whispered in rooms you wired yourself. I built a file over 20 years because I am not a stupid man, and I never trusted any of you. Not really. Not where it mattered. Michael still hadn't spoken. Graham didn't care. The dam had cracked and the water was coming through, and he couldn't have stopped it if he wanted to. So here's what's going to happen, Graham continued, his voice dropping to something almost conversational, which made it worse. I'm going to release everything. All at once. Not to the SFO, to everyone. Journalists, regulators, bloggers. Every piece of dirt I have on all of you, dropped into the public domain before they can bury it. You'll all be standing in the rubble with me by noon tomorrow. We sink together. That's the deal. He waited for a response. Anything. Panic, denial, a plea for mercy. Michael said, Graham, I think you're upset. I think the stress of the investigation. Don't. Graham's voice cracked like a whip. Don't you dare therapize me. I built empires while you were carrying briefcases, Michael. I sat at tables you weren't invited to. And I know that your hand is on this leak. The routing matches your architecture. The precision matches your methods. You think Silas doesn't see it? You think he's not watching you right now? Another silence. Longer this time. Then Michael, his voice still flat, still controlled. If you release evidence on everyone, Graham, you go to prison faster. You're not a whistleblower. You're a co-conspirator with a grudge. No court, no journalist, no regulator will treat you as anything else. Then prison it is. Graham laughed, and it was the ugliest sound he had ever made. But I'll be able to see all of you from my window. That's worth the sell. He hung up, threw the phone onto the passenger seat, sat there on the hard shoulder with lorries shaking his car, and stared at the gray English sky until his eyes dried out. He didn't cry. He had cried at his father's funeral and at his daughter's wedding and nowhere else. But he sat there for 10 minutes with his chest heaving and his hands still shaking and felt the last decent part of himself burn away like paper in a furnace. Then he started the engine and pulled back onto the motorway. He had files to prepare, deadlines to meet, a house to burn. Michael set the phone down on his desk and did not move for 30 seconds. His office was dark. He had not turned on the desk lamp when he arrived at 5 a.m., and the Los Angeles afternoon had not yet penetrated the blackout curtains. The only light came from his monitors, 3 screens showing news feeds, market tickers, and the secure communication dashboard he had built for Silas and modified for himself. Graham's voice still echoed in his ear. The threats, the evidence claims, the scorched earth declaration. Asterisk, I'll release everything. All at once. We sync together. Asterisk. Michael had spent 23 years learning to read voices the way other men read faces. Graham was not bluffing. Graham was desperate, and desperate men were the most dangerous creatures in any ecosystem because they had already accepted the cost of destruction. But Graham had given him something. Something he hadn't realized he needed until the words were spoken. The story. Graham had just called 3 of the most powerful people in the world and threatened to burn them down with evidence. Graham had announced his intention to release documents implicating everyone. Graham had declared war on his own partners in a room where witnesses sat. And now, if evidence started dropping, Isabel's charity fraud, Leonard's union payment, Silas's own operations, who would the world blame? Not Michael, not the servant who wasn't even in the room. Graham, the desperate, cornered man who had already announced he was going to burn the house down. Michael leaned forward and opened a secure chat window. Warren was online. The journalist was always online in the hours before a major story, running on caffeine and the particular adrenaline that came from knowing something the world didn't. Michael typed, asterisk emergency call. 5 minutes, asterisk. Warren's reply came in seconds. I'm here. Michael called. Warren answered on the first ring. Change of plans, Michael said. His voice was steady. It was always steady. The steadiness was a skill he had cultivated over 2 decades because men who shook were men who got shaken down. The timeline just collapsed. Everything moves tonight. Not tomorrow. Tonight. Michael. Isabel's files. The Swiss charity routing. The 40 million francs. The nephew's shells. You have it ready. I have a draft. It needs to go live in 3 hours. Not next week. Not tomorrow. 3 hours. Michael was already opening another window, pulling up Leonard's folder, Silas's thin file. Then, 2 hours after that, Leonard's files drop. The Hong Kong routing. The union payment. The nominee directors. Michael, that's 2 stories in 5 hours. I can't verify. You don't need to verify. You need to publish. Michael's voice dropped lower, not louder. Men who shouted were men who needed attention. Men who whispered were men who needed results. And the third drop, 2 hours after Leonard, is Silas. Warren went quiet. Michael could hear him breathing, could picture him in whatever Washington apartment he worked from, surrounded by screens and cold coffee. Silas Vane, Warren said carefully. The same Silas Vane who's been a ghost for 30 years? The same. Michael opened the file on Silas's operations and attached it to a secure transfer. Graham Whitfield threatened his partners in Geneva this morning. He told 3 of the most powerful financiers in Europe that he had evidence on all of them and would release everything at once. He told them they would sync together. Witnesses heard him. Now, hours later, documents start dropping. First Isabel, then Leonard, then Silas himself. Released into the public domain exactly as Graham promised. You're framing him. I'm creating context. Michael scrolled through Silas's folder. It was thinner than the others. Silas had been extremely cautious. Cleaner than Graham, cleaner than Isabel, cleaner than Leonard. What Michael had might not bring him down completely, but it would bruise him. It would make him visible. And visible ghosts lost their power. The world will look at a desperate man who announced his intention to burn everyone, and then watch the fire spread exactly as he described. Graham becomes the author of his own destruction, and everyone else's. And Silas? What if what you have isn't enough? Michael smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. It never did. Then Graham still takes the blame for trying. And Silas spends the next year looking over his shoulder. Either way, I win. And if he tries to name you, he'll be a co-conspirator trying to deflect blame onto a loyal servant. The SFO won't believe him. Silas won't believe him. Because by morning, the story will already be written. And stories, once published, are harder to kill than men. Warren was quiet for 5 seconds. Then, 3 hours. Isabel, I'll be ready. Michael hung up. He didn't pause. He opened a third window. The Montreal contact, the man who arranged travel documents for people who couldn't use their own names. He dialed. The line connected with a soft click. How clean? The man asked. No greeting. He had done business with Michael twice before. Both times for clients whose names Michael no longer remembered. Clean enough that someone with unlimited resources and no conscience can't find me. I need it live in 12 hours. Location ready. Bank access. New name. The man quoted a figure. Michael agreed without negotiating. Negotiating left memory. Agreement left only transaction. He hung up and sat back in his chair. The monitors glowed. Outside, the Los Angeles afternoon was bright and indifferent. A city that didn't care about Geneva or London or the men who were about to destroy each other across 3 time zones. Michael thought about Graham on the M25, screaming into his phone, announcing his own obituary without knowing it. He thought about Silas in his study, staring at the lake, beginning to suspect. He thought about Isabel and Leonard, sleeping peacefully in their respective empires, unaware that they would wake up to headlines that would make Graham's leak look like a practice run. He had lit one fire and framed another man for it. Tonight, he would light 2 more. Michael picked up his phone and made the second call, the one that would set the last pieces moving. The chapter ended on the dial tone, a man on a tightrope, a net on fire below him, and the certain knowledge that the only way out was to keep walking forward until the rope ran out or the world changed shape beneath his feet. Chapter 518, Exposed? The first headline dropped at 11:07 p.m. Eastern. Warren Castellano had been ready since 8 p.m., sitting in his apartment with 3 screens open and a cold cup of coffee that had gone acidic 2 hours ago. He published the Isabel story with a single click and watched it bloom across the internet like a virus in a petri dish. Swiss charity moved $40 million through educational grants into shell companies controlled by foundation director's nephew. The byline was his. The documents were Michael's. The framing was accidental and perfect. Warren didn't know about Graham's meltdown in Geneva, didn't know that Isabel's partner had threatened to burn everyone hours earlier. He just knew the documents were real and the story was true. That was enough. By 11:45 p.m., the Swiss financial regulator had issued a statement. By 11:52 p.m., Isabel's charity foundation website went offline. By midnight, her nephew, a man named Paolo Marchetti who had spent 15 years living quietly in Milan, had deleted his LinkedIn, his Twitter, and his Instagram. He did not delete them fast enough. The second headline dropped at 1:14 a.m. Hong Kong shipping magnate linked to 2020 union leader disappearance through offshore payment records. Leonard Tanaka's name was in the second paragraph. The union leader's name was in the third. The payment confirmations, wire routing, nominee director signatures, timestamps that matched Leonard's known presence in Singapore that week, were laid out like a prosecutor's opening statement. Warren had published this one faster, his fingers moving with the confidence of a man who had already cleared the first hurdle and found the track smooth. By 1:30 a.m., Singapore police had opened a preliminary inquiry. By 1:45 a.m., Leonard's flagship company had lost $200 million in Asian pre-market trading. By 2 a.m., a reporter in Kuala Lumpur had found the union leader's widow, and put her on camera, crying, saying she had always known. The third headline dropped at 3:02 a.m. London-based investment consortium used surveillance operations to remove West African competitors from regional markets. Silas Vane's name did not appear. Silas Vane's name never appeared. He had been too careful, too invisible, too committed to the art of not existing on paper. But the consortium was his. The operations were his. The routing codes that funded the surveillance matched infrastructure he had built and controlled. And for the first time in 30 years, Silas Vane was visible. Not by name, but by fingerprint. The internet did not sleep. It metabolized. At Finance Watch 2H. 3 headlines in 4 hours. Graham Whitfield threatens his partners in Geneva at noon, and by midnight their crimes are dropping like dominoes. This is not a coincidence. This is a man burning his house down and everyone else's. #Whitfield leaks. At Saraj_investigates 1H. Isabel Marchetti's charity filings were a work of art. $40 million moved through educational grants. Every document signed. Every routing code clean. The precision here matches Graham Whitfield's leak exactly. Same hand. Same source. Same man trying to take everyone with him. At New York blog 45M. Leonard Tanaka's union payment hit different. A man disappeared in 2020, and now we know who paid for it. The nominee director has already lawyered up. Leonard's Singapore office has no comment. That's not denial. That's a bunker. #Whitfield leaks. At Marcus in LDN 3H. I work in compliance, and I'm watching 3 separate due diligence firms scramble to reclassify clients they approved 6 months ago. The Graham Isabel Leonard chain is radioactive. Every board in London is having an emergency call right now. Every single one. At Anonymous SFO Worker 2H. Inside source. Graham Whitfield walked into SFO questioning this morning looking like a man who had already been tried and convicted. He was shown the headlines. He said 4 words. I didn't do this. They wrote it down. #Whitfield leaks. At Eleanor Reed's News 1H. The Silas Vane story is the most interesting because his name isn't in it. The consortium is named. The operations are detailed. But Silas himself is a ghost. 30 years invisible, and now his fingerprints are on the glass. He's either the smartest man alive or about to become the most hunted. At Kojoanan 30M. Let me get this straight. Graham threatens his partners at noon. By 3 a.m., 3 separate leaks drop with identical routing precision, identical framing, identical LA metadata. And the world thinks Graham did it because he said he would? That's not evidence. That's a magic trick. #Whitfield leaks. At Real Estate Wire 2H. Breaking. Leonard Tanaka has been barred from leaving Singapore pending regulatory review. His yacht. Yes, he has a yacht. Has been detained at Marina Bay. This is moving faster than the Graham collapse. This is a cascade. At Ginny from the Block 1H. Isabel Marchetti just released a statement. I categorically deny these politically motivated allegations and will vigorously defend my philanthropic record. Lady, the documents have your signature. Your nephew deleted his LinkedIn. The cat is not just out of the bag. The bag is on fire. At the artist 45M. I don't know who the architect of this is, but I respect the hustle. 3 headlines. 4 hours, $600 million plus in market losses, 2 travel bans, 1 disappearing nephew, and a ghost who's finally visible. Whoever planned this watched Graham's meltdown and said, I'll take it from here. Fire. At Swiss Banker and on 30M. I work at the bank that handled Isabel's foundation transfers. We flagged those transactions in 2019. We were told to drop it. Now I'm sitting at my desk waiting for regulators to call my name. If I go down, I'm taking the people who told me to shut up with me. #Whitfield leaks. In Geneva, Isabel Marchetti sat at her kitchen table and stared at her phone. She was not crying. She had not cried since she was 11 years old, and her father had told her that emotion was a luxury that women in their family could not afford. She was calculating. The foundation was compromised. Paolo was compromised. The idiot had kept records, had signed documents, had left a trail that even a journalist could follow. The Swiss regulator would freeze assets by noon. The French would follow. The Americans were already circling. She called her lawyer in Geneva, then her lawyer in Paris, then the private security firm that handled her travel arrangements. By 4 a.m., she had 3 new passports, a plane waiting in Zurich, and a safe house in Montenegro that had been prepared for exactly this kind of morning. She did not call Silas. She did not call Leonard. She did not call Graham, whose threats in this very room 12 hours ago now hung over her like a prophecy fulfilled. She packed one bag. Cash. Jewelry that fit in a pocket. The hard drive from her home office that held everything. Not just her own records, but copies of records she had kept on everyone else. Insurance. Always insurance. At 4:47 a.m., Isabel Marchetti walked out of her Geneva apartment and into a car that would take her to a plane that would take her to a country with no extradition treaty. She did not look back at the lake. The lake had never cared about her. Why should she care about it? In Singapore, Leonard Tanaka discovered that his accounts had been frozen while he was still reading the headline. He was in his Marina Bay apartment when the news broke. He had been pouring a glass of whiskey, a 30-year-old Macallan that cost more than most apartments, when his phone lit up with 17 messages. He read the first one and felt his knees soften. The union leader. The 2020 payment. The nominee director who had sworn on his mother's grave, that the routing was untraceable. Leonard set the whiskey down without drinking it. He walked to his window and looked at the harbor. The city he had built his fortune in, the city whose laws he had treated as suggestions, was now a cage. His phone rang. His lawyer. Then his second lawyer. Then the Singapore police, who were polite but firm. Mr. Tanaka was asked not to leave the country, pending a preliminary inquiry. His yacht, which had been scheduled to depart for Bali at dawn, was being detained. Would he come to the Central Police Division for a voluntary interview? Voluntary, Leonard repeated. He remembered Graham using that same word 12 hours ago, the irony thick enough to choke on. He hung up and poured the whiskey. This time he drank it. All of it. Then he sat down and waited for the sun to rise on a city that had stopped being his. In London, Silas Vane read the third headline and felt something he had not felt in 30 years. Exposure. Not his name. His name was not in the article. But his fingerprints were everywhere. The consortium structure, the routing codes, the operational methodology that had removed 3 West African competitors in 2015. Holloway had once told him that his systems were invisible. Now a journalist in Washington had traced them with nothing but leaked documents and a deadline. Silas sat in his study and did not move for 20 minutes. He read the article 3 times. Then he opened Holloway's file on Michael and read it again. The Montreal server payment. The shell company. The timestamp that matched Michael's location in Los Angeles. And now, 3 headlines in 4 hours, each one landing with the precision of a guided missile, each one wrapped in metadata that pointed to Los Angeles, but routed through architecture that Michael had built. Silas understood. He understood completely. Michael had watched Graham's meltdown and seen an opportunity. Graham had threatened to burn everyone. Michael had simply lit the match and stepped back. Now Graham would take the blame for fires he hadn't started, and Michael would walk away with clean hands and the keys to a kingdom in ruins. It was brilliant. It was surgical. It was exactly what Silas would have done if he had been the one burning. Silas pressed his intercom. Mrs. Henley, give me Holloway. In person. Within the hour. He stood up and walked to the window. The Thames moved below, gray and indifferent, carrying the city's secrets to the sea. Silas had spent 30 years making himself untouchable. 30 years of removing his name from documents, his face from photographs, his existence from any record that could survive a court of law. And now, because one servant had decided to become a king, Silas Vane was visible. He placed his forehead against the cool glass and whispered something to himself. It might have been a prayer. It might have been a threat. Even Silas wasn't sure which. Then he straightened his jacket, smoothed his tie, and walked to his desk to begin the work of hunting a man he had once called his most valuable asset. The sun was rising over London. 3 empires were burning across 2 continents. And a servant named Michael was sitting in a dark office in Los Angeles, watching the fire spread, waiting for the smoke to clear so he could claim what was left. Chapter 519. The Smokescreen. Dayo read the headlines over coffee and felt something he had not felt in months. Not anxiety. Not the tight-chested vigilance that had become his default since Michael first showed him the photograph of Luna and Jennifer. Not the calculating coldness he wore in meetings with Felix, in calls with the old man, in the small hours when he stared at server room screens and tried to read patterns in green text. Joy. Simple and dark and completely uncomplicated. He sat at his kitchen table in Los Angeles with the morning sun streaming through the window and scrolled through the news on his phone. Isabel Marchetti, gone, fled to Montenegro with a bag of cash and a hard drive full of sins. Leonard Tanaka, detained in Singapore, his yacht locked at Marina Bay, his whiskey drunk alone in an apartment that had stopped being his the moment the headline hit. Silas Vane, not named, never named, but visible for the first time in 30 years, his fingerprints on the glass, where before there had been only smoke. And Graham. Poor, desperate Graham, who had screamed into a phone on the M25 and threatened to burn everything down. The world thought he had done exactly that. 3 headlines in 4 hours, and every comment section, every finance blog, every Twitter thread pointed at the same man. Graham Whitfield had announced his intentions in a room full of witnesses, and now the evidence had dropped exactly as he promised. Dayo took a sip of his coffee. It was lukewarm. He didn't care. He thought about Michael Stern sitting in a dark office in Century City, watching the same headlines, watching the same fire. The servant who had decided to become a king. Dayo had known, had confirmed through the old man 3 days ago, that Michael was the architect of the Graham leak. But Graham was just the first beam. Michael had looked at Graham's meltdown in Geneva and seen a story. A perfect, ready-made frame. And he had hung 2 more fires on it. Isabel and Leonard. Burned with the same precision, the same routing architecture, the same invisible hand. The LA metadata fingerprint that pointed to Dayo but smelled of Michael. Dayo set the phone down and looked out the window. The Los Angeles morning was gold and soft, and completely indifferent to the empires collapsing across 2 continents. Somewhere in Geneva, a woman was driving to an airport with 3 passports. Somewhere in Singapore, a man was drinking whiskey and waiting for the police. Somewhere in London, a ghost was staring at a river and realizing that even ghosts could be seen if the light hit them right. And in Los Angeles, Jason Dayo, JD, sat at his kitchen table and smiled. Not because he was cruel, not because he enjoyed destruction, but because for months, these people, and the man who served them, had pointed fingers at his family and threatened them. They had photographed his daughter without her knowledge. They had threatened to expose her name to the world. They had made Luna afraid to walk past her own window, and now they were tearing themselves apart without him firing a single shot. Dayo smiled, finally understanding the Nigeria saying, that a knock of the head that would land on your head would definitely land, even if you entered an airplane you will bring that head to receive the knock. Luna walked into the kitchen with Jennifer on her hip. The baby was 9 months old now, sturdy and curious, her hands reaching for anything within grab range. She reached for Dayo's coffee cup. He moved it out of range, and she made a noise of protest that dissolved into giggles when he tickled her chin. "You're smiling," Luna said. It was an observation, not a question. She had learned to read his moods the way since they were together as he rarely expresses them. The smoke changed direction, Dayo said. "They're not looking at us anymore. They're looking at each other." Luna nodded. She didn't ask for details. She set Jennifer in the high chair and poured herself coffee. "Then we use the window. That's the plan." She looked at him over the rim of her cup. "What does that mean?" "It means I've been reacting for months. Ducking, dodging, watching Michael manufacture my destruction while I tried to protect what matters." Dayo picked up his phone again, not to read headlines, but to make calls. "Now the battlefield has changed. My enemies are eating each other. The people who blocked me are suddenly interested in talking. And I have something they need." "What?" "Proof." Dayo stood up and kissed the top of Jennifer's head. Her hair smelled like baby shampoo and sleep. JD Records Nigeria just completed a 5-artist rollout. 87 million streams on the first EP alone. American artists on Nigerian tracks, Nigerian artists breaking into global playlists, a whole pipeline that nobody believed would work. While their empires crack, mine is built and running. And the people who told me to stay out of their market are about to discover that I don't need their permission to own it. He walked to the window and dialed the first number. The man answered on the second ring. No greeting, just the careful silence of someone who had been waiting for this call without knowing if it would ever come. "It's Dayo," he said. "I've thought about your offer. I'm willing to hear what you have to say. And maybe, compromise a bit for something." The man on the other end breathed out. Dayo could hear the relief in the exhale, could picture him in whatever Manhattan office he occupied, surrounded by platinum records and the nervous energy of a man who had bet against the wrong horse. When? The man asked. Soon. I'll have my people call your people. Dayo hung up before the man could say more. He didn't need to hear gratitude or explanations. He just needed the man to know the door was open. A crack, not wide enough to walk through, but wide enough to make him want to. The second call went to the West Coast. Hey, woman this time, her voice sharp and controlled, the voice of someone who had built an empire in a business that ate women alive and came out with blood on her teeth that wasn't hers. Dayo. She said his name like she was assessing its weight. I wasn't sure you'd call. I wasn't sure I would either. Dayo watched a bird land on the balcony railing, puff its chest, and fly away. But things have shifted. My calendar opened up. I'm willing to hear your offer. And I'm open to finding middle ground on the right terms. Middle ground. She laughed, a short sound that wasn't amusement, but wasn't hostility either. That's not a word I associate with you. I'm learning new words. Dayo paused. Call my office. Valerie will set something up. Don't make me wait too long. My calendar has a habit of filling fast. He hung up. 2 down. 1 to go. The third call was to the south. Atlanta, specifically. The man who answered had a voice like gravel and honey, slow and warm and dangerous if you mistook warmth for softness. Well, the ghost calls back. Not a ghost, Dayo said. Just busy. Busy burning down the music industry, from what I'm reading. Not me. I just make the music. Other people handle the fireworks. Dayo leaned against the window frame. The morning sun was warm on his face. I've thought about what you said. Last time we talked, you made an offer. I'm willing to sit down and hear it properly. And I'm open to compromise, if the value is right on both sides. The man was quiet for a moment. Then, I wasn't the only one saying no. I wasn't even the loudest. I know, but you're the one I'm calling. That should tell you something. It tells me the battlefield shifted and you need allies. It tells you I have a window, and I'm choosing who gets to look through it. Dayo straightened up. Have your people call mine. We'll find a table. He hung up and set the phone on the counter. 3 calls. 3 doors cracked open. Not commitments, not yet, but openings. Conversations. The beginning of something that had been impossible 3 days ago and was now inevitable. Luna was watching him. Jennifer was smearing oatmeal on her tray with the focused intensity of a sculptor working marble. What did they offer? Luna asked. Doesn't matter yet. What matters is that they're offering. 3 months ago, those calls went to voicemail. 3 days ago, they would have been polite refusals. Today, they're eager. Dayo picked up his coffee and drank the rest, cold and bitter and perfect. Michael did me a favor. He burned down the wall that was blocking my path. The gatekeepers who told me to stay out. They're suddenly very interested in what I built while they weren't looking. And Michael? Dayo's expression shifted. The joy didn't leave, but something harder settled beneath it. Michael thinks he's invisible. He thinks Graham takes the blame, the bosses take the fall, and he walks away with clean hands. But Silas knows. Silas is too smart not to see the hand in the fire. And when Silas moves against Michael, and he will move, the smoke shifts again. You're going to let them destroy each other. I'm going to let them do what they started. Dayo walked to the high chair and wiped oatmeal from Jennifer's chin with his thumb. She grabbed his finger and held on, her small hand surprisingly strong. I'm not the one who pointed guns at my family. I'm not the one who built walls to keep me out. I'm not the one who leaked evidence and framed innocent people. They did that to themselves. I'm just not getting in the way of the consequences. Luna stood up and walked to him. She put her hand on his chest, over his heart, the way she did when she wanted him to feel that she was real and solid and waiting. And if they both survive, she asked, Silas and Michael, if they make peace and turn back toward us. Dayo looked at her, really looked at her. The woman who had left him once because he wouldn't let her in. The woman who had come back because he finally had. The mother of his child. The only person in the world who knew where all his doors were and had never walked through one without knocking. Then I'll be ready, he said. Because I'm done reacting. I'm done ducking. I have allies on the phone, an empire running in Nigeria, a team in Austin, and a man in a dark room who owes me favors. Michael built his plan on the assumption that I was the victim, that I would scramble, defend, beg. He never planned for me to build while he burned. He kissed Luna. Quick, hard, the kind of kiss that held everything he couldn't say. Then he kissed Jennifer's forehead and walked toward his office. "Where are you going?" Luna asked. "To call Felix." Dayo paused at the doorway. "Because Michael's plan has one flaw. He framed Graham perfectly. He burned Isabel and Leonard beautifully. But he left evidence in the architecture. The Montreal server, the shell company payments, the timestamps. Felix and I have been looking at them for days. And when Silas finally moves, when he decides he can't afford caution anymore, I'm going to make sure he has everything he needs to find the man who burned his house." "You're feeding Silas evidence?" "I'm clearing a path." Dayo smiled. It wasn't the dark joy from the kitchen table. It was something colder. Something that had been forged in months of watching his family threatened and his name weaponized. Let the master hunt the servant. Let the man who built Michael destroy him. And while they're focused on each other, I'll be building the thing they never thought I could build without them. He walked into his office and closed the door. Outside, the Los Angeles morning continued its indifferent gold progress. Cars hummed on the freeway. Birds circled above the canyon. 3 phone calls sat in the memory of a burner phone, 3 cracks in a door that had been bolted shut for months. And somewhere across the city, in a dark office with blackout curtains and 3 glowing monitors, a servant named Michael watched the fire he had set and waited for the smoke to clear. He did not know that the smoke was changing direction. He did not know that the man he had framed as the villain was now smiling into his coffee, making phone calls, and building the very thing Michael had spent months trying to prevent. The war was not over. But for the first time in months, the wind had shifted. And Jason Dayo, JD, was finally, gloriously, off the defensive. Chapter 520, The Freezing. Silas Vane liked to start his mornings in the quiet. No calls, no emails, just the low hum of the Thames below his Canary Wharf office, and the first cigarette of the day burning down in the ashtray his wife pretended not to know about. Tuesday had been no different. He'd arrived at 6, beaten his assistant by 2 hours, and settled into the leather chair with the kind of satisfaction that came from believing, even briefly, that the world was still his to command. That illusion lasted 43 minutes. The first indicator arrived not as a phone call or an urgent message, but as a simple automated alert from his private banking portal in Nicosia. His hand was halfway to his coffee cup when the notification icon pulsed red on his screen. He clicked it without thinking, the way one checks a weather report, and then his fingers stopped moving. Asterisk account access restricted. Regulatory inquiry in progress. Please contact your relationship manager. Asterisk. Silas read it 3 times. Each pass felt like a separate event, each one building on the last until the words stopped being words and became something physical, something that sat on his chest. Nicosia was his operational account, the one that moved money into shell companies, the one that Graham and Isabel and Leonard knew nothing about because it was his, only his. He reached for his phone and called the relationship manager he golfed with in Limassol 2 summers ago. The man answered on the second ring, apologetic before Silas even spoke. "Silas, I was going to call you. It's not just you. They're hitting everything connected to the joint venture accounts." "What joint venture accounts?" A pause. "The Cyprus corporate holdings. The ones you share with Whitfield Holdings, Marchetti International, Tanaka Enterprises. All flagged simultaneously. Same source request." Silas felt the first cold thread work its way down his spine. He hung up without saying goodbye and pulled up his Swiss portal. Zurich was showing the same red banner. Singapore too. 3 jurisdictions, 3 separate banking relationships, and every single one had gone rigid in the same hour. That wasn't regulatory diligence. That was coordination. Someone had mapped the architecture. Someone knew that the 4 of them had built their shared infrastructure on common rails, that their legitimate businesses and their darker operations used the same pipes, the same signatures, the same patterns that looked innocent enough in isolation and damning as hell when you laid them side by side. Silas stood up and walked to the window. 40 floors down, London was waking up to another ordinary morning. Ordinary people were buying ordinary coffee and getting on ordinary trains, and none of them knew that 4 men who thought they owned the world were currently discovering that the world had been watching longer than they'd assumed. His first thought was Michael. His second thought, arriving hard on its heels, was that Michael was the only person who knew the full layout. Michael had built the systems. Michael had advised on the structures. Michael had sat in rooms where Silas and Graham and the others had spoken freely. Because Michael was furniture, Michael was the help, Michael didn't matter. Except now Graham was drowning. Isabel was scrambling. Leonard was silent in Tokyo. And Silas was staring at frozen accounts across 3 continents. The only person who wasn't bleeding was the one who'd built the knife. Silas picked up his desk phone and dialed Michael's direct line. It rang 4 times before the voice came on. Careful, measured, the same tone Michael used for everything. Silas, they're freezing the joint accounts. All of them. I know. The calm in Michael's voice made Silas's jaw tighten. You know, I've been monitoring the regulatory feeds. It started with Graham's exposure. Once his files became public, the pattern-matching algorithms did the rest. The same law firms, the same registration dates, the same shell naming conventions. It was only a matter of time before they connected the dots between all 4 of you. And you didn't warn me? What would you have done, Silas? Transferred everything in a panic? That would have triggered the suspicious activity filters immediately. At least this way, the freeze is administrative. No criminal designation yet. No charges. Just questions. Silas gripped the phone until his knuckles went white. Michael was right, which made it worse. A panicked flight of capital would have been its own confession. But Michael had known and said nothing, had watched Silas walk into the same trap that had caught the others, and that fact sat in Silas's throat like a stone. What do we do? The question tasted foreign. Silas Vane did not ask for help. He gave instructions, and others followed them. But the view from 40 floors up looked different when the foundations were shifting. We survive, Michael said. That's the first priority. Everything else can wait. Graham thinks you burned him. Graham thinks a lot of things. Most of them wrong. Did you? A silence stretched across the line, long enough that Silas could hear Michael breathing, could picture him in whatever anonymous office he occupied, surrounded by screens showing data Silas couldn't access. Graham threatened to take everyone down with him. Michael said finally. In the Geneva meeting. He said if he burned, we'd all burn. That made him a liability to everyone, including you. What happened next was inevitable. Someone was going to move against him. I just moved first. Silas closed his eyes. He remembered the Geneva meeting, remembered Graham's face red with fury, remembered the specific quality of Graham's desperation, the kind that didn't care about boundaries. And he remembered thinking, even then, that Graham was going to be a problem. And Isabel? Leonard? The same regulatory wave. Shared infrastructure means shared vulnerability. I'm sorry, Silas. I truly am. But the architecture you all demanded for efficiency is now the rope they're using to hang you collectively. Silas opened his eyes. The Thames was moving below, patient, indifferent. It had been there before him and would be there after, carrying whatever garbage the city threw into it. I need the accounts unfrozen. I can't do that directly, but I can slow the investigation. Bury some complexity in the data that will take their forensic accountants months to untangle. By then, you may have found other solutions. Months. At minimum. The systems I built are thorough. Silas understood then, with a clarity that felt almost peaceful, that he was being handled. Michael was managing him the same way Michael managed everything, with precise inputs and calculated outputs. The helpful assistant routine, the same one that had worked for 15 years, still functioning even now, even as the power dynamic shifted in ways Silas couldn't fully see. Do it, Silas said. Whatever it takes. Bury the complexity. Give me the months. I already have. The moment I saw the regulatory flags, I began inserting noise into the data trails. It's not a fix, Silas. It's just time. Time is enough. There's something else. Michael's voice changed, a subtle shift from efficient to something almost personal. Graham called me this morning. Threatened me directly. Said he'd make sure I went down with everyone else. Silas felt a laugh build in his chest, bitter and unwelcome. Graham always was theatrical. I need you to understand something. If Graham decides to cooperate with authorities, if he starts offering names in exchange for protection, I'm the first person he'll give them. And if I fall, everything I've built for you falls with it. Every firewall, every obfuscation, every failsafe. We're bound together now, whether either of us likes it or not. You're saying we need a truce. I'm saying we need to survive. Together. Temporarily. Silas looked at his reflection in the window glass. He looked older than he remembered, the lines around his eyes deeper, the skin looser. Visibility did that. Visibility aged you in ways that money couldn't fix. Temporary, Silas repeated. Agreed. Do what you need to do. I'll handle my side. He hung up and stood there for a long moment, staring at his own ghost in the glass. Then he straightened his jacket and walked back to his desk. The political calls took 2 hours. First was Marcus Halloway at the UK Treasury, a man Silas had helped elect through channels so indirect that neither of them could acknowledge the connection directly. Halloway answered with the warmth of someone who owed too many favors to too many people. Silas, I've been seeing the news. Not good. The joint accounts are frozen. All 4 of us. Coordinated strike across 3 jurisdictions. A pause. Halloway was breathing into the phone, the sound of a man calculating. I heard something about a task force. Multi-agency. Started after the Graham files went public. They've been running pattern analysis on every entity connected to Whitfield Holdings. And they found us. They found shared infrastructure. That's not criminal, Silas. It's suggestive, but it's not criminal. Not yet. I need it to not be criminal at all, Marcus. I need the dogs called off. Halloway's voice went quiet, the kind of quiet that meant he was about to say something uncomfortable. I can slow things down here. Make sure the UK end of the investigation moves deliberately. But I can't touch the Swiss or the Singaporean regulators. And I can't stop the algorithm. Once the pattern matching systems identify shared architecture, they keep drilling until they hit something or exhaust the data. Months, Marcus. I need months. I'll do what I can. But Silas, if there's anything in those accounts, anything that doesn't look like legitimate business. There isn't. The lie came out smooth, practiced, the same lie Silas had been telling himself for decades. It's all clean. It just looks messy because shared structures are messy. For your sake, I hope so. The second call was to Elise Mercier in Geneva, a Swiss banking regulator who'd been helpful in previous difficulties. She was less political than Halloway, more direct, which Silas appreciated even when her directness cut. The freeze is procedural, Silas. Standard when multiple connected accounts show unusual patterns. I can tell you that the Zurich office is focused primarily on Graham's exposure. The joint accounts were flagged as secondary. That means you're not the primary target. But it also means you can't be unfrozen until the primary investigation concludes or exonerates the connected entities. How long? For Graham? With what they've found, months. Maybe a year. He's fighting it, of course. Legal teams, political pressure, the usual. But the evidence is substantial. And if Graham were to be removed from the equation? Elise was quiet for a moment. I'm not sure what you mean. Indictment. Conviction. If Graham falls, does the pressure on the connected accounts diminish? Theoretically, yes. The algorithm focuses on active threats. If Graham is contained, the urgency on connected entities would decrease. The freezes might lift as a lower priority. Silas made a note on his desk. Pat. Graham's name, underlined twice. The third call was to Senator David Coleman's office in Washington. Coleman was on the Senate Banking Committee, a useful placement that Silas had invested in heavily over the years. He got through to Coleman's chief of staff, who relayed the message and returned with the senator himself. Silas, hell of a situation you folks are in. The Singaporean regulators have frozen accounts connected to my business associates. I need to understand if this is a coordinated international action or individual jurisdiction decisions. Bit of both, from what I'm hearing. Treasury's Financial Crimes Unit flagged some cross-border patterns after the Graham leak. Shared that intel with allies through the usual channels. Each jurisdiction made its own call from there. Can it be unshared? Coleman laughed, a dry sound. Not once it's in the system. But I can tell you this. The U.S. angle is mostly Graham-focused. Your names come up as connected, but you're not on any target list I've seen. Same for your other partners. You're collateral damage right now, not the main event. I need to stay collateral, David. I need to not become the main event. Then I'd recommend distance. From Graham specifically. The more space you put between yourself and Whitfield, the harder it is for the algorithm to justify continued scrutiny. Distance, Silas repeated. Understood. He set the phone down and looked at his notes. 3 calls, 3 jurisdictions, and the same message repeated with different words. Graham was the anchor dragging them all down. The algorithm had found him first, and as long as Graham was bleeding, the sharks would keep circling the connected waters. Silas had spent his career understanding leverage. It was the only real currency, the thing beneath all the other things. And right now, Graham Whitfield was leverage in human form. Every day Graham stayed free and fighting was another day the regulators had justification to keep digging. Every day Graham stayed alive was another day Michael's obfuscation had to hold against professional scrutiny. Silas picked up his phone one more time. The Monaco number answered with the crisp professionalism of expensive security firms. Amato Group. This is Silas Vane. I need to discuss a permanent consultation arrangement. Discreet. Comprehensive. Of course, Mr. Vane. We have your file. What is the nature of the consultation? Silas looked out the window again. The Thames was still moving, still carrying its garbage to the sea. Insurance, he said. Against a specific contingency. I'd like your best people assigned. The ones who specialize in irreversible solutions. I understand. Shall I arrange a meeting? In Monaco. This weekend. I'll clear my schedule. We'll be ready. Silas ended the call and poured himself a whiskey from the decanter he kept in the bottom drawer. The first sip burned, and he welcomed it, the small violence of good scotch against the back of his throat. Michael thought he was managing this. Michael thought he'd built a situation where Silas had no choice but to protect him, where their survival was temporarily aligned, where the helpful assistant had become a necessary partner. Michael had played it well, the quiet architect finally stepping into the light, confident that his structures were too complex to be dismantled without his cooperation. And maybe Michael was right. Maybe Silas did need him, for now. Maybe the months Michael had promised were the only thing standing between Silas Vane and the kind of visibility that ended careers and started prison sentences. But Silas hadn't survived 40 years in the shadows by being anyone's partner. He'd survived by understanding that every alliance was temporary, every dependency was a vulnerability, and every man who believed he was irreplaceable eventually discovered he wasn't. He drank the whiskey and poured another. Michael had made himself necessary. That was clever. But necessary and permanent were different words. Michael had built the systems, knew the secrets, held the keys to the kingdom. That made him valuable today, but it also made him dangerous tomorrow. A man who could bury complexity in financial data could also unbury it. A man who could slow investigations could also accelerate them. The same knowledge that made Michael useful now made him lethal later. Silas swirled the amber liquid in his glass and watched the light catch it. The Monaco arrangement was insurance. Not against Graham, though that was how he'd framed it. Against Michael. Against the day when the temporary truce expired and Michael realized he'd made himself too powerful to be allowed to live. The Amato Group specialized in problems that couldn't be solved through negotiation. They were expensive, thorough, and completely disconnected from Silas's usual networks, which meant Michael would never see it coming. Silas drank the second whiskey and set the glass down with precision. For now, they would survive together. Michael would bury the complexity, slow the investigators, maintain the fiction that he was still the helpful assistant who'd simply grown into a larger role. Silas would play along, make the calls, lean on his political contacts, create the space they both needed to breathe. But Silas Vane had not built an empire by forgetting who worked for whom. Michael had overplayed. He'd moved from the shadows to the light, from advisor to partner, from invisible to necessary. And necessary men had a way of becoming permanent problems that required permanent solutions. Silas smiled at his reflection in the glass. It was not a friendly expression. The accounts were frozen. The investigators were drilling. Graham was thrashing and the others were scrambling, and the world Silas had constructed was showing cracks in every direction. But Silas Vane was still standing in his office on the 40th floor, still looking down at a city that didn't know he was there, still holding cards that Michael didn't know existed. The game wasn't over. It had simply entered a new phase, and Silas had always been patient. He finished the whiskey, closed his laptop, and began preparing for Monaco. Chapter 5:21, The Contemplation. Michael didn't hang up the phone so much as set it down, very carefully, in the exact center of his desk. The click it made against the matte black surface sounded louder than it should have. He sat there in the dark, breathing, listening to the silence where Silas's voice had been. Temporary. Silas had said the word like he was discussing the weather. Asterisk temporary alliance. Temporary partnership. Temporary. Asterisk. Michael pulled up the audio file before the echo faded. He recorded everything. Had done for 11 years. The file loaded and he hit play, skipping to the part where Silas agreed to the truce. He listened once, twice. On the third pass, he isolated the frequency spectrum and watched the waveform dance across his screen. He didn't need software to tell him what he already knew. He'd spent too many years reading Silas Vane's voice not to recognize the cadence, the slight over-precision. The way temporary came out with too much weight on the second syllable, like Silas was tasting it. Silas had already decided Michael was temporary. The truce was a holding pattern while Silas figured out how to remove him permanently. Michael swiveled his chair and opened the bottom drawer. It didn't look like much. A stack of manila folders, a spare hard drive, a package of batteries. Beneath the false bottom, he'd installed it himself during a weekend when the office was empty. There was a metal box no bigger than a paperback book. He lifted it out and set it on the desk. Inside was a Portuguese passport with his photograph and a different name. Carlos Mendes, 43 years old, born in Lisbon, currently residing in Montevideo, Uruguay. There was a property deed for a coastal house in Jos Ignacio, purchased through 3 shell companies and a foundation. Banking cards for accounts in Panama and Chile. A contact number for a man in São Paulo who specialized in surgical identity transformation, dental records, medical history, the whole reconstruction. He held the passport up to the monitor's glow and stared at the picture. It was him, but not him. Thinner. The hairline different. The expression vacant in the way passport photos always were. He'd paid $80,000 for this escape hatch, spread across 3 years of careful construction. If he left tonight, he could be in Uruguay in 36 hours. Carlos Mendes would walk into a quiet life on a beach where nobody knew his name and nobody wanted him dead. Michael set the passport down and closed the box. Not yet. He turned back to his screens and pulled up the project file he called Lazarus in his internal naming convention, though he'd never written that name. Anywhere it could be found. The 5-phase plan stared back at him in clean, white text against a dark background. Phase 1, the Luna leak, showed green. Complete. 6 months of careful extraction from Graham Whitfield's digital exhaust, packaged and delivered through Warren Castellano's hands. Phase 2, the evidence cascade, showed amber. Graham had taken the blame rather than Dayo, which wasn't the intended outcome, but functionally identical. 3 of the 4 bosses were now drowning in their own exposure. Phases 3 through 5 waited in black text. Get close to Silas. Extract everything. Take him down. Assume control. Michael leaned back and rubbed his eyes. The framing of Dayo hadn't worked cleanly. Graham, in his desperation, had become a better scapegoat than the pop star ever could have been. But the end result was the same. The architecture was collapsing, the shared infrastructure was exposed, and the 4 men who'd treated Michael like a glorified secretary for 23 years were finally getting what they'd earned. 23 years. He let the number sit in his head. He'd been 22 when Silas first called him into that London office, fresh out of university, too hungry to recognize hunger for what it was. Silas had given him a problem, untraceable money movement, and Michael had solved it in a weekend. Graham had tested him next. Then Isabel. Then Leonard. Each of them piling on more responsibility, more access, more trust, and never once treating him like anything other than a very capable tool. They'd called him in rooms where they discussed matters that could end governments. They'd spoken freely in front of him because he was furniture, because he didn't matter, because the help was invisible. Michael felt the old tightening in his chest. Not anger, exactly. Something colder. He'd learned early that anger was useless. It made you sloppy, made you rush. What he felt was closer to resolve. The kind that came from carrying a thorn in your heart for 2 decades and finally getting close enough to pull it out. 3 of them were already falling. Graham, the loudest, was the closest to done, his files public, his allies scattering, regulators camped outside his life like vultures waiting for the animal to stop moving. Isabel and Leonard weren't far behind, their accounts frozen, their names surfacing in documents they thought they'd buried. 3 thorns removed. Silas was the last, the sharpest, the one who'd always been the smartest of the 4, which was exactly why Michael hadn't moved against him yet. Silas still had value. Silas had political contacts, intelligence networks, leverage that Michael needed to understand before he toppled the final pillar. Michael opened a new window and began to work. The obfuscation Silas had requested, burying complexity in the financial data to slow the regulators, was straightforward enough. Michael's fingers moved across the keyboard without conscious thought, inserting noise into transaction trails, creating phantom subsidiaries with real enough registration documents, layering confusion across the shared infrastructure. It was work he'd done 100 times before, but this time, he built something extra into the foundation. It was a trap, technically, a dead man's switch woven into financial code. He wrote it as a flaw in the obfuscation, a single thread that led nowhere under normal circumstances but would, if triggered, light up Silas's private Nicosia account like a beacon for any forensic accountant with a search warrant. The account Silas thought nobody knew about. The operational account where the real dirty money moved. If Silas honored their temporary truce, the thread stayed dormant. Harmless. Invisible. If Silas moved against him, and Michael was certain Silas would move, the thread would activate. Not immediately. Michael built in a 6-week delay, enough time for Silas to feel safe, to believe he'd won. Then the connection would surface in Cyprus, and Silas's hidden money would become part of the regulatory feast. Michael tested it 6 ways. Ran the simulation forward, backward, sideways. The trap held. He saved it, encrypted it, and integrated it into the larger obfuscation package he'd deliver to Silas tomorrow. He sat back and looked at his hands on the keyboard. They were steady. They'd always been steady. Then he opened the mental ledger he'd been keeping since the phone call and started running the real scenarios. Strike first. He could do it tonight. Call Holloway at Treasury and feed him Silas's private account details. Or contact that journalist in Berlin who'd been sniffing around the edges of the Graham story. One well-placed leak and Silas would be underwater before breakfast. But Silas had armor. Holloway owed Silas more than he owed Michael. Coleman in Washington was Silas's man, not his. Even if the strike connected, Silas had spent 40 years building contingency networks that Michael only knew fragments of. A wounded Silas vein was arguably more dangerous than a comfortable one. If the knife didn't kill on the first thrust, Michael would spend the rest of his life, however long that was, looking over his shoulder. Wait. Play the loyal servant. Deliver the obfuscation with the trap inside. Help Silas navigate the frozen accounts. Smile and nod and say yes, sir, the way he always had. Watch for the tells, the changed flight bookings, the unusual security consultations, the gaps in Silas's calendar that meant meetings Michael wasn't supposed to know about. The problem with waiting was that Silas was doing the same thing. Right now, in his office 40 floors above the Thames, Silas was making his own calculations, calling his own contacts. And Silas had resources Michael couldn't match. The Amato Group in Monaco, maybe. Political protection across 3 continents. The patience of a man who'd never been denied anything for long. Disappear. Michael looked at the metal box on his desk. Carlos Mendez. Uruguay. The beach house with no neighbors for half a mile in either direction. He could be there in 36 hours. He had enough money in the Panama and Chile accounts to live quietly for the rest of his life. The 4 bosses would tear each other apart without him, and he'd be drinking wine on a balcony while it happened. But 23 years of taking orders, of being invisible, of swallowing the casual contempt of men who needed him more than they ever admitted. And his reward was anonymity in South America? A quiet life with no name? Michael closed his eyes. He thought about Phase 3, about getting close enough to Silas to learn everything, where the bodies were buried, who owed what favors, how the political protection actually worked. He thought about Phase 4, taking Silas down, watching the last man who controlled him fall the way Graham and Isabel and Leonard were falling. He thought about Phase 5, sitting in Silas's chair, giving the orders instead of taking them. For 23 years, he'd wondered what it would feel like. To be the one who said jump. To be visible. To matter. He wasn't going to Uruguay. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. He opened his eyes and looked at the screens. The trap was built. The obfuscation was ready. The temporary alliance would hold because he'd make it hold, because he was better at this than Silas understood. But he also reached out and pulled the metal box closer, leaving it open on the corner of his desk. The passport faced up, Carlos Mendez staring at the ceiling with that empty passport photo gaze. A reminder, an escape hatch, a promise that this time, if the fire got too hot, he wouldn't burn with the building. Michael began closing the doors. Not metaphorically, literally. One by one, he terminated the secure communication channels that linked him to Graham's network, then Isabel's, then Leonard's. The encrypted backdoors he'd installed years ago, the ones that let him read their emails and track their movements and move their money without their knowledge. He didn't want those doors open anymore. They were liabilities now, connections that could lead investigators back to him if any of the three decided to cooperate. He watched each connection die on his screen, status lights going from green to red to black. Graham's line, severed. Isabel's access, burned. Leonard's back door, sealed with cryptographic cement. 3 doors closed. Permanently. The old life was ending. The life of serving 4 masters, of being the invisible hand that made them rich while they treated him like furniture. He was shutting the gates behind him, cutting off every path that led backward. There was only forward now. Forward through the temporary alliance with Silas. Forward through the trap he'd built and the plan he'd committed to years ago. Forward toward the chair he intended to sit in, or toward the escape. Hatch if the chair turned out to be a mirage. Michael saved his work, encrypted everything, and shut down the screens one by one. The dark room got darker. He sat in it, breathing, listening to the silence. Somewhere across the city, or across the ocean, Silas Vane was probably doing the same thing. 2 men in dark rooms, both pretending to be allies, both preparing for the moment when pretense became unnecessary. Michael reached out in the darkness and touched the edge of the passport with one finger. Temporary, he thought. Everything was temporary, but temporary was enough to work with. Chapter 522, The Arrival. The jet touched down at Teterboro just after 10 in the morning. Dayo had flown into this airport a dozen times in the past 2 years, but today the tarmac felt different. He wasn't arriving as a performer or a tourist. He was arriving as a general mustering troops. Max and Bella flanked him down the stairs, both in dark coats that didn't quite hide the hardware underneath. The car was waiting. Black, anonymous, arranged through a service that didn't keep logs. Dayo slid into the back seat and checked his phone for the first time since takeoff. 3 messages, all from the same thread. The 4 label heads confirming their arrival times. They'd been eager. That was either a good sign or a trap he couldn't see yet. He looked out the window as the city unspooled around him. New York in autumn had a particular smell. Exhaust, pretzels, the last gasp of summer heat rising from the pavement. The system had laid the foundation for everything he had now. The global spotlight, card he'd pulled in that desperate moment, had turned him from a struggling artist into a phenomenon. But the card wasn't what he was selling today. The card was his secret, would always be his secret. What he was offering them was something else entirely. Market resonance. It was a system feature that functioned like a predictive engine for timing. It analyzed market conditions, audience behavior patterns, competitor release schedules, and a dozen other data streams Dayo couldn't fully explain even if he wanted to, which he didn't. What it gave him was knowledge. The optimal window to drop a single. The perfect day to release a video. The exact moment when the market was hungry and the competition was quiet. It didn't make the art. It made the timing inevitable. In an industry where releasing a track 2 days early meant getting buried by a bigger artist, or 3 days late meant missing the viral wave entirely, market resonance was the difference between a hit and a footnote. It was worth more than any recording studio, any marketing budget, any radio deal. It was the reason Dayo's releases always seemed to land with perfect weight, always at the exact moment the world was ready to pay attention. That was what he'd share with them. A version of it, anyway. Enough to make them feel like they were getting inside the machine. Enough to make the alliance worth their while. The car pulled up to the hotel. Max went in first, then Bella, then Dayo. The suite was on the 35th floor, high enough to see the park, but not so high that it felt like showing off. Dayo had asked for it specifically. Neutral ground. No labels offices, no artist's ego palace. Just a room with a long table, good light, and the kind of anonymity that let people speak freely. He walked to the window and looked down at the avenue. 5 label heads. Michael's label was #1 in the world, had been for 15 years, and it sat at the top like a spider at the center of a web. The remaining 4, no, 5 now, had been living in that shadow for too long. Dayo knew their stories. He'd made it his business to know. Helena Voss at Vanguard ran the #2 label in the world. She'd built it from nothing in the 70s, signing artists nobody wanted and turning them into legends. Michael had come for her 3 times. First by poaching her flagship artist in 2014, then by blocking 3 of her biggest acts from Grammy nominations through backroom committee deals, finally by convincing a streaming platform to change their algorithm in a way that buried her catalog for 6 months. She was 62 years old, wore no jewelry, and had a handshake that could crack walnuts. Dayo had met her once at an awards show. She'd looked at him like she was measuring him for something. Darius Cole at Meridian was number 3. Former artist. Himself, grew up in Detroit, understood the business from both sides in a way the executives who'd never touched a microphone never could. Michael had made his niece disappear from the industry. Not dead, just gone. One day she had a deal, a single climbing the charts, a future. The next day her label dropped her, her manager stopped returning calls, and every radio programmer in the country suddenly forgot her name. Darius had been smiling and nodding at Michael ever since, but Dayo had seen his eyes at industry events. Some smiles don't reach the eyes. Paolo Romano at Eclipse held down number 4. Italian-American from Brooklyn, the youngest of the group at 49 and the most visibly hungry. Michael had bought 2 of his subsidiary labels and shuttered them, absorbed the catalog, and fired 200 people. Paolo lost $40 million and spent 3 years rebuilding from the wreckage. He laughed too loud at industry parties and shook everyone's hand twice. Dayo recognized the act. Nervous energy wearing a confidence costume. Tom Kellerman at UCL was number 5. Silver-haired, Ivy League, the kind of old-money American who played squash on Wednesdays and had memberships at clubs that didn't admit people until their grandparents died. Michael had humiliated him publicly at a conference in 2019, calling UCL's entire business model a retirement home for irrelevant artists in front of 200 industry executives. Kellerman had laughed it off, but the story followed him for years. Nobody forgets being called irrelevant by the most powerful man in the room. Although he had history with UCL, which was Luna's past label, and they also gave him hard time, but that was the past, so it should remain that way. And finally, Sarah Mitchell at MLL, the number 6 label that punched above its weight. She was 55, from Ohio, had started as an intern in the mailroom, and worked her way to the corner office through sheer refusal to quit. Michael had never bothered to destroy her directly. She'd been too small to matter, but he'd blocked 6 of her artists from festival slots, convinced promoters that MLL acts weren't commercially viable, and generally made her life harder every time she got close to a breakthrough. The small cruelties, the ones that didn't make headlines but wore you down year after year. 5 people, 5 different reasons to want gone, and they were all scared. That was the part Dayo kept coming back to. These weren't small players. They ran companies that generated billions in revenue, employed thousands of people, shaped culture around the world. And every one of them had been living in fear of a man who wasn't even their boss. Michael had created enmity with almost everybody, but nobody pushed back because the cost was too high. Cross Michael, and you didn't die. You just disappeared from the industry. Your phone went quiet, your meetings got canceled, your name became a whisper that nobody wanted to repeat out loud. Not dead, just erased. Dayo had been the first to push back and survive. That was his currency in this room. The fact that he'd gone up against Michael repeatedly, the sabotaged releases, the stolen masters, the industry blacklisting, and come out on top every time. That was rare. That was unprecedented. And it was why these 5 people, who'd never been in the same room together for anything more important than a photo op, were flying into New York to hear what he had to say. He checked his watch. 10:45. The first arrival was due in 15 minutes. Dayo walked to the long table and counted the chairs. 6 total, including his. He'd had Felix sweep the suite that morning. No bugs, no recorders, nothing that shouldn't be there. The hotel staff had been told it was a private business meeting for a film production company. Standard cover. His phone buzzed. Felix, from the office. All clear. Communications encrypted. I'm monitoring the building's network. Nothing unusual. Dayo typed back. Thanks. Stand by. He sat in his chair and looked at the empty seats. For a moment, the absurdity of it almost made him laugh. 2 years ago he was nobody. A transmigrated soul in a young man's body, figuring out how to sing in public without panicking. Now he was about to sit across from 5 of the most powerful executives in the music industry and ask them to help him take down a man who'd controlled their world for 2 decades. The system had made him visible. Market resonance had made him smart. But this alliance, this war, this was him. the person he'd become through the fighting. At 11 sharp, the door opened. Helena Voss walked in first. She always did, Dayo had asked around. Silver hair pulled back tight, black suit without a wrinkle, no jewelry, no makeup that he could detect. She looked at the room the way a general surveys a battlefield, cataloging exits and furniture and seating arrangements in a single glance. Her eyes found Dayo, and she nodded, a small movement that wasn't quite a greeting and wasn't quite approval. Just acknowledgement. Helena, thank you for coming. You said it was important. She took the chair to his left, the one closest to the window, and settled into it like she was growing roots. Important enough to pull me out of a board meeting. I hope you're not wasting my time. Not wasting anything. Promise. Darius Cole came next, fedora in hand, moving with the loose-limbed walk of a man who'd spent his 20s on stage. He was smaller than Dayo expected, compact, contained, every movement economical. He nodded at Helena, nodded at Dayo, and took the seat at the far end without a word. His eyes stayed on the door, watchful. Paolo Romano burst in third, too loud, too fast, shaking Dayo's hand with both of his. Jason, good to finally do this properly. Last time we talked was what, the Grammy after party? You were having a much better night than I was. He laughed at his own joke and took the middle seat, drumming his fingers on the table. The nervous energy filled the room like a smell. Tom Kellerman entered fourth, buttoning his jacket as he crossed the threshold. Tall, thin, the kind of man who looked like he'd been born in a tie. He shook Dayo's hand with a grip that was firm but brief, the minimum required contact, and took the seat opposite Helena. Mr. Dayo, I must say, your phone call was unexpected. Good unexpected or bad unexpected? We'll see, won't we? Sarah Mitchell arrived last, 5 minutes late, but not apologetic about it. She wore a navy blazer and comfortable shoes and carried a leather satchel that had seen better decades. She looked at the room, at Helena, at Darius, at Paolo and Tom, and her expression shifted from business to something more careful. She knew what this meant. All of them in one place. That alone was an act of rebellion. Sarah, thanks for making it. I've been waiting for this call for 3 years, Jason. I just didn't know who'd be making it. She took the last open chair and set her satchel on the floor. So, here we are. The 5 of us and the biggest problem in the music industry. Let's hear what you've got. Dayo looked around the table. 5 label heads. 5 empty chairs now filled. He thought about Michael, probably in his office right now, probably thinking he still controlled everything, probably completely unaware that the people he'd spent 2 decades terrorizing were sitting in the same room, breathing the same air, finally talking. Before we get into specifics, Dayo said, I want to be clear about something. This meeting never happened. There are no minutes, no recordings, no assistants waiting outside. What we discuss here stays in this room. If anyone's not comfortable with that, there's the door. No hard feelings. Nobody moved. Good. Dayo leaned forward and put his hands on the table. Then let's talk about why we're all here. And why, for the first time in 20 years, we have a chance to change everything. He could feel it, the shift in the air, the moment before something important begins. Outside, New York kept moving, indifferent, vast. But in this room, on the 35th floor, 5 powerful people who'd been afraid for too long were finally ready to listen. The war was about to start. Chapter 5:23, The Terms. The silence after Dayo's question lasted longer than he expected. He'd asked them what they could offer him, and now 5 of the most powerful people in the music industry were sitting in a room trying to figure out if they had anything he actually wanted. Helena Voss was the first to move. She didn't speak right away. She reached into her bag and pulled out a tablet, old school, the kind with a physical keyboard attachment. She typed something, then turned it around so Dayo could see the screen. A graph. His album release history plotted against market conditions, competitor drops, seasonal trends. 8 releases of both your album and artist in more than 3.5 years, she said. 0 misfires. Every single one landed in the optimal window. Not good timing, Jason, impossible timing. I've been in this business 40 years. I've seen luck. I've seen instinct. This is neither. Darius Cole leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. His fedora sat crowned down beside his water glass. I ran Meridian's numbers against yours. Do you know how many artists on my roster dropped projects the same week as your releases? 14. Do you know how many of them charted? 2. And those 2 only hit because they were legacy acts with pre-orders locked in months ahead. He paused, letting the math settle. Your Korean album came out the same Friday as Kaleo Park's sophomore drop. Kaleo was supposed to be the story that week. Universal push, radio locked, playlist placement guaranteed. You buried him. Globally. And you did it with a record that had Korean-language tracks on it, performed by a black man, that somehow broke streaming records in Pakistan, US, and the UK simultaneously. That's not marketing. That's not even talent. That's something else. Paolo Romano jumped in before Dayo could respond, the words tumbling out like he'd been holding them in for weeks. And the movie, Train to Busan. You directed that. Produced it. A Korean zombie film. Not even your primary market. Not even your language. And it cleared $1 billion at the box office. $1 billion. With AB. He laughed. But it was the laugh of a man still trying to process a number that shouldn't exist. The soundtrack's sync, the marketing timing, the way your name was attached to a film that shouldn't have crossed over to Western audiences the way it did. Everything connected. Your music promotion, the film release, the album drop. It was all one wave, and you were riding it before anyone else even saw the water. Tom Kellerman adjusted his tie, the gesture precise and habitual. The solo album week, he said quietly. Most streamed debut in history. But here's what caught my attention, the geographic distribution. Normally an album spikes in the artist's home territory first, then radiates outward over days or weeks. Yours spiked in coordinated waves across 12 territories that don't usually move together. China and Pakistan within the same hour. Nigeria and South Korea tied for second highest per capita streams. He closed his leather portfolio with a snap. Data doesn't do that naturally, Mr. Dayo. Someone, or something, is coordinating the timing. Sarah Mitchell had been quiet, watching the others present their evidence with the patience of someone who'd already done her homework. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer than the rest, but carried a different weight. We've all noticed something else too. It's not just the success. It's the freedom. While Michael has his foot on everyone's neck, our artist's blocked from collaborations with people he doesn't want, our release windows squeezed, our feature requests denied. You've been moving like he doesn't exist. Working with whoever you want. Releasing whenever you want. Crossing into film, into markets, into genres that should have taken years to crack. She looked around the table at the other 4, then back at Dayo. We want to know how. But more than that, we want to know why you're willing to share it now. Dayo sat back in his chair. They'd done their homework. Better than he'd expected, actually. He could feel the shape of the moment, the pivot point where he either committed or walked away. Yes, he said. The word fell into the room like a stone into still water. I have something. He let it sit. Watched their faces shift, Helena's eyebrows rising a quarter inch, Darius's jaw unclenching, Paolo actually holding his breath. Tom's expression didn't change, but his fingers stopped adjusting his tie. Sarah just nodded, like she'd known the answer before she asked the question. But I didn't call this meeting to give away what I've built for free, Dayo continued. So here's my question back to you. What can you offer me that makes it worth sharing? The room got quiet again, but it was a different kind of quiet. Before, they'd been uncertain. Now they were calculating. It was Sarah who broke the silence. But when she spoke, it was clear she was voicing something they'd already discussed among themselves. We've watched you, Jason. Not just your numbers, your moves. The way you pull up artists nobody's heard of and put them on tracks that break them wide open. The way you talk about this industry in interviews, not like it's a machine to exploit, but like it's something broken that needs fixing. She paused, choosing her next words with care. We know you want Michael gone. We want that too. We've wanted it for years. But we also know you don't just want to be the new king of the same broken castle. You want to change how the game works. Darius picked up the thread, his Detroit cadence slowing down, getting serious. Michael's got this industry in a chokehold. Not just us, the labels, the executives, but the artists, the creators. He's been blocking collaborations left and right. An artist on my roster tries to feature with someone from Paolo's stable. Suddenly the clearances get complicated. Sarah's new signee wants a guest verse from one of Tom's acts. The paperwork gets lost for 3 months. It's not accidents. It's control. He spread his hands on the table, palms down. We can be your army in this. Coordinated moves across all 5 labels. Shared timing, shared strategy, shared war. But we also know you care about what comes after. And we want to help build that too. Dayo felt the shift in his chest. They understood. Not just the business, the motive. He'd spent so long being the only person who saw the rod at the center of the industry that he'd forgotten what it felt like to have someone else name it out loud. He made his decision. It's called market resonance, he said. Think of it as a predictive engine for timing. It analyzes market conditions, what your competitors are planning, what audiences are hungry for, what films are dropping, what cultural moments are building. It doesn't make the music. It doesn't write the scripts. It tells you when the world is ready to listen. He explained it carefully, giving them enough to understand the value without revealing the full architecture. How it had guided his album releases to find the windows where the competition was quiet. How it identified the perfect moment to attach his name to Train to Busan, a Korean film project that conventional wisdom said would be a regional success at best, but that market resonance flagged as a global crossover moment waiting to happen. How it coordinated his music promotion with the film's release cycle so that every marketing dollar worked twice as hard. It's not magic, Dayo said. It's pattern recognition at a scale that most analytics can't reach. And it's the reason every release seems to land exactly when it should. Helena was already nodding, her mind clearly racing through applications. And you're offering us access to this? I'm offering you the outputs, the predictions, the optimal windows, the strategic recommendations, the coordination. Dayo held up a hand. Not the algorithm itself, not the engine, but what it produces, yes. For A, price, and under terms. Then he laid them out. First, the subscription. Recurring payment for access to market resonance insights. Tiered pricing based on label size and usage. Dayo retained full ownership and exclusive control of the underlying system. Second, the alliance. Full, coordinated support in the campaign against Michael. This wasn't optional. It was the foundation everything else rested on. Shared evidence where they had it, synchronized public positioning, simultaneous strategic moves across all 5 platforms. If any one of them broke ranks or fed information back to Michael, the deal died instantly and the market resonance tap turned off. Third, artist freedom. Michael's blockade on collaborations ended. Their artists could feature with each other, cross-label, without penalties or political fallout. Dayo wanted an industry where creativity wasn't filtered through one man's permission structure. Fourth, collaboration breaks. Discounted feature rates and collaboration costs within the alliance. When Dayo worked with their artists, favorable terms. When their artists worked with him or each other, the same. It strengthened the network and made the alliance profitable beyond just the market resonance subscription. Paolo immediately pushed back on the pricing. The subscription needs to be tied to ROI. If your predictions don't improve our numbers, we can't be locked into a fixed fee. Tiered pricing with a performance review clause at 6 months. Dayo said, base fee plus a success adjustment. If your numbers don't move, we renegotiate down. If they move more than projected, we renegotiate up. Fair both ways. Tom wanted deeper access to the algorithm's methodology. I have a data science background, Mr. Dayo. I can't justify spending millions on a black box to my board. You get the outputs, the confidence intervals, and the historical accuracy track record. That's more than any other prediction service in the industry gives you. The methodology stays proprietary. Dayo's tone made it clear this wasn't negotiable. Think of it like a Bloomberg terminal. You don't get to see the code. You get to use the data. Helena demanded a 12-month exclusivity window. I don't want Michael's label, or any label outside this room, getting access to this in 6 months after we've done the hard work of proving the concept. 6 months, Dayo countered. Long enough to build a lead. Not so long that I'm locked into an exclusive that stops me from expanding. They went back and forth. Darius worried about legal exposure if the alliance against Michael became public too soon. Dayo agreed to a phased disclosure plan. Tom quibbled over the collaboration discount percentages. Dayo moved 2 points and held firm on the rest. Sarah asked the quiet questions. What happens if Michael retaliates legally? What happens if one of them gets cold feet? What the exit clauses look like? Dayo had answers for all of it. Slowly the shape of the deal formed in the room. Not perfect, compromises on both sides, but solid. Real. Helena was first to commit. She extended her hand across the table, and Dayo shook it. Her grip was exactly as strong as he remembered from the awards show. Darius second. No handshake, just a nod and a quiet "I'm in." That meant more. Paolo third, already grinning like a kid who'd just been handed the keys to a candy store. Let's burn it down. Tom fourth, after one last adjustment to the pricing tier for UCL's midsize footprint. He signed the preliminary with a fountain pen that probably cost more than most people's rent. Sarah was last. She didn't hesitate because she was unsure. She waited because she was reading the room, confirming that everyone else was truly committed before she put her name next to theirs. When she finally reached out and shook Dayo's hand, her grip was firm and her eyes were steady. 5 for 5, she said. You just built something that hasn't existed in this industry for 20 years, Jason. An alliance that doesn't answer to Michael. Dayo looked around the table at the 5 executives who, an hour ago, had been cautious strangers negotiating from separate corners. Now they were something else. Something that had a shape, a purpose, a shared interest. Formal contracts will be ready by Friday, Dayo said. My team will coordinate with each of your offices. And from this moment until those papers are signed, this meeting never happened. There's no record, no minutes, no leaks. If anyone outside this room knows we talked, I'll know exactly which one of 6 people it came from. He didn't need to explain the math. 6 people in the room. 5 of them would be obvious suspects. They filed out one by one, the energy in the room different than when they'd arrived. Helena paused at the door and looked back, something almost like respect in her expression. Paolo gave Dayo a 2-finger salute. Tom adjusted his tie one final time, nodded, and left without a word. Darius and Sarah walked out together, already talking in low voices about coordination timelines. Dayo stood alone in the suite. The afternoon sun had shifted across the carpet, painting long rectangles of gold on the floor. Outside, New York kept moving, taxis honking, people rushing, the endless machine of the city grinding forward. He walked to the window and looked down at the avenue. 5 labels, 5 commitments. Market resonance as the binding agent, but the real glue was simpler than that. 5 people who'd spent years being afraid of one man, finally deciding they'd had enough. The war hadn't started yet. Not officially. But the alliance was forged, the terms were set, and the first stone had been thrown into Michael Erickson's carefully constructed pond. Dayo watched the city below and waited for the ripples to reach the other side. Chapter 524, The Alert. Michael was reviewing the Singapore firewall logs when the alarm fired. It wasn't a loud sound. Nothing in his office was loud. The alert was a soft chime, a single note, the kind of thing most people would miss if they were focused on something else. But Michael had built this particular alarm 11 years ago, and he'd never heard it go off. Not once. He stopped typing. His fingers hung over the keyboard for maybe half a second. Then he swiveled his chair and pulled up the surveillance dashboard. The screen showed a map of the United States with 5 markers clustered in the same grid square. Manhattan, Midtown, the Four Seasons Hotel. Each marker had a name attached, and Michael read them slowly, like he was checking to make sure his eyes weren't lying. Helena Voss, Darius Cole, Paolo Romano, Tom Kellerman, Sarah Mitchell. 5 signatures. 1 building. 1 suite on the 35th floor that had been booked through a Delaware LLC with no apparent owner. Michael stared at the screen. In 15 years of running this system, the highest alert he'd ever seen was a yellow. Helena and Darius at the same Grammy afterparty in 2019, and they'd spent 20 minutes in the same room before Darius left through the service entrance. Michael had logged it, filed it, forgotten it. There was no color for 5. He pulled up the travel intercepts. Helena's corporate jet landed at Teterboro at 9:47 a.m. Darius came in on a commercial flight from Detroit, first class, paid cash. Paolo drove up from Philadelphia the night before. Tom flew private out of Teterboro at 8:15, direct from Boston. Sarah took the Amtrak from D.C. and arrived at Penn Station at 10:22. Different transportation, different routes, different times. No pattern that a casual observer would catch. But they were all in Suite 3507. Had been for almost 2 hours. Michael's jaw tightened. He didn't need audio. Didn't need a bug in the room or an informant at the door. 5 people who'd spent 2 decades avoiding each other's company, who'd never once been photographed at the same table, who had every reason to hate each other almost as much as they hated him. And suddenly, they're having a private summit. Michael stood up. He walked to the far wall of his office, where a whiteboard sat covered in dry erase notes. His response playbook, written in code only he understood. Activate informants. Pull metadata. File legal motions to tie up their resources. Lean on streaming partners. The standard countermeasures, pre-planned and ready to execute. He was reaching for his phone when it rang. Not the main line. The emergency line. The one only 3 people in the world had the number 4. Michael looked at the screen. Silas. This wasn't scheduled. Silas was supposed to be in Monaco by now, meeting with the insurance he'd thought Michael didn't know about. Emergency calls meant the plan had changed. Something had gone wrong. Michael answered. Silas's voice came through tight and controlled, but there was something underneath it. Something that sounded almost like fear. My Nicosia account. There's activity I didn't authorize. Movement patterns in the shell structure. Someone's probing the registration trail, Michael. Someone who knows how we built it. Michael froze. The Nicosia account was Silas's private operational fund. The one Graham and Isabel and Leonard knew nothing about. The one Silas thought was his best-kept secret. Michael had discovered it years ago, traced it through the same back doors he was now watching someone else try to exploit. If that account cracked open, Silas would be finished. But more than that, Michael's fingerprints were woven through every layer of the protection architecture. He'd built those walls. He knew every brick. If Nicosia fell, Michael fell with it. How deep are they? Michael asked. Perimeter level. They haven't found the money yet. But they're asking the right questions about the wrong things. Registration dates, shell naming patterns, law firm connections. A pause. I need you to lock it down. Now. Michael looked at the surveillance dashboard. 5 red dots blinking in Manhattan. Dayo was in that room, where he had been. The alliance was forming in real time, and every minute Michael didn't act was a minute they solidified terms, shook hands, built something that could actually hurt him. Then he looked at his terminal. The Nicosia probe was live, active, real-time intrusion against an architecture he recognized. His architecture. 2 fires. One strategic, one existential. He could only hold one hose. He made the call. Stand by, he told Silas. I'm on it. Michael fired off pre-written commands to the surveillance system. Maintain observation, log all movement, but hold active countermeasures until further notice. He assigned 2 junior operators to shadow the New York situation. Not enough to stop anything, just enough to watch and wait. Then he dove into the breach. The probe was sophisticated. Whoever was running it knew the shell structure intimately. The Cypress incorporation patterns, the nominee director rotations, the specific law firm Silas had used in 2014 and 2017. This wasn't a forensic accountant getting lucky. This was someone who'd seen the blueprints. Michael traced the attack origin. It came through a cutout in Limassol, a rental server paid with crypto. But the coding style, the query cadence, the exact sequence of vulnerabilities being tested, they were familiar. Too familiar. Someone was using his own architecture against him. His mind flipped through possibilities. Graham, cooperating with investigators from his legal hell? Possible. Graham knew enough to be dangerous. Isabel or Leonard, trading information for leniency? Also possible. But neither of them had this level of technical sophistication. They were business people, not builders. Felix. The name surfaced like a bubble through deep water. Dayo's tech operator. The one who'd helped breach Silas's network back in London. Michael didn't know his full skill set. That was a gap in his intelligence, a rare one, and he was feeling the weight of it now. If Dayo had someone probing Nicosia while simultaneously convening 5 label heads in a Manhattan hotel suite, then this wasn't just an alliance. It was a coordinated assault. Business and technical, public and private, all converging on Michael's center of gravity at the same time. He typed faster. Firewalls going up, decoy accounts lighting up to draw the probe's attention. The real account structure being masked behind layers of digital misdirection that he'd built years ago for exactly this moment. He fed the intruder false breadcrumbs, shell companies that led nowhere, registration dates that didn't match, law firm connections that dissolved into dead ends. It worked. The probe hesitated, then started following the false trail. Michael watched it wander into the maze he'd constructed, buying him minutes, then more minutes. But minutes were all he had to give. When he finally surfaced and checked the surveillance dashboard again, the red dots were moving. Helena's signature tracking toward Teterboro. Darius heading to LaGuardia. Paolo, Tom, Sarah, all dispersing to different airports, different cities, different lives. Gone. The meeting was over. Michael pulled up the intercept logs his junior operators had filed. 5 arrivals, 1 building, 3 hours and 12 minutes. Then 5 departures, no overlap, clean and professional. No audio, no content, no indication of what they'd agreed to. But they'd been in that room long enough for something to happen. Long enough for terms to be set, for hands to be shaken, for an alliance to form. He'd missed the window. While he was saving his own neck in Cyprus, Dayo had been building an army in New York. Michael leaned back in his chair. The office was quiet again, just the hum of servers and the faint glow of too many screens. He pulled up Dayo's file, thinner than it should have been for someone who'd caused this much damage. Pop star. Transmigrated nobody from Nigeria. Now apparently a general capable of convening 5 industry titans who'd never shared a meal, let alone a war plan. He added a new line to the classification field. Strategic threat, priority 1. He'd been wrong about Dayo. That was the hardest thing to admit, and Michael didn't admit hard things easily. He'd treated him as a nuisance, then as a problem to be managed through the usual channels: sabotage, blacklisting, industry pressure. He'd framed him for leaks that didn't stick. He'd watched him survive things that should have ended careers. But he'd never considered that Dayo might be capable of doing what Michael himself had done 23 years ago, bringing powerful, frightened people together and turning them into a weapon. His phone buzzed. "Silas, is it handled?" Michael typed back without looking at the screen. "Contained. But we need to talk. The situation has expanded." He hit send and stared at the darkened surveillance map. 5 red dots, now scattered across the country, but connected by something stronger than geography. An agreement. A shared interest. Maybe even courage. Michael thought about his 5-phase plan. Phase 1, Luna leak, done. Phase 2, evidence release, done, though Graham had absorbed more blame than Dayo. Phases 3 through 5, get close to Silas, extract everything, take him down, assume control. That plan assumed Silas was the primary threat. That plan assumed Dayo was collateral. The plan needed revision. He reached into his bottom drawer and pulled out the metal box. The passport inside had a different name and a different face, but it was him. Carlos Mendez. Uruguay. The beach house. The quiet life that waited if the fire got too hot. Michael held the passport in his hand for a long moment, feeling the weight of it. Not yet, but closer than it had been an hour ago. He put the box back in the drawer and closed it. Then he turned to his screens and started rewriting his response playbook from scratch. The war had 2 fronts now, and Michael wasn't sure which one to face first. Chapter 525. The proof? The jet landed in Los Angeles, and Helena Voss didn't take her usual car service. She grabbed a town car from the airport queue, anonymous, nothing that connected to Vanguard records. In the back seat, she caught herself looking at the driver, a young man with headphones, probably listening to something from her competitor's catalog. She wanted to ask what. Instead, she stared out the window and tried to remember the last time she'd felt this exposed. 30 years of building walls. Michael had tested them plenty, poked at the foundation, made his presence known. But he'd never made her feel like this, like the walls had glass in them, and someone was looking back. Her phone buzzed. Paolo, in the group thread they'd agreed not to use, back in Philly. Nobody followed. Helena didn't respond. She'd delete the thread tonight. Burn her phones next time, or nothing at all. Darius Cole took the subway from LaGuardia. He hadn't ridden public transit in a decade, but tonight the anonymity felt necessary. He kept the fedora off, too recognizable, and sat in the corner of the A train with his collar up. At every stop, he watched who got on. Business people, tourists, kids going home late. Nobody looked at him twice. He thought about his niece. Her new project name, The Careful Rebuild, the way she'd smiled when she heard the plan. If Michael found out Dayo had sat in a room with 4 other label heads and plotted against him, that smile would be the first thing to disappear. Sarah Mitchell walked into her DC brownstone and locked the door behind her. 3 locks. She'd installed them after a scare in 2019, a break-in that nothing was stolen from, a message she couldn't prove. She leaned against the door and breathed. Her heart was still racing. Not from fear exactly, from the unfamiliar sensation of having done something dangerous and survived. She was the smallest player in that room. She knew that. But Michael had spent 20 years making sure small players stayed scared enough to stay small. She'd just broken that rule. It felt like stepping off a cliff and discovering you could fly. Paolo Romano didn't sleep. He sat in his Philadelphia office at 2 a.m., scrolling through emails that meant nothing, jumping every time his phone made a sound. At 3:15, he finally called his head of A&R and told him to pull the next single from their dance roster. "Hold it," he said. "New timeline coming." "When?" "Soon. Just hold it." Tom Kellerman was the only one who behaved normally. He went to his club, had his usual squash game, ate his usual dinner. But at the table, alone with his thoughts, he realized he'd been gripping his fork too tightly. His palm had indent marks from the tines. They all went back to their regular pace. But underneath, every one of them was preparing for something they'd never prepared for before. Dayo was alone when the files arrived. Felix was in the other room, running network security sweeps. Max and Bella were on rotation, one sleeping, one watching the building's exterior cameras. The office was quiet except for the low hum of servers and the occasional sound of traffic through the partially open window. 5 audio files sat in his secure inbox. No cover letters. No formal introductions. Just tracks from 5 different labels, each one a test he had to pass. He played them one by one. First was Kaleo Park's rock rap fusion from Vanguard. Aggressive guitars, decent flow, the kind of track that could punch through radio clutter if it landed in the right week. But the debut had underperformed, and sophomore singles carried the stink of desperation if the timing felt like a rescue attempt. Second was the R&B cut from Meridian. Darius's niece, Dayo, knew the story, knew who she really was beneath the new project name. The voice was exceptional, fragile and powerful at the same time, the kind of instrument that could melt through a listener's defenses if they heard it at the right moment. But fragile voices needed careful staging. Drop her too early, and she'd be drowned by louder noises. Drop her too late, and the moment would pass. Third was the electronic dance track from Eclipse. Straight down the middle, commercial, built for clubs and festival drops. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing particularly special either. It needed a gap in the market more than it needed an audience. A week when nothing else was competing for that particular frequency. Fourth was UCL's pop record. Polished, expensive, the product of serious production money. Tom's data background showed in the precision of every frequency. But precision wasn't passion, and Dayo could hear the difference. It needed a context that would make listeners feel something the track couldn't generate on its own. Fifth was the experimental crossover from MLL. Sarah's boldest signing, the riskiest move, the track most likely to change someone's life or end someone's career. No middle ground with this one. It would either connect completely or miss entirely, and the difference would come down to nothing more than timing. Dayo sat back and closed his eyes. He reached for the interface. It wasn't a keyboard command or a screen he pulled up. It was a presence in his mind, the way you might reach for a memory you know is there but can't quite touch directly. The system responded to intention. It always had. He thought about market resonance, and it surfaced, not as a dashboard or a terminal, but as a feeling that solidified into knowing. For Kaleo's track, the resonance showed him a window. 3 weeks out. A Thursday. The market would be hungry for something aggressive right then. 2 major pop acts dropping ballads the same week, leaving the high-energy lane temporarily empty. Thursday because the weekend listening spike would carry it into Friday chart calculations, giving it momentum when the tracking week officially began. For the R&B cut, it was different. Tuesday. Late night. Early morning, depending on how you count it. European commuters hitting their morning playlists while Asian markets were still in their evening peak. A coordinated global spike that would trick the platform algorithms into trending status, which would trigger editorial placement, which would trigger discovery. A cascade effect, but only if the first stone dropped in exactly the right pool at exactly the right moment. For the dance track, the resonance was simpler. A gap week. Nothing major from the electronic lane, no festivals cannibalizing attention, no DJ drama clogging the feeds. Just a clear lane and a tailwind. For the pop record, the resonance surprised him. It needed contrast, not company. Drop it the same week as something emotionally heavy. A documentary release, a cultural moment of grief or reflection, and its polish would feel like relief. People would reach for something clean when the world felt dirty. For the experimental track, the resonance was the most specific. Two conditions had to align: a cultural conversation about borders and crossing them, and a quiet week where nothing else was competing for the conversation's attention. The resonance showed him the window: narrow, specific, easy to miss. But if they hit it, the track wouldn't just perform. It would matter. Dayo opened his eyes. The room was the same. Felix still typing in the other room. The servers still humming. But now he had 5 answers that nobody else on Earth could have generated. He wrote the reports himself. No fancy interface, no Felix building anything. Just Dayo at his laptop, translating the system's outputs into clean, professional language that looked like it came from a sophisticated analytics firm. He gave each label a 1-page brief with dates, times, target markets, and strategic rationale. He cited general competitive analysis. Industry release calendar shows a gap in the high-energy lane, without explaining how he knew what he knew. When he was done, the reports looked expensive and evidence-based. They looked like the product of serious data science and market research. They did not look like a pop star consulting a supernatural interface that existed only in his head. He sent them through the secure channel. 5 emails. 5 attachments. No calls, no meetings, nothing that could be intercepted or traced back to a specific location. The responses came within hours. Helena, this is precise. Thursday positioning is unconventional, but the competitive gap analysis is sound. We'll follow it exactly. Darius, Tuesday 2 a.m. is strange. But the rationale about the global time zone cascade is interesting. We're in. Paolo, this is great. Already moving our team to the new timeline. Tom, I'd like to see the source data on the competitive window analysis, but we'll proceed pending those details. Sarah, let's see what happens. Dayo read each one twice. Tom's request for source data was the only potential problem. He'd need to generate something plausible if pushed. But for now, they were committed. 5 tracks, 5 release dates, all determined by a system that nobody else knew existed. He sat back in his chair and looked at the calendar on his wall. The dates were circled now, 5 separate days over the next 3 weeks. Each one a test. If even one of them failed, the alliance would crack. Doubt would creep in. Michael would win by default. But if all 5 landed, if every track performed at or above expectations, if every window proved optimal, then 5 powerful people who'd spent 20 years being afraid would become believers. They'd become soldiers. His phone buzzed. Not Felix. Not any of the 5. Not the system. Marcus, call me. Urgent. Dayo stared at the message. 2 wars now. The one against Michael, building momentum in hotel suites and secure email threads. And the one his uncle had been fighting since before Dayo was born, the one that connected to Silas and Graham and the mystery man who owed a debt. He put the phone down without answering. Marcus could wait. Everything could wait except the 5 circles on his calendar. The music was made. The dates were set. The reports were sent. Now came the part Dayo couldn't control. He had to wait and see if a system nobody else knew about would deliver on its promises. 5 times. In a row. Without fail. He looked out the window at the city below. Somewhere out there, Michael Erickson was probably in his own darkroom, running his own surveillance, playing his own game. He didn't know about the alliance. He didn't know about market resonance. He didn't know that 5 of his most powerful enemies were now connected by something stronger than fear. But he would find out eventually. Men like Michael always did. Dayo just needed the 5 tracks to land before that happened. Chapter 526. The First Proof. Helena Voss sat at her desk at 11:46 a.m. and watched the clock tick over to 11:47. She didn't blink. Didn't move. Her hands were folded on the mahogany surface exactly the way she'd placed them 20 minutes ago, fingers interlaced, thumbs resting against each other. The office was silent except for the low hum of the climate control and the occasional notification chime from the 3 monitors arranged in front of her. At 11:47 and 12 seconds, the first data point appeared. It was modest. A streaming spike in the Pacific Northwest, predictable given Kaleo Park's established fan base in Portland and Seattle. Nothing extraordinary. Helena watched the number tick upward and felt nothing. This was what she'd expected. A reasonable debut for a sophomore single from an artist who'd underperformed the first time around. By noon, the Pacific Northwest spike had company. Texas, Georgia, 3 markets in California she hadn't personally authorized promotion for. Helena leaned forward. Her back cracked, She'd been sitting rigid without realizing it. She pulled up the radio monitoring dashboard and refreshed it manually, the way she used to do in the 90s before algorithms did everything for you. Kaleo Park's Burn the Maps had been added to 4 station playlists in the last hour. Organic ads. No label rep calls. No payola. No relationship management. Programmers had simply heard the track and decided it fit what they needed. She picked up her phone and called her head of promotion. What's happening with Kaleo? Helena, I was about to call you. We're getting inbound from stations we haven't touched in 2 years. They're asking for the track, not the other way around. A pause, the sound of paper shuffling. Did you push something I don't know about? Some sync deal or film placement? No. Then this is... He trailed off. They both knew what it was. Neither of them would say it out loud. Helena hung up and went back to her screens. By Thursday evening, the track had been added to 6 major streaming playlists. Not the small algorithmic ones, the editorial playlists with millions of followers, the ones curated by human beings who received thousands of submissions weekly and added maybe 12. By Friday morning, Kaleo Park was on 12 radio markets. By Friday afternoon, the social sentiment graphs showed something Helena hadn't seen in years, not just engagement, but genuine cultural pickup. People weren't just listening. They were using it. She stayed in her office until 9 that night. Ordered sushi she didn't eat. When she finally went home, she took the printed report with her. The one-page brief from Dayo. She read it again in the back of her car, streetlights passing across the page like a slow strobe. Asterisk Thursday, Week 3. High Energy Lane will be empty due to competing ballad releases from major pop acts. Radio programmers and playlist curators will be actively seeking uptempo material. Release at 11:47 a.m. Eastern to catch the Friday chart calculation window at peak momentum. Asterisk. Every word was right. Not approximately. Not directionally. Exactly. She folded the paper and put it in her purse. She didn't look at it again until she was alone in her kitchen, standing in the dark, drinking scotch she usually saved for celebrations. Darius Cole was in his Detroit office when the numbers crossed his desk. He'd been watching Kaleo's trajectory all day, not because he cared about Vanguard's rock rap act, but because his own release was next. His niece, performing under the project named Nia Rain, had her R&B single scheduled for Tuesday at 2 a.m. The window Dayo specified. The window his entire team had looked at like he was crazy. His head of digital had sent him 3 emails questioning the timing. His radio promo director had called twice. Darius had held firm, repeating the same lie each time. Asterisk, it's a strategy. Trust the process. Asterisk. Now, watching Kaleo Park blow up in a Thursday window that no conventional wisdom would have recommended, Darius felt something shift in his chest. Not certainty. Something more fragile. The beginning of belief. He picked up his desk phone and called his head of marketing. Move up the campaign prep for Nia. And tell the team, nobody questions the Tuesday drop time. Nobody. Anyone has a problem with it, they can take it up with me personally. He hung up. Before they could answer, his hands were shaking. He put them in his pockets and walked to the window, looking out at Detroit's skyline. Somewhere out there, his niece was probably rehearsing or sleeping or doing whatever young artists did when they didn't know their uncle was betting everything on a Tuesday at 2 a.m. Please work, he whispered to the glass. He couldn't remember the last time he'd prayed. Paolo Romano called his A&R director 3 times between noon and 3 p.m. Each conversation was essentially the same. Confirming the timeline, confirming the gap week Dayo had specified, confirming that nobody outside the inner circle knew about the source of the scheduling decision. After the 3rd call, Paolo sat alone in his Philadelphia office and laughed. It came out sharper than he intended, almost a bark, the sound of a man who didn't know whether he was celebrating or panicking. Jesus Christ, he said to the empty room. It's actually working. He wanted to text the group thread. Helena had been silent since New York, and her silence felt like a warning. Paolo typed 3 different messages and deleted all of them. Instead, he walked to his window and watched the street below. Ordinary people doing ordinary things, unaware that 5 of the most powerful executives in music had just seen the first crack in reality they'd experienced in decades. His phone buzzed. His marketing director, asterisk, Kaleo Park, just hit trending. Did we know about this? Asterisk. Paolo. Typed back, asterisk, no. And yes. Asterisk. He put the phone down and laughed again. Tom Kellerman worked late on Friday, not because he had to, but because the numbers on his screen wouldn't let him leave. He'd built a model. It was what he did, what he'd done before he ever ran a label, back when he was just a kid with a statistics degree and too much ambition. He pulled Kaleo Park's debut single performance data, similar budget, similar genre positioning, similar radio support at the equivalent stage. Then he mapped it against Burn the Map's first 48 hours. The probability model took 40 minutes to build. The results took 2 seconds to generate. Tom stared at the number. 0.7%. Less than 1% likelihood of Kaleo's sophomore single outperforming his debut by this margin. With this velocity, given the market conditions and competitive landscape on that specific Thursday. He removed his glasses and cleaned them with the microfiber cloth he kept in his top drawer. His hands moved automatically, the gesture of a man who'd learned long ago to distrust data that felt too clean. One data point, he told himself. One successful prediction out of one attempt. Statistically meaningless. You couldn't draw conclusions from a sample size of one. You couldn't build a theory on a single observation. Tom put his glasses back on and closed the model. But he didn't delete it. He saved it to a folder he labeled Market Analysis, Pending Review, and he sat in his darkened office for another hour, staring at the closed file icon like it might open itself. Sarah Mitchell didn't watch the numbers. She watched the culture. She saw Burn the Maps show up in a workout video from a fitness influencer she followed, then in the background of a cooking show clip, then in a car commercial that played during the evening news. Not the song itself, but enough of the instrumental hook that she recognized it immediately. Sync placement she knew Helena hadn't arranged. Organic cultural absorption. She pulled out Dayo's report and read the final line again. Asterisk, expect cultural pickup in lifestyle content within 36 hours. Asterisk. Sarah checked her watch. It had been 34 hours. She closed the report and sat in her DC brownstone with the lights off. The other 4 were probably staring at streaming data right now, watching the commercial metrics validate what they'd all been afraid to hope. But Sarah was thinking about something else. It wasn't just that Dayo had predicted the right commercial window. He'd predicted the right cultural moment. The exact instant when the world would be ready to receive this specific track, not just as music, but as part of their lives. That wasn't analytics. That was something closer to prophecy. She didn't call anyone, didn't text, just sat in the dark and waited for Tuesday, when her own artist's experimental track would drop, and she would learn whether she'd just bet her company's future on a man who could see the future, or on the most elaborate coincidence in music history. Helena initiated the call Saturday morning. Secure line, voice only, the same protocol they'd used in New York. Kaleo's numbers speak for themselves, she said without preamble. Dayo's Thursday window was optimal. Beyond optimal. Darius's voice came through first, steady but carrying an undercurrent she recognized. The sound of a man who'd just watched his own gamble get validated. How's your team handling the questions? Told them it was instinct, Helena said. Paolo laughed, too loud for the line. Instinct. Right. I almost told my director we have a crystal ball. Tom cut in, flat and precise as a scalpel. It's one release. One successful prediction out of one attempt. Statistically, we can't draw conclusions. We're looking at a sample size of one. A pause. Helena could hear breathing, could picture the 5 of them in their separate offices, their separate cities, all thinking the same thing and none willing to say it. Then Sarah's voice, softer than the rest. Tom's right. We need to see the others. But, Helena asked. She hadn't planned to ask. The word came out on its own. Another pause. Longer this time. But if the Tuesday window works for Nia's track the same way, Sarah said slowly, then we're not looking at luck. Helena closed the call with her standard efficiency. No celebrating. No premature conclusions. She instructed them not to contact Dayo, not to discuss the results outside secure channels, to wait for the next drop and the one after that. But after she'd hung up, after the line went dead and the office was quiet again, Helena sat in her darkened chair and pulled out the printed report. She read every line. Not the digital copy on her screen. The physical paper, the one she'd held in her hand in that Manhattan hotel suite. The one with the specific time stamp and the precise predictions that no human being should have been able to make. Asterisk 11:47 a.m. High energy lane empty. Playlist curators seeking uptempo. Friday chart window, asterisk. Every word. Right. Helena Voss had spent 40 years in the music industry. She had seen artists become legends overnight and watched sure things collapse into obscurity. She had seen luck that looked like genius and genius that looked like luck. She had seen timing so perfect it felt supernatural, and she had seen careful plans destroyed by the random chaos of public taste. But she had never, not once in 4 decades, seen someone predict the future with this level of precision. Not a consultant, not an algorithm, not an instinct, not a gut feeling, not a trend forecast. Nobody told you the exact minute to release a track and explained exactly why that minute would work, and then had every single reason turn out to be true. Helena folded the report carefully along its original creases. She opened her desk drawer, placed the paper inside, and locked it with the small brass key she kept on her keychain. One data point, she said aloud. Her voice sounded thin in the empty office, insufficient for the moment. She tried again, firmer this time. One data point is not a pattern. She sat back in her chair and looked out at the Los Angeles night. The city sprawled beneath her in its endless golden grid. She was waiting for the other 4 drops now, same as the rest of them. Waiting to see if Tuesday's 2 a.m. release would validate what Thursday had suggested. Waiting to know if she had just witnessed the first proof of something impossible or the most elaborate coincidence in the history of a business built on coincidences. But waiting, Helena knew, was just what you told yourself you were doing when you'd already made up your mind. She turned off her desk lamp and sat in the dark, the locked drawer at her side. The future laid out on her calendar in 4 precise dates that she hadn't chosen and couldn't explain. The game had changed. She knew it. They all knew it. They were just waiting for the numbers to say it out loud. Chapter 5:27, The Confirmation. Nia Rain had never released a song before. She had a SoundCloud account with 47 followers, most of them bots. She had sung backup on a local Detroit commercial for a car dealership in 2019. She had a part-time job at a coffee shop on Woodward Avenue and a vocal coach who told her she was promising without ever specifying what the promise was. When Darius Cole called her into the Meridian offices and told her she was getting a single, a real single, with real money behind it, she cried in his bathroom for 20 minutes before she could sign the paperwork. The name Nia Rain was new too. A project identity Darius's team had cooked up because her real name still carried the stink of disappearance, of Michael's blacklist, of a career that had died before it could breathe. She was starting from absolute zero. No fanbase, no social media footprint, no prior releases to build anticipation. Just a voice and a song and a Tuesday at 2 a.m. that made no sense to anyone who read the release schedule. Ghost Light went live at 2 a.m. Eastern while America slept. The first 6 hours were quiet. Nia sat in her apartment refreshing her phone, watching the stream count crawl from 0 to 300, then to 800, then to a number she couldn't process because her hands were shaking too badly to read the screen. She went to bed at 4:30 a.m. convinced the song was dead. She woke up at noon to 17 missed calls. The European morning commuters had found it first. London, Paris, Berlin. Listeners adding Ghost Light to their breakfast playlists, their train rides, their walks to offices where the day hadn't started yet. The track's opening, a fragile piano line that sounded like it was being played in an empty church, matched the gray dawn mood perfectly. Then Nia's voice came in, breaking and rebuilding itself in the same breath, and something happened that couldn't be. Manufactured by marketing budgets. People finished the song. 73% of listeners who hit play made it to the final note. In an industry where the average skip rate in the first 30 seconds was 41%, that number was unnatural. By the time the U.S. East Coast woke up, Ghost Light was trending in 14 countries. Not because of a celebrity tweet or a viral dance challenge or a product placement in a Netflix show. Just because enough people in enough time zones had heard it at the exact moment they needed to, and had told someone else. The streaming numbers landed like artillery fire. 2.3 million streams in the first 8 hours. 8.7 million in 24. By 72 hours, the track had cleared 19 million and was accelerating. Platform editorial teams, the human curators who supposedly operated on taste and instinct, added Ghost Light to New Music Friday in 14 territories simultaneously. Radio programmers in the UK started adding it to rotation before American radio, even knew the song existed. Billboard was the slowest to react. Billboard always was, but when it did, the numbers spoke. Ghost Light entered the Hot 100 at number 87 on day 3. By Friday, it was number 62. It debuted on Hot R&B songs at number 4, above artists who had spent years building the kind of name recognition Nia Rain didn't have. The public reaction wasn't about celebrity. It was about recognition. Music journalists pieced together who Nia Rain really was. Darius Cole's niece, the artist Michael had made disappear, and the story of resurrection became its own current. But the song would have worked without the backstory. TikTok users didn't know about Michael or the blacklist or the industry politics. They just heard a voice that sounded like how heartbreak actually felt, and they used the chorus for confessionals about loss and return and the quiet miracle of surviving something that should have killed you. Marco Velez had been DJing weddings in Miami for 3 years when Eclipse signed him. He was 24 years old and had never released original material under his own name. His entire production catalog consisted of remixes posted to YouTube with titles like Drake x Bad Bunny Mashup, Marco Edit, that averaged around 12,000 views. He made his rent doing quinceañeras and corporate events where the most requested song was September by Earth, Wind and Fire. Eclipse found him through a demo submission that Paolo Romano almost deleted because the email subject line was misspelled. But an intern had played the track during a meeting, and something about the drop, the way it built from nothing into a wall of sound that felt like being hit by a wave, made Paolo sit up straight. Static Bloom was Marco's first original release. His first anything. The gap week Dayo had specified was real, not a metaphor, not a suggestion, but an actual vacuum in the electronic music calendar. 2 major dance acts had delayed their releases due to industry uncertainty. A third had pushed back because their lead artist was dealing with a personal matter. Festival season was 3 weeks away, meaning every DJ on Earth was scrambling for new material to debut in their sets, and there was nothing fresh in the pipeline. The track landed in silence and filled it completely. 1.8 million streams in the first 24 hours, modest compared to Ghost Light's explosion. But for a debut electronic act with no prior releases, no festival bookings, no established DJ reputation, the number was obscene. Club DJs in Ibiza, Miami, and Berlin added Static Bloom to their weekend sets within hours of hearing it. A DJ in Ibiza played it at 3 a.m. on Saturday and filmed the crowd's reaction. 10,000 people moving as one organism. Phones in the air, Shazam activation spiking so hard the app crashed in 3 European markets. Billboard reacted faster this time. Static Bloom debuted on Hot Dance/Electronic Songs at number 3, sandwiched between artists who had spent years building the kind of brand recognition Marco Velez didn't have. It entered the bubbling under Hot 100 within a week. The public didn't know Marco. They knew the feeling, the specific euphoria of a dance floor at peak temperature, the moment when the drop hits and your body moves before your brain catches up. Hashtag Static Bloom Challenge emerged organically on TikTok, not because a marketing team invented it, but because dancers couldn't help themselves. Radio programmers who had been starving for up-tempo options all month added it in bulk, grateful for something that wasn't a ballad or a rap record or a 40-year-old classic being pushed back into rotation. Lena Cho was 19 years old and had never performed outside her parents' living room. She had posted 3 covers to Instagram, acoustic versions of songs by SZA, Olivia Rodrigo, and a Nigerian artist named Tems. The combined views were under 8,000. She had no label experience, no tour history, no industry connections beyond a second cousin who worked in copyright law. UCL found her through a college talent competition in Boston that Tom Kellerman's and our director attended on a whim, looking for nothing in particular. Porcelain was her first professional recording. Her first time in a studio with real engineers and real musicians and a budget that exceeded her parents' annual income. When Tom told his team to schedule the release for the same week as a major political documentary, a week when the news cycle would be saturated with scandal, grief, and emotional exhaustion, they thought he was sabotaging her. The documentary dropped on a Tuesday. By Wednesday morning, every social media feed was heavy with it. Outrage, analysis, the particular kind of exhaustion that comes from watching powerful people disappoint you in predictable ways. The culture was hungry for something clean, something that didn't ask you to. Think about corruption or accountability or the slow collapse of institutions. Porcelain landed like a window opening in a sealed room. For 0.1 million streams in 24 hours, the biggest opening of the 4 releases. The track's production was polished, expensive, unmistakably pop, but with a melodic warmth that felt nostalgic without being retro. It sounded like the best parts of being young and uncomplicated, which was exactly what a culture exhausted by scandal needed. Billboard Hot 100 debut at number 41. Pop Airplay chart at number 12 within a week. Digital song sales at number 2. The reaction wasn't driven by Lena's name. Nobody knew her name. It was driven by relief. Music critics called it the song we didn't know we needed. Morning shows played it between segments about the documentary, using it as palate cleanser. Coffee shops and retail stores added it to their playlists within days because it made customers feel better without making them think. The 25 to 40 demographic, usually resistant to new pop artists without established credibility, shared it on Facebook and Instagram with captions about when pop used to be fun, as if Lena Cho had been around long enough to represent an era she was actually too young to remember. Yuki Tanaka at MLL had signed the most unlikely artist of all. Kei Matsuda was 22, Japanese-Brazilian, and had never released a song commercially. He had a Bandcamp page with 43 followers and a collection of tracks that sounded like no genre anyone could name. Part electronic, part bossa nova, part spoken word, with structural breaks that made radio programmers physically uncomfortable. He didn't sing so much as speak in rhythm, sliding between Japanese, Portuguese, and English mid-sentence, refusing to land in any identifiable category. Border/Line was his debut single. MLL's marketing team had begged Sarah Mitchell not to release it. The track was 6 minutes long. It had no chorus in the traditional sense. It contained a 30-second section of ambient street noise recorded in São Paulo. It was, by every commercial metric MLL used, a disaster waiting to happen. It dropped during a week when the cultural conversation was consumed by debates about borders, physical borders, genre borders, the borders between who gets to belong in mainstream spaces and who gets pushed to the margins. The timing was so precise it felt manufactured, even though nobody at MLL could explain how they had predicted it. The streaming numbers were the smallest of the 4, 890,000 in 24 hours. But the completion rate was 78%, nearly double the industry average of 42%. People who started Border/Line finished it. They didn't skip. They didn't add it to a playlist and forget about it while washing dishes. They sat with it for 6 minutes and 23 seconds, and when it ended, many of them played it again. Billboard was the least relevant metric for this track. It didn't crack the Hot 100 immediately, but it debuted on Emerging Artists at number 1. It hit world digital song sales at number 7. And within a week, Kei Matsuda's album pre-orders had spiked 400% without a single promotional appearance, interview, or social media campaign. The reaction wasn't viral in the TikTok sense. It was cultural in the deeper sense. Music publications ran think pieces about what Border/Line represented, about hybrid identities and the death of genre and the arrogance of an industry that forced artists to choose one language, one market, one box. Film directors called Sarah Mitchell wanting to license it. Art galleries wanted to play it at openings. An international film festival in Rotterdam made it their centerpiece track, screening it before every competition film. The track didn't trend. It mattered. And nobody could explain why a complete unknown had managed to matter so precisely at the exact moment the culture was ready to receive him. By the end of the month, the numbers sat on the industry's collective desk like a report card nobody had asked for. Nia Rain, 0 prior releases, 0 fan base, had a top 40 single on the Hot 100 and a top 5 R&B hit. Marco Velez, wedding DJ with 3 years of Quincy eras, had a top 3 electronic track and Ibiza residency offers from 3 promoters who had never heard his name 6 weeks ago. Lena Cho, college talent show contestant, had the biggest pop debut opening of the quarter. Kei Matsuda, Bandcamp. Obscurity with 43 followers, had become a cultural reference point for conversations about identity and genre. For different genres. For different artist profiles. For complete unknowns starting from absolute zero. for simultaneous successes that defied every model the industry used to predict what would work. Radio programmers started asking questions at industry mixers, quiet conversations over drinks that began with asterisk, "Have you noticed something weird?" Asterisk chart analysts at Billboard and Rolling Stone noted the unprecedented cluster of breakthrough debuts in a single month, all from different labels that historically treated each other as enemies. Music journalists sensed a pattern beneath the surface, a coordination, a hand moving pieces, but nobody could name it because nobody outside a single hotel suite in Manhattan knew it existed. On the streets, in the clubs, in the headphones of commuters who didn't read industry trades, the soundtrack of the moment was being written by 4 people who had been invisible 30 days ago. For voices that had found their audiences not through fame, not through marketing machinery, not through the gravitational pull of established celebrity, but through something simpler and stranger. They had arrived at exactly the right time. And time, it turned out, was the only promotion that mattered. Chapter 528. The 3 Pillars Crumble? Graham Whitfield had not left his Belgravia townhouse in 11 days. The reporters, camped outside, had thinned to 3 men sharing a thermos, but the legal team inside had swollen to 7 lawyers filling his study like a second plague. He was drinking at 2 in the afternoon when his lead counsel set the document on the table. Graham didn't touch it. He just looked at the header, Serious Fraud Office, Cooperation Agreement, and felt something in his chest fold like a bad hand of cards. Full disclosure on the joint infrastructure, the lawyer said. The shared accounts, the other participants. In exchange, reduced charges and immunity on 3 of the 7 counts. Graham stared out the window. The London sky was the color of old dishwater. His wife had taken the children to the country estate 12 days ago and had not called since. He understood the math. She was deciding whether to file for divorce before the indictment landed or after, timing it to maximize her own protection and the children's inheritance. "I told them," Graham said quietly. "I told the SFO. I told my lawyers. I told anyone who would listen. I didn't do this. Michael did. Michael set me up." The lawyer said nothing. He had heard this before. They all had. Graham had screamed it in the Geneva suite, screamed it during his first San Francisco airport interview, screamed it at journalists who printed his denials as footnotes beneath headlines that already had him convicted. The metadata pointed to Los Angeles, which pointed to Graham, because Graham had threatened to burn everyone, and then everyone burned. The logic was circular and airtight. "Mr. Whitfield," the lawyer said carefully, "the SFO is not interested in Michael. The SFO is interested in you, and Isabel Marchetti, and Leonard Tanaka, and the infrastructure you built together." He paused, letting the silence do its work. "You can take this deal and survive, or you can hold to your story and drown with the ship." Graham picked up the pen. His hand was trembling. He thought about the other 3. Isabel, who had looked at him in Geneva like he was a rabid dog. Leonard, who had said nothing during the entire meeting, just sat there with his hands folded. Silas, who had watched everything with that terrible patience of his. None of them had called him since. Not one. He set the pen down without signing. "Leave it," he said. "I'll decide by morning." The lawyer nodded, gathered his colleagues, and filed out of the study like a funeral procession. Graham was alone with the document and his whiskey and the gray sky pressing against the glass. He had spent 30 years building a wall around himself. Money, connections, the kind of power that made problems disappear before they became questions. Now the wall was rubble, and the problems were inside the house with him. He could sign the paper and validate the lie, become the man who burned his partners, even though he hadn't struck the match. Or he could refuse and watch his life get stripped down to the studs, piece by piece, left but a cell and a number. Graham poured more whiskey and did not drink it. He just held the glass and watched the liquid catch the light from a lamp that suddenly felt too bright. Isabel Marchetti sat on the terrace of her safe house and watched the Adriatic turn purple as the sun went down. The house was above the bay of Kotor in Montenegro, accessible by one winding road that she could see from her chair. If anyone came, she would see them first. She had always been good at seeing things first. Her father had taught her that. "A woman in our family cannot afford to be surprised," he used to say. "Surprise is for people who have options." She had not been surprised in 40 years. Not until 3 weeks ago, when the headlines dropped and her nephew Paolo, idiot Paolo, who had kept records he should have burned, deleted his LinkedIn, and ran. Now her foundation was dismantled. Her Swiss accounts were frozen. Her French properties had been seized by authorities who had been happy to look the other way for 15 years until looking the other way became politically impossible. She was a ghost with a laptop and a hard drive and 3 passports that felt thinner than they used to. Isabel opened the laptop. The hard drive contained insurance. That was how she had always thought of it. Files she kept not to use, but to hold, to weigh in her hand like a stone that reminded her she had power even when she felt powerless. Documents on Silas, on Leonard, on Graham, on Michael, especially on Michael. She had not paid attention to Michael for years. He was furniture. He was the help. He sat in rooms and took notes and made problems go away with a quiet efficiency that was indistinguishable from loyalty. She had spoken in front of him the way she spoke in front of her car, certain that neither was recording, neither was judging, neither mattered enough to remember. Now she went through the files with the focus of a woman who had nothing else to do and nowhere else to go. The connection was thin. A payment from 2017, routed through a shell company in the Bahamas, to a server hosting company in Montreal. The shell company was one of Graham's, which was why she had kept the record. Leverage on Graham, not on Michael. But the server company was the same one that had processed the leaked files. The same one whose metadata appeared in Warren Castellano's reporting. Isabel sat back and felt the stone in her chest shift. Michael had paid for the infrastructure that delivered the leaks. Not directly. There were 3 shells between him and the payment, and the routing was buried under enough noise that a casual audit would miss it. But she was not casual. She had built her life on finding threads in fabric and pulling until the whole garment unraveled. Michael had built the weapon. Graham had provided the cover. And she had been too busy looking at Graham to see the man standing behind him. The question was what to do with the information. She could not go to the authorities. They wanted her in handcuffs. She could not contact Graham. He was compromised, surveilled, probably already cooperating. Leonard was trapped in Singapore and losing his mind one drink at a time. Silas had never trusted her and would not start now. She needed someone outside the circle. Someone with no loyalty to the old structure and no fear of what came after it. Isabel closed the laptop and watched the last light fade from the water. She had a name. She had a thread. And for the first time in 11 days, she had something that felt like forward motion. Leonard Tanaka had not worn shoes in 12 days. It was a small thing, but small things became obsessions when you were trapped in 4,000 square feet of marble and glass. He walked barefoot across the cold floors of his Marina Bay apartment, from the bedroom to the kitchen to the window that looked out at the harbor, and back again. The police in the lobby didn't care if he wore shoes. The officers who brought his groceries didn't care. The government that had decided he was no longer a citizen worth protecting certainly didn't care. His company had suspended him. His board had appointed an interim CEO, a man Leonard had personally selected and now hated with a bright, pure flame. His yacht sat at Marina Bay collecting dust, a white monument to mobility that mocked him every time he looked at it. He couldn't sail it. He couldn't sell it. He could only watch it. The 30-year Macallan was gone. He had finished it in the first 3 days, drinking it too fast because he had never learned to ration desperation. Now he drank a cheaper blend from a cut glass tumbler that cost more than the whiskey inside it. The glass was one of the few things he had left that still felt like his. His lawyers said the inquiry could take months. They said the union leader case was circumstantial, but the financial trail was solid. They said cooperation would help. They said a lot of things, and Leonard had stopped listening after the 3rd visit. He stood at the window and watched a cargo ship ease into the harbor. It was a small ship, nothing like the vessels his company used, but it moved with a freedom that made Leonard's throat tighten. He thought about Graham, probably in London right now, surrounded by lawyers and self-pity. He thought about Isabel, who had vanished so completely she might be dead for all he knew. He thought about Silas, the ghost who had built the infrastructure that connected them all, who was probably in his office above the Thames, untouched and untouchable. And he thought about Michael. The name came to him at odd hours, usually around 3 in the morning when the whiskey ran low and the apartment got too quiet. Michael had been in the room for every important conversation Leonard had ever had with the other bosses. Michael had taken the notes, arranged the meetings, handled the details. Michael had made the problems disappear. Leonard had never asked Michael his opinion on anything. Not once. Why would you ask the furniture what it thought? Now the furniture had burned down the house, and Leonard couldn't decide if he was more afraid or more impressed. He finished the cheap whiskey and set the expensive glass on the windowsill. The cargo ship had docked. Small figures moved on its deck, securing lines, doing work that Leonard would never do and had never respected. He had spent his life paying people to handle the details so he could think about strategy. Now the details were all he had. The temperature of the floor, the level of the whiskey, the slow rotation of hours that all looked the same. His phone buzzed. A message from his lawyer. Asterisk, the inquiry committee has scheduled a formal interview. Please confirm your availability. Asterisk. Leonard looked at the message for a long time. Then he turned off the phone and went to pour another drink. He thought about the cooperation agreement they had offered him. Full disclosure. Reduced charges. A path back to a life that would never look like his old one, but might at least have an exit door. He thought about Isabel's face in Geneva, the way she had looked at Graham like he was already dead. He thought about Silas, who had said nothing and seen everything. He thought about Michael, somewhere in Los Angeles, sitting in an office Leonard had never seen, running a game Leonard hadn't understood he was playing. The whiskey burned going down. Leonard stared at his empty glass and the harbor beyond it, and the ship that had come in and would go out again without him. 3 pillars, he thought. That's what they had called themselves once. Not 4, because Silas had always been separate, the foundation rather than the structure. 3 pillars holding up an empire of secrets and money and power that had seemed permanent. Now Graham was signing papers or refusing to sign them, either way drowning. Isabel was hiding in a country Leonard couldn't name, probably planning something she would never share. And Leonard was standing in his apartment without shoes, drinking cheap whiskey from expensive glass, waiting for morning to bring the same gray nothing that yesterday had brought. He had been controlled by fear for 20 years. Fear of Silas, fear of exposure, fear of the other bosses and what they might do if he stepped out of line. Michael had been the mechanism of that control, the quiet hand that made the consequences real. And now, alone in a cage he had helped build, Leonard Tanaka felt the fear begin to crack. Not into courage, he was not that man, but into something harder, something closer to acceptance. If he was going to fall, he was tired of falling alone. He picked up his phone and turned it back on. Chapter 529, The Math Changes. Darius Cole watched the final first-week numbers roll in at 6:47 a.m., sitting alone in his Detroit office with the blinds down and the door locked. 31 million. Streams. Hot 100 climbing to number 48. Radio ads in 22 markets. His CFO had already sent 3 emails about revenue projections, and Darius hadn't opened any of them. His phone lit up with a text. Nia. A photo of the coffee shop on Woodward where she'd worked the morning shift 3 months ago, where she'd made lattes for people who didn't know she'd once had a record deal and a future that Michael Erickson had turned to smoke. The caption underneath. Asterisk. Uncle, they're playing me in the shop. Asterisk. Darius put the phone down very carefully on his desk. He pressed the heels of his palms against his eyes until he saw colors. 8 years. For 8 years he'd watched his niece become a ghost. Watched her talent get buried under the weight of a blacklist that nobody admitted existed. Watched her smile through family dinners like she was fine when they both knew she was dying inside. And now, because a 20-something pop star from Nigeria had drawn a circle around a Tuesday at 2 a.m., Nia had a voice again. He picked up his desk phone to call Dayo and hung up before the first ring. His hands were shaking. Too much emotion in the line. Gratitude that would spill out as desperation, all that would sound like weakness. Darius was a hard man. Detroit had made him that way. But sitting in that dark office, looking at his niece's photo, he felt something crack open that had been sealed for a long time. It wasn't just business anymore. Dayo hadn't just given him a chart position. He'd given Nia back her name. Darius opened his bottom drawer and pulled out a bottle of bourbon he kept for victories he didn't know how to process. He didn't drink it. He just held it and stared at the label and thought about phase 2, whatever that meant, and knew that he would follow Dayo into whatever came next. Not because of the money, because of the photo on his phone. Paolo Romano was screaming into 3 different phone lines by noon. The Ibiza promoters were fighting over Marco Valles like dogs over a steak. One offering a summer residency, another bidding higher, a third throwing in a private jet clause that made Paolo's jaw hurt from grinning. He put all 3 on hold, spun in his office chair, and ran the numbers on a scrap of paper like a bookie who'd just hit the trifecta. Marco's track had cost $47,000 to produce and promote from start to finish. In 1 week, it had generated $890,000 in streaming revenue alone. The Ibiza offers were 6 figures each. Sync licensing requests were coming in from 3 different film studios. And Marco had been a wedding DJ 6 weeks ago. A wedding DJ who played September by Earth, Wind and Fire for drunk aunts at Quincieras. Paolo felt greed like a physical thing, a heat in his chest, a tightening in his throat. He wanted more. He wanted exclusivity. He wanted to know if market resonance worked for album rollouts, for tour dates, for merch drops, for the kind of coordinated campaign that turned a single into an empire. He wanted to know if he could lock Dayo into a room and not let him leave until he'd explained every detail of how the system worked. He called his VP of Business Development at 11:07 p.m., waking the man up. "I don't care what it costs," Paolo said, his voice higher than he meant it to be. "Whatever Dayo wants for expanded access, you authorize it. No cap, no committee. If he asks for a building, buy him a building. Do you understand me?" He hung up and walked to his window, looking out at Philadelphia's skyline. Underneath the greed, buried deep enough that Paolo barely recognized it, was awe. He'd spent 20 years in this business, and he knew, with the certainty of a man who'd been burned too many times, that you couldn't manufacture what had just happened. You couldn't buy it. You couldn't fake it. You could only point to a window and watch the magic walk through it. Tom Kellerman came into his Boston office at 5:30 a.m., before the cleaning crew, before his assistant, before the sun had fully committed to rising. He had 3 monitors arranged in a semicircle and a probability model that had been running overnight. He fed in the final numbers from all 4 releases. Nia Rain, Marco Voles, Lena Cho, Kei Matsuda. For complete unknowns. For different genres. For simultaneous Billboard chart entries in a 30-day window. He added the control variables, 0 prior releases, minimal established fan base, no traditional marketing catalysts, no celebrity cosigns, no viral dance trends driving the initial surge. He hit run. The software processed for 11 seconds. The result appeared in white text against a black background, stark and mathematical. Tom read it twice. The probability was so small his software had rendered it in scientific notation. For 0.7 by 10 to the negative 12th power. A number so close to 0 that, for all practical purposes, it was 0. Tom removed his glasses and cleaned them with a microfiber cloth from his top drawer. His hands moved automatically, the gesture of a man who needed something to do while his worldview reorganized itself. He had an MIT statistics degree. He had built predictive models for 30 years that had made UCL hundreds of millions of dollars. He had always believed, with the quiet arrogance of a man who dealt in evidence, that given enough data, human behavior could be anticipated, charted, reduced to formulas. And a pop star half his age had just done something Tom's entire career of mathematical sophistication could not explain. The jealousy was sharp and specific. It wasn't about money or market share. Tom had plenty of both. It was about intelligence. About the deep, personal insult of watching someone solve a problem you'd been defining wrong your whole life. Tom had spent decades optimizing within the rules of a game that Dayo wasn't even playing. He sat in his darkened office for 20 minutes, glasses off, staring at the number on his screen. Then he called. His CFO. Increased the market resonance budget allocation. Double the quarterly line item. Effective immediately. He hung up and put his glasses back on. The data had spoken. And Tom Kellerman, for all his pride, had never been a man who argued with data. Sarah Mitchell read the essays on her tablet in her DC brownstone, sitting in the same chair where she'd sat in the dark 11 days ago, waiting to see if Kei Matsuda's incomprehensible art project would find its audience. The New York Times, Border/Line and the Death of Genre. The Guardian, Kei Matsuda and the New Global Sound. The Rotterdam Film Festival's official statement, released that morning, calling the track the defining musical statement of the year. For 100% album pre-order increase. Not because of a TikTok dance. Not because of a celebrity endorsement. Because the work mattered. Because it had arrived at the exact moment the culture was ready to discuss borders and crossing them and who gets to belong. Sarah felt a quiet, deep satisfaction that she didn't try to put into words. She had built MLL from a mailroom internship through sheer refusal to quit. For 30 years, she'd fought invisible battles. Too small for Michael to bother destroying directly, too stubborn to disappear like he wanted. She'd signed K because she believed in him when nobody else did. When her own A and our team had called the demo uncommercial and career suicide. Market resonance hadn't made the art. It had made sure the world was listening when the art spoke. She felt greed too. She wasn't a saint. She thought about her other 6 developing artists, the ones she'd been nurturing quietly, waiting for their moments. She thought about what the system could do for all of them if Dayo allowed it. But the greed was tempered by something rarer in this business, gratitude. The kind that didn't come with strings. She picked up her phone and typed a text to Dayo. 3 words. No punctuation. Asterisk, you were right. Asterisk. She set the phone down and went back to her essays, reading slowly, savoring each one. For the first time in years, the future felt like something to look forward to instead of something to survive. Helena Voss poured a scotch at 9 p.m. in her Los Angeles office and didn't drink it. She just held the glass and looked at the 5 numbers laid out across her desk. Kaleo Park. 30 million streams, top 40 trajectory, cultural pickup and lifestyle content within 36 hours exactly as predicted. Nia Rain. 0 prior releases. Hot 100 at number 48 and climbing. Marco Velez. Wedding DJ. Top 3 electronic track. Ibiza bidding war. Lena Cho. College talent show. Biggest pop debut opening of the quarter. Kei Matsuda. Bandcamp obscurity. Cultural phenomenon. Essays, not trends. Helena had spent 40 years in the music industry. She had watched marketing miracles and payola schemes and genuine organic phenomena. She had manufactured hits with million-dollar budgets and watched sure things die for no reason anyone could explain. She had seen every trick, every angle, every manipulation the business could devise. And she had never seen anything like this. The jealousy hit her like a physical blow, a heat in her chest, a bitterness at the back of her throat. She was the veteran, the legend, the woman who had built the number 2 label in the world from literal nothing, who had signed artists that became legends, who had survived every shift in the business from vinyl to streaming. And a young man from Nigeria owned something more powerful than her entire life's work. Something that could manufacture timing itself, that could point to a moment and say the world will be ready here and be right every single time. She didn't like it. She didn't like that there was power in the industry she couldn't match, couldn't buy, couldn't replicate through force of will or accumulated leverage. The jealousy was real, and it was sharp, and it sat in her chest like a stone. But the respect was there too. Because Helena recognized something in Dayo that she had seen in herself 4 decades ago. The absolute refusal to accept the rules as written. The willingness to build something new rather than optimize something old. She didn't like that he held the key to a kingdom she hadn't even known existed. But she respected that he had earned it, and she respected what he was building with it. She picked up her phone and dialed the secure number. She knew the others were reacting too. Darius with his spiritual gratitude, Paolo with his naked hunger, Tom with his mathematical surrender, Sarah with her quiet satisfaction. But Helena was the one who would shape what came next. That was her role. It always had been. Dayo, she said when he answered, her voice steady and controlled. The voice of a woman who had never let emotion dictate strategy. The 5 releases are validated. The alliance is real. Now we need to talk about what else this system of yours can do. And we need to talk about how we make sure Michael never gets within 100 miles of it. She hung up and finished her scotch in one swallow. The jealousy didn't go away. But she'd learned long ago that jealousy, properly managed, was just another word for ambition. Dayo sat in his U.S. office and watched his phone light up with 5 notifications in the span of 40 minutes. Darius, asterisk, thank you, asterisk, 2 words. But Dayo could read the weight behind them. That thank you cost Darius something. It was a debt acknowledged. Paolo, asterisk, we need to talk expansion. Immediately. No limits. Asterisk, the greed was so transparent, it was almost refreshing. Paolo wanted to own the magic. He never would. But his hunger would keep him loyal. Tom, asterisk, the statistical validation is complete. I'm prepared to increase our investment. Asterisk, the language of a man who had surrendered to evidence he couldn't explain. Tom was in. Completely, irrevocably. Sarah, asterisk, you were right. Asterisk 3 words, no punctuation. The simplest and, in some ways, the most valuable response. Sarah didn't need to be sold anymore. She was already building the future in her head. Helena. Asterisk. The 5 releases are validated. The alliance is real. Asterisk the general speaking. The one who would coordinate, strategize, and protect. Helena's jealousy was a given. Dayo had seen it in her eyes in the hotel suite. But her respect was real too, and respect was harder to earn. He felt the shift in the room's energy, even though he was alone. What had begun as suspicion in a Manhattan hotel suite had become hunger. 5 powerful people weren't just convinced anymore. They were invested, emotionally and financially, in the reality of what market resonance could do. The greed was good. The greed kept them tied to him, kept them showing up, kept them fighting the war he was organizing. But Dayo also recognized the danger sitting underneath the excitement. These were 5 people who had spent their entire careers taking what they wanted. If they ever decided that market resonance was something they could extract from him rather than access through him, the alliance would transform from a shield into a blade pointed at his throat. For now, they respected him. And respect was rarer than greed, and more fragile, and harder to maintain. He typed a single message and sent it to the group thread. Asterisk. Next meeting. New York. We discuss phase 2. Asterisk. Then he set the phone down, turned to his window, and looked out at the city below. 5 reactions. 5 conversions. 5 powerful people who had started as skeptics and ended as believers. The math had changed. The war was about to accelerate, and Dayo was the only person in the world who knew exactly when to strike. Chapter 530. Dada. The morning light came through the kitchen window at an angle that meant it was just after 7. Luna stood at the counter in sweatpants and one of Dayo's old tour t-shirts, hair piled on top of her head, watching the coffee maker drip with the focused patience of a woman who had not slept through the night in 6 months. From the living room, she could hear Dayo making ridiculous sounds. Jen and I fair. Jenny fa. J to the E to the NNY. Luna smiled into her coffee mug. The man who had sat across from 5 label heads and negotiated an alliance that would reshape the music industry was currently on his hands and knees on a play mat covered in cartoon farm animals, trying to get their daughter to look at him. You're going to confuse her, Luna called out. She thinks your name is some kind of rap ad-lib. She loves it, Dayo shot back. Don't you, princess? Jennifer sat propped against a cushion, 6 months of chubby perfection in a yellow onesie. She had Dayo's eyes and Luna's stubborn chin. She was also, in Luna's unbiased opinion, the most beautiful human being ever produced on Earth. She blinked at her father with an expression of mild skepticism, as if she was humoring him. Dayo leaned in close, his nose almost touching hers. Bobby ABA, he said, exaggerated and silly. Jennifer's mouth moved. Her tiny lips pressed together, opened, found the shape she'd been practicing in secret for days. Da-da. The sound was unmistakable, clear, deliberate, not a random babble but a word, aimed directly at the man inches from her face. Dayo froze. His eyes went wide, comically, cartoonishly wide, and he looked at Luna with the expression of a man who had just been handed the universe in a gift box. Did she, Luna? Did she just? Da-da, Jennifer said again, and this time she smiled, a gummy, glorious, 6-month-old smile that said she knew exactly what she'd done and she was delighted by it. Dayo collapsed onto his back on the farm animal mat. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, one hand over his heart. Oh my God, Luna. She said it. She said Dada. My daughter said Dada. He turned his head to look at Jennifer, who was watching him with amusement. Princess, you just made my entire life. My whole career was just a prelude to this moment. Luna put her coffee down, maybe a little harder than necessary. Excuse me, she said, walking into the living room. She bent down and scooped Jennifer up, holding her at eye level with a mock seriousness that Jennifer responded to with giggles. Jennifer, let's be very clear. Who carried you for 9 months? Mama. Who feeds you at 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. and 6 a.m.? Mama. Who changes you and sings you to sleep and hasn't had a full night of rest since you were born? She paused for emphasis. Mama. So let's try again. Mama. Mama. Jennifer looked at her mother with adoration. She opened her mouth. Da-da. Dayo, still on the floor, made a sound like a dying balloon, a high-pitched wheeze of laughter that he couldn't control. He rolled onto his side, tears actually forming at the corners of his eyes, his whole body shaking. "You traitor," Luna said to the baby, but she was smiling. She couldn't help it. "You absolute traitor. I gave you everything. I gave you my body, my sleep, my sanity. And you pick him?" "I didn't teach her that," Dayo managed between laughs, holding his hands up in surrender. "I swear on every song I've ever written. That was pure instinct." "She recognizes greatness." Luna threw a cushion at his head. He ducked, still laughing, and crawled over to them on his knees. He reached up and touched Jennifer's cheek with a gentleness that made Luna's chest tighten, the same gentleness he showed when he was writing music that mattered. "Again, princess," he whispered. "One more time for daddy." "Da-da." Dayo let out a whoop that probably woke the neighbors, scooped Jennifer out of Luna's arms, and stood up with her held high above his head like she was the championship trophy at the World Cup. He spun in a circle, singing one of his own tracks, but with the lyrics completely rewritten. "Da-da, da-da, da-da-da, my baby knows my name, da-da-da." "You're going to drop her," Luna said, filming it on her phone despite herself. "And I'm not editing this to make you look dignified." "Dignity is overrated," Dayo called out, spinning again. Jennifer Dayo said her first word, and it was "da-da." "The charts can wait. The labels can wait. My daughter knows my name." From the hallway, a voice cut through the celebration. "What is all this noise at 7 in the morning? Some of us are trying to pretend we can still sleep past 6. Abby Soledeo stood in the doorway of the guest room, or what used to be the guest room before she'd practically moved in 6 months ago. She wore a traditional wrapper and a head tie, already perfectly put together despite the hour. She had her son's sharp eyes and his talent for commanding a room without raising her voice. "Mom," Dayo said, still holding Jennifer aloft. "Your granddaughter just spoke. Her first word. Guess what it was?" Abby Sola crossed the room with the unhurried pace of a woman who had raised 3 children and was not easily impressed by baby milestones. She looked at Jennifer. Jennifer looked back. "Da-da," Jennifer offered, as if providing evidence. Abby Sola's face cracked into a smile that she tried and failed to suppress. "Oh." She turned to Luna. "And you were standing there looking like someone stole your rice." "I am the rice that was stolen," Luna said flatly, but she was laughing. 9 months. 9 months I carried her. I pushed. I did everything. And she picks him." Abby Sola made a sound that was half sympathy, half amusement. "My dear, all my children said dada first. It is not personal. It is just the easier sound. The M in mama takes more work. They love us, but they are lazy." She reached for Jennifer and Dayo handed her over with the ease of a man who trusted his mother completely. "She will say mama soon enough. And then she will say it 1,000 times a day and you will wish for dada again." The doorbell rang. Luna went to answer it, still filming on her phone. Dayo's father stood on the doorstep with 2 bags of groceries and a newspaper under his arm. "I heard screaming," he said, walking in without waiting for an invitation. "I assumed either someone was being murdered or the baby finally talked." "She talked," Dayo said, taking one of the grocery bags. "And guess what she said?" Mr. Dayo set the newspaper down and looked at his son with the dry skepticism of a man who had heard every excuse, every exaggeration, and every tall story his son had produced over 26 years. "Let me guess. Dada, how did you know?" "Because you were a stubborn, attention-seeking child, and your daughter is clearly the same." But he was grinning as he said it, walking over to Abby Sola and peering at Jennifer with the soft expression he reserved only for his granddaughter. "Well done, little one. You have made your father insufferable. He will tell this story at your wedding." Luna's phone buzzed on the counter. She picked it up, a FaceTime call from her mother. She answered, and the screen filled with the weathered, smiling face of her mother standing in what looked like a barn doorway. Behind her, Luna could see her father leaning against a fence post, a wide-brimmed hat shading his eyes from the morning sun. "Morning, baby," her mother said. "Your father and I just finished the morning feed. What's all the commotion?" "You texted 3 exclamation points and a skull emoji." Jennifer spoke. Luna said, turning the phone around to face the living room. She said dada. Luna's father called from the background, his voice carrying the easy drawl of a man who had spent 30 years on a ranch in Texas. "I can tell by the way my daughter's holding that phone like a weapon." "How did you know?" Luna demanded. "Because if she'd said mama, you'd have led with the video instead of the skull emoji." Dayo took the phone from Luna and held it up so Luna's parents could see Jennifer, now back in his arms, being her beautiful, gurgling self. "Mr. and Mrs. Bennett," he said with the charm he turned on for stadiums full of people. "Your granddaughter has excellent taste." She recognized the superior parent immediately. "The superior parent is the one who was up with her at 3 a.m., Luna's mother said dryly. "But congratulations, Dayo. You enjoy it while it lasts." Luna said mama at 8 months, and then didn't stop talking for 20 years. "I heard that," Luna said. "I meant you to." Dayo laughed. A full, genuine sound that filled the room. He looked at Luna, at his parents, at the phone showing Luna's parents on their ranch 1,000 miles away, and at Jennifer, who was trying to eat his shirt collar. "One more time," he whispered to his daughter. "For the grandparents." Jennifer obliged. "Da-da." The whoop he let out this time actually did wake the neighbors. Luna posted the video 3 hours later, after Jennifer had napped and Dayo had finally stopped dancing around the living room. She uploaded it from her personal account, not Dayo's official page, not the verified profile with 40 million followers, just her own quiet corner of the internet, where she posted recipes and photos of flowers and occasional glimpses of their life. The caption was pure Luna. Asterisk 6 months of sleepless nights, 6 months of feeding, 6 months of being the boring parent, while this one sings and dances, and her first word is dada. Justice for mama, loudly crying face, broken heart. Yes, I'm posting this while he spins around our living room. Yes, he's really like this. No, I won't delete it. Asterisk. The video was shaky, clearly filmed on a phone. Dayo on his knees on the farm animal mat. Jennifer in his arms held high like a trophy, his voice cracking as he sang his own lyrics rewritten into nonsense about dada. At the end, he dropped to the floor in a mock faint while Luna's laughter, and Abisola's commentary in Yoruba, played in the background. Jennifer's gummy smile was the last frame. It exploded. Within 2 hours, it had been shared 2 million times. Within 6, it was trending in 14 countries. The comments came in a flood. Asterisk. The man who just changed the music industry is singing dada to his baby on a farm animal playmat. I can't breathe. Asterisk. Asterisk. Luna's face is every mom who ever got robbed of the first word, loudly crying face, justice for mama, trending worldwide. Asterisk. Asterisk. The way he just fell. A whole global superstar reduced to tears by one syllable. Protect this family at all costs. Asterisk. Asterisk. I'm crying in my office. This is the most wholesome thing I've seen all year. Asterisk. Asterisk. Abisola in the background speaking Yoruba like my son is an idiot, but he is my idiot, I love her. Asterisk. Asterisk. Did anyone catch Luna's parents on the ranch? Her dad knew immediately, faced with tears of joy, Texas wisdom. Asterisk. Asterisk. He sings his own songs rewritten for his baby. The ego. The legend. The dada. Asterisk. Fan edits appeared within hours. Clips of Dayo at award shows accepting trophies, cut with the footage of him collapsing on the playmat. Captioned, asterisk, 2 types of wins. Asterisk meme formats. Reaction videos. A single tweet with just the word dada and a screenshot of Dayo's face that got 80,000 likes. News outlets picked it up by evening. Asterisk, superstar Dayo reduced to tears by daughter's first word. Asterisk, asterisk, justice for mama. Luna's relatable reaction goes viral. Asterisk music blogs that had been covering the label alliance and market resonance pivoted to run human interest pieces about the family moment. That night, after Jennifer was finally asleep in her crib and the house was quiet, Luna and Dayo lay in bed with the windows open. She was scrolling through comments, laughing at the memes, while he stared at the ceiling with a smile that hadn't left his face all day. "You're never going to stop talking about this, are you?" Luna asked, not looking up from her phone. "First of many, baby. Wait until she says, 'I love you, Daddy.' You'll really be jealous then." Luna hit him with a pillow, but she was smiling. She set her phone down and looked at him, really looked at him. The man who carried the weight of a system nobody knew about, who was fighting a war against an enemy 20 years entrenched, who had 5 label heads waiting on his next move. Right now, he was just a dad who had heard his baby say his name. "You're a good father," she said quietly, "even if you are completely insufferable about this." He pulled her close, his arm warm around her shoulders. "And you're a great mama," even if she didn't say it first. She laughed into his chest. "I hope she says Luna tomorrow. Or no. Or literally anything except more data. Too late. I've already won. And the internet knows it. Outside, the world kept spinning. Michael plotted in his dark office. Silas's assassins counted down their timeline. The 5 label heads waited for Dayo's signal about Phase 2. But in this room, tonight, none of it existed. Just a family, a baby's first word, and a love that was louder than all the noise. Chapter 531, The Blink. Michael was tracing a phantom payment through 3 shell companies when the number stopped him cold. 14. That was the chart position Nia Rain's single had hit on the Hot R and B songs chart. He'd glanced at the Billboard update automatically, the way he glanced at everything. A reflex, not a focus. Nia Rain. The name meant nothing. Meridian's new signee, completely unknown, 0 prior releases. But she'd climbed to number 4. Michael's fingers stopped moving over the keyboard. He stared at the number and felt something in his chest tighten, the way a guitar string tightens before it snaps. Nia Rain. Marco Velez. Number 3 on Dance/Electronic. Lena Cho. Number 41 Hot 100. Kei Matsuda. Some experimental track that didn't even chart traditionally, but had Rotterdam calling. For debut artists. For different labels. For simultaneous breakouts in a single month. The numbers sat on his screen like a code he should have cracked days ago. And then it hit him. Not gradually, but all at once, a physical sensation like falling backward into a chair that wasn't there. The red dots. He remembered now. The surveillance alert that had fired in his office, what felt like a lifetime ago. 5 markers. Manhattan. The 4 Seasons. Helena, Darius, Paolo, Tom, Sarah, all in the same building, the same suite, the same afternoon. He'd seen it, registered it. And then Silas had called about Nicosia, and Michael had dropped everything to save his own neck. 40 minutes. That's how long he'd been diverted. Long enough for 5 powerful people to sit down, agree on something, and vanish back into their separate cities before he could react. Michael sat very still in his dark office and listened to the silence. It sounded different now. It sounded like a mistake. He'd filed the alert away like a minor concern. A yellow flag, not a red one. Because Silas was the priority. Silas was the knife at his throat. And while Michael had been staring at that blade, someone had slipped in through the back door and convened an army. God damn it, he whispered to the dark. He pulled up the embedded asset network. 5 names. 5 people he'd placed inside 5 labels over 15 years, not as spies exactly. That word was too theatrical, but as insurance. A mid-level marketing manager at Vanguard who'd needed her gambling debt erased. A digital analytics contractor at Meridian who thought his secondary salary came from a venture capital firm. An A&R coordinator at Eclipse who Michael had personally rescued from a career-killing scandal. A data systems administrator at UCL who admired Michael's business lectures. An operations assistant at MLL who simply liked the extra $12,000 a year that appeared in an offshore account she never questioned. 5 sleeping assets. Activating all of them simultaneously was reckless. It created patterns, left fingerprints, risked exposure if any one of them was being watched or had grown a conscience since the last check-in. Michael stared at the 5 names and calculated the odds the way he calculated everything. Coldly, quickly, with the knowledge that hesitation was its own form of death. He pulled the levers. The activation codes went out through 5 separate channels. A text message disguised as a wrong number for Vanguard. An encrypted email to a private address for Meridian. A dead drop notification through a music industry message board for Eclipse. A direct financial deposit with a coded memo line for UCL. A voice call that rang once and hung up for MLL. Then he waited. Michael didn't wait well. He was a man built for action, for keystrokes and phone calls, and the manipulation of systems that bent under his hands. Waiting felt like drowning in shallow water. He tried to return to the Nicosia obfuscation, adding noise to Silas's data trails, but his focus was fractured. Every few minutes his eyes drifted to the surveillance dashboard, waiting for the ping that would tell him something he should have known a week ago. The first response came from Vanguard. 6 hours later, Helena came back from New York with something. Meeting with her team yesterday, closed door, no assistance. Word is she's preparing for coordinated release windows with other labels. No one knows who set it up. The directive came from her directly. Michael read it 3 times. Coordinated release windows. In 20 years of watching these people, He'd never seen them coordinate anything more complex than a shared limousine to an awards show. They competed. They fought. They hated each other almost as much as they feared him. The second response came from Eclipse. Paolo's and our coordinator was chatty when nervous. Something happened in New York. Paolo authorized an uncapped spending line for consulting services. No vendor name. No contract. Not even a department code. The dance track release got moved to a week nobody on the team had identified. When my boss asked, Paolo said a consultant handled it. First time in 8 years, he didn't micromanage a timeline. Michael's jaw tightened. A consultant, the same phrase he'd used himself, back when he was invisible furniture in rooms where powerful people spoke freely. He'd been their consultant. Now someone else was playing his role. Meridian came third. 7 hours after activation. Darius pulled Nia Rain's release timing from an unknown source. Not our analytics team. They were bypassed completely. The 2 a.m. Tuesday drop was his call alone. After the numbers came in, he doubled the Q4 marketing budget for something called expanded access. No paperwork, just a verbal authorization. When finance asked questions, he said, "Trust me." Michael stood up from his desk. He walked to the far wall and pressed his forehead against the cool concrete. He needed the sensation, something to ground him. Darius Cole was not a man who authorized verbal expenditures. Darius was careful, methodical, suspicious by nature. Someone had made him trust unconditionally. That was a skill Michael recognized because he'd spent 23 years perfecting it himself. UCL's report arrived 8th. Shortest of all. Tom ran probability models for 2 days after he got back. Something about 4-point validation and impossible distribution patterns. Dialed a budget line labeled MR. Told the CFO it was the best investment UCL would make this decade. Source of the data is unknown. MR, Michael said aloud. The sound was ugly in the empty room. He didn't know what it stood for. Market something. Media response. He ran through possibilities like a man trying to pick a lock with a broken key. MLL came last. The operations assistant had the least access, but she'd seen something. Sarah sent a text the morning after Kei Matsuda's numbers hit. I was standing near her desk. I saw the screen. It went to an unknown number. Just said, "You were right." 3 words, no punctuation. Since then she's been preparing partnership offers for film festivals and galleries. Nothing like that was on her calendar last month. Michael sat back down. He arranged the 5 reports on his screen like puzzle pieces, reading them in sequence, then backward, then in the order that made the most narrative sense. The picture that emerged was unmistakable and infuriating. Someone had given 5 rival label heads a predictive system for timing releases. Someone with accuracy that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist by any commercial or statistical standard Michael understood. Someone who had convened them in a Manhattan hotel suite, offered them this capability, and sent them home to test it. And it worked. For unknown artists, for different labels, for simultaneous breakouts. Not luck, not coincidence. Engineered timing down to the hour. Michael ran every search he could think of. The Four Seasons booking trace to a Delaware LLC that dissolved into a web of holding companies with no beneficial owner. The suite was paid for with a wire from a Cayman account that led to a trust in the Seychelles that led to a dead end. He pulled surveillance footage requests through contacts in NYPD and private security firms, but the hotel's cameras had malfunctioned that day. A coincidence that felt less like coincidence and more like professional preparation. He had nothing. No face. No name. Just a capability that shouldn't exist and 5 powerful people who were now moving in coordinated formation behind it. Michael opened his drawer and looked at the metal box. Carlos Mendez stared up at him from the passport photo. Uruguay. The escape hatch. He'd been closer to pulling that trigger after the Silas call than he wanted to admit. Now he checked the Amato timeline. 3 weeks until Michael Erickson ceased to be a problem, according to Ornella Amato's schedule. He checked his 5-phase plan, the document he'd treated like scripture for 2 years. It was written for a war against 4 bosses who were supposed to be his enemies. Silas was the last one standing, and Michael had been so focused on that victory that he'd missed the real threat growing in the shadows. He thought about the unknown variable. Someone new in the game. Someone with enough pull to convene 5 label heads and enough technical capability to deliver predictions that beat every analytics firm in the industry. Someone who had studied Michael's methods, the consultant approach, the invisible hand, and improved on them. It couldn't be an artist. That thought never crossed his mind. Artists were product. They were the result of systems, not the architects of them. No singer, no matter how successful, could walk into a room with Helena Voss and Darius Cole and command their respect. That required a different language entirely. Could it be a tech firm? A data company with a new algorithm? Some Silicon Valley operation that had finally cracked the music market? Possible. But tech firms didn't operate in shadows. They took meetings, issued press releases, sought partnerships. This was surgical, personal, quiet. Could it be one of the fallen bosses? Graham, from his legal hell, orchestrating a comeback? Isabel, from her Montenegro hideaway, playing a long game? Leonard, from his Singapore cage, throwing a final punch? No, they were drowning. Their infrastructure was compromised. They didn't have the capability to convene 5 healthy label heads and offer them a gift. Michael closed the box and put it back in the drawer. He didn't reach for it again. Not yet. He sat in the dark and listened to his servers hum, the sound of systems working perfectly while the world above them shifted in ways he couldn't track. 3 fronts now. Silas behind him with Amato assassins counting down the days. Regulators drilling through frozen accounts from 3 jurisdictions. And 4, maybe 5, label heads moving in formation, guided by a hand he couldn't see, powered by a system he couldn't name. Michael had spent his life being the smartest person in every room. The invisible architect. The man who saw the board from above while everyone else played the pieces. For the first time in 23 years, he was playing blind. And the worst part, the part that sat in his stomach like a stone, was that he didn't even know who his opponent was. He reached for the keyboard and started typing again. Not the Nicosia obfuscation this time. Something else. A new protocol, a new surveillance net, a wider dragnet designed to catch whatever moved next. If he couldn't see the player, he'd watch the board. Sooner or later, everyone made a move that revealed them. Michael would be waiting. Chapter 532, The Eyes. Paolo Romano's niece, Gina, had been his executive assistant for 3 years, and he still didn't know how he'd functioned without her. She was 26, sharp-tempered, sharper-eyed, and had the kind of memory that stored every slight, every odd glance, every conversation that didn't land quite right. She'd grown up watching her uncle get steamrolled by the music industry. First the subsidiary labels, then the artists, then Michael Erickson's quiet suffocation, and she'd taken the job with one unspoken mission: never let it happen again. She noticed the A&R coordinator's behavior on a Tuesday morning, around 10:30, while she was restocking the printer paper near Paolo's office. The coordinator, his name was Derek, and he'd been with Eclipse for 8 years, was standing too close to Paolo's door. Not right up against it, not obviously eavesdropping, just hovering in that zone between walking past and deciding to knock. He had a folder in his hands that he wasn't looking at. His eyes kept drifting to the crack under the door, where light showed whether Paolo was inside. Gina didn't stop walking. She grabbed the paper tray, exchanged a pleasantry about the weather, and continued down the hall. But her jaw was tight. She watched him for 3 more days. Derek asking Gina casual questions about Paolo's schedule, who he'd been meeting with, any trips to New York recently, whether the consultant who handled the Marco Velez release was coming back. Derek lingering near the conference room during calls that didn't involve him. Derek suddenly volunteering to organize Paolo's digital files, which he'd never offered to do in 8 years. On Thursday afternoon, Gina walked into Paolo's office and closed the door behind her. "We need to talk," she said. Paolo looked up from his laptop. Gina's expression told him everything before she opened her mouth. She had that look, the one she got when she was about to deliver bad news she knew he didn't want to hear. "What's wrong?" "It's Derek. From A&R. Gina sat down without being invited, which she only did when something serious was happening. "He's been asking questions. About your meetings. About the consultant who handled Marco's release timing. About New York." Paolo's stomach tightened. "What kind of questions?" "The kind that sound casual unless you're paying attention." "Hey Gina, was that New York trip a label thing or personal? Do you know if we're bringing that consultant back for the next drop?" "Paolo seems different since he got back." "Good different, just wondering if something happened." She paused. Yesterday I caught him near your office during your call with Tom Kellerman. He said he was waiting to ask you about a demo, but he was standing there for 12 minutes, Uncle. I timed it. Paolo leaned back in his chair. His first instinct was dismissal. Derek had been with Eclipse for 8 years, through the subsidiary shutdowns, through the rebuild. He was loyal. He was furniture. But Gina wasn't prone to paranoia, and the New York meeting was still fresh in his mind. Dayo's warning, delivered in that hotel suite with the city behind him. Assume Michael is always watching. If you see something suspicious, report it immediately. You're sure? Paolo asked. Gina didn't answer. She just looked at him with the steady gaze of someone who had already done the math and was waiting for the adults to catch up. Paolo spent the next 2 days investigating quietly. He checked Derek's recent calendar access, 3 unauthorized logins to Paolo's schedule in the past week. He reviewed the security footage from the hallway cameras, something he hadn't done in years. There was Derek, hovering near his door. There was Derek again, walking past the conference room during 3 separate calls. There was Derek at Gina's desk, leaning in, asking questions while she typed, and pretended not to notice. It wasn't proof of espionage, but it was enough. Enough to confirm what Gina had seen. Paolo closed the footage and sat in his darkened office for 10 minutes, breathing through his nose. Michael Erickson had someone inside his building, inside his trust. 8 years of shared history, and Derek had been taking someone else's money the whole time. He called Dayo at 7:30 p.m., after the office had emptied out. His hands were shaking so badly, he had to redial twice. Dayo, it's Paolo. His voice came out higher than he wanted. I think. No, I'm pretty sure. Michael has someone inside Eclipse. An A&R coordinator named Derek. He's been asking questions about the New York meeting. About the consultant. My niece noticed it first. I checked the logs and the security footage. It's real. Dayo was quiet for a moment. Then, is your line secure? I don't know. Probably not. He's probably listening right now, laughing at me. Paolo. Dayo's voice was calm. Too calm. The kind of calm that made Paolo realize he was panicking and try to pull it back. Listen to me carefully. Do not confront Derek. Do not act suspicious. Do not change your behavior at all. What? Dayo, he's been spying on me for. I know. And if you confront him, Michael knows we're onto him. If you stay quiet, we control what he sees. A pause. Can your niece keep watching without Derek noticing? Paolo looked at Gina, who had refused to leave his office and was sitting on his couch with her arms crossed. She's better at this than I am. Good. Have her feed Derek small pieces of information. Nothing about market resonance. Nothing about me. Nothing about the alliance. But give him something to report. Mention a consulting firm based in London. Reference meetings that didn't happen. Drop a name, something generic, like Meridian Analytics or Vanguard Strategies. Let him chase shadows. Paolo's breathing slowed. He was starting to understand. You want us to lie to him. I want you to become his only source of information. And I want that information to be fiction. Dayo's voice hardened slightly. Michael spent 20 years controlling this industry because he controlled what people knew. Now we do the same to him. After the call, Paolo sat with Gina and explained the plan. She listened, nodded once, and started typing notes on her phone. He asked me questions every morning around 9, she said. I'll give him something tomorrow. Something juicy but fake. By the time he reports it, Michael will be chasing London ghosts. You're sure about this? Gina looked up and smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was the smile of someone who'd been waiting for a chance to bite back. He used my uncle for 8 years. Let me return the favor. The next morning at 9:15, Gina, accidentally, left Paolo's calendar open on her desk while she went to get coffee. Derek, hovering nearby, saw a meeting scheduled for that afternoon with a note that read, Call with London consultant, Meridian Strategies. Discuss expansion to 6 labels. It was entirely fabricated. There was no Meridian Strategies. There was no expansion to 6 labels. But Derek saw it, and his eyes lit up with the hunger of a man who had finally found something worth reporting. By noon, the information was in Michael's hands. Paolo watched Derek from his office window, the man sitting at his desk typing furiously on his phone, and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Not fear. Control. He texted Dayo, Ghost delivered. He's eating it. Dayo's reply came back in under a minute. Good. Now we build the maze. Chapter 5:33, The Lockdown. Paolo made the calls individually. The way you deliver bad news to people who don't deserve it. He started with Helena because she was the hardest and he wanted to get it over with. Helena answered on the second ring, her voice clipped and professional, the tone of someone who had already filed the morning's victories and was moving on to the afternoon's problems. Paolo told her about Derek, about Gina noticing the hovering, the questions about New York, the unauthorized calendar logins, the 8 years of loyalty that turned out to be a performance. He told her fast, the way you rip off a bandage, and then he waited for the explosion. It didn't come. Helena listened in a silence so complete that Paolo checked his phone twice to make sure the call hadn't dropped. When she finally spoke, her voice was colder than the silence had been. How long has Derek been reporting to Michael? I don't know. Years, probably. Since before I rebuilt the label. Does he know about the program? The program. That was what they all called it now. Not market resonance. Not the predictive engine. Not the thing that had delivered them 4 simultaneous victories. Just the program. Vague enough to hide behind. Specific enough to fear for. No, Paolo said. He knows there was a consultant. He doesn't know who, what, or how it works. At least I don't think he does. Helena was quiet for another 3 seconds. Sweep your offices. Tonight. I'll do the same. Then she hung up without saying goodbye. Darius picked up on the first ring, which told Paolo everything about his mental state. Anxious people answered phones. Quickly, desperate for distraction. Paolo relayed the story and heard Darius's breathing change on the other end. Not panic exactly, but close. Michael has someone in my building, Darius. He's had someone watching me for 8 years. If he's inside Eclipse, he's inside Meridian too. He's inside all of us. What about Nia? Darius's voice cracked slightly on her name. If he knows I used an outside program for her timing, if he connects it to her, he doesn't know it was Dayo's program. He just knows you had help. Keep Nia's next release looking normal. Make it look like you got lucky. Don't mention the program. Don't mention New York. Don't mention Dayo. Not to anyone. Tom answered with the measured calm of a man who processed information the way other people breathed. Automatically, constantly, without emotional interference. Paolo told him about Derek's behaviors. The hovering near doors. The casual questions that didn't sound casual if you were paying attention. The 12-minute wait outside a conference room during a private call. Tom asked for specifics. What time of day did Derek hover? How many unauthorized calendar logins? What exactly did he ask Gina? Paolo answered as best he could, and he could hear Tom typing on the other end, building a profile, matching Derek's behaviors against his own staff, running probability models in real time. This is systematic, Tom said finally. If Michael placed one asset 8 years ago, he placed others. I'm reviewing my personnel files tonight. Sarah was last, and she was the calmest. Paolo expected shock or anger, or at least the sharp intake of breath that came with bad news. Instead, Sarah listened, paused for exactly 1 beat, and said, if Michael has someone in your office, he has someone in all of ours. Paolo's blood went cold. You think so? I think a man who spent 20 years making sure no one moved without his permission didn't stop at 1 mole in 1 label. I think he built a network. And I think we just found the first thread. Another pause. Thank your niece, Paolo. She may have saved all of us. He hung up and sat in his darkened office, the Philadelphia skyline pressing against his window like a judgment. 5 phone calls. For reactions ranging from cold fury to quiet dread. And somewhere out there, Michael Erickson reading reports from people whose names Paolo didn't know, sitting in offices he'd never swept, watching him through eyes he'd mistaken for loyalty. The secure conference call convened at 9 p.m. Eastern. Same protocol as before, voice only, encrypted channels, no assistants, no notes. But the energy was completely different from the Manhattan hotel suite. There was no excitement, no hunger, no greed disguised as strategy. There was only fear, barely controlled, and the heavy silence of 5 powerful people who had just discovered their houses were never fully theirs. Paolo told the full story again, slower this time, with details. Gina, noticing Derek's behavior on Tuesday morning. The 3 days of observation. The confrontation in his office. The security footage he'd reviewed. Derek near his door. Derek walking past the conference room during 3 separate calls. Derek at Gina's desk leaning in with questions while she pretended not to notice. The calendar logins. The 8-year betrayal. When he finished, no one spoke. The line was so quiet Paolo could hear the electronic hum of 5 separate phones in 5 separate cities. Then Helena's voice cut through. I had my offices swept this morning. Professional security team, counter-surveillance specialists. They found a listening device in my main conference room. She delivered the information the way she delivered quarterly earnings. Flat, factual, devastating. Professional grade. Installed recently. Within the last 6 weeks, according to the technician. Which places it roughly 2 weeks before our meeting in New York. The silence changed quality. Before, it was the quiet of people processing bad news. Now it was the silence of a room where a bomb had just been discovered and no one knew how much time was left on the timer. He knows about the meeting, Darius whispered. He knows we met, Helena corrected. He doesn't know what we agreed to. Not yet. He has someone listening in my building, Darius said, his voice rising. He has someone in Helena's conference room. How long until he puts it together? How long until he figures out we have access to a predictive program that actually works? Dayo's voice entered the conversation like a blade through silk. Calm, uncompromising, cutting through the panic before it could metastasize. Here's what we do. Full cooperation is on hold. No meetings. No shared strategy sessions. No mention of the program, the algorithm, or my name in any conversation that isn't on this secure line. From this moment forward, you operate as if every room in your building is bugged and every employee is reporting to Michael. The protests started immediately. Helena was first, her voice sharp as broken glass. I have 3 releases scheduled in the next 8 weeks, Dayo. 3 artists who've been told their timing is locked. I can't just pause because Michael might be listening. I have Marco's momentum to capitalize on, Paolo added, hating how desperate he sounded. The Ibiza offers, the sync licensing, the album pre-orders. If I stop now, I lose everything we gained. Darius jumped in, the panic finally breaking through his composure. Nia is finally back. She has a voice again. If I pull her next single or delay it, she'll think it's happening again. The disappearance, the silence. I can't do that to her. Even Tom pushed back, his analytical calm cracking under the weight of missed opportunity. The data doesn't support a pause. The algorithm has delivered 4 validated successes. Every release we coordinate gives us more data points to refine the model. Stopping now is a strategic regression, not an advancement. Only Sarah stayed quiet. Dayo let them finish. He didn't interrupt, didn't raise his voice, didn't try to talk over the grumbling. He just waited until the last voice fell silent, and then spoke with the finality of a man who had already made up his mind and wasn't asking for permission. I understand what you're losing. I understand the momentum, the artists, the money, the opportunity. But every coordinated release we execute gives Michael another data point. He's watching your movements. He's listening to your conversations. He's piecing together fragments right now. Who met, what was discussed, whether a program exists that can do what his 40 years of industry control couldn't. If we keep feeding him patterns, he'll find the source. And if he finds the source, he finds me. And if he finds me, this alliance ends. Not with a victory, with a bullet. The word hung in the encrypted silence. No one asked what he meant. They all knew. I'd rather pause and survive, Dayo continued, than accelerate and get burned. 2 weeks, maybe 3. Long enough for Michael to chase the false lead we planted. Long enough for you to sweep your offices, watch your people, and secure your channels. Long enough for him to wonder if the New York meeting was actually about something else entirely. And what do we tell our teams? Helena asked. What do we tell the artists whose releases we're delaying? You tell them nothing about the program. You delay releases for strategic recalibration. You blame market volatility, competitive landscape shifts, internal scheduling conflicts. You're executives. You're liars by profession. Lot. Helena made a sound that might have been a laugh, bitter and short. 2 weeks, Dayo. Not a day longer. I have a business to run and a board that doesn't accept strategic recalibration as an excuse for missed quarterly targets. 2 weeks, Dayo agreed. Then we reassess. Darius was the most shaken. His voice came through the line thin and uncertain. What about Nia? She's finally back. If Michael knows I used an outside program for her timing, if he connects her success to something other than her talent, he doesn't know it was me, Dayo said, his voice gentler now. He knows you had help. That's all he knows. Keep Nia's next release on your own timeline. Use your own analytics team. Make it look normal. Make it look like you got lucky once and you're trying to replicate it the old-fashioned way. The best camouflage is ordinariness. Tom accepted with a nod no one could see, but everyone could hear in his voice. I'll conduct a full personnel review. Behavioral analysis on anyone with access to scheduling, release calendars, or executive communications. If Michael has someone inside UCL, I'll find them. Don't find them too obviously, Dayo warned. Don't confront anyone. Don't act suspicious. Let the moles keep reporting daily operations while the real work goes dark. If you confront them, Michael knows we've spotted his network. If you ignore them, they report business as usual. Boring. Normal. Invisible. Understood, Tom said. Sarah finally spoke, her voice quiet and steady. I'll maintain my existing operations without expansion. No new partnerships, no festival placements that weren't already in motion. Low profile. Quiet. Good, Dayo said. Paolo said nothing. He sat in his Philadelphia office, the call on speaker, Derek probably sitting at his desk across the hall right now typing up reports about a day that had been entirely unremarkable. The man who had betrayed him for 8 years, reporting fiction as fact, and Paolo had to pretend he didn't know. Had to smile at him in the hallway tomorrow. Had to ask about his weekend. Paolo, Dayo said, reading his silence. You did the right thing. Gina did the right thing. This is a setback, not a defeat. 2 weeks from now, Michael will be chasing London ghosts and will be ready to move again. I know, Paolo said, but he didn't sound convincing, even to himself. The call ended. The secure line went dead with a soft click that echoed in Paolo's empty office. He sat there for 10 minutes, staring at his door, wondering if Derek was on the other side of it right now, listening. He texted Gina, "We're dark for 2 weeks. Act normal. Feed him nothing." Her reply came back in 30 seconds. Already working on tomorrow's fiction. Paolo almost smiled. Dayo sat alone in his office long after the call ended, the secure line dead in his hand. He knew exactly what he had just done. He had taken 5 powerful, hungry, finally victorious people and told them to go back into their cages. He had paused a war at the exact moment it was starting to turn. He had traded momentum for survival, and the trade was necessary, but it tasted like ash. The false lead about Meridian strategies in London would keep Michael chasing shadows for a while. A week, maybe 10 days. Michael would run the Delaware LLC, find the shell companies, trace them to the Cayman Trust and the Seychelles Foundation and the nothing at the end of it. He would burn resources and time and the attention of his moles, all chasing a consulting firm that didn't exist in a city where nothing was happening. But Michael was smart. He was patient. He was the man who had waited 23 years to make his move against 4 bosses who treated him like furniture. He knew what it meant to sit still and watch. And eventually, he would realize the London trail was fiction, and when he did, he would dig deeper. He would look closer. He would find the pattern beneath the noise, the way Dayo's program found patterns in market data. Dayo looked at his calendar. 5 release dates, now frozen. Red circles crossed out with black lines. A war against the most powerful man in the music industry, paused because the enemy had finally done what Dayo should have expected him to do. Infiltrate, listen, watch from inside the walls. He picked up his phone and texted Felix. Security upgrade. Maximum. Every channel. Now. Felix's reply was immediate. Already started. You're covered. Dayo set the phone down and turned to his window. The city below moved in its patterns. People going home to families and dinners and lives that didn't involve encrypted calls and counter-surveillance, and the weight of knowing that someone, somewhere, was always listening. He thought about Luna, about Jennifer, about the sound of his daughter saying "Dada," while he danced around a living room like the world wasn't on fire. He held that memory in his chest like a shield. The generals were grumbling. The soldiers were hiding. The enemy was circling, closer than he had been before, armed with eyes inside the camp. But for the first time since this started, Dayo was playing defense, and he didn't like how it felt. He sat back in his chair, turned off his desk lamp, and waited in the dark for the 2 weeks to pass. Chapter 534, The Ghost. Michael activated his London network from his desk, 5 encrypted messages sent in a 12-minute window. He used 3 different channels, a burner email to the private investigator in Mayfair, a secure portal for the corporate intelligence firm in the city, and a prearranged code phrase texted to his contact at company's house. He gave them one name, Meridian Strategies. Find the address, the directors, the banking, the clients. Find who owns it, who runs it, and whether they have anything to do with the predictive program that had turned 4 unknown artists into chart phenomena overnight. He sat back and waited. Waiting was not something Michael did well. His entire career had been built on movement, inserting himself into conversations, redirecting flows of information, making problems disappear before they became questions. Waiting felt like surrender. But London was 8 hours ahead, and his people there had to wake up, receive the messages, and begin the work. So he waited. While he waited, he reviewed the Amato file. Ornella Amato's team had sent an update the night before. Surveillance on his own patterns was complete. They knew his routines, now the anonymous office, the secondary routes, the 3 separate apartments he kept in rotation. They knew about Uruguay, Carlos Mendez, the beach house in Jos Ignacio. Michael had seen their file on his evacuation plans and felt a strange pride. They were thorough, which was exactly what he was paying for. 12 days. The number sat in his chest like a second heartbeat. The first report came back in 14 hours. The private investigator. Meridian Strategies is not a registered entity in the UK. A single-page website exists with generic consulting language and a contact form. The phone number routes to a VoIP line that has been disconnected for approximately 10 days. The physical address listed is a virtual office facility in Shoreditch. Mailbox rental, $47 per month. No actual staff on premises. I visited. The receptionist had never heard the name. Michael read the email twice. He forwarded it to his second screen and left it there while he paced the length of his office. Pacing. He never paced. But something was wrong in a way he couldn't yet name. The corporate intelligence firm checked in 4 hours later. We traced a single wire transfer from a Cayman shell company, Whitewater Holdings Ltd., dissolved 2019 to a UK business account held in the name Meridian Strategies LP. The account was opened 6 weeks ago at a mid-tier London bank. Balance was drawn to zero 3 weeks ago via cashier's check. No remaining transaction history. Account holder listed as a nominee director with an address in Belize. The Belize address is a shared mailbox facility used by approximately 40 other corporate entities. Michael stopped pacing and stood very still in the center of the room. A company that existed just long enough to receive one wire transfer and leave a paper trail. A website with a disconnected phone line. An office address that was a rented mailbox. This was not a consulting firm. This was a sculpture built just deep enough to cast a shadow, just legitimate enough to survive a casual glance, but hollow from the inside. Built by someone who knew exactly how deep an investigator would dig before looking elsewhere. Someone had fed him this. He pulled up Derek's original report and read it again. The calendar entry Paolo's assistant had left visible. Call with London consultant, Meridian Strategies. Discuss expansion to 6 labels. At the time, Michael had treated it as gold. An operational detail carelessly exposed. Now the language felt staged. Too specific. Too convenient. Left exactly where Derek would find it. Michael sat down and forced himself to think like the person who had done this. Someone knew he had assets inside the labels. Someone knew Derek was compromised. Instead of cutting Derek off or confronting him, they had used him as a delivery mechanism. Fed him a fake lead, let him report it with genuine sincerity, and watched Michael deploy resources to chase a ghost across the Atlantic. The sophistication of it made Michael's jaw tighten. This wasn't Paolo Romano. Paolo was emotional, impulsive, a man who reacted first and strategized never. Paolo didn't have the patience to build a phantom company in London. Paolo didn't have the counter-surveillance instincts to spot a mole and weaponize him instead of firing him. So who? Michael pulled up the 5 label heads files and reviewed them one by one. Helena. Cold, strategic, patient enough for something like this, but too proud to play games she didn't control. Darius. Careful, methodical, but emotionally compromised by his niece's career and too honest to be this deceptive. Tom. Analytical, data-driven, the kind of man who could design a trap like this in theory but lacked the operational ruthlessness to execute it. Sarah. Quiet, underestimated, possibly capable, but too isolated to coordinate the others. None of them fit. Not perfectly. Which meant the architect was someone else entirely. Someone who had convened them, offered them the program, and then anticipated Michael's response down to the detail of planting a false lead in a compromised employee's sightline. Michael felt the first cold thread of real fear work its way down his spine. He had spent 23 years being the invisible hand. Now someone else was wearing his mask, and he didn't know their face. He contacted Derek through their secure channel. Not a call, too risky. An encrypted message demanding specifics. Asterisk, what else did you observe around the Meridian Strategies reference? Who was nearby when you saw the calendar entry? Did anyone seem aware that you were looking? Asterisk. Derek's response came back in 17 minutes, and Michael could read the anxiety between every word. Asterisk, Gina was around more than usual. Paolo's niece. She's his assistant. She asked me questions last week, casual stuff about my workload, whether I was busy with the Marco campaign. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But looking back, she was always near when I was near Paolo's office. Almost like she was watching me. Do you think they know? Asterisk. Michael stared at the name. Gina. He pulled up her file. It was thin, barely 2 paragraphs. Paolo's niece. Family connection. Hired 3 years ago as executive assistant. Not on his payroll. Not on anyone's payroll. Just a 26-year-old girl answering phones and managing calendars. But if Paolo had discovered Derek and used his own niece as counter-surveillance, if Gina had been the one to leave the calendar open, to feed Derek the false lead, to watch him take the bait, then Paolo was smarter than Michael had given him credit for. Or someone had told him exactly how to play the game. Michael typed back. Asterisk, pull back immediately. Do not ask any more questions. Do not change your behavior. Observe and report only what you naturally see. Do not seek information. You may have been compromised. Acknowledge. Asterisk. Derek's reply was immediate. Acknowledged. Michael leaned back in his chair and looked at the darkened screens around him. One mole potentially burned. One channel poisoned with fiction. And somewhere out there, a strategist who understood Michael's methods well enough to turn them against him. He thought about pulling the other 4 assets back, shutting down the network, going dark, preserving what he still controlled. But that meant flying blind, losing the only eyes he had inside the industry at the exact moment when someone was building an alliance against him. If the other 4 were also compromised, he was already blind and just didn't know it yet. His emergency line rang. Not Silas. The Amato number. Michael answered. Ornella Amato's voice came through smooth and professional, the tone of a woman discussing a schedule adjustment for a routine dental appointment. We've accelerated the timeline, Mr. Erickson. Your subject has become more active than our initial assessment predicted. New travel bookings. Increased security consultations. We believe he may be preparing to move against you sooner than anticipated. Michael closed his eyes. How soon? 12 days. Perhaps less. We recommend striking before he consolidates his position. 12 days. Michael did the math in his head. 2 weeks, almost to the hour. The same window that the unknown strategist had apparently told 4 label heads to go dark for. Coincidence? Maybe. In Michael's experience, coincidence was usually just pattern recognition with insufficient data. Understood, he said. Proceed on the accelerated timeline. Keep me informed of any changes. Of course. She hung up without another word. Professional. Efficient. Deadly. Michael set the phone down and sat in the dark. 3 fronts. Silas's bullet in 12 days. Accelerated because Silas had sniffed out the danger and decided to strike first. Regulators drilling through financial architectures that Michael himself had built. Architectures that now felt like scaffolding around a collapsing building. And this new enemy, the phantom strategist feeding him ghosts in London, building alliances in hotel suites, turning his own moles into delivery mechanisms for disinformation. He had never fought a war on 3 fronts before. He had always been the man who chose the battlefield, who struck first while others were still assessing the terrain. Now he was surrounded, and the worst part was not knowing which direction the killing blow would come from. Michael reached into his bottom drawer and pulled out the metal box. He didn't open it. He just held it in his hands, feeling the weight of the passport inside, the property deed, the banking cards for Panama and Chile. Carlos Mendez, Uruguay. 36 hours from any airport in the continental United States. Not yet, but he held the box longer than he had before. He sat there in the dark, running the scenarios, calculating the exact hour when not yet would become now. The hour when Silas's assassins got too close, When the regulators broke through the final firewall, when the phantom strategist finally stepped into the light and revealed a face Michael could fight. Until then, he had 12 days. And a ghost in London who had proven, definitively, that Michael was no longer the only invisible hand in the room. He put the box back in the drawer and returned to his screens. There was work to do, traps to reinforce, networks to secure, a countdown to survive. The enemy had made one mistake in an otherwise perfect play. They had shown Michael their capabilities. And Michael was a fast learner. Chapter 535, The Fugitive's Offer. Montenegro smelled like pine and salt, the kind of clean air that made Isabel Marchetti suspicious. She had spent her life in cities Geneva, Milan, Paris, places where the air carried layers of exhaust and ambition and the particular musk of money-changing hands. Clean air felt like a trick, like the world was trying to convince her she was safe when she knew, with the certainty of a woman who had built empires and watched them burn, that safety was the most expensive illusion of all. She sat on the terrace of her safe house, the hard drive in her lap, the Adriatic stretching below her like a dark mirror. 3 passports sat on the table inside. 3 names that weren't hers. 3 possible futures that all looked like running. For 11 days, she had reviewed the files. The Montreal server connection. The payment trails. The architecture that connected Michael's hands to the fires that had consumed Graham, Leonard, and her. She had proof. Real proof. The kind that could redirect investigations, destroy reputations, and put Michael in the kind of legal hell that made her own frozen accounts look like a parking ticket. But she was a ghost. Wanted in Switzerland, flagged in France. Her name radioactive across European banking. She couldn't walk into an embassy. She couldn't call a journalist. Warren Castellano had his sources, but Isabel knew better than to trust a man whose loyalty was to headlines. She couldn't reach out to any of the old infrastructure because Michael had built it, and anything Michael built had back doors she couldn't see. There was only one person she had watched him from exile. Jason Dayo, the pop star who had come from nowhere and refused to disappear. The artist who had survived Michael's blacklist, Michael's sabotage, Michael's slow suffocation, and had somehow emerged not just alive but ascendant. He was fighting a war she understood, outnumbered, outgunned, surrounded by an enemy who controlled the terrain. But he was winning. That was the part she couldn't explain. Nobody survived Michael. Yet Dayo had. She made her decision at 3 a.m., the hour when the world felt most alone and the decisions felt most final. The reach took 3 days. Not because she lacked the technical capability. Isabel had encrypted channels that predated most commercial VPNs, but because direct contact was suicide, all of these was done by a black hacker on a dark website. Michael's surveillance nets were wide, and if he caught a signal from Montenegro to anyone of value, the Amato group or their equivalents would find her before she could send a second message. So she routed it. A music journalist in Berlin who had interviewed her in 2014 and owed her for a story that had made his career. An industry lawyer in Los Angeles who handled contract disputes for African artists and had no visible connection to her world. Finally, through a series of anonymized relays, to a technical infrastructure that Felix at JD Secure would recognize as professional grade, but wouldn't immediately trace. The message was simple. She kept it short because long messages left. Fingerprints. Asterisk. I know who burned us. I have proof. Michael paid for the Montreal server that delivered the leaks. I will trade everything for his head. I am. Asterisk. Although she knew that Dayo knew her and the others, but, from a psychological perspective, Dayo would be more hostile to Michael than her, and she could already have the sense that Dayo was going all out to get Michael, so she wanted to use this evidence to finish the person that set her up. Then she waited. Dayo was on the living room floor building a tower of plastic blocks when his phone buzzed. Jennifer, 7 months old now and fiercely opinionated, knocked the tower over with a triumphant shriek and laughed so hard she got the hiccups. Luna was in the kitchen with Abisola, the sound of Yoruba mixing with English as they argued about the right amount of pepper for the stew. The evening was warm and ordinary and perfect in the way that perfect evenings never announce themselves. He glanced at the phone. A secure notification, not a text, not an email, but the kind of encrypted alert that only came from Felix's infrastructure. The kind that meant business. He kept smiling at Jennifer, kept stacking blocks, kept his face neutral. But something cold moved through his chest. The secure channel hadn't pinged in 2 weeks. The lockdown was supposed to be quiet. 1 second, princess, he said to Jennifer, who was trying to eat a blue block. He stood up, kissed Luna's shoulder as he passed the kitchen doorway, and walked to his study with the phone in his pocket. The message was on the screen when he closed the door. 4 sentences. Initials he recognized instantly. I am Isabel Marchetti, the fugitive, the woman who had vanished from Geneva 11 days ago. He read it twice. Then he called Felix. Verify the chain, he said when Felix answered. Every hop, every relay. I need to know if this is really her or if someone is playing dress up. It's her, Felix said, his voice carrying the particular flatness of someone who had already checked before Dayo asked. The encryption signatures match known patterns. The routing is sophisticated Berlin, Lagos, 3 anonymized relays. Whoever sent this has serious tradecraft. Could Michael have sent it? Could this be bait? Felix was quiet for 2 seconds. Possible, but unlikely. The content references the Montreal server specifically. That's not public knowledge. Only the people who built the leak infrastructure would know that name. Dayo sat down. The study felt smaller than it had a minute ago. I need to think about this, he said. Don't take too long. If she's reaching out to other people too. Fugitives don't put all their eggs in one basket. Dayo hung up and stared at the message. The dilemma was immediate and brutal. Isabel was wanted in 3 jurisdictions. Associating with her, even receiving her communications, could expose him to legal liability, international attention, and the kind of scrutiny that would unravel the alliance before it had a chance to strike. If Michael found out Dayo was talking to a fugitive boss, he would weaponize it. The label heads would run. The lockdown would become a permanent fracture. But the alternative was worse. If Isabel really had proof that Michael paid for the Montreal server, proof that connected Michael directly to the leaks that had destroyed 3 of the 4 bosses, then Dayo was holding the key to ending the war. Not managing it. Not surviving it. Ending it. He thought about the lockdown. 5 label heads grumbling in their towers, waiting for his signal. Michael chasing ghosts in London, the Amato clock ticking down. His daughter in the next room, knocking over blocks, saying dada, like it was the most natural word in the world. He typed a response. Asterisk, send me 1 file. 1 document. Proof of what you have. If it's real, we talk terms. Asterisk. It was a test and a delay. He needed to verify before he committed. But it was also an opening. A door he couldn't close once she walked through it. The response came back in 6 hours. Isabel didn't sleep much either. The file was a PDF scan of a wire transfer record. Date, November 14th, 2023. Originating account, Whitewater Holdings Ltd., Cayman Islands. Beneficiary, Server Solutions Incorporated, Montreal, Canada. Amount, €340,000. Reference line, Infrastructure Deposit, Phase 1. Attached was a secondary document, an internal memo, clearly from Michael's operation, with routing codes and server specifications that matched the leak architecture. The metadata showed it had been created on a machine registered to a shell company 2 layers removed from Michael's known infrastructure. It was thin. It was technical. And if verified, it was absolutely explosive. Dayo stared at the screen until his eyes burned. He understood what he was looking at. This wasn't just evidence of Michael's involvement in the leaks. This was the thread that, pulled correctly, could unravel everything: the framing of Graham, the destruction of Isabel and Leonard, the regulatory investigations, the entire house of cards Michael had built to cover his 5-phase plan. He had to tell someone. Felix first, technical verification, chain of custody, authentication of the documents. But who else? The Alliance? They were on lockdown, already paranoid, already grumbling about delayed releases. Adding a wanted fugitive to the conversation could break them entirely. He thought about Luna, about Jennifer, about the blocks scattered on the living room floor and the sound of his mother's laughter mixing with his wife's in the kitchen. He thought about bringing this home, about the danger of association, about what happened to people who got too close to men like Michael and women like Isabel. He made his decision. He would verify first. He would keep it contained. Felix, himself, and no one else until he knew what he had. Then he would decide whether to bring it to the Alliance as a weapon or wield it alone. He called Felix back. I need you to verify these documents. Treat it like your life depends on it. Because it might. I'm already on it, Felix said. Dayo hung up and sat in the dark study, the transfer record glowing on his screen. For the first time since the lockdown began, he felt something other than defensive. He felt the weight of an attack forming in his hands. Michael was reviewing the compromised mole network when the alert fired. It wasn't a big alert. Just a blip, a file transfer, less than a megabyte, encrypted end-to-end, routed through Berlin and Lagos to an endpoint his systems couldn't trace. The kind of digital whisper that happened millions of times a day across the internet and meant nothing. Except it came from Montenegro, and it was sent by a digital signature that matched Isabel Marchetti. Michael stopped breathing for exactly 2 seconds. He noted the time, the size, the routing, and the destination unknown, untraceable, professional. Then he stood up and walked to the far wall of his office and pressed his forehead against the concrete until the cold hurt. Isabel had been silent for 11 days. Silent fugitives were manageable, they were hiding, they were running, they were trying to survive. Silent fugitives who suddenly started sending encrypted files to untraceable endpoints were fugitives who had found a buyer for their secrets. He didn't know what was in the file. Less than a megabyte, probably a document, maybe a single image or a brief message. But he knew Isabel. She hadn't run with empty hands. She had taken something. And whatever she had taken, it connected to him. From his interactions with her right from time, she gave the sense of a person that would rather burn with an enemy than escape. In one word, she is a very vengeful soul. Michael turned back to his screens. 4 fronts now. Silas's bullet in 12 days. Regulators drilling through frozen accounts. The phantom strategist feeding him ghosts in London. And Isabel, one of the 3 pillars he had burned. Reaching out from her Montenegro grave with something he couldn't see and couldn't stop. He opened his drawer and looked at the metal box. Carlos Mendez stared up at him. Uruguay. The beach house. The quiet life that waited if the fire got too hot. He closed the drawer without touching the box. But he looked at it longer than he had the last time. The night deepened around him. The servers hummed. And somewhere across the ocean, a woman he had destroyed was trading secrets with an enemy he couldn't name. And Michael, for the first time in 23 years, was running out of moves. Chapter 536. The Extraction. Felix looked at the document for 11 minutes before he said anything. Dayo sat in the U.S. office, watching Felix's face cycle through expressions he rarely saw there. Surprise, then concentration, then the flat, empty look that meant Felix's brain had entered a gear most people didn't have. The screen in front of him showed a financial transfer record. Payment from a shell company called Whitewater Holdings Ltd. to a server hosting company in Montreal. Dated 3 weeks before Warren Castellano published the first leak. Well, Dayo asked. It's real. Felix didn't look up. The routing codes match known Michael infrastructure. The shell company dissolved in 2019, which is classic cleanup behavior. The payment amount, $47,000, is exactly the right size for a journalist drop system. Big enough to buy quality, small enough not to trigger automatic reporting thresholds. He finally turned to Dayo. Where did you get this? Someone who was in the room when it happened. Someone Michael destroyed. And they just gave it to you? They gave me a taste. The full meal comes with a price. Felix's eyes narrowed. Dayo, is this person hot? Are you about to walk into an Interpol situation? She's a fugitive. Self-exiled. Has a hard drive full of evidence and nowhere to go. So you're going to Montenegro. I'm going near Montenegro. Neutral ground. I'll be back before anyone knows I left. Felix stared at him. Luna, she knows I'm traveling. She doesn't know where. That's not an answer. That's a lie of omission. Dayo didn't respond. He couldn't. Felix was right, and they both knew it. He'd stood in his kitchen that morning holding Jennifer while Luna packed his bag, and she'd asked him, directly, in that way she had, is this about Michael? And he'd kissed her forehead and said business, which was technically true in the same way a gunshot wound is technically a scratch. Felix printed 2 copies of the verified file and handed one to Dayo. I'll keep a backup here. Encrypted, 3 layers, location only I can access. If you don't come back, I burn it to the right people. He paused. Don't not come back. I don't want to explain that to Luna. Or to your daughter. The flight to Dubrovnik was 14 hours with a connection in Frankfurt. Dayo traveled under a Nigerian passport with a name that wasn't his, wearing glasses he didn't need, and a beard he'd grown over 10 days specifically for this purpose. Max and Bella were with him. Max in the seat ahead, Bella 2 rows back. Felix had arranged the logistics. Private car from Dubrovnik to the coastal town of Herceg Novi, just across the Montenegrin border. A fishing village that didn't appear in guidebooks. Neutral ground that Isabel had selected because she knew its terrain better than anyone who might follow her. Dayo didn't sleep on the plane. He kept thinking about Luna's face when he'd left. She hadn't said anything dramatic. She'd just held Jennifer a little tighter and looked at him with eyes that said she was done pretending she didn't know what he was. He'd almost told her everything right there. Isabel, the hard drive, the evidence that could end Michael. But saying it out loud would have made it real in a way that put her in danger too. So he'd kissed them both and walked out the door feeling like a coward who was also, somehow, doing the right thing. The car ride from Dubrovnik took 3 hours. The coastline was absurdly beautiful, mountains dropping straight into an Adriatic Sea that glowed turquoise even in November. Dayo barely noticed. He was rehearsing the negotiation in his head, running scenarios like Felix ran code. What Isabel would want. What he could offer. What would happen if she decided he was working for Michael and pulled the trigger she almost certainly had. The meeting point was a dockside CAF that had closed for the season. Blue shutters peeling paint, a single light burning inside, the smell of old fish and diesel fuel. Dayo told Max and Bella to stay in the car. This was a conversation for one person. He pushed through the door and found her sitting in the back corner, half hidden by shadows. She looked different from the photographs Felix had pulled up. Thinner, harder, her hair cut short in a way that suggested disguise rather than fashion. She had a coffee cup in front of her that she wasn't drinking from, and her right hand stayed beneath the table where Dayo couldn't see it. "Mrs. Marchetti," he said. She laughed. It was an ugly sound, bitter and surprised. "No one has called me that in 20 years. Sit down, Mr. Dayo, and keep your hands on the table where I can see them." He sat. The chair scraped against concrete. The CAF was empty except for them and an old man behind the counter who was either deaf or paid well enough to pretend. "You're younger than I expected," Isabel said. "And stupider, if you're actually here in person. I needed you to know I was serious. You could have sent someone serious. An adult. Instead, you came yourself." She leaned forward slightly, and Dayo saw the edge of something metallic beneath her jacket. "What if I'm working for Michael? What if this whole thing is a trap to see who bites?" Dayo looked at her steadily. "Then I'd be dead already. And you wouldn't be drinking cold coffee in an empty CAF." She studied him for a long moment. The light from the single bulb caught the lines around her eyes. 40 years of being the only woman in rooms full of dangerous men, of building walls so high she'd forgotten there was anything outside them. "I have 40 years of evidence on that drive," she said quietly. "Not just Michael. All of them. Silas, Leonard, Graham. The infrastructure. The payments. The people who made problems disappear. I kept it because I knew this day would come. I just didn't know it would be a pop star sitting across from me when it did. What do you want? Protection. A guarantee that when this is over, I don't spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. I want Michael in prison or in the ground. And I want my name cleared enough that I can walk into a restaurant without checking for exits." Dayo nodded slowly. "I can offer you the first two. The third depends on how much the world wants a villain when this is over. But I can make sure you're not the only one they blame. And what do I get if I give you this drive and you decide to use it only for yourself? What if you're just another man taking what a woman built?" Dayo reached into his jacket. Isabel's hand twitched beneath the table. He moved slowly, carefully, and pulled out a phone. He set it on the table between them and opened an encrypted messaging app. "This is a direct line to 5 of the most powerful label heads in the music industry. They know about the program I use. They're allied with me against Michael. When I expose him through them. Coordinated, simultaneous, from directions he can't defend. Your evidence becomes the ammunition for an army, not a solo act." He looked her in the eye. "I'm not taking your drive to use for myself. I'm taking it to end him. And you get to watch." Isabel stared at the phone. Then she stared at Dayo. Something shifted in her face. Not trust exactly, but the lowering of a weapon that had been raised for so long her arm had gone numb. She reached beneath the table and produced a small external hard drive, black and unmarked, no larger than a deck of cards. She slid it across the table. Dayo didn't touch it immediately. "There's a folder called Montreal," she said. "That's the server infrastructure, payments, routing, timestamps. Another folder called infrastructure, the shared architecture Silas built, the one Michael used to move everything. And a third called insurance. That's everything I have on everyone, including things about your alliance members that they probably don't want public. Like what? Like Helena's tax arrangements in 2014. Like Darius's settlement with a former employee. Like Tom's connection to a hedge fund that shorted his own artist's stock. She smiled, thin and sharp. I don't judge, Mr. Dayo. I just document. Use it or don't. But know that everyone in this game has skeletons. Including you, probably. Dayo pocketed the hard drive. It felt heavier than it should have. 40 years of secrets compressed into a few ounces of plastic and silicon. There's a safe house in Croatia, he said. Arranged through a cutout. 2 weeks, full protection. After that, we move you depending on how this plays. And if it doesn't play well, then you run again. But at least you'll be running towards something instead of away from it. Isabel picked up her cold coffee and finally drank from it. Her hand was steady. You know what the worst part is? She said. I spent my life being careful, not appearing in documents, not leaving traces. And Michael destroyed me anyway, using my own infrastructure against me. The surveillance systems I helped build, the shell companies I designed. She set the cup down. Careful doesn't matter when your architect decides to burn the building. Dayo stood. Careful is over. Now we fight. He was at the door when her voice stopped him. Mr. Dayo, Michael knows I moved. I don't know how, but he knows. I felt it 2 days ago, a shift in the digital silence. He's hunting me. Dayo looked back at her. The single light caught her face, and for a moment she didn't look like a fugitive or a criminal mastermind. She looked like a tired woman who had been running for too long. Then we both need to be gone in 5 minutes, he said. Max was already moving the car when Dayo burst out of the CAF. Bella had the rear door open, engine running, route mapped to the Dubrovnik airport via back roads that avoided the main coastal highway. He's coming, Dayo said, sliding into the back seat. She thinks he's close. Who's coming? Max asked, already accelerating. Michael's people. Private security. Not the Amato group. Something lower tier, something faster. Bella turned in her seat, her hand resting on something beneath her jacket. We have 2 hours to the airport. If they know she's here, they know the border crossings. They'll have the main road covered. Then don't take the main road. The car tore through the dark coastal hills, headlights off on the straightaways. Max navigating by memory and Felix's satellite maps. Dayo held the hard drive in his pocket, feeling its edges press against his hip like a brand. In the rearview mirror, he watched for headlights that didn't belong, for any sign that they weren't alone on the road. They hit the Croatian border at 2:17 a.m. The guard was half asleep, barely glanced at Dayo's false passport, waved them through with a yawn that Dayo would remember for the rest of his life. 2 hours later, they were on a private jet Felix had arranged through 3 shell companies, climbing above the Adriatic with the hard drive safe in Dayo's bag. He looked out the window as the Montenegrin coast receded into darkness. Somewhere down there, Isabel was moving to her safe house, or running again, or already captured. He wouldn't know for hours, maybe days. But he had what he'd come for. 40 years of Michael's sins, compressed into a black rectangle smaller than his phone. Dayo closed his eyes and thought about Luna, about Jennifer's first word, about the farm animal playing Matt, and the way his world had felt whole for one perfect afternoon before the war pulled him back in. He was going home, and when he landed, he would hold the weapon that could end everything. But first, he had to figure out how to tell his wife where he'd been without losing her forever. Chapter 537, The Drive. The flight back to New York felt longer than the journey to Montenegro. Not because of the distance, not because of the exhaustion, because for the first time since Isabel Marchetti had slid the hard drive across that CAF table, Dayo had enough quiet to think. The black drive sat inside his backpack beneath a folder of contracts and travel documents. Anyone searching the bag would have seen nothing special. A cheap piece of plastic. A storage device worth less than a decent dinner. 40 years of secrets hidden inside something that could fit into a pocket. Max slept in the seat across the aisle. Bella was reading something on her tablet. The cabin remained quiet. Dayo stared through the window at clouds stretching endlessly beneath them and found himself thinking less about Michael and more about Luna. He had told her it was business. Technically, it had been. The problem was that technical truths often hid bigger lies. The memory of her standing near the apartment door before he left returned to him. Jennifer had been in her arms. The baby had been trying to grab his shirt, while Luna watched him with those eyes that always seemed to see more than he wanted revealed. She had known something was wrong. She had not pressed. That somehow made it worse. For years he had convinced himself that protecting people meant keeping information away from them. It was a habit formed long before music, long before fame, long before America. The more dangerous the situation became, the more secrets he carried alone. The problem was that Luna was no longer just someone he cared about. She was his partner. They had finally admitted what they were to each other. Then he had immediately boarded a plane and disappeared into an international manhunt involving one of the most dangerous men in the world. Dayo rubbed his face. The timing could not have been worse. Or perhaps it was exactly the kind of timing. His life specialized in producing. His phone vibrated shortly after they landed. The screen displayed Luna's name. He answered before the first ring finished. "Hello. You landed safely?" Her voice sounded calm. Normal. The question should have relaxed him. Instead, it tightened something inside his chest. "About 30 minutes ago." "Good." He could hear movement in the background. Cabinets opening. Footsteps. The small sounds of home. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Trying to stop your daughter from eating paper." Dayo laughed. "She's expanding her diet." Apparently. A pause followed. Not uncomfortable. Not entirely comfortable either. The kind of pause that existed between two people who still had things left unsaid. "When are you coming home?" Luna asked. "I'm already on my way." "Good." Another brief silence settled between them. Then she spoke again. "Jennifer has been looking toward the door all morning." The words hit harder than she probably intended. Dayo closed his eyes. "I'll be there soon. We'll be waiting." The call ended. For several moments he stared at the dark screen. Then he slipped the phone back into his pocket and looked out the window again. Home first. The war could wait a little longer. At least that was what he told himself. The apartment smelled like food before he even reached the door. Something spicy. Something familiar. The kind of smell that immediately made a place feel lived in. He barely got the door open before Jennifer spotted him. The reaction was instant. The little girl's eyes widened. Then she launched into an excited stream of sounds that only made sense to her. Luna laughed from the couch. "There he is." Dayo crossed the room. Jennifer was already reaching for him. The moment he lifted her into his arms, she grabbed his face with both hands, as if checking whether he was real. A second later, she started laughing. A deep, delighted baby laugh that immediately erased part of the exhaustion he had carried across the Atlantic. "There you are." Jennifer responded by pulling his beard. "Hard. Okay. Violence. That's how we're greeting people now." Luna shook her head. "You've been gone 3 days." She has opinions. Abishala emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl. She looked at him once, satisfied herself that he was alive, then continued walking. "Wash your hands before touching food." Dayo smiled. Some things never changed. For the next hour, he allowed himself something he rarely gave himself. Stillness. Jennifer occupied most of his attention. She demanded it. One minute she was climbing onto his lap. The next she was trying to steal his watch. Then she became fascinated by his shoelaces. Every tiny action somehow felt important. Every laugh. Every expression. Every small moment. The strange thing was that success no longer felt as satisfying as this. A younger version of himself would have found that impossible to understand. The older version, sitting in Luna's apartment, understood perfectly. Eventually, Jennifer fell asleep against his chest. The apartment grew quieter. Amanda disappeared into another room. Abishala returned to the kitchen. Luna sat beside him on the couch. For a while, neither spoke. The silence felt comfortable. Then Luna looked up at him. "You've been thinking about work since you arrived." Dayo sighed. "That obvious?" "Only to people who know you." She shifted slightly closer. "What happened?" The question was simple. The answer wasn't. He carefully chose his words. "Something important happened. You found what you were looking for?" "Maybe." Luna studied him. He could practically see her deciding how hard to push. Eventually, she shook her head. "You're not going to tell me." "It's safer if I don't." A shadow crossed her face. Not anger. Disappointment. A quieter emotion. One that somehow felt worse. Dayo noticed immediately. "I know how that sounds." "It sounds exactly how it sounds." He looked down at Jennifer sleeping peacefully against his chest. "I'll tell you when I can." Luna remained silent for several seconds. Then she nodded. "I believe you." The answer should have relieved him. Instead, it made him feel guilty. Because trust was a gift, and gifts could be broken. The office felt different when he arrived later that afternoon. Felix had clearly been living there. Coffee cups covered one desk. 3 monitors displayed spreadsheets. A whiteboard contained enough arrows and notes to resemble a conspiracy theorist's dream. Felix barely looked up when Dayo entered. "You're late." "I went home." "Understandable." Dayo sat down. "What have you found?" That got Felix's attention. Immediately, his posture straightened. The tiredness disappeared. The transformation always fascinated Dayo. Most people became slower when exhausted. Felix somehow became more focused. "The Montreal files are authentic." Dayo nodded. "You confirmed everything?" "Every routing code, every payment path, every timestamp." Felix pulled up several documents. The shell company used to fund the server infrastructure existed. The payments existed. The hosting agreements existed. Whoever built this trail understood financial systems extremely well. Dayo studied the screen. "What percentage are you giving it?" 99.9. "Not 100? Felix shrugged. "Only idiots give 100% certainty." That sounded exactly like Felix. He opened another folder. "The evidence is strong enough to survive scrutiny." Meaning? Meaning if this ever becomes public, nobody is dismissing it as conspiracy theory. Dayo leaned back slightly. That alone represented a major victory. For months, they had operated largely on inference. Connections, patterns, educated assumptions. Now they possessed proof. Real proof. The kind capable of changing investigations. The kind capable of changing governments. But Felix wasn't finished. In fact, the look on his face suggested they hadn't reached the important part yet. The infrastructure folder is even more interesting. Dayo folded his arms. "How interesting?" Felix opened several diagrams. The screen filled with interconnected entities. Shell companies, holding firms, consultants, offshore structures, legal entities, trust arrangements. The complexity was staggering. "What you're looking at," Felix said, "isn't 4 powerful people working together." Dayo stared at the diagram. "No, it isn't." The realization arrived gradually. Then all at once. This wasn't a partnership. It wasn't an alliance. It wasn't even a criminal enterprise in the traditional sense. It was an ecosystem, an entire hidden structure operating beneath visible institutions. The 4 bosses had simply been its most visible nodes. Felix continued speaking. "The more I go through this, the less important Graham, Leonard, Isabel, and even Silas become." That caught Dayo's attention. "Explain." Felix zoomed into another section. "Because they weren't the system." His finger moved across the screen. "They benefited from the system." Another section appeared. "The infrastructure survives individuals." Another. "That's why it lasted decades." Dayo remained silent, and the thought unsettled him. Because Felix was right. Destroying people and destroying systems were completely different things. The second was much harder. Then Felix opened the final folder. Insurance. The room grew quiet. Dayo immediately understood why. The scale was overwhelming. Hundreds of names. Hundreds. Maybe more. Executives. Politicians. Investors. Media figures. Bankers. Artists. Government officials. Entire lives reduced to folders. Entire careers documented. Every compromise. Every weakness. Every secret. For several moments, neither man spoke. The sheer volume demanded silence. Finally, Dayo exhaled. How long was she collecting this? Felix shook his head. Decades. He clicked through folder after folder. The names kept appearing. The list seemed endless. Every few minutes, Dayo recognized another powerful individual. Someone famous. Someone influential. Someone respected. The pattern became impossible to ignore. Power attracted secrets. Secrets attracted insurance. Insurance attracted survival. Isabel had understood that better than anyone. She documented everyone. Apparently. Dayo looked at the screen. No. His voice had become quieter. Not everyone. Felix glanced toward him. What do you mean? Dayo pointed. Everyone who mattered. The distinction changed everything. Because this wasn't random. This wasn't curiosity. This wasn't paranoia. This was strategy. Isabel had spent 40 years building leverage. One file at a time. One secret at a time. One compromise at a time. Until she possessed enough information to threaten people she could never overpower physically. The brilliance of it was terrifying. Felix opened another section. Then paused. His expression shifted. Not shock. Recognition. Concern. What? Felix rotated the monitor slightly. Alliance names appeared. Dayo immediately recognized them. Helena, Darius, Tom, Paolo, Sarah, several others. The room grew quiet again. Neither man looked away from the screen. Eventually Dayo spoke. How old are the files? Felix checked. His eyebrows rose. Years. Updated recently? No. He checked again. Still no. Then a third time. Same answer. No recent activity. Dayo thought about that. Then thought harder. Finally he nodded. Good. Felix looked confused. Good. If they're old, Michael probably doesn't know they exist. Understanding immediately appeared on Felix's face. Oh, exactly. If Michael knew about these files, he would have searched for them, hunted them, prioritized them. Instead, he had focused on Isabel herself, which suggested he believed the danger ended with her. That assumption could become very important. Very soon, several thousand miles away, rain fell steadily against the windows of Silas Vane's London office. The city glowed beneath the evening darkness. Normally the view calmed him. Tonight it didn't. A trusted operative sat across from him. The report had been disappointingly short, which usually meant the news was bad. We lost her. Silas remained expressionless. Explain. The man did. Every detail. Every lead. Every dead end. Montenegro. Movement. Disappearance. Silence. The report ended. The room remained quiet. Silas walked toward the window. His reflection stared back at him. Older than before. More tired than before. Still dangerous. But tired. Someone reached her. The operative hesitated. We believe that's possible. Silas nodded slowly. Possible. An irritating word. Because possible often became true. His mind immediately began calculating. Not Michael. Michael would eliminate the threat. Not protect it. Which meant another actor existed on the board. Someone moving quietly. Someone competent. Someone capable of reaching Isabel before everyone else. The thought bothered him. Not because it was impossible. Because it was logical. And logical threats were always the hardest to predict. Silas stared out at London. For the first time in weeks, he found himself wondering whether Michael was still the biggest problem facing him. The answer arrived faster than expected. No, Michael wasn't. Because Michael was visible. Someone else wasn't. And invisible enemies had always been the most dangerous kind. Back in New York, night settled outside the office windows. The city lights stretched endlessly across the darkness. Felix continued sorting files. Dayo stood near the glass watching the skyline. The hard drive sat on the desk behind him. Small, ordinary, almost laughably insignificant. Yet everything had changed. When he left for Montenegro, he thought he was retrieving evidence against Michael. Now he understood the truth. The drive wasn't a weapon aimed at one man. It was a map of power, a map of secrets, a map of relationships hidden beneath public reality. And somewhere inside that map lay opportunities, threats, answers, questions they hadn't even learned to ask yet. The war had just become much larger than Michael. And for the first time since Isabel handed him the drive, Dayo understood exactly how dangerous that reality might become. Chapter 538. I have a plan. The office was already awake when Dayo arrived. Not loud, just alive in the quiet way buildings became alive before the rest of the city caught up. The cleaning crew had finished less than an hour earlier. Fresh coffee lingered in the air. The lights across the executive floor glowed softly against the morning darkness outside the windows. New York was still shaking itself awake, but JD Records never truly slept anymore. Dayo walked past empty desks and glass offices until he reached the conference room Felix had practically claimed as his own. The black hard drive sat exactly where they had left it. He stopped beside the table and stared at it. 3 days ago it had belonged to Isabel Marchetti. Now it belonged to him. 40 years of secrets. 40 years of evidence. 40 years of people doing things they never expected anyone would discover. For most of his life, Dayo had viewed information as a tool. Useful, valuable, powerful. But this felt different. It felt heavier. Because information became something else when enough lives were attached to it. He pulled out a chair and sat down. The city stretched beyond the glass walls. Cars moved below. People walked on sidewalks. Businesses opened. Thousands of ordinary lives continued without any knowledge of the things hidden inside the drive, sitting a few feet away. Even in his past life, where he worked on deep military secrets and even as a producer, the information on the drive really changed his perspective on many things. Dayo leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. The sleep had not gone well. Every time he closed his eyes, he found himself thinking about folders, names, documents, connections. The deeper problem wasn't Michael. It wasn't Silas. It wasn't even the four bosses. The problem was scale. The drive was too large. Too much information. Too many people. Too many possible consequences. It was too hot even for Dayo, who had handled enough secrets in his past. If news that he had such information existed, he knew he couldn't fight the force. The realization had settled into his mind sometime around 3 in the morning. If he released everything, innocent people would get hurt. If he released nothing, guilty people would escape. Somewhere between those two extremes sat the correct answer. Finding it was the challenge. The conference room door opened. Felix entered, carrying 2 coffees. He stopped when he saw Dayo already there. "You slept here?" Dayo accepted one of the cups. "No. You look like you did." "I slept." Felix raised an eyebrow. "That's not what I asked." Dayo laughed quietly. "You're becoming annoying." "I'm becoming observant." Felix sat across from him and opened his laptop. The machine came alive instantly. Several encrypted programs appeared. 3 spreadsheets. A collection of financial charts. And approximately 40 tabs that would have given a normal person a headache. Dayo took a sip of coffee. "What time did you get here?" Felix shrugged. 3. "You went home." "No." Dayo shook his head. "You're impossible." "I've been told that before." For a few moments they worked in silence. Felix typed rapidly. Dayo reviewed notes he had made during the flight home. Eventually Felix stopped typing. His expression shifted. Not surprise. Concentration. The dangerous kind. The kind that usually meant his brain had found something interesting. "You know what's bothering me?" Dayo looked up. "A lot of things probably." "The insurance folder." Dayo nodded. "What about it?" Felix turned his laptop slightly. "I've spent the last 6 hours trying to understand how she organized it." "Isabel." "Yes." Felix tapped the screen. "At first I assumed she categorized people by industry." He opened another folder. "Then I thought geography." Another. "Then influence." Dayo watched. "And?" Felix leaned back. "None of those are correct." The answer caught his attention. "What do you mean?" "Speak fast, Felix. Don't make a pause." Felix folded his arms. "The categories look random. But they aren't. Nothing she did was random." "Exactly." The room became quiet. Felix continued. "Someone doesn't spend 40 years documenting people and then organize everything randomly." Dayo considered that. The logic made sense. Isabel had survived decades among some of the most dangerous people in the world. She was meticulous, even methodical. The woman who kept 3 passports and multiple escape routes was not the type to make organizational mistakes. "So what are we missing?" Felix smiled. "That's the question." He opened another folder. Then another. Then another. The names continued appearing. Executives. Politicians. Investors. Bankers. Media personalities. Artists. Corporate lawyers. Government officials. The list seemed endless. Dayo watched the names scroll past. Something about it bothered him. Not the names themselves. The pattern. The feeling that he was looking at something important without fully understanding it. What if we're approaching it wrong? Felix stopped typing. "What do you mean?" Dayo thought for a moment, then stood up. He walked toward the window. The city looked brighter now. The morning traffic was beginning to build, life continuing normally, completely unaware of the war taking place behind closed doors. What if the files aren't about who people are? Felix looked interested immediately. "Go on. What if they're about leverage?" The room went silent. Felix stared at him, then slowly turned back toward the screen. Several seconds passed. Then another 10. Then another 20. Finally he smiled. A slow smile. "The dangerous kind. That's actually good." Dayo folded his arms. "Meaning?" Felix began opening folders again. Much faster this time. He wasn't looking at professions. He wasn't looking at countries. He wasn't looking at industries. He was looking at weaknesses. Scandals. Secrets. Compromises. Mistakes. The pieces began aligning. The folders suddenly made more sense. Not perfect sense, but enough. "Jesus." Dayo glanced toward him. "What?" Felix pointed at the screen. "She's ranking leverage." The realization settled immediately. Not people. Leverage. Not importance. Usefulness. Not influence. Vulnerability. Every folder represented how valuable someone could become if pressure was applied correctly. The thought was both brilliant and terrifying, because it meant Isabel viewed the world differently than most people. She didn't see powerful individuals. She saw pressure points, and she had spent 40 years cataloging them. Dayo returned to his seat. How many files are there? Felix checked. His eyebrows rose, then rose again. More than 3,000. 3,000. That's just the people. The room grew quiet. 3,000. 3,000 lives. 3,000 sets of secrets. 3,000 potential explosions waiting to happen. No wonder Isabel survived so long. She had built an insurance policy large enough to threaten almost anyone. The more Dayo thought about it, the more impressive it became, and the more dangerous, because now that insurance policy belonged to him. The conference room fell silent again. Neither man seemed particularly comfortable with that reality that such a weapon of mass destruction was in their possession. Eventually Felix spoke. You realize we're sitting on enough information to destroy careers. Dayo nodded. More than careers, this is life that could be destroyed with this. Governments. Probably. Felix nodded, still feeling surreal at the whole ordeal. Even entire corporations with this. Maybe. Felix closed the laptop halfway, then looked directly at him. What are you planning to do with it? The question lingered between them. Heavy and complicated, Dayo took his time answering, because the truth was he didn't know completely, at least not yet. Even with his high IQ and 2 life experiences, this was a difficult choice and a moral one at that. I don't want to become Michael. Felix remained silent, listening. Dayo continued with a sip of his coffee. That's what worries me. Felix nodded slowly, understanding immediately. Michael's story hadn't started as a villain. He had started as a man with information and wanted to be ahead of people. Knowledge, leverage, control. Then somewhere along the way the line blurred. Power always carried that risk, the temptation to decide who deserved punishment, that moral line. Who deserved protection, who deserved destruction. Dayo wasn't interested in becoming judge and executioner. He was a person with a button line. The problem was that circumstances kept handing him tools designed for exactly that purpose. Felix sat quietly for several moments, then finally spoke. Good. Dayo looked at him, a bit surprised. Good. You're worried. Felix shrugged. The people who should have power usually worry about having it. The statement lingered, not because it solved anything, but because it didn't. But it reminded Dayo of something important. Fear wasn't always weakness. Sometimes it was restraint. Sometimes it prevented people from crossing lines they couldn't uncross. The conversation paused when Dayo's phone vibrated. A message. He looked at the screen. It read Luna. He opened it immediately. Are you coming home tonight? Or did Felix kidnap you again? Despite everything, he smiled. Felix noticed instantly. Her. Obviously. Dayo rolled his eyes. What did she say? Dayo typed a response, then showed him. Felix read it, then laughed. That's actually fair. A second message arrived. Almost immediately. Jennifer spent 20 minutes looking for you this morning. The smile slowly disappeared. Not completely, just enough. A different emotion replacing it. Something softer. Something heavier. He stared at the message longer than necessary, because suddenly the conference room felt very far away from home. The drive, the files, the war, all of it. But there was also a little girl waiting for her father, a woman waiting for her partner, and no amount of secrets would ever matter more than that. Dayo typed another response. I'll be home. Then he put the phone away. The action felt simple, but the reminder mattered, because the drive wasn't his life. It was part of his life. There was a difference he couldn't afford to forget. Hours passed. The deeper they dug into the files, the more complicated everything became, not because they discovered shocking revelations, because they discovered scale. The architecture beneath the architecture. Connections beneath connections. People who appeared unrelated somehow intersecting repeatedly. Financial paths crossing. Legal structures overlapping. Old partnerships reappearing decades later. The drive wasn't revealing a conspiracy. It was revealing an ecosystem. An entire hidden world operating beneath the visible one. By late afternoon, even Felix looked exhausted, which rarely happened. He rubbed his eyes and said, All right, I think we have covered everything important for now. The question is, what do we do first? Do we go after Michael first, or do we inform Valerie and the rest because we need all hands on deck for something this deep to not blow out on our face. Dayo kept his face cool without saying anything. His mind was spinning. He knew what Felix said was true, and he needed to tell them, as they were part of his structure, but something happened that made him suspect there was a crack in his structure. It was little, but that was how holes always start, from cracks. It was about Luna. He told them about Luna and Jennifer, and it was then that the news leaked. He made sure that nobody else apart from those in his circle knew, and the meaning was clear. Someone talk, maybe knowingly or unknowingly. He had to find out, though he knew the high chance that it was unknowingly was high that someone talked, so he needed to find out who and how, cause it could lead to problem, which was why he rarely include them or let them know anything, and only let Flexi through, cause he knew that Flexi wouldn't betray him. So he explained to Felix, who kept quiet for a while. All right, I have a plan. Chapter 539, what's the plan? The conference room remained quiet for several seconds after Felix spoke. Dayo sat across from him, one hand wrapped around the now lukewarm coffee, while the black hard drive rested on the table between them like an unwanted third participant in the conversation. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, New York continued moving. As though none of this existed. Cars crawled through traffic. People rushed along sidewalks. Businesses opened. Meetings started. Entire lives unfolded. Meanwhile, hidden behind layers of glass and steel, two men sat discussing information powerful enough to shake governments. Felix leaned back slightly. Dayo looked at him. What is the plan? The question had been sitting in his head ever since Felix mentioned the possibility of a leak. Not because he believed someone had betrayed him, because he couldn't understand how the information had escaped. Very few people knew about Luna. Even fewer knew about Jennifer being his. Those numbers became even smaller when it came to knowing both. His circle wasn't large enough for random coincidence. Something had happened. The question was what? Felix folded his arms before answering. Before I explain the plan, I want you to answer something honestly. Dayo already knew that tone. Every time Felix used it, the conversation usually became uncomfortable. Go ahead. Felix held his gaze. Do you trust them? Dayo didn't hesitate. Yes, I trust them. The answer came so quickly that Felix almost smiled. Not because the answer surprised him, because it didn't. Dayo continued. Every single one of them. Felix nodded slowly. That's what I expected you to say. Because it's true. Haha, I'm not arguing with you. Hee, not that you can win one against me if one starts hee. The room settled again with a smile settling on both their faces. Felix drummed his fingers against the table, then he spoke carefully. I'm talking about Valerie, Yurik, Wayne, Alice. Dayo looked at him, shaking his head. I know who you're talking about. Good. Felix nodded. Then tell me why. Dayo frowned. Why what? Why do you trust them? The question felt strange. Not because he lacked an answer. Because he'd never needed to explain it before. For a moment, he looked toward the window. Then he exhaled. Valerie practically runs half this company. Felix remained silent, listening. When JD Records started growing faster than expected, she was the one who kept everything from collapsing. Investors, negotiations, artist management, expansion plans, internal conflicts. Half the things I never had time to deal with ended up on her desk. He shook his head slightly. Most people see the title CEO and think it's prestige. What they don't see is the amount of pressure she absorbs every day. She was the one who started the company even before I came. I bought it from her hands, and she stayed even when I was up against the whole industry. Felix nodded. Dayo continued. Yurik is even easier. A small smile appeared. The man is insane. Felix laughed. That's probably accurate. He helped build systems most labels would kill for. Dayo leaned forward slightly. Before JD Records became what it is now, he already knew how large organizations worked. He was made a scapegoat. Cause of people's mistake at UCL. They pushed him out. Their loss became my gain. He built infrastructure. Exactly. Dayo took another sip of coffee. Wayne was here before success. His voice softened slightly. Before the awards. Before the artists. Before people cared. A memory flashed briefly through his mind. The first studio. The old equipment. The uncertainty. The impossible dreams. Wayne was producing songs when nobody knew who we were. Felix nodded again. He stayed. Yeah, he stayed and evolved. The answer came immediately. Then silence returned. Only one name remained. Felix noticed. So Alice. The room grew quieter. Not awkward. Just thoughtful. Dayo stared at the coffee for a moment. then looked back up. When the whole world thought I sang nonsense during the global competition, nobody wanted to touch me. The memory still carried weight. Not anger. Not anymore. Just memory. Everyone was distancing themselves. Felix already knew the story. Still, he let Dayo continue. Alice released the original footage. Knowing what would happen. Knowing exactly what would happen. Dayo nodded. She got fired for it. The room fell silent again. She could have protected herself. Instead, she protected you. Yes. Dayo rubbed his jaw. And after all that she came here. Helped build our marketing division from almost nothing. Not like we even had a marketing division during that time. Felix watched him carefully, then asked the question, "Do you notice something?" Dayo frowned. "What?" Felix sat forward. "Every single thing you just mentioned was something they did for the company." Dayo opened his mouth, then stopped, because halfway through the objection, he realized Felix was right. Felix continued, "You talk about Valerie running operations." Dayo remained quiet. "You talk about Yurik building infrastructure." Still quiet. "You talk about Wayne staying during difficult years." Dayo stared at him. "You talk about Alice helping JD Records survive." The room became still. Then Felix leaned back. "You almost never talk about what they did for you." The words landed harder than Dayo expected. Not because they were cruel, because they were accurate. For several seconds he said nothing. His mind moved through years of memories. Conversations. Arguments. Victories. Failures. Moments that had nothing to do with business, yet somehow he rarely framed them that way. Eventually he sighed. "I know." Felix raised an eyebrow. "You know?" "I've always known." The admission surprised even himself. Felix waited. Dayo rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I've never been particularly good with people emotionally." Felix laughed immediately. That might be the understatement of the century. Dayo rolled his eyes. "I'm serious." "So am I." The laughter faded. Then Felix spoke more gently. "You evaluate people logically." Dayo nodded. No. You always have." Felix tapped the table. "You look at systems." Another tap. "Patterns, results." He shrugged. "That's how your brain works." Dayo couldn't argue, because it was the glaring true. It had always been true. Even before the system. Even before the second life. Even before fame. He had always been like this. His mind naturally moved toward structure. Toward outcomes. Toward cause and effect. The only exception was Luna, and that was after he heard of Jennifer. Felix continued. "The problem is that information doesn't always move through systems." Dayo looked up. Now they were reaching the important part. Felix folded his arms. "Sometimes information moves through people." The room became quiet. "Meaning?" Felix shrugged. "A leak doesn't require a traitor." Dayo remained silent. "A leak doesn't require somebody getting paid." Still silent. "A leak doesn't require malicious intent." Now Dayo understood not that he didn't know this, just he hated leaks like this. Felix leaned forward. "Sometimes people talk." The words hung between them. "People complain." Dayo listened. "People vent." Another pause. "People drink." Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. "People trust the wrong person." The silence stretched. Then Felix delivered the point. "Sometimes information leaks because somebody is lonely." For a moment neither man spoke. The statement settled naturally into the room. Not dramatic, just uncomfortable because it felt true. Dayo leaned back. Thinking. Really thinking. Not like an executive. Not like a strategist. Not like someone hunting an enemy. Like someone trying to understand people. The realization wasn't pleasant. Because Felix was right. Dayo understood betrayal. He understood espionage. He understood manipulation. Those were predictable. What he struggled with were ordinary human mistakes. The harmless conversations. The emotional moments. The accidental disclosures. The things people did without realizing the consequences. Finally he exhaled. "So what's your plan?" Felix smiled slightly. Now they had arrived at the actual discussion. "My plan is simple." Dayo waited. "We don't investigate." That immediately caught his attention. "We don't." "No." Felix shook his head. "Not yet." The room remained quiet. Felix continued. "No accusations, no traps or interrogations." Then Felix spread his hands. "We talk." Dayo frowned. "That's the plan." "That's the plan." Felix nodded. Because if this was accidental, then understanding people matters more than understanding data. The words made sense. Annoyingly so. Which meant Felix was probably right. Again, Dayo looked toward the windows. The sunlight had climbed higher. The city looked fully awake now. For a moment, he realized something uncomfortable. He hadn't actually sat down with all four of them together in months. Not properly. Not without an emergency. Not without an agenda. Michael. The Alliance. Nigeria. Montenegro. The hard drive. The bosses. Every crisis demanded attention. Meanwhile, JD Records continued functioning. Mostly because the people beneath him continued carrying their responsibilities. The realization sat heavily in his chest. Felix noticed immediately. You see it now. Dayo nodded slowly. Yeah, I do. Then he pulled out his phone. I should call them. You should. The first call went to Valerie. She answered before the second ring. Please tell me the building isn't on fire. Dayo blinked. What? Valerie laughed. You only call everybody together when something explodes. A smile tugged at his mouth. That's not true. It is absolutely true. The confidence in her voice made arguing impossible. For several moments they talked. Not about business. Not about reports. Just life. Then he explained. I want everyone in tomorrow. Valerie immediately understood the seriousness beneath the request. Her tone became professional. What time? 10. I'll clear my schedule. You don't want details? I'll get details tomorrow. The answer carried the same calm confidence that made her such an effective CEO. Fair enough. I'll see you tomorrow. The call ended. The next call went to Yurik. The assistant CEO answered while apparently eating something. Dayo. Crunch. Dayo. Another crunch. What? Dayo stared at the phone. Are you eating? That's usually how food works. Felix immediately started laughing. Dayo ignored him. I need everyone tomorrow. Yurik sighed dramatically. Wonderful. What? You disappear for weeks. Crunch. You reappear. Crunch. You summon meetings. Crunch. And somehow I'm always involved. Dayo rubbed his forehead, imagining how the 6 foot grew so much it seems he already the answer. You're impossible. That's rich coming from you. Despite the sarcasm, there was warmth underneath. The kind that came from years of working together. Eventually, Yurik agreed. Then ended the call by complaining about executive life. Dayo wasn't entirely convinced he was joking. The third call went to Wayne. The producer answered immediately. Dayo. Wayne. A brief pause followed. Then Wayne asked. When? Dayo smiled. Tomorrow. What time? 10. I'll be there. No questions. No complaints. No hesitation. Just trust. The conversation lasted barely a few minutes. Yet somehow it felt complete. When the call ended, Felix shook his head. That man has never changed. That's why I like him. Then came the final call. Alice. For some reason, Dayo found himself hesitating briefly before pressing dial. Not because anything was wrong. Because he hadn't spoken to her properly and longer than he should have. The call connected. A miracle. Dayo laughed immediately. What? You remembered my number. Her voice carried amusement. Genuine amusement. The kind that instantly made the conversation easier. I call occasionally. Twice this century. That's unfair. Dayo said, a bit defensive. It's accurate. The exchange continued naturally. Comfortably. Like old friends who understood each other's rhythms. Eventually Alice asked about Luna. Then about Jennifer. The conversation softened. How's she doing? Dayo smiled despite himself. Growing too fast. That's every parent's complaint. It turns out they were right. Alice laughed. The sound felt lighter than he remembered. Healthier. Like someone who had finally found stability again. They talked for several more minutes. Then Dayo explained. I want everyone in tomorrow. Meeting. Sort of. She paused. Then agreed. All right. 10. I'll be there. The call ended. Dayo lowered the phone slowly. For a moment the conference room became completely silent. The city stretched endlessly beyond the windows. Sunlight reflected off distant buildings. Traffic crawled below. Life continued. Felix looked up from his laptop. Everybody coming? Yeah. Felix nodded. Then returned to typing. Several seconds passed. Then he stopped. Think we'll find anything? The question lingered. Dayo looked down at the black hard drive. Then toward the city. Then toward the empty chairs that would be filled tomorrow. Valerie. Yurik. Wayne. Alice. People who had helped build something from almost nothing. People he trusted. People he considered. Family, whether he admitted it often or not. The answer took longer than expected. Because the truth wasn't simple. Eventually he exhaled. I hope not. Felix understood immediately. Because finding the answer might solve one problem. but it could easily create another. And for the first time since the hard drive arrived in New York, Dayo realized that some truths were far heavier than secrets. Some truths involved people you cared about. Those were always the hardest ones to carry. Chapter 540. Thinking. Valerie's mornings always began before the city remembered it was alive. The car moved steadily through Manhattan traffic while she reviewed reports on her tablet. Revenue projections filled one screen. Artist performance metrics occupied another. A quarterly expansion proposal sat unread in the corner because 3 separate department heads had somehow managed to create entirely new problems overnight. None of that surprised her. What surprised her was how often her thoughts drifted back to yesterday's phone call. Dayo had sounded normal, and that itself was the problem. She had known him long enough to recognize the difference between normal and controlled. Most people couldn't. What most people heard was confidence. Valerie heard pressure, and that's a strange thing about Dayo. He trusted people completely and didn't rely on them enough. The thought came naturally over the years she had watched him solve investor crises alone. Whether it was handling media disasters alone, navigating artist scandals alone, or fighting expansion battles alone. Every time something threatened JD Records, his first instinct was to shoulder the burden himself before involving anyone else. It always drove her insane, not because she doubted him, because she didn't. After all, the company wouldn't exist without him. That was simply a fact. What frustrated her was the assumption that responsibility belonged solely to him, which was frustrating because he could literally do anything when he set his mind to it. This was a man who took a 4-year break and came back not to sing, but to compete in a swimming competition. Not only did he win, but he won the Olympic and won all 3 gold, which hasn't been done before in the history of swimming. A memory surfaced unexpectedly. 3 years ago, a distribution partner had nearly destroyed an international rollout. Everyone had spent 48 hours panicking, from the lawyers to managers, artists, executives. Then Dayo disappeared for 2 days. Nobody knew where he went or what he did when he returned. But what they knew was that when he did, the contract issue was resolved. The rollout was saved. The lawyers received a neatly organized folder explaining exactly how the solution had happened. He never mentioned it again. Valerie had wanted to throw something at him. Not because he fixed it, because he never asked for help. The car slowed at a red light. New York was finally awake. Coffee carts. Office workers with their regular part of the usual rhythm. Her thoughts drifted toward the video she had seen weeks ago. Jennifer laughing with Luna smiling while carrying her. Dayo looking happier than she had ever seen him. That image lingered longer because, for years, she had wondered if he actually knew how to stop working. All he did was work, even when he took the 4-year break from the music scene. Then a child entered his life, and suddenly everyone discovered there was a human being underneath the well-oiled machine. Her though were interrupted as the driver pulled up to headquarters. Valerie closed the tablet, and she smiled. Remembering how she held back when she started the company, she drove herself in a beat-down car, and now she drove any car of her choosing, even with a driver. Dayo did a number in her life. She couldn't deny that, and she is forever grateful. Whatever this meeting was about, something was bothering him. She knew that much, and she intended to find out what it was. Asterisk. Ulrich hated mornings, but unfortunately, mornings seemed to love him. His inbox already contained 37 emails, 3 department disputes, 2 budget requests, 1 scheduling disaster, and an executive assistant who apparently believed urgency could be communicated through excessive punctuation. He stared at the screen, then deleted half the messages without opening them. Experience had taught him that most workplace emergencies weren't emergencies. They were simply people discovering consequences of not dealing with issues at the right time, and he knew exactly how to push past that. His phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. The calendar reminder appeared. Meeting with Dayo. He leaned back, immediately remembering that Dayo had called for a meeting, but he knew one thing, and that was Dayo hated meetings. The man treated unnecessary gatherings like a personal insult. If everyone had been called in, something was wrong, like wrong. He had never called a meeting if not absolutely necessary. That much was obvious. His thoughts drifted backward. The memory simply appeared. UCL. The firing and humiliation he faced for something he clearly knew nothing about but tried to fix, and he got burned for a crime he knew nothing about. He was the CEO and had brought that label from nothing to the top 5 label, And because one of his artists offended someone too high, Michael, he was thrown under the bus as a sacrificial lamb. The endless political nonsense. Years of work reduced to headlines and speculation. He remembered leaving the building carrying a cardboard box. Remembered people suddenly avoiding eye contact, people who greeted him every day with respect, trying to get a favor from him. He remembered realizing that professional loyalty had an expiration date the moment you lost your values and worth because, as the days passed, nobody called, nobody offered help. Nobody wanted to be associated with him and avoided him like a plague. Then Dayo's email arrived, and he called. The conversation had lasted less than 5 minutes. There had been no sympathy or motivational speech, nor discussion about second chances. Dayo had simply listened for a moment before saying, "If they're dumb enough to fire you, I'll hire you. When can you start?" And that was it. No drama or ceremony, just certainty. Ulrich laughed quietly at the memory. Dayo was the only person he'd ever met who could accidentally save your life and forget he saved it. The ridiculous part was that he genuinely didn't understand the effect he had on people. He made decisions based on logic. The emotional consequences happened afterward. Most of the time, he never noticed. Ulrich shut down his laptop. The meeting meant trouble. Of that he was certain. But still he would show up. He always did. Asterisk. Music filled the studio. Wayne adjusted a few levels on the mixing board while an unfinished track played through the speakers. The bass felt wrong. Not bad, just incomplete. He spent several minutes fixing it before leaning back. Silence settled over the room. His phone sat beside him. The message from Dayo remained open. Wayne smiled. Some things never changed, and it would surprise him if it did. Dayo disappeared. Weeks passed, months sometimes. Then he came back. Life resumed. People complained about it. Wayne never really did. Maybe because he remembered the beginning. Back before anybody cared. Back before JD Records had office floors and international artists and executives with titles. Back when success felt impossible with all of the industry watching them to fail due to the pressure. He remembered sleeping in studios, borrowing equipment, stretching budgets until they nearly snapped. He remembered nights when both of them survived on coffee and stubbornness. The younger version of Dayo had looked exhausted most of the time, teaching him everything he knew about producing, which was why he never remained in the same spot, as Dayo always pushed him to learn rather than hire a producer with higher skill, which made him work harder to prove Dayo made the right choice, and looking back he was happy Dayo was by his side. Anyone else would have just discarded him. Wayne laughed to himself. People talked about Dayo's intelligence constantly. They talked about strategy, planning, vision. None of those things impressed Wayne as much as persistence. Most people quit eventually. Dayo never seemed to learn how. Failure annoyed him. It never stopped him, which was one of the things he learned from him. That difference changed everything. Was he hurt by the distance? Maybe a little. Anyone would be. He was human after all. But he had accepted something years ago, and that was Dayo always came back. Not perfectly, but he came back. For Wayne, that was enough. He grabbed his coffee, locked the studio, and headed toward headquarters. Whatever Dayo wanted, he'd hear him out. Asterisk. Alice stared at the message longer than necessary. She had already agreed to the meeting. Still, the phone remained in her hand. The apartment felt unusually quiet. Outside the window, the city moved through another ordinary morning. Inside, her thoughts wandered somewhere less comfortable. She met Dayo at his lowest point. Not during the success, not during the victories, but she met him during the destruction, where the accusations had been everywhere. Name it. News outlets, social media, industry gossip. Everybody wanted a villain, which was how the narrative was being painted, and as usual, very few people wanted the truth. Alice remembered watching the footage. Again and again in her office as she viewed the original footage. She knew that hands down Dayo could have won that competition without much stress cause he was the most talented there. But the situation of him going against Michael put him in a position where she was the only one that wanted to help. After all, no one wanted to offend Michael for a nobody. When she released the original recordings, she already knew what would happen. Her employer fired her. Colleagues distanced themselves. Friends advised her to apologize. She refused. Then her phone rang. Dayo. She expected gratitude. Instead, he asked if she needed a job. Nothing more. Nothing less. The conversation lasted maybe 10 minutes. When it ended, she had employment. Looking back, That simplicity affected her more than any dramatic gesture could have. He never treated her like a hero, never treated her like a victim, never acted as though she owed him anything. He simply made room for her. The memory softened her expression. Then another feeling appeared. Smaller, less comfortable, maybe hurt. She rarely admitted it, even to herself. She understood why Dayo disappeared. She understood the responsibilities, the pressure, the endless problems. Understanding didn't make the absence easier. People always acted as though understanding and feeling were the same thing. They weren't. She could understand perfectly and still miss him. Her thoughts drifted briefly toward Wendy, toward drinks, toward conversations that had seemed harmless at the time. The memory passed without leaving much impression. Just another evening. Just another conversation. Nothing important. At least that's what she believed. Alice stood and grabbed her coat. Whatever this meeting was about, something had changed. She could feel it. And for the first time in months, Dayo had called everyone together. That alone meant something. The executive floor was unusually quiet. Valerie arrived first. She stepped out of the elevator and headed toward the conference room. A few minutes later, another elevator opened. Yurik emerged carrying enough irritation to power a small city. Valerie smirked. Good morning. It would be if people stopped creating problems. You say that every morning. Because every morning I'm right. They exchanged a brief laugh. Another elevator chimed. Wayne appeared carrying coffee. His relaxed expression immediately contrasted with Yurik's permanent state of professional frustration. You look too happy, Yurik said. I slept. Show off. The three settled into conversation. Speculation began naturally. Why were they here? What did Dayo want? Why call everyone? Nobody had answers. Then the final elevator opened. Alice stepped out. The moment she saw all three of them already gathered, she slowed slightly. The same realization crossed everyone's face at nearly the same moment. This wasn't a casual meeting, nor was it a quick update. Every important pillar of JD Records had been called. Valerie, Yurik, Wayne, Alice, the people who helped build everything. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. The conference room doors remained closed. Dayo wasn't there yet. Neither was Felix. The waiting somehow made it worse. Because now they all knew the same thing. Something important was about to happen. None of them knew what. And none of them realized that one careless conversation months ago had already started the chain reaction that brought them here. Chapter 541. The Trust? The conference room was already occupied when the clock touched 10. Valerie sat near the head of the table with a tablet balanced on her lap, reviewing quarterly projections that she had already reviewed twice before arriving. The habit wasn't about necessity anymore. It was simply how she occupied her hands whenever she was forced to wait. Across from her, Ulrich had 3 separate windows open on his laptop and looked like he was simultaneously arguing with at least 4 people through email. Wayne leaned back in his chair with a coffee cup in one hand and his phone in the other, occasionally shaking his head at something he was listening to through one earbud. Alice sat quietly near the far side of the room. Nobody knew why they had been called. That alone was unusual, as Dayo rarely scheduled meetings personally. When he wanted something done, he usually sent instructions, or when he wanted information, he asked specific questions. That was Dayo, so it felt weird to not know the reason. Anybody have a theory? Wayne asked. Ulrich didn't look up from his screen. Several. Wayne tapped his head in frustration. I mean, useful theories? Ulrich smirked no. Wayne laughed, already expecting the answer. Valerie glanced toward the door. If it was routine, Felix wouldn't have told us to clear the entire morning. That sentence got everyone's attention because she was right. Felix almost never got involved in scheduling. The company knew who he was. Everybody knew Felix. Some employees had never spoken to him, some have never even seen him. Most had no idea what his official title even was. Yet everyone knew him. He was the person who appeared whenever systems failed, whenever security problems emerged, whenever technology became complicated, or whenever Dayo disappeared, and somehow the company still continued functioning. Felix was always somewhere behind it, which was why the door opening a few moments later immediately changed the atmosphere. Felix walked inside, carrying a laptop beneath one arm. His eyes looked tired, not totally exhausted. Just the particular kind of tiredness that came from staring at screens for too many consecutive hours. Wayne immediately pointed toward him. Well, that's comforting. Felix frowned, not expecting to be ambushed the moment he entered. What's comforting? The fact that you look terrible. Ulrich snorted. I agree. Wayne said with a smile that said, "Serves you right." Felix stared at both of them. "I haven't even said anything." "Exactly," Wayne replied. "Which means whatever brought you here is already bad." A small laugh moved around the table. Even Felix smiled slightly. Valerie watched him carefully from his composure, the way he carried his laptop down to his tired eyes, and she came to an obvious conclusion: something was happening. Whatever this meeting was about, it wasn't routine. Alice noticed the laptop too. Felix never carried unnecessary equipment. Everything he did had a purpose. That detail sat quietly in the back of her mind. Then the door opened again, almost immediately. This time Dayo entered. The shift wasn't dramatic. Nobody sat straighter, nor did they. Stopped breathing, or suddenly became nervous. Yet the atmosphere changed anyway. The room somehow felt more complete, more focused, more alive. "Look who finally remembered we exist." Wayne spoke first, breaking the silence. Dayo laughed immediately. "I knew that was coming. It should have come sooner," Wayne said as he stood as he and Dayo exchanged hands. "It usually does." Valerie shook her head and broke their conversation. "You disappear for weeks and somehow expect sympathy." "I wasn't expecting sympathy," Dayo said with an awkward smile on his face. "Good, because you're not getting any." Another round of laughter spread through the room. Even the serious Ulrich smiled. Dayo looked around the table for a moment. His expression softened. These weren't employees. Not really. Not anymore. These were people who had been there through too much. People who had helped build his small empire from almost nothing. People who remained long after easier opportunities had appeared elsewhere. Seeing them together again felt strangely comforting. "How's everyone doing?" Wayne pointed toward Valerie. "She's terrorizing departments in the most amazing way you can." Valerie didn't miss a beat. "Efficiency isn't terror. It is when you're the one receiving the emails." Ulrich nodded immediately. "I support Wayne on this issue." "Of course you do." Alice finally spoke with a smile on her face. The room relaxed further. The conversation flowed naturally. Old rhythms, returning without effort. Alice found herself smiling despite not intending to. For a few minutes it almost felt normal. Like old times. Like the company before everything became bigger. Like the family they are. Before global expansion. Before billion-dollar negotiations. Before Dayo became the person the entire industry seemed obsessed with. Then she noticed something. Dayo wasn't participating as much anymore. He was listening and thinking, like he was choosing his moments carefully before he said anything. And that wasn't normal. Valerie noticed it too. The smile remained on her face. But internally she became alert. Something was wrong. Not catastrophic. But something was bothering him. Eventually the conversation settled naturally. No forced silence or any dramatic pause. Just the point where everyone realized they were here for a reason. Dayo folded his hands together. The movement was small. Yet it immediately pulled everyone's attention toward him. "First of all," he said, "thank you for coming." Nobody interrupted. "I know everybody has things to do." Wayne immediately raised his hand. "I was avoiding work." "You were not," Dayo said, shaking his head. "I absolutely was." A few smiles appeared around the table. The tension eased slightly. Then Dayo gave a calm smile to Wayne for the assist, then continued. His tone remained calm, measured, deliberate. And that was what caught Valerie's attention most, because Dayo usually spoke directly. Today he was choosing every word, not for the first time. "Before we talk about anything else, I need to explain why we're here." The room became quiet. Dayo looked around the table, meeting each person's eyes briefly. Valerie, Ulrich, Wayne, Alice, then Felix. Finally back to everyone. "This starts with trust." Nobody spoke. Dayo continued. "You all know this company wouldn't exist without the people in this room." The statement wasn't anything dramatic. It was simply true. You've kept JD records running during expansions, crises, acquisitions, lawsuits, media attacks, artist emergencies, and every other problem we've had. A faint smile crossed Ulrich's face. That list was longer than most people realized. Dayo continued. "When I'm here, you're carrying weight. When I'm gone, you're carrying even more." The room remained silent, listening. "I trust every person sitting here." Nobody expected the words to affect them. Yet somehow they did. Because Dayo wasn't someone who handed out praise casually. When he said something, he meant it. "I trust you with this company. I trust you with decisions that affect thousands of people. I trust you with years of work." His gaze lowered briefly, then returned. "And honestly, I probably don't say that enough. That surprised everyone. Not because the statement was emotional, because it was personal. Dayo almost never talked about himself. Valerie noticed Alice glance down. Wayne shifted slightly. Even. Ulrich stopped typing. Dayo continued. I know I disappear. A few smiles appeared. I know that's frustrating. This time the smiles became larger. I know I process problems internally. Wayne laughed. That's one way to describe it. Dayo pointed toward him. It's the polite version. That got another laugh. Then he became serious again. I also know it isn't always fair. The room quieted. Sometimes I deal with things alone when I shouldn't. Sometimes I carry things longer than necessary. Sometimes I don't communicate properly. The admission landed harder than he intended. Because everybody in the room knew it was true. Not because Dayo didn't trust people. Because Dayo always tried carrying everything himself. Valerie felt something loosen inside her chest. For years she'd wanted him to say exactly that. Not because she needed validation. Because she needed him to understand it. The room remained quiet. Then Dayo moved forward. The reason we're here is because something happened. Immediately, everyone's attention sharpened. The shift was subtle, but it happened. Dayo leaned back slightly. Information about Luna and Jennifer leaked. Silence, real silence this time. Not dramatic. Just stunned. Because everybody understood what he meant. Those conversations had happened privately. Very privately. Dayo continued before anyone could react. I want to be clear about something immediately. His voice remained calm. I do not believe anyone here did anything intentionally. The tension eased a bit, not completely, but enough for a sigh of relief to be heard from each corner. Because everyone had felt the same fear at the exact same moment. The fear of being suspected. Trust was something that they knew Dayo valued after all they had been with him when Lois, his first artist, did a switch, and how it changed Dayo. Dayo shook his head. I don't think somebody woke up and decided to betray trust. I don't think somebody deliberately shared information. I think somebody is human. Nobody spoke. Because everyone understood. Human beings talked. Human beings trusted friends, partners, family members. Human beings mentioned things casually. Human beings made mistakes. Dayo continued. I've made mistakes. More than once. More than anyone in this room probably knows. That honesty surprised Alice. Because it wasn't performative. It wasn't designed to make people comfortable. It sounded genuine. The room slowly relaxed. Then Dayo's expression shifted, and everyone noticed. The room became serious again. This matters because of something else. Nobody interrupted. What I'm working on right now is sensitive. He made a pause. Not dramatic. More sensitive than anything I've handled in. Felix remained completely silent. That alone added weight to the statement. Dayo looked around the table. If information gets out carelessly, it doesn't just hurt me. His voice remained steady. It hurts everyone connected to it. The room grew, still even Wayne stopped moving. Dayo took a slow breath and said something they had never heard from him before. I need your help. The silence that followed felt different. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Nobody even looked away. Because the words sounded almost unreal coming from him. Valerie blinked. Ulrich stared. Wayne lowered his coffee cup. Alice simply watched. Dayo noticed the reactions immediately, which almost made him laugh. You all look shocked. Wayne recovered first. Because I'm checking if you hit your head recently. That finally broke the tension. Laughter moved around the room. Even Dayo smiled. But the impact remained. Because they all understood what had just happened. Dayo never asked for help. He delegated, instructed, and trusted. But asking? That was different. Valerie spoke first. You should have asked sooner. Her voice wasn't critical, just honest. She folded her hands together. Whatever this is, we're already involved. Several heads nodded. She continued. Nobody here is waiting to be convinced. The words settled quietly across the room. Then Ulrich spoke. You know, normal people ask for help before reaching the crisis stage, right? That earned another laugh. He pointed toward Dayo. You have this annoying habit of treating emergencies like personal hobbies. That's unfair. It isn't. Dayo said, almost justifying himself. It is. It really isn't. More laughter. Then, Ulrich's expression softened. I'm in. Simple and direct, just like his personality. Wayne didn't even wait. I'm always in. Wayne had been there since the beginning. Then Alice spoke. Her voice was softer, but no less certain. We built this company together. The room quieted again. Alice looked directly at him. You don't have to carry everything alone. For a second, something flickered across Dayo's expression. Gone almost immediately, but not fast enough. Alice saw it. Valerie saw it too. The words had landed. Deeper than expected. Dayo nodded slowly. Thank you. Nobody made a joke. Nobody interrupted. Because everybody understood what that thank you actually meant. After a moment, he continued. The next step is simple. The room listened. I want individual conversations with everyone. Because they understood now. This wasn't an interrogation. It wasn't an investigation. It was damage control. Understanding. Prevention. Dayo continued. I just want to understand where information may have slipped. If it happened once, we fix it. If there are vulnerabilities, we close them. That's all. Everyone agreed immediately. There was no arguments or resistance. The meeting had accomplished exactly what he wanted. Trust remained intact. The company remained intact. The team remained intact. The room gradually emptied. Alice lingered briefly near the doorway. Not enough to attract attention. Just enough to glance back once. Then she left. 2. The door closed behind her. Silence returned. Only Dayo and Felix remained. The conference room suddenly felt much larger. For several moments, neither spoke. Then Felix leaned back. You feel better? Dayo exhaled slowly. A little. Felix nodded. Good. Tomorrow the individual conversations would start. Tomorrow they would begin tracing the leak. Tomorrow they would find the answer. Neither Dayo nor Felix realized that one of the people who had just walked out already carried the truth. And somewhere else in the city, Alice remained completely unaware that she was holding it too. Chapter 542. I think we found the hole. The first person Dayo visited was Wayne. It felt appropriate. If there was anybody inside JD Records who could get away with speaking to him like a normal human being, it was Wayne. Like that was even a thing. The studio door was half open when Dayo arrived. Music drifted softly into the hallway. It was a piano melody that passed through, though unfinished. The sound was soothing. He could spot a thing or two that needed correcting. He quickly shook of the though he was here for another thing, couldn't allow himself to get carried away. Wayne sat alone inside the room with his feet resting on another chair, one hand balancing a coffee cup while the other adjusted levels on the mixing console. The moment he noticed Dayo standing in the doorway, his face lit up. There he is. Dayo shook his head. You make it sound like I've been missing. Wayne laughed. You have been missing. I was gone for a few weeks, and you saw me just yesterday. Wayne looked offended, fully ignoring the last sentence. A few weeks. He pointed dramatically toward the ceiling. Do you hear this? Hear what? Dayo looked confused. The lies. Wayne said with a wide smile plastered around his face. Dayo groaned. I literally own this company. Wayne stood and spread his arms. Exactly. Which is why it would be nice if the owner occasionally visited the building. The smile that followed removed any real sting from the words. Wayne crossed the room and pulled him into a quick hug before stepping back. It wasn't awkward. They were far past that stage after all. They were almost together, as Dayo was a producer and his mentor, so he thought him everything and still does, so that they were piratically best of friends in a wired way. Sit down. Dayo dropped into the chair opposite him. The studio looked almost identical to how it had years ago, but now the equipment was better, the screens were larger. But somehow the room still felt like the early days. Like ambition and caffeine had simply become more expensive. Wayne lowered the music. So, he leaned back. To what do I owe the honor? Dayo smiled. I wanted to follow up on yesterday. Wayne immediately understood. The smile softened slightly. The room became quieter. Not tense, just thoughtful. With Wayne rubbed his jaw. I figured that's why you were making the rounds. Dayo nodded. You had time to think about it? I did. Wayne looked toward the ceiling for a moment. I actually spent more time thinking about it than I expected. And Wayne exhaled. And honestly, I got nothing. Dayo waited. Wayne continued. I replayed conversations. He pointed toward his head. Way too many conversations. Then I started questioning myself. He laughed. Then I started questioning whether I was questioning myself correctly. Dayo chuckled. Sounds exhausting. It was. Then Wayne became serious. I never talked about Luna. He paused. I never talked about Jennifer. I definitely never talked about you being Jennifer's father. Dayo watched him quietly. Wayne wasn't defensive. Wasn't nervous. He genuinely looked disappointed that he couldn't help more. What I remember most, Wayne said slowly, is how happy you looked. Dayo blinked. What? When you showed us the pictures, Wayne leaned forward. Realization crossed Dayo's face. Wayne nodded. Yeah, I remember that. The producer smiled. Trust me, you looked different, and as much as I wanted to go home and brag to my wife about how happy you were, I knew it wasn't in my right, and the matter is too sensitive to. Dayo laughed softly as he absorbed all what Wayne said before saying, I didn't look that different. You absolutely did. Wayne pointed at him. Half the company thought somebody replaced you. You're exaggerating. Shrugged, but even he couldn't deny it if he wanted to. I'm not. For the first time since I've known you, you look like somebody whose life wasn't on fire. Wayne's smile widened. That hit harder than Dayo expected. Wayne noticed and smiled. You know something funny? Dayo raised an eyebrow. What? I think everybody was happy for you. Wayne continued before Dayo could respond. We don't always understand what you're doing. We definitely don't always know where you disappear to. But we've known you long enough. He shrugged. People wanted that for you. Dayo looked down at the coffee cup sitting on the desk. For a moment, he saw Luna and Jennifer with the farm animal play mat in the living room. A life that felt impossibly distant from conference rooms and hard drives. Wayne's voice pulled him back. For what it's worth, I don't think it was me. Dayo nodded. I know. Wayne laughed. That's not exactly reassuring. It wasn't supposed to be. They both smiled. The conversation drifted naturally after that. Music, artists, projects, and the usual things. By the time Dayo stood to leave, Wayne seemed lighter. As Dayo reached the door, Wayne spoke again. You know everybody was happy you called that meeting. Dayo stopped. Wayne shrugged. You probably didn't notice. Notice what? Looked confused, but already knew what he wanted to say. People miss you. Dayo stared at him. Wayne smiled, then pointed toward the hallway. Now go bother somebody else. Dayo just shook his head, ignoring his last words. Asterisk. Ulrich's office looked exactly like Dayo expected in a simple word-controlled chaos. 3 monitors were on the screen, had different graphs, at least 6 open spreadsheets. Then by his side a mountain of documents, possibly active crises, with Ulrich sitting behind his desk talking through an earpiece, while typing faster than most people could think. The moment Dayo entered, Ulrich pointed toward a chair without looking up. Dayo sat. The conversation continued for about few seconds before Ulrich finally ended the call in a bit of a rush. He leaned back dramatically. Look who finally remembered he owns a company. Dayo sighed. Is this going to be a theme today? It's an important theme. Ulrich said like he was stating a fact. You people are impossible. No. Ulrich pointed at him. You're impossible. The exchange lasted another minute before both men laughed. Years of friendship had worn away most formalities. Eventually, Ulrich folded his arms. So leak conversation, huh? Dayo nodded. Yes, leak conversation. Ulrich became serious immediately, unlike Wayne. He already knew exactly what he wanted to say. I talked to somebody. A small knot tightened inside Dayo's chest. Who? My wife. The tension disappeared instantly. Ulrich noticed. You thought that was going somewhere else. It could have. Dayo shrugged. It couldn't. Ulrich shook his head. After the meeting, I went home and brought it up. Dayo listened quietly. Ulrich continued. Then after what you said yesterday, I went back and asked her directly. Seriously. And she said no. Dayo nodded. And you believe her? I do. The answer came immediately. No hesitation. Dayo trusted Ulrich's judgment. If Ulrich trusted her, that was enough. If you trust her, I trust her. The assistant CEO stared at him, then shook his head. What? Dayo asked, confused. Ulrich laughed. That's actually annoying. Dayo frowned. Why? Because normal people don't do that. Do what? Trust people that completely. Dayo opened his mouth, then closed it. Ulrich leaned forward. You know your biggest problem? Dayo sighed. Everybody keeps telling me I have one. You have several. Ulrich said bluntly. Thank you. But the biggest one is simple. Ulrich pointed toward him. You trust people completely, then you refuse to rely on them. The statement landed harder than expected. Mostly because Felix had said something similar, probably Valerie, too, maybe with different words, but it all meant the same thing. Ulrich shook his head. You carry everything yourself. You disappear, you solve problems. Then you come back looking exhausted and act surprised when people are worried. Dayo rubbed his forehead. This is starting to feel coordinated. It isn't. That's somehow worse. Ulrich laughed. Then the humor faded. For what it's worth, we're still here. And I appreciate that. Dayo laughed, then left. Asterisk. Valerie's office felt different from the rest of the building, cleaner, calmer, and more organized, which was impressive considering she was currently managing an international expansion. When Dayo entered, Valerie was already on a call. She pointed toward a chair. Dayo sat quietly. 5 minutes later the call ended. Valerie immediately smiled. My favorite visitor. Dayo groaned. You too? What? The disappearing jokes. They aren't jokes. She laughed. They're observations. Dayo shook his head. Valerie studied him for a while. You know, I used to see you every day. I still come here. Briefly. That counts. No. The CEO folded her arms. It doesn't. The conversation quickly shifted into familiar territory. Luna. Jennifer. Fatherhood. Valerie seemed to enjoy embarrassing him far more than necessary. Eventually she leaned back. I have a question. Dayo already knew what was coming. Have you told Jennifer that your office exists? She's one. I'm just asking. Dayo sighed. You're impossible too. Valerie looked pleased. Eventually the conversation shifted toward the real reason for the visit. She immediately became serious. No. No conversations. No accidental mentions, no loose discussions. I have checked my memories. Dayo nodded. Then noticed something. Valerie was studying him. The way she evaluated difficult situations. Finally she spoke. How bad is it? The question caught him. Slightly off guard. He considered lying, then decided against it. Worse than anything I've touched before. Valerie didn't look surprised, which somehow surprised him. Instead, she nodded slowly. Good. Dayo blinked. What? Good. He stared. Valerie smiled. Because for once you're not trying to carry it alone. Silence settled briefly. Valerie had worked with him long enough to know exactly where his weaknesses lived. This was one of them. As Dayo stood to leave, she spoke one final time. Whatever happens. He paused. She met his eyes. You're not doing it by yourself this time. The certainty in her voice left no room for argument. Dayo simply nodded, then walked out. Asterisk. Alice's department was almost empty. Most employees had already left for the evening. The lights seemed dimmer, the building quieter. When Dayo arrived, Alice sat alone at her desk staring at a marketing report that she clearly wasn't reading. The moment she saw him, she straightened, too quickly, and Dayo noticed immediately. You're finally here. He sat down. The smile she gave him looked genuine, but something underneath it felt strained. They talked normally at first. Campaigns, artist schedules, upcoming releases, work, safe topics, comfortable topics. Yet the longer the conversation continued, the more obvious it became that something was bothering her. Eventually Dayo decided to ask, You okay? Alice froze. Only for a second. But he caught it. That single second changed everything. She looked away, then sighed. Actually, Dayo remained quiet, giving her space. Alice rubbed her hands together. It's been bothering me since yesterday. What has? She hesitated, then looked up. I think I remembered something. The room suddenly felt smaller. Dayo didn't interrupt, didn't push. Alice continued slowly. After that conversation, the one about Luna and about Jennifer, she swallowed. I wasn't doing very well. Dayo frowned slightly. Alice laughed weakly. I wasn't angry. Not really. Just, she searched for the word. Lonely. The honesty surprised even her. Dayo said nothing. Alice continued. You disappear a lot. The statement wasn't accusatory, just true. I understand why. I really do. But understanding something doesn't automatically make it easier. Dayo nodded slowly. That felt fair. Alice looked down. Later that night, I went drinking. A memory surfaced behind her eyes. I met somebody. Dayo waited. A woman named Wendy. The name meant nothing initially. Alice continued. She said she was a therapist, career consultant, somebody who helps people navigate stressful jobs. The story felt ordinary. Too ordinary. Yet something about Alice's expression suggested otherwise. We talked for a few times, nothing serious. Then she stopped. A look crossed her face, discomfort. The slow realization that something she once ignored might matter now. Dayo leaned forward slightly. What? Alice looked up. The conversations always drifted toward bosses. A pause. Leadership. Another pause. Personal lives. Her face slowly lost color. Oh. Dayo didn't move. Didn't speak. Alice stared into the distance. Remembering. Really remembering. Wendy always asked about work. Always. At the time I thought she was being supportive. Another realization arrived. and she always redirected conversations back to JD records. The room became completely silent. Dayo finally asked, "What did she look like?" Alice described everything she could remember. Hair, height, voice, accent, face, every detail. The moment she finished, Dayo pulled out his phone, then called Felix. 15 minutes later, Felix entered carrying his laptop. He listened carefully while Alice repeated everything. Not once, twice, then a third time. Felix took notes throughout. When she finished, Dayo spoke. "Run it on Silas' database, the one we got into recently." Felix immediately understood. No explanation needed. The hidden surveillance access inside Silas's infrastructure still existed. Nobody knew that they had exceeded it, not Silas. Not Michael. Nobody. Felix disappeared. The waiting began. Alice looked increasingly uncomfortable. Eventually she spoke. "I hope I'm not in trouble." Dayo looked at her, genuinely confused. "Why would you be in trouble?" Alice laughed nervously. "Because this sounds really bad. You were manipulated at your lowest. That doesn't make you guilty." The statement hit harder than he intended. Alice looked down. The silence stretched. 20 minutes later, the door opened. Felix returned. His expression was serious. Not angry. Not disappointed. Serious. He looked at Dayo first, then Alice. Finally, he closed the laptop. "I think we found the hole." Alice's face drained immediately. Fear, shock, understanding, all arriving at once. Chapter 543. Now we prepare. Alice sat perfectly still. The color had not completely left her face, but it had faded enough that Dayo noticed it immediately. A few seconds earlier, she had looked nervous. Now she looked like someone waiting for a verdict. Across the office, Felix remained focused on his laptop while lines of data continued scrolling across the screen. The room felt smaller than it had 5 minutes ago. Not because anything had physically changed, because uncertainty had started becoming certainty. Alice swallowed. "Am I in trouble?" Dayo leaned back slightly in his chair and studied her for a moment before answering. The question sounded genuine. Not defensive, not manipulative, just worried. That alone told him a lot. If she had knowingly betrayed him, she wouldn't be sitting there looking like she wanted the floor to open and swallow her whole. "You aren't in trouble," he said carefully. "At least not from me." Alice released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. That doesn't sound very comforting. It wasn't meant to be. That earned the smallest smile. The tension eased slightly. Before either of them could continue, the office door opened. Felix stepped inside carrying his laptop. His expression was already telling Dayo the answer. They had found something. Alice noticed it too. Her eyes immediately shifted toward him. Felix walked to the desk and turned the screen around. "I found Wendy." The room went quiet. Alice stared. Dayo folded his arms. "Talk." Felix nodded. "She's real. The name is real. The identity isn't." Alice blinked. "What does that mean?" "It means Wendy exists the same way a fake passport exists." Felix tapped a few keys. Several photographs appeared on the screen. Different hairstyles, different names, different cities. The same woman. Alice's stomach dropped. "Oh, yeah," Felix said. "Oh." Nobody spoke for several seconds. The realization settled slowly, painfully. The woman Alice thought was a therapist wasn't a therapist. The woman she thought she met by chance hadn't appeared by chance at all. The entire relationship had been manufactured, designed, directed, controlled. Dayo's jaw tightened. "Keep going." Felix nodded. "We cross-referenced her image against the data we pulled months ago from Silas's internal systems." Another photograph appeared. This one was older and less polished. A personnel file, a recruitment record, an operative designation. Alice looked away. She suddenly felt sick. "No." Felix's voice remained calm. "I'm afraid yes." He pointed toward the screen. "She works for Silas." The office became silent. Everything suddenly made sense in her head. The conversations, the questions, the coincidences, the repeated encounters, the interest in her career, the curiosity about her boss, the way Wendy always seemed to know exactly what subject to steer discussions toward. Alice covered her mouth. "Oh God." Dayo remained quiet. His anger wasn't directed at Alice. That much was obvious. If anything, he looked annoyed at himself, which was somehow worse. Felix noticed it immediately. "I know that look." Dayo didn't answer. "You shouldn't." "I should." "No." Felix closed the laptop halfway. "You really shouldn't." Dayo looked at him. "I missed it." Felix shook his head. No, you didn't. I literally missed it. You missed one operative. I missed 4. That made Alice look up. 4. Felix nodded. Actually more than 4. The room became quiet again. Dayo's eyes narrowed. What do you mean more than 4? Felix reopened the laptop. A new set of files appeared. This time the names were familiar. Valerie, Wayne, Uric, Alice. Other people at their label, employees, executives, artists, senior staff, people connected to JD Records. Felix turned the screen toward them. Then he exhaled. I found something I should have found months ago. Nobody interrupted. Felix continued. When we gained access to parts of Silas's infrastructure, we focused on financial tracking, surveillance systems, communication channels, and intelligence gathering. Dayo already knew where this was going. His expression darkened. We didn't examine personnel allocation deeply enough. Exactly. Alice looked between them. Neither man seemed happy. Felix clicked another file. A list appeared. Code names, assignments, monitoring objectives, targets. Alice's stomach sank further as she read the names. No way. Felix nodded. I'm afraid so. He pointed at the screen. Every major executive around Dayo had someone assigned to them. The words landed heavily. Alice felt cold. What? Yes, observers. Felix zoomed in. People placed near them. The room felt increasingly uncomfortable. They weren't necessarily spies in the movie sense. They were relationship assets. Friends, romantic interests, career advisors, business contacts, mentors, networking opportunities. People specifically trained to blend into someone's life. Alice immediately thought about Wendy. Everything clicked painfully, to say the least. Dayo stood and walked toward the window. The city stretched below. Cars moved through traffic. People crossed intersections. Life continued normally. Meanwhile, someone had spent years planting operatives around the people he trusted most. The realization irritated him more than he wanted to admit. Not because it surprised him, because it felt personal. Silas wasn't attacking his company. Silas was inserting himself into people's lives that he was responsible for. There was a difference, a significant difference. Behind him, Felix continued. The good news is we know where the leak came from. The bad news is that Wendy wasn't unique. Alice slowly sat back down. Her mind replayed every conversation, every drink, every casual discussion, every moment she thought she was simply talking to another human being. None of it felt real anymore. Dayo finally turned back toward them. Can we identify the others? Felix nodded. Most of them. How many? Felix hesitated. That hesitation alone was enough. Dayo already knew he wasn't going to like the answer. 7 confirmed. The room fell silent. 7. Yes, 7. Alice stared. 7 people assigned to monitor JD Records. Felix nodded. At minimum. Dayo rubbed his forehead. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then he laughed once. A short, humorless laugh. The kind that appeared when frustration became absurd. Alice looked surprised. You think this is funny? No. Then why are you laughing? Dayo shook his head. Because Silas never does anything halfway. That was true. Everybody knew it. Silas didn't believe in small plans. He believed in overwhelming preparation. Layers. Backups. Insurance policies. Contingencies. If he wanted information, he built systems. He wanted leverage. He built networks. He wanted visibility. He created entire ecosystems around a target. The problem wasn't that Silas had assigned one operative. The problem was that Dayo suddenly realized how long this had probably been happening. Years. Possibly years. That thought irritated him. A lot. Alice noticed. You seem angry. I'm very angry. She looked down. I'm sorry. Dayo immediately shook his head. Not at you. You should be. No. The answer came instantly. Firmly. Without hesitation. Alice looked surprised. Dayo continued. You got manipulated. That's different. I still talked. Because you're human and you were hurting hell, even I would talk. It was a stranger after all. The words hung in the air. Alice stared at him. Dayo rarely talked like that. Yet here he was, calmly removing blame from her shoulders. You trusted someone. Most people do. I should have known better. You should have had the freedom to live your life without wondering whether every person you meet works for an intelligence network. Alice laughed despite herself. When he put it that way, it sounded ridiculous. Because it was ridiculous. Yet somehow it had happened. Dayo looked at her carefully. I mean this. You aren't carrying this alone. Alice nodded slowly. The guilt remained. but it felt lighter. Felix closed the laptop again. First priority is simple. Alice looked at him. What? You cut contact with Wendy completely. Alice nodded immediately. Already done. No calls. No messages. No meetings. No curiosity. No closure conversation. No final discussion. Alice gave him a look. You sound like you've done this before. Felix smiled. More times than I'd like. That answer somehow wasn't reassuring. Dayo finally returned to his chair. His anger was settling now. Alice looked toward him. So what happens now? Dayo thought about it, then answered honestly. Now I get even more careful. That answer didn't surprise either of them. It was exactly what Dayo would do. Alice folded her arms. I was hoping for something more dramatic. Felix laughed. That's the dramatic version. She couldn't argue with that. For Dayo, caution was practically a superpower. If he was becoming more careful, somebody somewhere was about to have a difficult week. The conversation shifted after that. The tension slowly eased. Alice spent another 20 minutes explaining everything she could remember. Every meeting, every conversation, every location, every detail about Wendy. Felix documented everything. Times, dates, descriptions, behavioral patterns. Nothing was dismissed or ignored. By the end of it, they had a surprisingly detailed profile. More than enough to understand what had happened. When they finally finished, Alice stood. She looked exhausted, emotionally drained, mentally exhausted, and slightly embarrassed. Dayo noticed. You okay? She smiled weakly. I'll survive. I know you're stronger than you look. A brief silence followed. Then, Alice looked at him. You really aren't angry? The question was quiet, more vulnerable than anything she'd asked all afternoon. Dayo answered just as quietly. No. She searched his face, looking for something, maybe dishonesty, disappointment, or hidden frustration, but she found none. Only sincerity. Eventually she nodded. Thank you. Then she left. The office door closed softly behind her. The room became quiet. For several moments neither Dayo nor Felix spoke. Eventually Felix leaned back. Well, Dayo nodded. Well, that could have gone worse. It definitely could have. Felix studied him. You feel better? Dayo thought about it, then nodded. Actually, yes. That surprised him, more than he expected, because the situation itself wasn't good. In fact, it was objectively terrible. Yet somehow he felt better. The reason became obvious after a moment. The leak hadn't come from betrayal. It had come from trust, misplaced trust, and manipulated trust. Those were very different things. Felix seemed to reach the same conclusion. Your people are clean. Dayo nodded slowly. My people are clean. The statement carried weight. Months of uncertainty disappeared with those words. The people who helped build JD Records remained exactly who he thought they were. Loyal, capable, human. Felix stretched. So what now? Dayo looked at him. Now we prepare. Felix grinned. That answer sounded far more familiar. And far more dangerous. Neither man said it out loud. They didn't need to. Because somewhere far away, Michael and Silas still believed they were controlling the board. What they didn't realize was that the leak had just been sealed. The uncertainty had just disappeared. And for the first time in weeks, Dayo knew exactly where his enemies had entered the game, which meant the next move belonged to him. Chapter 544. Two sides of different coins. Silas Vane hated uncertainty. He could tolerate risk. Risk had rules. Risk could be measured, managed, bought, sold, and redirected. Uncertainty was different. Uncertainty was standing in the middle of a battlefield with no idea where the next bullet would come from. And recently, there had been far too much uncertainty. The morning rain tapped softly against the floor-to-ceiling windows of his Canary Wharf office as he stood with a glass of water in one hand and a report in the other. The frozen accounts were still frozen. His political contacts had bought him time. Michael's obfuscation had bought him time. Even the regulators seemed to be moving slower than before. But time wasn't a solution. Time was simply distance from a problem. Eventually the problem arrived. It hadn't arrived already. A knock sounded against the office door. Come in. His assistant entered carrying a black folder. The investigators sent their preliminary report. Silas nodded. Leave it. The assistant placed it on his desk and quietly exited. The moment the door closed, Silas sat down and opened the folder. The investigation had started 3 days earlier. Nothing aggressive. Nothing visible after all. That was how he operates. Just a simple instruction. Look into Michael deeply, but not enough to alert him or to create noise. Just enough to answer a question. Can I still trust him? To which he already knew the answer, but was looking for a reason to strike, as they already made a deal. Silas turned the first page. Most of it was useless. Travel patterns, property records, business registrations of recent, routine financial movements which they discussed already, and he noticed Michael had always been careful, painfully careful, but he was even more careful now. Seems like he knew he couldn't show any hint after what he pulled with the other three. The report read like the biography of a man who existed solely on paper. No obvious weaknesses or obvious mistakes, and neither were there any ambitions. Silas was almost annoyed by how clean it looked. Then he reached the final section. His eyes stopped moving. He read the paragraph once, then again, then a third time. The report detailed unusual activity across several encrypted communication networks previously associated with Graham Whitfield, Leonard Tanaka, and Isabel Marchetti. Not activity. The absence of activity. Connections had been systematically removed. Access points closed. Monitoring routes terminated. Digital pathways severed. One after another. Every route that connected Michael to the other three executives had disappeared. Silas leaned back. The report suddenly felt heavier, because he understood exactly what it meant. Michael wasn't hiding from regulators. If that were the case, he would have buried the access points. He would have disguised them. He would have redirected them. Instead, he had eliminated them permanently, which meant Michael had made a decision. A very deliberate one. The other three no longer mattered, and he was trying to clean his hands from anything related to them. Silas stared out the window. The Thames moved below the tower like liquid steel. Graham, Leonard, Isabel. For decades, Michael had served all four of them. He managed systems, solved problems, built structures, maintained secrets. Yet now he was quietly cutting ties, a total removing relationships. This wasn't survival. This was preparation, like he planned it and knew it would go this way. The realization settled into Silas's chest like cold iron. Michael was preparing for something. The question was what? His phone buzzed. It was Marcus Halloway. Silas answered immediately. Marcus, thought you'd want an update. I'm listening. The regulators are still focused on Graham. Silas nodded. That's expected. Maybe. But something changed. Silas sat up slightly. What? The pressure isn't increasing. Silas frowned. What does that mean? It means somebody is slowing things down. For several seconds, neither man spoke. Then Marcus continued. The investigation should be moving faster. The evidence is there. The data is there. The connections are there. Yet every time the analysts think they're getting somewhere, they run into layers of additional complexity. Michael. Silas already knew. Marcus sighed. Whoever designed your infrastructure is very good. Silas looked back at the report. Very good. That was one way to describe Michael. Dangerously intelligent was another. Thank you, Marcus. Be careful, Silas. The line disconnected. Silas remained seated. His gaze drifted toward the report again. Michael was buying time. But why? For loyalty? Or for survival? Or for leverage? The answer felt obvious. Leverage, but why? Was him aim not to destroy them? He was not understanding again. Michael had spent 23 years building systems. Every year made him more valuable. Every year made him harder to replace. Every year made him more dangerous. Silas closed the folder. The uncertainty hadn't disappeared. It had merely changed shape. And somehow that felt worse. Asterisk. Nearly 4,000 miles away, Michael was experiencing a very different problem. For the first time in years, he felt blind. Well apart from Dayo, who he couldn't read this situation, was looking wired. The dark office was illuminated by 6 monitors. Every screen displayed information. Reports, financial trails, communication logs, corporate structures. But none of it helped, as it all led to a dead end. Michael sat motionless as the Meridian Strategies file remained open on the center monitor. The company did not exist. Not really. Everything about it was artificial, from the office to the website to the bank account and the directors. Every layer had been constructed just well enough to survive investigation, then abandoned. It is like a stage prop left behind after a performance. The deeper he looked, the worse it became. Because the fake company wasn't the real problem. The real problem was what it implied. Someone had expected him to investigate. Someone had expected him to receive the information. Someone had expected him to react. Michael leaned back slowly. A thought entered his mind. He hated it immediately. Because it made too much sense. The trap hadn't been designed to deceive him. The trap had been designed to measure him. His jaw tightened. He replayed the sequence again of how the information got to him. Derek sees the information, he then reports the information. Michael deploys investigators. Michael spends resources and follows the lead only to discover nothing. The trap works. Not because he believed it. Because he followed it. Someone had tested his response pattern. Someone had wanted to know exactly how he operated or already knew how he operated, whichever one is bad. A cold sensation crawled through his chest. For 23 years, he had been the invisible hand, the observer, the manipulator, the strategist sitting behind the curtain. At least from the outside perspective, there were very little information on him to the regular eyes. Now somebody else was studying him the same way. He opened Derek's latest report again. His eyes stopped on a single name. Gina. He did a quick search and the profile came up as Paolo's niece. Executive assistant. 26 years old. Ordinary. Forgettable. Which immediately made her dangerous. After all, it should be known that the best operatives often appeared ordinary. Michael knew that better than anyone. His secure messaging application flashed. A new update from Derek. Michael opened it. The message was brief. Nothing unusual today. Gina spent most of the afternoon in meetings. Paolo appeared relaxed. No discussions regarding Meridian. No indication they suspect me. Michael stared at the message, then slowly closed it. That was the problem. If they truly suspected Derek, they wouldn't act differently. They would act normally. They would continue exactly as before. That was how competent people operated. After all, Paolo was no ordinary man. He was someone who held his place in the top 5 label in the world, so he knew for sure something was up, but can't pinpoint exactly what. Michael rubbed his forehead. A headache was beginning to form. He hated uncertainty almost as much as Silas did. The difference was that Michael had built his entire career around eliminating it. Now uncertainty was multiplying faster than he could control it. His phone vibrated. The Amato line. He answered immediately. Michael. Ornella Amato's voice was calm. We have another update. Michael sat straighter. What happened? Additional activity from your subject. Silas. Of course. What kind of activity? A private investigative team was hired. Michael felt his stomach tighten. Directed at me? We believe so. For several seconds, neither spoke. Ornella continued. The timing aligns with our previous assessment. We maintain our position that Silas is accelerating preparations. Michael looked toward the dark window beside his desk. His reflection stared back. Tired and maybe a little older. More exhausted than he cared to admit. 12 days. 12 remains our estimate. Michael exhaled slowly. Understood. The line disconnected. He placed the phone down carefully. 3 fronts. Still 3 fronts. The regulators. The unknown strategist. Silas. Each problem feeding the others. Each creating pressure. Each consuming resources. For the first time in years, Michael found himself wishing for simplicity. A single enemy. A single battlefield. A single objective. Instead, he had a dozen moving pieces and not enough visibility. His eyes drifted toward the metal box inside the drawer. The escape plan. Uruguay. Carlos Mendez. The quiet beach house. The alternative life. He opened the drawer. Just enough to see the edge of the metal case. For several moments he stared at it. Then he closed the drawer again. The words felt weaker than before. Because every day the option seemed more reasonable. Michael stood and walked toward the window. The city lights stretched across the darkness. Thousands of lives. Millions of people. Each one believing their problems mattered. Meanwhile, a hidden war was unfolding above their heads to which was invisible to them. His reflection stared back at him. The same reflection that had once belonged to a young man eager to prove himself. 23 years. 23 years serving people who never truly respected him. 23 years building systems that made other men powerful. 23 years watching others sit in chairs he believed he deserved. The thought still angered him. The anger had evolved years ago into something colder, something sharper. Resolve. He had come too far to disappear now. Too much sacrifice. Too much patience. Too much planning. The strategist hiding behind Meridian. Silas. The regulators. None of them changed the fundamental truth. He was closer than ever. The board was finally breaking apart. Graham was collapsing. Isabel was drowning. Leonard was isolated. Silas was becoming paranoid. The empire was cracking. And when an empire's cracked, opportunities emerged. It was left for the sharp ones to grab it. Across the ocean, Silas Vane sat alone in his office, studying a report that suggested Michael was preparing for something dangerous. Across another city, Michael sat before glowing screens trying to identify the invisible opponent who had begun preparing for him. Neither man knew the full truth. Neither man understood how close the collision was becoming. But both had reached the same conclusion. The game had changed, and somewhere in the darkness between them, the first real moves had already begun. Chapter 545, The Plan. Felix stared at the wall-sized display in silence. Rows of photographs covered the screen. Names, locations, employment histories, patterns, connections. Every piece of information they had been able to pull from Silas's network sat organized in neat columns. Dayo stood beside him with a cup of coffee that had gone cold almost 30 minutes ago. Neither of them had touched their drinks. The room was quiet except for the low hum of the servers running behind the glass partition. Felix finally broke the silence. "We have all 6. Dayo nodded. "Show me." Felix tapped a key. The first photograph expanded. A woman in her late 30s. Sharp eyes. Professional smile. The kind of face people trusted instinctively. "Wendy Brooks," Felix said. Dayo immediately recognized her. Alice's therapist. Or at least the woman pretending to be one. Felix continued. 41 years old. Former behavioral consultant. Worked 3 years with a private intelligence firm before disappearing from public records. Another file appeared. Not licensed as a therapist. Dayo's jaw tightened. Of course she isn't. She specializes in emotional extraction. Dayo looked at him. Felix shrugged. That's what we call people like her. What does that mean? It means she doesn't force information out of people. Felix enlarged several reports. She builds relationships. Another report. Another file. Another identity. Friends. Another. Mentors. Another. Romantic partners. Dayo sighed. So she gets people talking. Exactly. Felix switched to the next photograph. A tall man wearing glasses. Clean haircut. Forgettable face. The kind of face that disappeared in a crowd. Marcus Hale. What does he do? Financial analyst. Dayo looked at him, weird how he had the same name with his late uncle. Felix smirked. No. Dayo nodded. That answer told him enough. Marcus Hale was whatever Silas needed him to be. The title was irrelevant. Felix continued. Assigned to Valerie. Dayo frowned. Valerie. Yeah. He enlarged several photographs. Coffee shops. Business events. Industry conferences. The same man appearing in different locations. Always nearby. Never too close. He's been tracking her schedule for almost 7 months. Dayo stared at the screen. 7 months. That wasn't surveillance. That was obsession. Felix switched again. A younger woman appeared. Dark hair. Friendly smile and a professional clothing. Rebecca Lynn. Another file. Assigned to Wayne. What was her angle? Music production. Dayo blinked. That was a hook for Wayne he would have. Fall for he would always like to converse about music so she could succeed. Felix nodded. She approached him twice. When? 3 months ago. Felix opened 2 reports. Both times Wayne was too busy to notice. A small smile escaped Dayo that sounded exactly like Wayne. Felix moved on. Nathan Cole. A photograph appeared. Corporate consultant. Clean suit. Perfect posture. Artificial smile. Assigned to Uric. Dayo laughed softly. I almost feel bad for him. Felix actually smiled. Why? Imagine trying to manipulate Uric. Felix nodded. According to the reports, Nathan hates him. That got a genuine laugh from Dayo. The first one all morning. Felix switched again. Another operative. Then another. Every executive. Every close associate. Every person Silas believed could provide information. Each had been assigned someone. Not to recruit. Not to attack. Not even to steal. Simply to watch. To wait. To look for openings. The realization made Dayo's stomach twist. The amount of patience behind it was unsettling. Silas hadn't built this network in weeks. He had built it over years. Quietly. Methodically. Without anyone noticing. Dayo leaned against the table. So what's the play? Felix looked at him. We tell them. Everything. Not everything. Dayo nodded. That made sense. The hard drive. Michael. The investigation. None of that needed to be discussed. Not yet. But enough. Felix pointed toward the screen. They need faces. Dayo understood immediately. If people knew what to look for, they would recognize danger before it got close. If they didn't know, when it could happen again. And they couldn't afford another Wendy. Not now. Especially not now. Felix closed several windows. We bring them together. Dayo nodded. Today. Today. The meeting was arranged less than 2 hours later. The same conference room. The same people. Valerie arrived first. Then Wayne. Then Yurik. Alice came last. She looked much better than she had a few days earlier. Still tired. Still carrying some guilt. But better. The moment everyone sat down, Valerie looked around the room. Okay. She crossed her arms. What happened now? Wayne laughed. At this point, I think that's the official company greeting. The tension eased slightly. Even Dayo smiled. Yurik leaned back in his chair. I'd actually be more worried if Dayo called a meeting and said everything was fine. Fair. Alice nodded immediately. Very fair. The room laughed. Dayo waited for the noise to settle. Then he became serious. The laughter faded naturally. First, he looked toward Alice. I want to make something clear. Alice immediately stiffened. Dayo shook his head. You are not in trouble. The relief on her face was immediate. Visible. Almost painful. Dayo continued before she could speak. What happened wasn't your fault. Alice looked down at the table. Dayo understood. Exactly what she was feeling. The guilt. The embarrassment. The endless replaying of every conversation. Every detail. Every possibility. Felix took over. The problem wasn't Alice. Everyone looked at him. The problem was preparation. The large display behind him came alive. Photographs appeared. Names. Profiles. The room grew quiet. Valerie leaned forward first. What is this? Felix pointed at Wendy's picture. You've already met her. Alice froze. Immediately. The color drained from her face. That's Wendy. Felix nodded. Yes. Nobody spoke. The room felt colder. Alice stared at the screen. Not because she was shocked. Because everything suddenly made sense. Every conversation. Every question. Every coincidence. Every moment that had felt slightly off. Now she understood why. Dayo watched the realization happen. It wasn't pleasant, but it was necessary. Felix moved to the next image. These are the others. One by one he introduced them. Marcus, Rebecca, Nathan, the rest. Nobody interrupted. Nobody joked. Nobody laughed. By the time he finished, the atmosphere had completely changed. Valerie sat back slowly. You're telling me these people have been following us? Monitoring. Yurik snorted. That's a very polite word. Felix ignored him. They were looking for opportunities. Wayne frowned. To do what exactly? Get close. That answer landed heavily. Because everyone understood what came after. That. Conversations. Trust. Information. Mistakes. Alice finally spoke. So, Wendy wasn't random. No. Felix's answer was immediate. Nothing about Wendy was random. Silence followed. Not uncomfortable silence. Processing silence. Everyone trying to fit the pieces together. Dayo stood. What I'm about to ask is simple. All eyes shifted toward him. If any of these people approach you, he pointed at the screen. Walk away. Nobody spoke. Dayo continued. Don't confront them. Don't threaten them. Don't try to outsmart them. He looked around the room. Just walk away and act tired or not interested. Don't let them suspect we don't want them spooked that we know. Valerie nodded slowly. Wayne nodded too. Alice looked relieved. Yurik looked disappointed. Dayo noticed. Yurik. What? You are absolutely not allowed to mess with them. The room erupted. Even Alice laughed. Yurik looked offended. I'm hurt that you think I'd do that. Valerie immediately pointed at him. You would absolutely do that. Wayne nodded. 100%. Alice joined in. Without question. The room burst into laughter again. Yurik sighed dramatically. This company has trust issues. The mood lightened. Just enough. Not too much. The seriousness remained. But the fear was gone. That was important. Fear made people unpredictable. Awareness made them careful. And careful was exactly what Dayo needed. After another 15 minutes, the meeting ended. People gathered their things. Conversations started again. Normal conversations. Work. Deadlines. Artists. Schedules. Life returning to normal. One by one they left. Until only Dayo and Felix remained. The conference room fell quiet again. Dayo sat down heavily. Felix looked at him. You okay? Dayo laughed softly. No. Fair. They sat there for a few moments. Neither speaking. The building hummed around them. Employees moved through hallways. Phones rang somewhere in the distance. Life continued. But something had changed. The board was shifting. Slowly. Almost invisibly. Yet both of them could feel it. Felix opened another file. A new photograph appeared. Then another. Then another. Dayo frowned. What are those? Felix zoomed in. Backup assets. Dayo's expression darkened. What do you mean backup assets? Felix rubbed the back of his neck. I mean if Silas lost one operative. He pointed toward Wendy. He'd activate another. The room became quiet again. Dayo stared at the photographs. New faces. New names. New identities. People they had never seen before. People who might already be moving. Already watching. Already waiting. How many? Felix hesitated. Dayo immediately noticed. Felix sighed. At least 15. Dayo closed his eyes. For a moment he simply sat there. 15. 15 potential openings. 15 possible threats. 15 opportunities for something to go wrong. When he opened his eyes again, he looked strangely calm. Not relaxed. Not comfortable. Calm. The dangerous kind. The kind Felix recognized immediately. You're angry. A little. Felix laughed. A little. Dayo leaned back. I hate people touching my people. Felix nodded. That answer made sense. More sense than anything else. This wasn't about information anymore. It wasn't even about strategy. It was personal. Silas had inserted strangers into the lives of people Dayo trusted. People he considered family. And that crossed a line. A very specific line. Felix studied him for a moment. Then nodded slowly. Good. Dayo raised an eyebrow. Good. Yeah. Why? Felix smiled. Because I know that look. Dayo sighed. No, you don't. I do. Felix pointed at him. That's the look you get before somebody regrets something. For a second, neither spoke. Then Dayo laughed. A genuine laugh. Tired. Frustrated. But genuine. Felix smiled too. Outside the conference room, the company continued its day. Inside, the game had quietly entered a new phase. The operatives had been identified. The warning had been given. The leaks had been contained. But somewhere beyond the walls of JD Records, other players were already moving. People who didn't yet realize their cover had been blown. People who still believed they were invisible. People who still believed they controlled the board. And for the first time in a very long time, Dayo wasn't interested in simply defending himself. He was interested in finding out exactly how far the roots went, then pulling every single one of them out, one by one. Chapter 546, Strange Behavior. Wendy Brooks hated uncertainty. For most of her career, uncertainty had belonged to other people. The executive wondering whether their marriage was about to collapse. The politician wondering who had leaked a conversation. The CEO wondering why a trusted employee suddenly knew things they shouldn't know. Those people lived with uncertainty. Wendy created it. She manipulated it. She profited from it. Yet for the past week, she had been staring at her phone and feeling something she hadn't experienced in years. Doubt. She sat inside a small CAF near the river, a half-finished coffee cooling beside her laptop. Outside, people drifted past the windows beneath gray afternoon skies. Inside, soft music played through hidden speakers. None of it held her attention. Her eyes remained fixed on Alice's profile. Their message history stretched back months. Conversations. Advice. Long discussions. Trust. The kind of relationship Wendy specialized in building. The kind that usually took years. She had managed it in less than 6 months, which was why the sudden change bothered her so much. She scrolled upward. Old messages. Alice asking questions. Alice venting. Alice discussing work frustrations. Alice discussing loneliness. Alice discussing uncertainty. Then she scrolled down. The recent messages looked different. Shorter. Controlled. Polite. Cold. The difference was impossible to miss. When he leaned back slowly, something had changed. The question was what? Her phone vibrated. A secure message. Silas. She immediately opened it. The instructions were brief. No greetings. Acceleration authorized. Increase integration efforts immediately. Priority elevated. When he stared at the screen, her jaw tightened. That was unusual. Silas never rushed. Patience was practically a religion to him. Every operative understood the rule. Move slowly. Build trust. Wait for openings. Never force anything. Yet now he was telling them to speed up. That meant he wanted results. Fast. And if Silas wanted results fast, something had happened. When he closed the message, her eyes drifted back toward Alice's contact information. For a moment she hesitated. Then she made a decision. Maybe subtlety wasn't working anymore. Maybe it was time to push. She picked up her phone and typed. It's been a while. I'd love to catch up if you're free. I think our last conversation ended before we got to finish discussing everything. The message sent. A tiny gray checkmark appeared. Wendy waited. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. Nothing. Her coffee had gone completely cold by the time the reply arrived. Thanks, Wendy. Things have been busy recently. Not really available right now. Hope you're doing well. Though, Wendy read it twice. Then a third time. Not available. No alternative date. No suggestion. No enthusiasm. No emotional hook. Nothing. The response felt professionally polite. The kind of message someone sends when they want distance without creating conflict. A muscle twitched in her jaw. Months of work. Months. And suddenly it felt like she was talking to a stranger. She closed the conversation and stared through the CAF window. Something was definitely wrong. The problem was she had no idea what. Across the city, Marcus Hale adjusted his tie while studying his reflection in the mirror of a hotel restroom. Everything about him looked ordinary. That was intentional. The best operatives rarely stood out. People remembered beautiful women. People remembered powerful men. People remembered celebrities. Nobody remembered the quiet financial consultant who blended into every room he entered. Marcus had built an entire career around being forgettable. Today, however, he needed to be remembered, at least briefly. His target was Valerie. For 7 months, he had studied her routines. He knew her favorite restaurants, her travel schedules, her speaking engagements, the type of wine she preferred, the hotels she booked most frequently. He knew everything except one thing: how to get close. The opportunity finally arrived at an entertainment industry networking event. Nothing glamorous. Nothing televised. Just executives drinking expensive alcohol while pretending to discuss business. Marcus spotted her almost immediately. Valerie stood near a small group of investors, speaking with the effortless confidence of someone who had spent years commanding rooms. She laughed, gestured, moved naturally between conversations. Marcus waited. Patience first. Approach second. Eventually, the opening appeared. A mutual contact made introductions. The conversation began smoothly. Valerie smiled, shook his hand, asked about his work. Marcus answered comfortably. Years of training made this part easy. Within minutes, they were discussing market trends and international distribution models. Everything looked perfect, yet something felt off. Valerie remained friendly, professional, engaged. But every attempt Marcus made to steer the discussion toward personal territory died immediately. Not aggressively, not suspiciously, simply redirected. He asked about travel. She answered with company expansion plans. He asked about hobbies. She transitioned into artist development strategies. He mentioned mutual acquaintances. She somehow turned the conversation back toward business. Marcus left 15 minutes later with a polite goodbye and absolutely nothing useful. As he walked toward the parking structure, frustration settled into his chest. 7 months of observation. 15 minutes of conversation. Zero progress. It didn't make sense. Valerie should have been easier than this. Rebecca Lynn discovered something similar 2 days later. Unlike Marcus, she had already met her target before. Wayne had always seemed approachable, friendly, relaxed. The kind of executive who could spend 20 minutes discussing music with a complete stranger, which made him ideal. Rebecca approached him during a conference held for producers while they took a break. The introduction happened naturally, almost effortlessly. Wayne greeted her with genuine warmth. They talked about music, production techniques, classic records, industry stories, artists they admired. The conversation flowed so smoothly Rebecca almost forgot she was working. Wayne laughed often, asked questions, told stories, shared experiences. From the outside it looked perfect. Exactly the kind of interaction she specialized in creating. Yet 25 minutes later, Rebecca found herself sitting in her car, staring at her notes. The page was nearly empty. She knew nothing new, nothing important, nothing personal. The realization annoyed her. She replayed the conversation mentally. Every opening she attempted, every question, every angle. Each time Wayne somehow answered without revealing anything meaningful. Not because he was defensive, not because he was suspicious, because he simply never stepped beyond surface-level conversation. The result was infuriating. The conversation had felt intimate, yet she learned absolutely nothing. Rebecca looked at the notes again, then closed the notebook. Something was happening. She could feel it. The question was whether the others were experiencing it too. Nathan Cole already knew the answer. Because unlike Rebecca, He wasn't confused. He was suffering. Nathan hated Urich. Not personally. Professionally. The man was impossible. Nathan had spent weeks attempting to create an opening. Weeks. Every interaction felt like trying to grab smoke. The latest meeting had been arranged through a mutual business contact. Simple lunch. Simple conversation. Simple objective. At least that was the theory. The reality looked different. Very different. By the end of the first 10 minutes, Nathan realized the conversation was moving in the wrong direction. Again, every question he asked somehow bounced back. Every attempt to gather information resulted in Urich gathering information instead. Nathan couldn't even explain how it happened. The man wasn't aggressive, wasn't confrontational, wasn't suspicious. Yet somehow Nathan always left feeling examined, like he'd spent an hour sitting beneath interrogation lights. When lunch finally ended, Nathan sat inside his vehicle gripping the steering wheel. He looked exhausted. Not physically, mentally. His phone buzzed. A message from Silas requesting updates. Nathan closed his eyes. For several seconds, he considered throwing the phone through the windshield. Instead, he opened a new report, then began typing. Progress. Minimal. Target remains difficult to engage. Additional efforts required. He stopped. Read the sentence. Then deleted it. The wording sounded weak. Yet every stronger version felt dishonest. Eventually, he settled on the truth. Target behavior appears altered. Building trust is proving significantly more difficult than previous assessments suggested. Nathan hit send, then leaned back heavily. For the first time since accepting the assignment, he began wondering whether the target was studying him as much as he was studying the target. Hundreds of miles away, Silas Vane sat alone inside his office. Evening had settled over London. The city lights glowed beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Traffic moved below like streams of light flowing through concrete rivers. Normally, Silas enjoyed moments like this. The quiet, the distance, the feeling of being above everything. Tonight, he barely noticed the view. A series of reports sat open across his desk. Wendy, Marcus, Rebecca, Nathan, for separate updates, for separate operatives, for separate targets. Yet all 4 reports produced the same uncomfortable feeling. Silas picked up Wendy's report first. He read it carefully. Then again, Alice becoming distant. Communication reduced. Resistance increasing. No clear explanation. Silas placed it aside. Next came Marcus. No progress. Conversations controlled. No openings. No personal access. Then Rebecca. The same pattern. Friendly. Interaction. No meaningful information. No advancement. Nathan's report arrived last. Silas studied it longer than the others. Something about the wording bothered him. Target behavior appears altered. Altered. The word lingered. He leaned back slowly, then opened older reports. Months of records appeared across multiple screens. Old observations. Old assessments. Old progress notes. He began comparing. Alice. Valerie. Wayne. Urich. The differences became obvious almost immediately. Before, the targets had been predictable, natural, accessible. Not easy, but accessible. Now every path seemed blocked. Not visibly, not aggressively, subtly, almost elegantly. Silas stood and walked toward the windows. His hands slipped into his pockets. The city stretched endlessly beyond the glass. For several moments he said nothing, did nothing, simply thought. The dangerous thing about intelligence work wasn't the information. It was pattern recognition. Knowing when small details stopped being random. Knowing when separate events became connected. Most people ignored patterns. Silas built empires around them. Alice suddenly withdrawing. Valerie becoming inaccessible. Wayne giving nothing away. Urich becoming even more difficult than usual. Individually, none of it meant anything. Together? That was different. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The door opened. One of his senior assistants stepped inside. Sir. Silas turned. What is it? The latest monitoring package. The assistant handed over a folder. Silas accepted it. Opened it immediately. His eyes moved across the pages. Travel records. Schedules. Communications. Business activities. Then he stopped. Slowly. Very slowly. His gaze narrowed. The assistant noticed. What is it? Silas didn't answer immediately. Instead, he continued reading. The information wasn't dramatic. No smoking gun. No direct evidence. Just dates. Meetings. Timing. Tiny details. Yet together they created something interesting. A timeline. And inside that timeline sat a coincidence. A coincidence Silas didn't believe in. Several executives had altered their behavior within roughly the same period. Not exactly the same day. Not exactly the same week. Close enough. Far too close. Silas closed the folder. His expression remained calm. The assistant knew him well enough to recognize the danger anyway. Whenever Silas became truly concerned, he grew quieter. Not louder. "What would you like us to do?" the assistant asked carefully. Silas walked back toward his desk, then sat down. His eyes drifted across the reports once more. Wendy, Marcus, Rebecca, Nathan. For experienced operatives. For people trained to identify behavioral shifts. For people independently reporting similar concerns. He folded his hands together. Increase observation. The assistant nodded. No direct action? Not yet. The assistant hesitated. Do you believe they've discovered us? Silas looked toward the windows again. The question lingered. Discovered us. Interesting wording. Because discovery implied certainty. Silas wasn't certain. Not yet. But instinct had kept him alive longer than most men in his profession. And instinct was whispering now. Quietly. Persistently. Something had changed. I believe, Silas said slowly, that someone may have interfered. The assistant remained silent. Silas continued. Whether that interference comes from luck, coincidence, or a deliberate investigation remains unclear. And if it's deliberate? Silas's eyes hardened. The change lasted only a second. But it was enough. Then someone has started a game they don't fully understand. The room fell quiet. Outside, London continued moving. Millions of people living ordinary lives, completely unaware of the invisible war unfolding around them. Silas picked up Wendy's report one final time. Then Marcus's. Then the others. For separate failures. For separate warnings. For separate indications that something was slipping beyond his control. That bothered him more than he cared to admit. Not because he feared losing information. Not because he feared losing operatives. Because uncertainty meant another player had entered the board. And Silas Vane hated unknown players. He lowered the reports onto the desk, then looked out across the city lights. Somewhere out there, someone had either become very careful or very clever. Perhaps both. The difference didn't matter. What mattered was finding out who. And for the first time in a long while, Silas felt the faint outline of a challenge beginning to emerge from the shadows. The game was changing. The question now was whether he had recognized it early enough. Chapter 547, Surprise 1. Dayo returned home after a long week of stress. The discovery that Silas had planted operatives around his executives had consumed almost every waking hour of the past several days. Meetings, investigations, contingency planning, security reviews. It felt as though every screen he looked at carried another problem waiting for him. He had been angry. Beyond angry. He had been genuinely scared. The thought that people he trusted, people he considered family, had unknowingly been watched for months was something he could not ignore. The moment the truth came out, he immediately arranged security details for every executive despite their protests. Valerie complained. Wayne complained. Uric complained the loudest. None of it mattered. Dayo made it mandatory, and when they continued arguing, he simply informed them that they could either accept the protection or take an indefinite leave of absence until the threat was gone. That ended the discussion faster than how it started. After all, deep down, they all knew he wasn't doing it to control them. He was doing it because he cared. Originally, Dayo had intended to focus his attention on Michael first. Michael had been the visible threat for months, the one constantly moving pieces around the board, putting his family at risk, and even going as far as to try to blame him for the exposing of one of the bosses, which he didn't do. But everything changed when they uncovered Silas's network. The moment Dayo learned that Silas had assigned operatives to monitor his executives, his anger shifted. Before reacting, he made sure to verify everything. Isabel had already warned him that Michael occasionally operated under Silas's shadow, using Silas's name to create chaos and accelerate his downfall, just like he tried doing the first time. Dayo wasn't interested in assumptions. He wanted facts, cold hard fact. And after a hole of digging, the investigation confirmed it. The operatives belonged to Silas, not Michael. That part still bothered him because Silas was already fighting frozen accounts, regulatory pressure, and collapsing financial structures. By every logical measure, he should have been focused on survival. Instead, he was still poking into Dayo's life, still watching, still searching. Dayo couldn't understand it. And honestly, he no longer cared. The safety of his people came first. Everything else could wait. He and Felix were already building plans to dismantle Silas's network piece by piece. It wouldn't happen overnight, more like couldn't. Men like Silas never fell overnight. That was the mistake Michael made, but Dayo understood this. Silas was like weed that never really dies, and it takes time to weed a place completely. After all, Silas has been in the industry longer than him. His connection was not just concentrated in one area, he was deep in other countries, and had backup upon backup. It would be a miracle if he could be caught and brought to justice. But Dayo was sure of something. Eventually he would fall. Dayo intended to make sure of that. The thought followed him all the way home until he finally pushed it aside. Work could stay at work. Home was different. Looking at the front door, Dayo felt a familiar calm settle over him. For years he had lived inside conference rooms, private jets, hotels, and offices. Work had always come first. Then Luna and Jennifer returned to his life. Everything changed. No matter how important a meeting was, no matter how urgent a problem seemed, home mattered more. He had to always come home. After all, he was working for them. What was the point of building a future for his family if he was never present enough to enjoy it with them? Over the past months, he had reduced his workload significantly and trusted his executives with more responsibility than ever before. Ironically, every single one of those same executives had left work early today, claiming they had important personal matters. At the time, Dayo had found it strange. Valerie never left early. Wayne practically lived in the studio regardless. He always had a project that pushed him. Late AG night. Yurik leaving before sunset was almost a historical event, and this was fact. Yet somehow all of them had vanished. He hadn't thought much about it. Now, standing outside his house, the memory returned. Reaching for the handle, Dayo noticed something else. Something odd. Normally, the moment his car entered the compound, Jennifer would already be at the window. Somehow she had memorized the sound of his engine. If Jennifer wasn't there, Luna usually was. One of them always greeted him. Today there was nothing. No movement at all, no little face pressed against the glass. The house seemed unusually quiet. Dayo frowned slightly. Maybe Jennifer had fallen asleep. Maybe Luna was putting her down. That had to be it. He opened the door and stepped inside. Darkness greeted him. The entire living room was dark. Before he could process it, the lights exploded on. Surprise. Happy birthday. Dayo reacted instantly. Years of military training kicked in before his brain could catch up. He took a massive step backward, one hand already moving instinctively as his body prepared to react to a threat. Then he actually looked and froze. The room was packed. Absolutely packed. His family, his friends, his executives, artists, producers, managers, people from different stages of his life. For a second, Dayo simply stood there speechless. His brain completely refused to catch up with what his eyes were seeing. Then he spotted Jennifer, standing proudly near the center of the room. Luna was beside her, supporting her. Jennifer held a large cardboard sign that looked like it had been made by a very determined child. The letters were uneven. Some were backwards. Several colors had been used. But the message was clear. Happy birthday, Daddy. Jennifer grinned the moment she saw him. Janet, her sis, said, "We got you." The entire room laughed. Dayo looked from the sign to Jennifer, then to Luna, then back to Jennifer again. His throat tightened unexpectedly. Jennifer immediately noticed. "Daddy." Without saying a word, Dayo crossed the room and scooped her into his arms. Jennifer squealed happily. The cardboard sign nearly hit somebody in the face. Luna laughed. "Daddy." It seems like that was the only word she could conjure. "I'm sorry," Dayo said while holding both Jennifer and the sign. "I'm still trying to understand what's happening." Jennifer wrapped her arms around his neck. She pointed toward Luna. Her meaning was clear that Luna also needed a hug. The room laughed again. Dayo smiled, walked up to her, and whispered, "Thank you." To which Luna blushed like a little girl, "I love," and nodded. Dayo finally looked around properly. Now he understood why everybody had left work early. Valerie was standing near the dining area trying, and failing, not to smile. Wayne had a camera in his hand. Yurik looked entirely too pleased with himself. Alice waved. Felix raised his coffee cup. Ollie stood, besides several others, grinning. For the first time in years, Dayo genuinely didn't know what to say. "You all did this?" "Obviously," Valerie replied. "You thought we actually had personal business?" Wayne laughed. The man believed all of us. Every single one of us, Alice added. Yurik shook his head dramatically. For someone who's supposed to be smart, you're surprisingly easy to fool. Dayo pointed at him. I'm firing you tomorrow. You say that every month. The room erupted into laughter. Then another familiar voice appeared from behind the crowd. Bro. Dayo turned. His eyes widened. Min-jae. Before Dayo could react, Min-jae pulled him into a hug. A real one. The kind that came from years of friendship. What are you doing here? Min-jae looked offended. What do you mean, what am I doing here? You flew from Korea? So that's a 14-hour flight. Min-jae shrugged. And? Dayo stared at him. Min-jae started laughing. Seriously? For 3 years you've been flying to Korea for my birthdays. That's different. I am your boss and I come because of other reasons. No, it isn't. It absolutely is. It absolutely isn't. The room listened as they argued. Both smiling. Both knowing neither actually meant it. Min-jae shook his head. You know what annoys me the most? Dayo narrowed his eyes. What? You remember everybody's birthday. The room immediately agreed. Several people nodded. Min-jae pointed directly at him. Everybody. Then he poked Dayo's chest. But somehow you keep forgetting your own. A few people laughed. Dayo scratched the back of his neck. My birthday usually lands during busy periods. Excuses. Not excuses. Tried defining it. Though it was true all his birthday came with one issue or the other during the period, so he mostly forgets. Excuses. Dayo sighed. Okay, maybe excuses. There we go. Min-jae threw an arm around his shoulder. Seriously though, brother. Compared to everything you've done for me, flying here is nothing. For a moment neither spoke. Dayo simply smiled, then he pulled him into another quick hug. I'm glad you're here. Min-jae's grin softened. Yeah, me too. Only then did Dayo notice another group, standing slightly behind the others. The Nigerian artists. Kazim. Amara. Faye. Frosh. Tunt. Chapter 548, Surprise 2. The Nigerian artists. Kazim. Amara. Faye. Frosh. Tunt. The moment Dayo's eyes landed on them, a smile immediately appeared on his face. You people actually came. Kazim laughed. Of course we did. Amara folded her arms dramatically, as if we would miss this. Frosh shook his head. Do you know how many times you've forced each of us to celebrate birthdays? Force? Dayo asked, confused at what they were implying. Yes, forced. The room laughed. Frosh pointed at him. You'll call somebody at 6 in the morning, and you are like, happy birthday, have you eaten? Really, Dayo? At 6 o'clock, have you eaten? Ulrich, seeing the crowd, smiled as he teased Dayo. Oh, that's is not even all, he goes on like. Frosh said, smiling, enjoying it. Are you with family? Have you smiled today? The room erupted again. Dayo looked happily offended at their antic. I don't sound like that. Yes, you do. I don't. Dayo was piratically laughing at this point because he knew they were saying the truth. You absolutely do. Even Valerie nodded. You do. Wayne joined in. It's actually scary. You are almost always the first to wish me happy birthday, that my whole family get jealous at some point. Dayo stared at all of them. Traitors. More laughter. For a few moments the conversation flowed naturally. Stories. Jokes. Memories. The Nigerian artists looked genuinely happy to be there. For most of them this was the first time seeing Dayo. Not as the CEO. Not as the boss. Not as the industry figure everyone respected. Just Dayo. The man. The father. The husband. The friend. After all, the most is that had happened between them was phone call a few times, or he calls them, but this was their official meeting. But the reason they were free was Dayo always check on them, calls them for their birthday, and wishes them, and even goes as far as sending gifts to him. The party went on. Dayo was still conversing with Frosh, and asked, so where is Shino? I haven't seen him, did he not come? Just as Frosh was about to answer, then somebody tapped Dayo lightly on the shoulder. Upon turning he froze for a second, he simply stared. Then his eyes widened. No way. The man standing behind him grinned. A familiar grin. One Dayo hadn't seen in years. What's wrong? The man asked. You forgot me already? The shock on Dayo's face immediately transformed into laughter. Shino, my G. The room watched as Dayo pulled him into a hug without hesitation. A real hug. The kind reserved for people who had been there before everything changed. Shino laughed while returning it. Good. So you still remember. Dayo stepped back. Remember? How could I forget you? You are my real G. Shino pointed at him immediately. That's funny coming from the same person that hasn't answered my calls. The room instantly reacted. Oh, Wayne nearly choked on his drink. Valerie looked entertained. Dayo rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, that's fair. Very fair. Shino folded his arms. I've called, no answer. I've texted. No answer. I even sent voice notes. No answer. Dayo sighed. Life happened. The smile on Shino's face softened. Yeah, I figured. His tone changed completely. The teasing disappeared. I've seen some of the news. I know you've been going through a lot. The room grew quieter. Not silent, just quieter. Dayo nodded slowly. A lot happened. Shino glanced toward Luna. Then Jennifer. Understanding immediately crossed his face. Looks like some good things happened too. Dayo followed his gaze. The smile that appeared on his face was impossible to hide. Yeah, the best things, bro. I can't even begin to lost of it has impacted in the way I live, man. For a moment, neither man spoke. Months seemed to pass between them without either needing to explain anything. Shino finally laughed. I missed you, man. Dayo smiled. Missed you more, G. Several people nodded, understanding, without saying much. They knew the story. Most had heard parts of it before, of how they met, which was Dayo doing a charity on the roadside at Nigeria, then Shino taking the video without Dayo's knowledge, and the video going viral. The room exploded once again. For several minutes, the stories continued. At that time, Dayo really needed the exposure. Who knew that I would come from a die-hard fan after all? Shino back then was just a die-hard fan of Dayo that heard he was in Nigeria and decided to try his luck, only to see Dayo, which was when he encountered Dayo doing a roadside charity. He videoed the whole thing. Dayo and Shino told the story and laughed at how life has changed. One by one, people started telling memory after another. Old struggles, tiny victories, ridiculous mistakes. People who knew Dayo today were seeing a version of him that almost never appeared anymore. A younger version, a less guarded version, a version built from dreams instead of responsibilities. And strangely enough, everyone loved it, because it felt real. Eventually, the laughter settled. The conversations spread again. People moved around the room. Food appeared. Drinks appeared. Music played softly in the background. The party continued. Dayo stood near one of the tables speaking with Shino when a voice suddenly cut through the room. Speech. The room paused. Everyone turned. Alice raised her hand. I think he should give a speech. Immediately, several people agreed. Oh yes, definitely. Speech. Dayo pointed at her. Nope, not doing that. The room laughed. Valerie joined in. Speech. Wayne immediately followed. Speech. Min-jae started clapping. Speech. The chanting spread. Slowly at first, then faster. Speech. 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 Dayo shook his head. No, absolutely not. The room ignored him. The chant continued. Even the Nigerian artists joined. Speech. 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 Dayo looked toward Luna for help. She simply smiled, going ahead to shout along with the crowd for Dayo to give speech. Traitor. Complete traitor. Then something changed. One voice. Nobody knew who started it. Maybe Frosh. Maybe Yurik. Maybe Min-jae. But suddenly the word changed. Song. The room paused. Then another voice joined. Song. A third followed. Song. The next second, the entire room exploded. Song. 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 Dayo stared at them. No. The answer disappeared beneath the noise. Song. 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 Wayne was chanting. Valerie was chanting. Alice was chanting. The Nigerian artists were chanting. Even Felix looked suspiciously entertained. Then Dayo looked down. Jennifer was bouncing excitedly, tiny fists in the air, trying her best to copy everyone around her. Song. It wasn't perfect. The pronunciation was messy, but she was trying. And somehow that was the thing that finally broke him. Dayo looked around the room. Really looked. At Luna. At Jennifer. At the friends who had crossed oceans. At artists who had flown from Nigeria. At Min-jae, who had left Korea. At people who had supported him before success. And people who had stayed after it. People who had chosen to spend their time celebrating him. Not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The realization hit harder than the surprise itself. For months, his world had been filled with threats, investigations, betrayals, fear. Tonight felt different. Tonight reminded him of what he was fighting for. A genuine smile slowly appeared on his face. The room immediately noticed. The chanting grew louder. Song. 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 Dayo shook his head, then raised both hands. Instantly the room became quiet. Everyone waited. A grin spread across Ulrich's face. You've lost. Dayo pointed at him. You're first on my firing list tomorrow. The room laughed. Then Dayo looked around once more. At every face. Every friend. Every person that mattered. Finally, he sighed dramatically. Fine. The reaction was immediate. The room exploded. Cheers. Whistles. Applause. Jennifer nearly jumped out of Luna's arms. Dayo laughed, holding up one finger. One song. The cheers somehow became even louder. Min-jae slapped his shoulder. That's all we need. Shino grinned. Now that's the Dayo I remember. Oh yes, before anything else it should be a new song. I mean, it's your birthday, you don't plan on singing an old song, or what do you all think? Ulrich said with a smug on his face, like he was getting revenge for getting a bodyguard he didn't want, and obviously the first to answer were his fellow executives. Dayo's eyes twitched a bit at this. Not more than a second after this, another voice rang. Yeah, I mean, it's a happy, so a new song. Valerie. Wayne hummed. It seems he was holding back his laughter. The crowd who wanted to hear a new song also cheered. Yes. Dayo shook his head while the crowd continued celebrating. Then, still smiling, he turned and began walking toward the small stage area that had been prepared without his knowledge. The cheers followed him the entire way. And for the first time in a very long time, he wasn't thinking about Silas, or Michael, or investigations, or enemies. Tonight, he was simply surrounded by the people he loved. And that was enough. Chapter 549, Surprise 3. Dayo climbed onto the small stage, shaking his head while the room continued cheering. The moment he stepped onto it, phones immediately appeared everywhere. Wayne already had his camera pointed at him. Valerie had hers out. Alice too. Min-jae wasn't even pretending to be subtle anymore. The Nigerian artists had their phones raised. Even Felix, who normally avoided things like this, was holding his phone in one hand while trying to act as though he wasn't recording. Dayo looked at all of them in disbelief. You people are serious. We don't trust you, Wayne replied immediately. The room laughed. What does that even mean? It means if we don't record this, tomorrow you'll pretend it never happened. Exactly. Facts. 100%. Dayo rubbed his forehead and muttered, traitors, I would see you at work tomorrow. Every single one of them. Then his eyes found Luna. She wasn't recording. She was simply standing near Jennifer, watching him and smiling. The kind of smile that immediately made everything else disappear. The noise, the people, the cameras, the stress, all of it. For a brief second it felt like they were the only two people in the room. Then Jennifer pointed directly at him. Daddy. The room laughed. Dayo smiled. Yes, baby. Jennifer clapped excitedly. The crowd immediately copied her. Soon everyone was clapping. Okay. Dayo said finally with a deep breath. You asked for a song. The room cheered. You asked for a new song you shall get. The room cheered louder. Dayo pointed toward Ulrich. This is your fault. Ulrich looked proud of himself. It usually is just suck it up. And perform already. More laughter. Then Dayo reached for the acoustic guitar that had somehow appeared beside the stage. That immediately got another reaction. Several people exchanged surprised looks. Even Luna looked confused. Wait. Alice blinked. Who brought the guitar up there? Nobody answered. Eventually, all eyes slowly turned toward Wayne. Wayne froze. What? You planned this? I have no idea what you're talking about. You absolutely planned this. Dayo looked at Wayne, his supposed closest executive, who betrayed him without thinking. Wayne raised both hands. No comment. The room erupted again. Dayo sat down on the stool. The laughter slowly faded, and lights felt softer somehow, with conversations dying naturally. People moved closer. Nobody wanted to miss this. Dayo was singing a new song. Their minds were going crazy. Even Dayo himself didn't still fully realize how amazing he is. After all, this was someone who, unlike other artists, doesn't actively goes to show, and on very rare occasion does he do that. And the moment it's heard that JD is performing, the crowd would multiply. Artists within the industry called it the JD effect. Right now everywhere was cool and calm. Even the children running around earlier had settled down. An unusual calm settled over the room. Dayo adjusted the guitar. His fingers lightly brushed the strings. A soft note floated through the room, then another. The atmosphere changed instantly as Dayo's voice echoed softly through the crowd. For a while there, it was rough. But lately, I've been doing better. then the last 4 cold Decembers. I recall. The first verse brought the quiet room more quiet if that was possible, because everybody there knew who Dayo was. Most people knew him as an executive, a businessman, a founder, a strategist, an industry giant. But moments like this reminded them that music had always come first. And I see my family every month. I found a girl my parents love. She'll come and stay the night. And I think I might have it all. Singing this part, Dayo looked at Luna, who was hugging Jennifer close to her chest tight. She has been with him before the companies, before the success, and even before the wealth. He can even say she gave him a huge boost to get him here. And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way. But I know the things he gives me, he can take away. Singing this part, his eyes turn red, wishing and hoping that his family stays together forever. And I hold you every night. And that's a feeling I want to get used to. But there's no man as terrified as the man who stands to lose you. As the last note for this part hit, he slowly stood walking towards the crowd, who gave way and quickly made a few changes to the guitar, getting ready for the next verse. Oh, I hope I don't lose you. He slowly walked towards. Please stay. I want you. I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Dayo looked down at the guitar for a moment, then looked back up. His eyes found Luna again, then Jennifer, then everyone else. These are the people who mattered, the people who stayed with him, the people who had chosen him over and over again. The smile on his face softened with a light, tears dropping. Please stay. I want you. I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Oh, please don't take. And the change happened as Dayo switched his tone to a hard one, making all the audience shiver, unknowing that if one looked well, goosebumps appeared on their skin. I found my mind. I'm feeling sane. It's been a while, but I'm finned in my faith. If everything's good, and it's great, why do I sit and wait till it's gone? His tone became softer as he sang this verse, the crowd still shocked, but Dayo strolled softly, smiling and fist bumping with the kids. The room became completely silent. Oh, I'll tell ya, I know I've got enough. I've got peace, and I've got love. But I'm up at night thinking, I just might lose it all. At this point, Dayo wasn't performing like an artist standing in front of thousands. He was singing like a man sitting in a room full of people he trusted, a man who had survived things most of them barely understood, a man who had nearly lost everything, a man who somehow found his way back. Please stay. I want you. I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. As the song continued, more phones rose into the air. People wanted to remember this, not because Dayo was famous, but because it felt important, like one of those moments people knew they would think about years later. Oh, please stay. I want you. I need you, oh God. I need these beautiful things that I've got. As the song came to an end, the guitar carried the melody softly, nothing complicated or flashy, and somehow that made it hit harder. The reaction of the audience were different. Wayne lowered his phone slightly, not because he stopped recording, because he was listening to how calm he sounded. Valerie crossed her arms, then slowly uncrossed them. The small smile she had been carrying disappeared, replaced by something else, something emotional. She could understand every emotion that Dayo portrayed through that song. Alice pressed her lips together. Her eyes were already red to the point she had to face down, not to let the already falling tear not show. Minjae looked down briefly before shaking his head and smiling to himself. Sometimes he wondered how Dayo does it. He always seems to be able to bring out the emotions in people, whether they like or not. Even Ulrich wasn't talking anymore, which was probably the most shocking thing that happened all night, as he had been the loudest, but had calmed down now as his eyes were red. Obviously, he felt and understood the song after all he had gone through, his own hurdles. Nobody spoke. His silence lasted several seconds, long enough for Dayo to glance up, in confusion, wondering if he sounded that bad. Then somebody started clapping. Nobody knew who. Maybe Luna. Maybe Minjae. Maybe Shino. It didn't matter, because the next second the entire room exploded. Applause crashed through the house. Cheers followed immediately after. People stood, whistles echoed from every direction. Jennifer nearly bounced out of Luna's arms trying to clap along. Dayo laughed in embarrassment. The reaction somehow felt bigger than the surprise party itself. The room found it adorable every single time. Dayo smiled as he saw Luna's eyes and said with a teasing smile, "You are crying." She immediately denied everything. "I am not crying." "You are." "I am not." "You literally are." Dayo smiled as he wiped off the tears, showing her, "It's allergies." Inside the house, very aggressive allergies. The people around her laughed quietly. But the truth was most of them understood what she had felt because they felt it too, the emotion that couldn't be described. It was not sadness. Something warmer. Something harder to explain. Gratitude maybe. Hope. Relief. But they felt, and that was mattered. Chapter 550. News about birthday. The applause continued for what felt like forever as Dayo stood there shaking his head, while people cheered, whistled, and shouted his name from every corner of the room. One more. No, Dayo said, already exhausted by that single performance. Just one. Absolutely not, he replied, shaking his head. Furiously. The room laughed as Dayo carefully placed the guitar back on its stand before climbing down from the small stage. The moment his feet touched the floor, Jennifer immediately stretched both arms toward him. Daddy, that was all she needed to say. Dayo smiled and picked her up without hesitation while the applause slowly faded and conversations gradually returned around the room. People drifted back toward the food tables, others replayed recordings on their phones, and several guests were already arguing about who had managed to capture the best video. Wayne looked down at his phone with a smile. Oh, this is definitely going online. Dayo immediately pointed at him. No. Wayne grinned. Too late. You post that, and you're fired. You fired me 3 times tonight. 4. Ulrich corrected with a smug look on his face. See? I can't even keep count anymore. Another wave of laughter spread through the room, and Dayo simply shook his head before looking down at Jennifer. She was staring at him with a surprisingly serious expression, almost suspiciously so. What? Dayo asked. Jennifer pointed toward the stage, then at him, then back toward the stage again. The room watched curiously. I think she wants another song, Alice said. Several people immediately agreed. No, absolutely not. Jennifer frowned so dramatically that the room burst into laughter again. Then, completely out of nowhere, she reached up, patted Dayo's cheek, and spoke in the most serious voice she could manage. Good. The room froze. For half a second nobody reacted, as though their brains needed time to process what had just happened. Then the entire house exploded with laughter. Even Felix nearly dropped his phone. Dayo blinked. Did she just review my performance? Did my baby girl just review my performance? Somebody please tell me that you got that on camera. Valerie was laughing so hard, she had to hold onto a chair for support while Wayne nearly folded in half. She gave you a rating. A professional rating. A very honest rating. And yes, I got it right here. Come and see. She looks so cute doing it. Jennifer looked incredibly proud of herself. Dayo stared at the video on Wayne's phone before looking back at his daughter. You know what? He nodded slowly. I'll take it. Jennifer immediately smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Across the room, Luna watched the scene quietly. One hand had drifted to her stomach without her even realizing it, and the smile on her face softened as she watched them together. For months their lives had been filled with fear, hospitals, threats, secrets, people trying to hurt them, and others trying to take things away from them. Yet somehow, standing in this room filled with laughter and people who genuinely cared about them, all of that felt distant. Not gone, just distant enough that, for tonight at least, it didn't matter. Eventually Dayo looked up and found Luna watching him. Their eyes met, and neither of them said anything because they didn't need to. Some conversations had long since moved beyond words. Around them the party continued as music played through the speakers, friends laughed loudly, stories were exchanged across tables, and phones continued recording memories nobody wanted to forget. For the first time in a very long while, Dayo allowed himself to stop thinking about tomorrow. There were no enemies, no investigations, no plans occupying his mind. There was only this moment, surrounded by family and the people he loved. Somewhere deep inside him, a quiet realization settled. No matter how difficult the coming battles became, this was why he would keep fighting. Not for the companies, not for the money, not for the fame. He would fight for this. For them. For his family. After a while the party finally began winding down. Dayo personally greeted each guest goodbye with a smile and a hug, though he completely refused to let people like Minjae and the Nigerian artist leave for hotels after traveling so far to celebrate with him. His mansion was more than large enough to accommodate everyone, and when a few of them tried resisting, Dayo simply reminded them that he was technically their boss. After that, they had little choice but to accept his hospitality. Once everyone settled in, Dayo made sure they felt completely at home. He even cooked dinner himself later that night, leaving most of the guests stunned when they realized just how good he was in the kitchen. The only person who wasn't surprised was Min Jae, who had already experienced Dayo's cooking years earlier while working with him during the filming of Train to Busan. The praise was endless after that. When Dayo explained the history behind his family's restaurant and how many of the recipes had his personal touch, the admiration only grew. They spent another hour talking and sharing stories before eventually retiring to their respective rooms for the night. Meanwhile, sometime during those same hours, the video of Dayo's performance found its way onto the internet. Nobody knew who uploaded it first. Some blamed Wang. Others blamed Min Jae. A few blamed Valerie. The accused parties refused to comment. What everyone did know was that clips from Dayo's surprise birthday party somehow escaped into the wild, and the internet immediately lost its mind. Part of the reason was simple. Despite his fame, Dayo remained unusually private. He rarely posted, rarely shared personal moments, and almost never gave fans direct access to his life. It remained a mystery how someone so inactive online could maintain such popularity and relevance, especially in an industry where disappearing for too long usually meant being replaced. The first clip showed Dayo opening the front door. The second showed him nearly slipping into defensive mode after being surprised, which fans found hilarious because forgetting his own birthday had become such a recurring habit that many of them expected it every year. The third clip showed Jennifer proudly holding her handmade birthday sign. The fourth showed Dayo standing completely speechless while everyone laughed at him. Then came part of the song, followed by reactions from the people around him. And finally, the clip that truly broke the internet, Jennifer rating her father's performance with a single word. Nothing more. Just enough. Just enough to completely dominate social media for the week, because whenever JD became news, the rest of the industry usually stepped aside and waited for the storm to pass. Comments flooded in faster than moderators could keep up with. Dayo almost went into military mode before realizing it was a birthday party. I'm crying. Look at his face. Bro looked ready to eliminate a threat. The threat was friendship. Jennifer holding the sign is the cutest thing I've seen all year. No, because why is she so proud of herself? That little girl knew exactly what she was doing. Can we talk about Luna smiling at him the entire time? I noticed that too. Man, I am so happy they ended up together, even if it pains me that my crush JD was snatched. The way they looked at each other makes you believe in love. Yeah, I'm not surviving that. Those two are my definition of soulmates. I don't care what anybody says. If JD can find love, so can I. Thousands agreed. Then the song clip started spreading, and everything somehow became even worse. Dayo, please release this. No, seriously. Release it. I've listened to 20 seconds over 50 times already. The way he looked at Luna while singing that verse, brother is gone. LOL. More like the way they looked at each other like nobody else existed. I felt like I interrupted a private conversation. I wasn't emotionally prepared for that. Dayo, JD, whatever name you're using, please release this song. Why is nobody talking about the fact that he looked like he genuinely meant every word? Because he did. The comments multiplied endlessly. Across Nigeria, Korea, Japan, China, Europe, and America, people translated clips into different languages and added subtitles. This was the JD effect. Record labels quietly shifted release schedules, and artists postponed announcements because nobody wanted to compete with the attention JD generated whenever he unexpectedly appeared online. Within hours, hashtag Happy Birthday Dayo was trending worldwide alongside another unexpected hashtag. Hashtag Release the Song. The fans were relentless. Dayo, we are begging respectfully. Actually, not respectfully anymore. Drop the song. JD Records, release it immediately. If this song isn't released, we riot. Yes, I agree. I have never threatened a record label before, but today might be my first day. One comment gathered hundreds of thousands of likes. Dayo has spent years giving people music for their hardest days. Seeing him genuinely happy feels like getting something back. Another followed shortly after. I don't know him personally, but every time I see him smile, I remember how many times his music got me through things nobody else knew about. Happy birthday, bro. You deserve this. Then another. This man survived things that would have broken most people. Seeing him surrounded by family, friends, artists, and people who genuinely love him made me cry more than the song. Another user replied, "There was a time I had suicidal thoughts. My wife had just died, I lost my job, and life felt completely hopeless. Then I heard a song where Dayo said there's always hope. You just need to change how you view it. That sentence saved me. That's why I always say Dayo is him hater can cry all they want." Thousands of replies followed. People shared stories about breakups, depression, loneliness, and moments where Dayo's music had helped them survive difficult periods of their lives. Others talked about interviews that inspired them or lyrics that appeared exactly when they needed them most. For that rare occasion, the internet wasn't fighting. It wasn't arguing. It wasn't tearing someone apart. For one night, people simply celebrated someone they admired. Of course, not everyone was emotional. One highly liked comment read, "Reminder that this man forgets his birthday every year." Another followed immediately. "He absolutely forgot again." He did. The surprise on. His face was too genuine. Dayo remembering his own birthday challenge. Difficulty, impossible. The replies exploded. "He'll forget next year too. 100%. Somebody set an alarm for him. Actually set 12. He'll ignore all 12. Dayo's executives deserve hazard pay." More and more people continued wishing him happy birthday. Not because they expected a response, and certainly not because they thought he would see every message. They simply wanted him to know that somewhere out there, millions of people were genuinely happy that he existed. By the time the sun began rising somewhere else in the world, the birthday party had become something bigger than a party. It had become a reminder that no matter how private Dayo tried to be, no matter how rarely he appeared, and no matter how often he disappeared from public view, people still cared. And perhaps that was the most surprising gift of all. Chapter 551, Breakfast. The next morning should have been peaceful. It wasn't. Dayo woke to the familiar warmth of Luna sleeping beside him, and for the first few seconds, everything felt normal. The room was quiet, comfortable, and safe. The kind of morning he had spent years wishing for, but rarely experienced. Somehow, during the night, Jennifer had migrated into their bed and was currently sleeping sideways with one leg thrown across both of them, as though she personally owned the entire mattress. Dayo smiled. Some battles simply weren't worth fighting. Carefully, he reached for his phone on the nightstand, but the moment the screen lit up, his expression changed. He frowned, blinked once, then looked again to make sure he wasn't imagining things. 17,842 notifications. Dayo stared at the number, and it kept increasing by the seconds. Normally, even on a busy day, he received a few thousand notifications. Seeing a figure this high before breakfast could only mean one thing. Something had happened. His first thought was simple. Somebody died. His second thought came immediately afterward. Wayne. Without opening a single notification, Dayo already knew who was responsible. Only Wayne could create this level of chaos overnight, and somehow remain proud of it. Beside him, Luna slowly opened one eye. What happened? Dayo held up his phone. Luna looked at the screen where a video thumbnail showed him walking into the party, picking up the guitar and singing. Then she immediately started laughing. "Oh no. Oh yes. You saw it. I haven't even opened anything yet." That somehow made Luna laugh even harder. Jennifer stirred slightly before rolling over and instantly falling back asleep. Dayo finally unlocked the phone. The first thing he saw was a message from Valerie. "Good morning. Before you start yelling." It wasn't me. The second message came from Wayne. "Good morning, boss. Before you start yelling." It was absolutely me, and I can't wait for you to fire me, hee. Dayo slowly closed his eyes. Luna was already struggling to breathe from laughing. "I like Wayne." "I don't." "That's a lie." "Today I don't." Another notification appeared. Then another. Then 5 more. His phone practically vibrated nonstop as mentions, tags, messages, emails, articles, fan edits, reaction videos, industry pages, and news outlets flooded his screen. Everyone seemed to be talking about the birthday party, but more importantly, everyone seemed to be demanding the release of the song. Dayo opened one post. Immediately regretted it. The first clip showed him opening the front door. The second showed him almost slipping into combat mode after being surprised. The comments underneath were merciless. He looked ready to defend the nation. The nation was a birthday cake. "This looks like military instincts. Did Dayo ever serve? Bro saw friendship and prepared for war." Dayo rubbed his forehead. Luna nearly rolled off the bed laughing. It wasn't that bad. It was exactly that bad. She couldn't even argue because it absolutely was. The next clip showed Jennifer proudly holding the birthday sign she had spent so much time making. Dayo smiled automatically. The comments somehow became even more chaotic. That little girl runs the entire household. Nobody can convince me otherwise. Look at her face. She knew exactly what she was doing. Future CEO. Current CEO. Fair point. Dayo continued scrolling through fan art, birthday edits, messages, videos, and photos before finally reaching the song clip. That was when he paused. His eyes narrowed. That can't be right. Luna leaned closer. Then her eyes widened too. Oh, the view count had climbed into the millions overnight. Not after a week. Not after several days. Overnight. Every platform looked the same. Release the song. Release the song. Release the song. Thousands of comments became hundreds of thousands, and hundreds of thousands became millions. Entire accounts had practically dedicated themselves to demanding the release. Some were polite. Others were considerably less polite. One comment with over 200,000 likes read, "Dayo, if you don't release this song, we will respectfully become a problem." Another said, "I've listened to 20 seconds so many times that I practically know the entire song." Another simply wrote, "JD Records employees, if you're reading this, blink twice if the release date exists." Dayo sighed heavily. "They are insane. You say that every year." "They are. They love you." Dayo didn't answer immediately because that part was harder to dismiss. The amount of support he had received from his fans over the years was honestly overwhelming. There had been moments when he was at his absolute lowest, moments when entire industries seemed determined to tear him apart, and yet somehow the fans remained. They defended him, supported him, believed in him, and sometimes carried him through periods he wasn't sure he could survive alone. He would always be grateful for that. Continuing to scroll, he moved past the jokes, memes, and demands until the tone gradually shifted. The comments became more personal, more emotional, more honest. One fan talked about listening to his music during chemotherapy. Another wrote about losing a parent. Someone else described surviving depression. A university student explained how one of Dayo's songs played before every important exam. Another spoke about losing everything financially and finding motivation through one of his interviews. Dayo found himself reading longer than he intended. Then one comment stopped him completely. "I don't think celebrities realize how much they become part of people's lives. Dayo doesn't know me. He never will. But some of his songs got me through the worst period of my life. Seeing him happy feels like seeing an old friend finally smile again." For several seconds he didn't move, didn't scroll, didn't speak. Luna noticed immediately. "What is it?" Dayo quietly handed her the phone. She read the comment. Then another. Then another. Eventually she handed it back. Neither of them said anything. Not because there was nothing to say, because there was too much. Outside the bedroom, the mansion was beginning to wake up as voices echoed faintly from downstairs. Doors opened, footsteps moved through hallways, and guests slowly emerged from their rooms. Life was starting. Again, Dayo placed the phone down. For once he wasn't thinking about hashtags, view counts, statistics, or trending pages. Instead, he found himself thinking about the people behind those comments. Millions of strangers living completely different lives, yet somehow connected to him through songs he had written years ago. It felt strange, humbling, and honestly, a little overwhelming. Before he could think any further, his phone rang. The caller ID appeared instantly. "Wayne." Dayo stared at it. Luna immediately started laughing again. "Oh, answer it." "I don't want to." "You have to." With a long sigh, Dayo accepted the call. The moment he did, Wayne's voice exploded through the speaker. "Boss." "Wayne. Hypothetically speaking." "No. You haven't even heard the question." "The answer is still no." Wayne ignored him completely. "Hypothetically speaking, if a certain song happened to already be trending globally, and if millions of people happened to be demanding its release, and if JD Records could potentially make a ridiculous amount of money." "No." "Damn." The line went silent. Then Wayne spoke again. "So you're not mad?" "I'm very mad." "Oh, good. Good. You sounded too calm. I got worried." Dayo ended the call immediately. Luna buried her face in a pillow laughing. Somewhere downstairs, Wayne's offended shouting echoed faintly through the mansion. Despite himself, despite everything, Dayo found himself smiling. Because for the first time in a very long time, The noise surrounding his life wasn't coming from enemies. It was coming from people who cared, and somehow that made all the difference. After getting dressed, Dayo finally headed downstairs because he had a house full of guests to feed. The previous night's dinner had apparently created a problem. After tasting his cooking, everyone had insisted he make breakfast as well, and now they were refusing to let him escape the responsibility. By the time he entered the kitchen, several people were already awake. Wayne was sitting at the island scrolling through social media. Min-jae was drinking coffee. Valerie had somehow claimed an entire section of the counter. The moment they saw him, the complaints began. Chef finally arrives. We've been starving. It's been 12 years. You people ate less than 8 hours ago. That's not the point. Dayo shook his head and got to work. The kitchen quickly came alive. One side became dedicated to Nigerian dishes, while another slowly filled with Korean and American breakfast items. He prepared akara fresh from the fryer alongside softage bread, a Nigeria local bread eating by millions, yam and egg sauce, and a rich pot of beans. This was for the Nigerian artists. On another counter, plates of Korean rolled omelets, kimchi fried rice, grilled beef strips, and vegetable pancakes were arranged neatly. This was for Min-jae, as he knew how picky he could get with his meal. For those who preferred something lighter, he made stacks of fluffy pancakes, scrambled eggs, waffles, fresh fruit bowls, sausages, and hash browns. The smell alone was enough to drag people downstairs. One by one the guests appeared. Then more arrived. Then even more. Soon nearly every seat around the dining area was occupied. What exactly is this? One of the Nigerian artists asked while staring at the spread. Breakfast. This is not breakfast. Yeah, Min-jae agreed. This looks like a hotel trying to impress a food critic. Dayo ignored them and continued serving food. The reaction started almost immediately. People reached for second servings before finishing their first. Conversations paused because everyone was too busy eating. Even Wayne went unusually quiet. That alone convinced several people the food was exceptional. This akara is dangerous. Who puts this much effort into breakfast? Bro, this kimchi fried rice is ridiculous. Pass the pancakes. No, pass the yam first. The table dissolved into laughter and friendly arguments as people stole food from each other's plates and debated which dish was the best. For a while, nobody talked about trending hashtags, viral videos, business meetings, music releases, or industry politics. They simply ate. And as Dayo sat there watching his family, friends, artists, and guests enjoying themselves around a table full of food he had personally prepared, he realized that moments like this were becoming increasingly rare. Rare, simple, and worth protecting. For now, that was enough. Chapter 552, Revenge. The next morning carried the kind of quiet that never really lasts in a house like this. Breakfast was already underway when the first movement of departure began, plates half finished, chairs pushed back slightly, as people kept delaying the inevitable. The night before had stretched late, laughter still hanging in the corners of the mansion like it refused to leave with the guests. Now everything felt softer, slower, like the house was trying to hold on for a few extra minutes. Nigerian artists were the first to start saying their goodbyes, moving in small groups, collecting phones, bags, and last-minute souvenirs from the party as they drifted toward the entrance. There were hugs that lasted longer than necessary, jokes thrown in to hide the fact that nobody really wanted to leave yet. Min-jae stayed the longest among the international guests, lingering near the kitchen doorway like he was waiting for a reason to delay his flight again. When he finally stepped forward, he shook Dayo's hand firmly, then pulled him into a brief hug that felt more like respect than emotion. If you don't answer calls again, Min-jae said in his usual calm tone, I will personally fly to Korea and drag you into a studio. Dayo gave a tired smile, nodding once. You always threaten distance like it's an achievement. It works, Min-jae replied, already turning away. One of the executives, Shino, wasn't even joking when he stepped in next. He adjusted his jacket, checked his phone, then pointed at Dayo like he had a long-standing complaint. If you disappear like that again, I'm coming myself. I don't care where you are. Korea, island, space, whatever. Dayo raised a brow. You don't even like flying. I'll suffer for results. That earned a quiet laugh from nearby, but it didn't soften the fact that everyone was slowly leaving. Even the staff who had been moving around since the party began were starting to ease back into normal routine. Jennifer was the one who noticed the shift first. She stood near the living room couch, watching people collect their things. At first, she didn't say anything, just followed each movement with her eyes. Then Valerie crouched beside her, saying something soft that made her lips twitch. Still, the realization came anyway. People were leaving, one by one. The energy that had filled the house was thinning out. Jennifer didn't cry immediately, but her hand tightened slightly around the edge of the couch cushion as she watched another person step out through the doors. When she finally looked at Dayo, it wasn't dramatic. It was just that quiet confusion children get when something fun doesn't stay long enough. Dayo noticed instantly. He knelt beside her, brushing a hand lightly over her hair. Before he could say anything, she reached up and wrapped her arms around him like she was anchoring herself. The executives who were still around softened at the sight. Nobody rushed her. They just paused, letting her hold on. Soon, spoiling started in small ways. Someone handed her a snack she wasn't supposed to have before breakfast. Another promised a toy would be sent later. One of the artists lifted her briefly onto his shoulder, making her laugh again even though her eyes were still heavy with reluctance. Little by little, the moment eased. Goodbyes resumed. And slowly, the house that had been full the night before started to empty again. By the time the last vehicle pulled away, the mansion felt different. Not empty, just quieter in a way that made everything echo slightly longer than before. Dayo stood by the entrance for a moment after the final wave, watching the road until the cars disappeared completely. Jennifer was already back inside, held by Luna, who was speaking softly to her. He didn't linger too long. There was work waiting, and people who never really stopped working. Monday morning arrived with traffic, movement, and noise that didn't belong to the house anymore. JD Records headquarters stood tall in its usual glass and steel confidence. But something about that morning felt different the moment Dayo's car turned into the street. He noticed it immediately, not because of chaos, but because of presence. A small crowd had gathered outside. Not massive, not overwhelming, but enough to be intentional. 50, maybe 100 people standing across the sidewalk, some holding handmade signs, others holding printed images from the viral birthday clips. A few waved as the car slowed down. Others were already singing fragments of the song he had performed that night, half remembering lyrics, laughing when they got them wrong, trying again anyway. Release the song. Someone shouted it clearly enough for it to cut through the glass. Another voice followed immediately. Happy birthday, Dayo. The driver slowed slightly, waiting for instruction. Dayo looked out through the tinted window for a moment, studying them. Not in surprise, just in quiet observation. Then he lowered the window. That single movement changed everything. The noise outside rose instantly. Phones lifted. Hands waved. People leaned forward like the distance between them had suddenly disappeared. Please don't forget your birthday next year, one fan shouted, half laughing, half serious. Dayo actually laughed at that, shaking his head slightly. That one is not in my control, he called back before the window went back up. Inside the car, the atmosphere softened again. But outside, they were still smiling as the vehicle moved forward into the building. The executive floor was already active when he arrived. The weekly Monday meeting room was prepared in its usual clean, controlled way. Long table, screens on standby, documents already laid out. Everything in place for discussions that were supposed to be routine. But the moment Dayo stepped inside, he noticed something immediately. It wasn't business as usual. Valerie was already seated, too composed. Wayne was there, but he wasn't scrolling like he normally did. Ulrich looked relaxed in a way that felt intentional. Felix sat slightly forward, like he was holding back excitement he hadn't been authorized to express yet. And the others, too quiet, too alert, too satisfied. Dayo took his seat slowly, looked around once, then leaned back slightly. Nobody spoke for a few seconds longer than necessary. That was unusual. He tapped the table lightly. Let's start. Valerie smiled faintly. We will. Something about that answer made him pause for half a second. Wayne cleared his throat, still smiling. We've got a presentation first. Dayo looked at him. Since when do Mondays start with presentations? Since today, Ulrich replied. That alone confirmed it. Something was off. The screen at the front of the room flickered to life. A polished slide appeared. Not charts yet. Just a title. Engagement and Global Impact Review. Dayo narrowed his eyes slightly. The next slide followed. Then another. And another. Everything looked normal at first. Streaming data, growth charts, regional spikes, social media traction, fan activity breakdowns. Then the numbers started shifting from analysis to obsession. Fan demand metrics, search spikes, trend mapping, then clips, then reposts, then global mentions, then something that made it very clear what this was becoming. A dedicated slide that simply showed, "Release the song." The room went silent for half a second after that slide appeared. Then someone started clapping. Another followed. And suddenly, like they had all agreed privately beforehand, the entire room began clapping with exaggerated seriousness, like they had just delivered a world-class business achievement. Dayo stared at them, completely still. No reaction, just eyes moving slowly across the room. When the clapping finally died down, silence returned. He leaned forward slightly. "You people need hobbies." The room exploded instantly. Laughter, groans. Someone nearly knocked their chair back. Wayne was laughing the hardest. Valerie had her head slightly down, but couldn't hide her smile. Ulrich looked satisfied, like he had just completed a successful mission. Dayo shook his head slowly. Then the energy shifted again, because they thought they had won. The presentation ended. The room settled. Wayne leaned back confidently. Valerie exchanged a look with Ulrich. Felix looked proud of himself. Even the analysts seemed pleased. Then Dayo reached down, opened his folder, took out a stack of documents, and placed them calmly on the table. One by one, the room slowly quieted. First confusion, then attention, then realization started creeping in. Wayne squinted slightly. "What is that?" Dayo didn't answer immediately. He simply slid the top document forward. Recording schedule, then another. Production timeline, then another. Distribution plan, then marketing rollout, then final release authorization. Everything neatly arranged. Everything already signed. Everything already approved. Silence stretched. Longer now. He finally spoke. "I already planned the release." Nobody reacted at first. Not because they didn't hear him, because they were still processing it. Valerie blinked slowly. "You what?" Dayo leaned back again, calm. Before the birthday ended. Ulrich's smile faded slightly. "You're joking." "No." Wayne sat forward now. "You knew?" "Yes." All eyes shifted. "The entire time?" Valerie asked. "Yes." Silence again. Different this time. He continued, voice steady. "I let you run the presentation because I wanted to see how far you'd go with it." That landed harder than anything else in the room. "They have been player by Dayo." Wayne stared at him. "We stayed up till 3 in the morning preparing this." "I know," Dayo said. "You let us do all this work." "I did." "Why?" Dayo looked around the room slowly, then shrugged slightly. "Revenge." That single word broke everything. Wayne leaned back like he had been defeated. Ulrich covered his face briefly. Valerie laughed despite herself. Felix actually groaned. "You're evil," Wayne muttered. Dayo nodded once with a satisfying smile on his face. "Thank you." That made it worse, because now they had no argument, just realization that they had been played at their own game. Then the mood shifted again. Not anger, not frustration, something closer to competitive revenge energy. Valerie pointed at him. "This isn't over." Wayne nodded immediately. "Not even close." Ulrich cracked his knuckles slightly. "We will get you back." Felix joined in. "Absolutely." Dayo watched them like it was entertainment. Then, just as they started arguing about plans for retaliation, he leaned forward slightly. "Studio A." Nobody heard him. "Book Studio A," he repeated. Silence hit the room instantly. Every head turned. He stood slowly. "We're recording today." For a second, nobody moved. Then everything exploded again. This time, not presentation energy. Real energy. Wayne jumped up. Ulrich actually raised his voice. Valerie was already standing halfway. Felix looked like he was trying not to run out of the room. Chaos returned, but different. Focused. Alive. Dayo picked up his folder, watching them like they were overreacting. He shook his head slightly. "I don't understand why you people are acting like this is new." But nobody answered, because they were already moving. And just like that, the meeting didn't end. It transformed into something louder, faster, real. Recording day had begun. Chapter 553, Studio Session. The reaction lasted far longer than Dayo expected after he casually announced that they would be recording that day. For a moment, the executive meeting room completely lost whatever professionalism it had managed to maintain throughout the morning. Wayne was already halfway out of his chair before anyone had officially ended the meeting. while Ulrich looked like somebody had just handed him front-row tickets to the biggest concert in the world. Even Valerie, who usually hid her emotions behind a calm and composed exterior, looked noticeably interested despite her obvious efforts not to show it. Dayo looked around the room with growing suspicion before slowly closing the folder in front of him. You people are behaving strangely. Nobody bothered responding because everyone was still processing the fact that the song was actually being recorded. Not eventually. Not next week. Not after another round of discussions. Today. The significance of that announcement wasn't lost on anyone sitting in the room because recording sessions at JD Records had developed a reputation over the years that went far beyond simply making music. Most artists preferred privacy when they worked. They wanted closed doors, limited personnel, and as few distractions as possible. Dayo had somehow built the complete opposite culture. When Dayo recorded, people learned. When Dayo recorded, producers debated techniques. When Dayo recorded, trainees crowded every available corner, hoping to absorb something useful. When Dayo recorded, entire careers occasionally changed direction. By the time the meeting officially ended, the information had somehow escaped into the building despite nobody sending messages, emails, or announcements. An artist overheard part of a conversation. That artist mentioned it to a producer. The producer told a songwriter. The songwriter told a trainee. The trainee told 3 other trainees. Those trainees told practically everyone else. The speed at which the news spread should have been studied by scientists. As Dayo stepped into the hallway with Wayne, Valerie, Felix, Ulrich, and the others, he immediately noticed the subtle signs. People weren't running because nobody wanted to look unprofessional, but there was definitely a suspicious increase in movement throughout the building. Employees who normally spent most of their mornings glued to their desks suddenly had reasons to visit other departments. Producers who supposedly had meetings elsewhere seemed to be heading toward the same section of the building. Even several artists who technically had no reason to be anywhere near Studio A appeared to be drifting in that direction with remarkable determination. Dayo watched 2 producers speedwalk past him while pretending not to speedwalk. They've completely lost their minds. Wayne looked proud of that fact. They're excited. They need help. They need inspiration. They need actual jobs. Wayne ignored him. They're excited because they know what this means. Dayo already knew what it meant. The problem was that everyone else seemed to know too. The elevator ride toward the studio floor quickly became another example of people pretending they weren't interested while making it painfully obvious that they were. Valerie maintained that she was only accompanying them because she had work to discuss with Alice later. Felix claimed he was simply curious about the final arrangement. Ulrich didn't even bother inventing an excuse. I call a spot near the front. We are not watching a movie. I'm just preparing. For what? For greatness. Dayo shook his head. Nobody in that elevator was fooling anyone. When the doors finally opened onto the studio floor, the sight waiting for them immediately confirmed his fears. Studio A was the largest recording facility JD Records owned. The space occupied an entire wing of the building and had been designed specifically for large-scale productions. Massive glass panels separated the recording areas, multiple isolation booths lined one side of the facility, and the control room was large enough to accommodate an entire production team without feeling cramped. Normally, the place was busy. Today, it looked ridiculous. Artists occupied every available wall. Producers stood in clusters discussing theories about the song. Songwriters had claimed equipment cases as makeshift seats. Trainees filled the remaining spaces while trying their best not to get in anybody's way. Even employees from departments that had absolutely nothing to do with music production somehow managed to find reasons to be there. Dayo stopped walking, slowly looked around, then looked at Wayne, then looked back at the crowd. No. Wayne immediately started laughing. This is your fault. My fault. Dayo laughed, faking confusion. Your sessions, from the moment you said they can come to learn from your session, it became an event to look forward to, so don't ask my fault. Dayo couldn't even argue. Years ago, when he announced it, people had started showing up simply because they were curious. Then they started learning. Eventually, it became part of JD Records' culture. The moment people noticed him arriving, conversations began fading throughout the room. Artists greeted him respectfully, while producers nodded from various corners of the studio. Several younger trainees looked openly excited, and a few seemed shocked that they were actually standing in the same room where they were about to watch the process unfold in real time. Wayne, however, immediately switched into work mode. The joking disappeared from his face. The relaxed attitude vanished. The producer who spent most of his day irritating executives gave way to the producer responsible for some of the biggest records in the industry. Without wasting a second, he headed straight for the control station and began checking everything. Audio routing, microphone levels, session files, playback systems, instrumental tracks, backup recordings. Every movement was efficient and practiced, the result of years spent doing the same thing at the highest possible level. Several younger producers who had initially come to watch Dayo found themselves studying Wayne instead. That wasn't unusual. People learned from both of them. Dayo entered the booth while the final checks were being completed. The microphone was already prepared, the instrumental had already been loaded, and every piece of equipment had been positioned exactly where it needed to be. A moment later, Wayne's voice came through the headphones. "Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Good. Let's make millions of people stop harassing us." Laughter spread through the room. Even Dayo smiled. The song had barely existed publicly for 24 hours, and it was already causing chaos across multiple countries. When the music finally began, the atmosphere inside studio, it changed almost immediately. The conversations disappeared. The casual smiles faded. Phones were lowered. People stopped moving. Nobody had to be told to quiet down because everyone instinctively understood that the session had started. The first notes filled the room before Dayo's voice followed, and the difference between the birthday performance and the studio version became obvious almost instantly. The version people had heard at the party had been raw, emotional, and deeply personal, carrying the feeling of a private moment accidentally shared with others. The studio version maintained all of that emotion while adding precision, control, and refinement. The lyrics landed harder. The transitions felt smoother. The delivery carried more weight. Yet somehow none of the sincerity had been lost. As the performance continued, the room remained completely silent. Even artists who normally criticized everything found themselves simply listening. Producers stopped taking notes. Several trainees looked genuinely mesmerized. Others were quietly studying every aspect of the performance, from breathing techniques to vocal control. By the time the final note faded, nobody reacted immediately. A thoughtful silence settled over the room as people processed what they had just heard while comparing it to the version from the birthday party. Wayne broke the silence first. Again, a collective groan spread throughout Studio A. Dayo pointed through the glass. "You see?" Wayne grinned. Again, the laughter that followed quickly broke the tension before another take began. What followed over the next several hours was a process most fans never got to see. Small details became major discussions. Tiny changes in vocal delivery resulted in 10-minute debates. A single line might be performed 3 different ways before producers began arguing over which version carried more emotional weight. When Wayne finally called for playback, the room once again settled into silence. This time, everyone listened as professionals. The song echoed through studio, and while producers analyzed structure, artists evaluated delivery. Songwriters considered lyrical flow, and engineers focused on technical quality. When the playback ended, Wayne folded his arms. Thoughts. The room immediately exploded. One producer argued that the second verse sounded stronger in the newer take, while another insisted the original version carried more emotion. A songwriter suggested extending a transition into the chorus, only for 3 other people to disagree. An artist proposed an alternative vocal approach, while another immediately explained why that would weaken the overall message. The discussion quickly transformed into a battlefield of professional opinions. Nobody was angry. Nobody was offended. Nobody took criticism personally. Everyone simply wanted the best possible version of the song. The trainees looked stunned. Many had expected recording sessions to be controlled environments where only a handful of people spoke. Instead, they were witnessing experienced professionals openly challenge each other's ideas while treating disagreement as part of the creative process. Eventually, one trainee raised her hand. The discussion gradually settled. Wayne nodded toward her. "Go ahead." She hesitated before looking toward Dayo. "Why do you allow this?" Dayo tilted his head slightly. "Allow what?" She gestured around the room. "The feedback. The crowd. The open sessions. A lot of artists hate this kind of thing." Several people nodded because it was true. Most artists preferred privacy. Most artists guarded unfinished work carefully. Most artists would never voluntarily invite this many opinions into their creative process. Dayo looked around the room before answering. His gaze moved across the trainees standing near the back, the younger artists taking mental notes, the producers exchanging ideas, and the staff members quietly observing from the edges. Then he smiled. Because somebody once let me watch them work. The room remained quiet. I learned a lot from that experience. And if somebody learns something useful from watching me work, then that's a good thing. His shoulders lifted slightly in a casual shrug. Music isn't supposed to be locked away from the people trying to create it. The answer lingered in the room for several seconds. Several older producers nodded. A few artists exchanged glances. The trainees listened carefully, because that simple explanation revealed a great deal about why JD Records felt different from every other company in the industry. Eventually, Wayne pointed toward the speakers. That was inspiring. The room laughed. Then he pointed back at the session files. Now let's fix that second verse. The arguments immediately resumed. Hours passed surprisingly quickly after that. Adjustments were tested, alternative ideas were explored, and countless tiny improvements slowly pushed the song closer to its final form. By the time Wayne finally leaned back in his chair with a satisfied expression, the room noticed immediately because Wayne almost never looked satisfied. Dayo saw it too. That's the look. Wayne nodded. That's the look. Cheers broke out throughout the studio. Several people clapped. One producer actually celebrated. The session was officially finished. Slowly the crowd began dispersing, though many remained behind discussing specific sections of the song, debating which takes sounded strongest, and continuing arguments that probably wouldn't end until long after they left the building. The energy remained high even as the room gradually emptied. Then the studio door opened. Alice walked in holding her phone with an expression that instantly made Dayo suspicious. He looked at her. What happened? Without saying a word, she turned the screen around. Photos, videos, posts, more posts, pictures taken outside JD Records headquarters, fans gathering, fan accounts tracking activity, industry pages sharing rumors, hashtags climbing, engagement numbers rising. Someone had discovered that Dayo was recording. Again, Alice smiled. I thought you should know. Dayo stared at the screen for a few moments before slowly rubbing his forehead. Of course they knew. Somehow they always knew. Wayne stepped closer and looked over Alice's shoulder. The grin that appeared on his face immediately worried Dayo. What? Wayne pointed toward one of the posts. A fan account had already uploaded a photo alongside a caption that simply read, JD Records Studio, Dayo is recording. The song is coming. The post already had tens of thousands of interactions, and the numbers were still climbing rapidly. More comments appeared every second. More shares. More reposts. More excitement. As Alice continued scrolling, it became clear that the news had already spread beyond a single platform. Fan communities across multiple countries were discussing the recording session, creating theories about release dates, predicting chart performance, and counting down toward an announcement that hadn't even happened yet. Wayne looked at Dayo. The grin somehow became even bigger. The internet knows. Dayo closed his eyes. Around him, several people started laughing because everyone understood exactly what that meant. Outside the studio, outside the building, and across countless online communities around the world, anticipation was already building. The recording session had only just ended. The chaos was only just beginning. Chapter 554, Song Done. 3 days later, the song was finished. That fact alone shouldn't have surprised anyone. Not at JD Records, and certainly not after everything Dayo had accomplished throughout his career. The stories had existed for years, passed around studios, rehearsal rooms, music schools, and industry gatherings like modern legends. People talked about the album he recorded in less than a month. They talked about the sessions that stretched deep into the night because he refused to settle for anything less than exactly what he heard in his head. They talked about producers who entered confident and left humbled. The stories were everywhere. The difference now was that hundreds of people inside JD Records had actually witnessed it. And somehow, seeing it with their own eyes felt far more unbelievable than hearing about it. The atmosphere throughout the building reflected that reality. Every lounge, hallway, break room, and studio seemed to host some variation of the same discussion. Artists, Producers, engineers, songwriters, trainees, and executives all appeared to be talking about the same thing: the song, the recording session, and how the entire project had somehow gone from a birthday performance to a finished record in only 3 days. Near one of the lounges outside Studio A, several trainees occupied a table covered with notebooks, tablets, coffee cups, and enough scribbled notes to fill an entire workshop. I still don't understand it. The speaker looked genuinely frustrated. Across from him, another trainee laughed. You watched the entire session. Exactly. So what's confusing? Everything. The table erupted into laughter. The first trainee pointed toward Studio A. No, seriously. The first take sounded incredible. If you played that version for me without context, I would have thought it was finished. Several heads nodded. Because that was true. The first take had sounded fantastic. The second trainee leaned back in his chair. That's because you're listening like a fan. What does that mean? It means you're listening for whether it sounds good. And Dayo was listening for whether it sounded perfect. That immediately silenced the table. One trainee flipped through his notebook before stopping at a particular page. You remember the breath? A collective groan spread around the group. Everybody remembered the breath. One tiny breath. One microscopic detail hidden between two lines. Nobody had noticed it. Not the trainees. Not most of the artists. Not even some of the producers. Dayo had heard it instantly. The trainee laughed. I honestly thought he was joking. So did I. I thought he was about to laugh and continue. He didn't. He made them restart the entire section. The group shook their heads. One of the quieter trainees finally spoke. You know what's crazy? What? The scary part isn't that he heard it. Everyone looked at her. The scary part is that he cared. The table became noticeably quieter. Because that was the real lesson. Excellence wasn't some magical gift. It wasn't luck. It wasn't talent alone. It was caring enough to notice details that other people ignored. Again, and again, and again. One trainee looked down at his notes before speaking softly. I wrote something down during the session. What? He smiled. Standards are a choice. Nobody laughed. Because every person sitting there understood exactly what he meant. You can either choose to cut corners or do the right things. This finally explained why Dayo has such amazing career. Elsewhere, a group of artists occupied another lounge area while discussing the same topic from an entirely different perspective. A younger singer stared at his coffee with a look of existential defeat. I spent 2 weeks recording one chorus. The others immediately laughed. I'm serious. We know. I spent 3 days deciding whether I liked my ad-libs. That only made the laughter worse. The singer pointed dramatically towards Studio A. He finished an entire song in 3 days. 3. Another artist patted him on the shoulder. You're taking this surprisingly well. No, I'm not. The room laughed again. A female vocalist shook her head. What surprised me wasn't the speed. What was it? The consistency. Several artists nodded. She continued. The first take sounded great. The second sounded great. The third sounded great. The fourth sounded great. She spread her hands. Where do normal people fit into that? Apparently nowhere. Good to know. JD is really goat. More laughter followed. An older artist who had worked with Dayo before smiled into his drink. You know what's funny? What? Every single person here is shocked. We should be. But none of us are actually surprised. The room quieted. Because he was right. Everyone knew Dayo's reputation. Everyone knew his standards. Everyone knew his work ethic. The difference was that now they had evidence. Real evidence. And that made the stories feel almost understated. Meanwhile, a similar conversation was taking place among several producers gathered near one of the engineering suites. Unlike the trainees and artists, their discussion had become intensely technical. The speed isn't the impressive part. The producer speaking folded his arms. Several others looked at him. It isn't. No. What is then? The organization. That immediately earned a few nods. The producer continued. Think about it. Wayne already knew what he wanted. Dayo already knew what he wanted. The engineers knew what they wanted. Another producer added his own observation. There wasn't any wasted motion. Exactly. No confusion. No uncertainty. No waiting around for inspiration. A younger producer leaned against the wall. That's the part that surprised me. What? A lot of artists spend hours trying to find the mood. The others nodded. That was common. Very common. The producer laughed. Dayo arrived in the mood. Several people laughed. because that was probably the most accurate description possible. Another producer shook his head. Most artists wait for inspiration. Dayo schedules it. That earned even more laughter. A few feet away, Wayne overheard the conversation while carrying a coffee cup. A small smile appeared on his face. People always reacted like this. Every single time. The first time they witnessed mastery up close. The first time they realized that extraordinary results often came from painfully ordinary habits repeated consistently over years. Wayne continued walking until another producer intercepted him. The moment he saw the expression on the man's face, Wayne sighed dramatically. I already know this question. The producer laughed. Do you? Absolutely. The surrounding group immediately became interested. The producer pointed toward Studio A. How does he do it? Wayne groaned. The room burst into laughter. Eventually, he took a sip of coffee before shrugging. He works. The producer blinked. That's your answer? That's the answer. No secret. No. No hidden formula? No. Wayne pointed toward the studio. You watched him stop great takes because they weren't great enough. The producer nodded. You watched him redo sections most people would have accepted. Another nod. You watched him argue with me over details nobody else could hear. The producer laughed. I definitely saw that. Wayne smiled. That's the secret. The group exchanged glances. The answer sounded simple. The problem was that very few people actually wanted to live that answer. Most people wanted the result. Very few wanted the process. Dayo wanted both, which was why he kept reaching places other artists struggled to approach. While half the building discussed him, Dayo himself remained completely unaware. Or perhaps he was aware and simply didn't care. Either possibility seemed equally likely. Inside his office, he sat behind his desk reviewing schedules while Alice stood nearby scrolling through updates on her tablet. The final mix is approved. Dayo nodded. Good. The visual team has completed everything. Good. The distribution department is ready. Good. Alice narrowed her eyes. You're agreeing suspiciously fast. Dayo looked up. You ask questions. You didn't even hear half of them. I trust you. Alice stared at him. I genuinely don't know whether that's sweet or irresponsible. Let's go with sweet. I'm going with irresponsible. Dayo laughed. Alice rolled her eyes and returned to her tablet. For a few moments, silence settled over the office. Then Dayo picked up his phone. Alice didn't think much of it, until she heard the notification sound. Then another. Then another. Then another. Her eyes narrowed. What did you do? Dayo looked innocent, which immediately made her suspicious. What do you mean? Alice stepped closer. What did you do? Without speaking, Dayo turned the screen around. Alice looked, then blinked again. His latest post had already gone live. For simple words. Almost ready. See you soon. That was it. No explanation. No teaser. No date. No context. For words. Alice stared at the screen, then slowly looked up. That's all. Yes. Why? Because it's almost ready. Alice closed her eyes. Sometimes working with Dayo felt like a professional endurance test. When she opened them again, the engagement numbers were already climbing. Rapidly. Dangerously rapidly. Oh no. Dayo looked confused. What? The fans found it. The post is public. That's not what I mean. Alice refreshed the page. The comment count doubled almost instantly. Then doubled again. Then again. The internet had officially noticed. Within minutes, fan pages began sharing screenshots. Discussion accounts started posting theories. Reaction channels launched emergency live streams. Entire communities descended into complete chaos. One of the first comments read, "Finally." Another appeared seconds later. "We won." A third quickly followed. "I used to pray for times like this." Alice laughed despite herself. The replies beneath it were even worse. "Somebody check on me. I'm crying in public. They called US crazy. Look who's crazy now." Dayo looked pleased. "I think they're excited." "No kidding." More comments flooded in. "Wait. 3 days ago he was recording. How is it finished? Bro doesn't sleep. This man operates on a different calendar." The engagement continued climbing. Then the skeptics arrived, as they always did. One comment read, "Probably marketing." Another followed, "The song isn't finished. They're building hype." A third added, "I'll believe it when I hear it." Alice watched the replies arrive like artillery fire. One veteran fan responded almost immediately, "Tell me you're new here without telling me you're new here." Another replied, "First week in the fandom? Welcome." A third added, This man once recorded an entire album in less than a month. Please do your research. The skeptic attempted a response. It didn't go well. More fans arrived. One comment gained thousands of likes within minutes. The funniest thing about being a Dayo fan is watching new people doubt him. The replies underneath stretched endlessly. Every single release. Every single time. They never learn. Bro is basically a productivity myth. Not a myth. A workaholic. Same thing. Another comment quickly exploded in popularity. People think Dayo needs marketing. The marketing needs Dayo. Alice laughed so hard she nearly dropped her tablet. The chaos only continued growing. Across different countries. Across different languages. Across different platforms. Translations appeared almost immediately. Fan accounts created breakdowns. Reaction channels started analyzing 4 words as if they contained secret codes. One account posted, "Almost ready. See you soon." That means the song is coming. The post gained thousands of interactions. Another account replied, "Thank you, detective." The internet loved it. Inside JD Records, employees began sharing screenshots with one another. Then they started laughing. Then they started arguing about which. Fan theories were the funniest. By afternoon, the teaser had become the primary topic of conversation throughout the building. Valerie eventually entered Alice's office carrying her phone. "You've seen this?" Alice sighed. Unfortunately, Valerie showed her the screen. A fan had somehow constructed an entire release timeline using only 4 words. Alice stared at it. They built a chart. "I know. They used colors. I know. There are arrows. I know." Valerie lowered the phone. "They terrify me. They terrify everyone." A moment later, Wayne entered. One look at their faces told him everything. The internet. The internet. He nodded knowingly. "How bad?" Alice turned her screen toward him. Wayne read the comments, then immediately burst out laughing. "Oh, they're gone. Gone. Completely gone." He pointed toward one comment. "Dayo finished the song before recording it." Another. "Dayo discovered time travel." Another. "He recorded the song in the future and brought it back." Wayne nearly folded in half. The more he read, the worse it became. One fan confidently explained that Dayo had probably invented a secret 28-hour day. Another insisted that JD Records possessed hidden technology unavailable to normal humans. A third claimed Dayo had cloned himself years ago and simply rotated between copies. Logic had officially left the conversation. Hours later, the excitement still showed no signs of slowing down. If anything, it had intensified. Hashtags continued climbing. Industry pages started discussing the release despite having almost no information. Analysts began predicting numbers. Music journalists started writing articles. Several artists quietly moved their own release dates after hearing rumors that Dayo's new song was approaching. Inside his office, Dayo eventually glanced at his phone again. The notification count had become absurd. He scrolled through a few comments, read several messages, smiled, then locked the screen. Alice noticed immediately. "That's it." "What? You're done?" "The comments are nice." The entire internet is losing its mind. Dayo shrugged. "They're excited." Alice stared at him. "That is your entire response. What else should it be?" Alice opened her mouth, then closed it. Because honestly, she should have expected that answer. While everyone else focused on anticipation, Dayo focused on the work. While everyone else celebrated milestones, he thought about the next challenge. The song was finished. The release preparations were underway. The reactions had begun. And somewhere inside his head, he was already planning what came next. Outside, however, the world wasn't moving nearly as fast. The discussions continued spreading. The theories became increasingly ridiculous. The excitement kept growing. And across countless timelines, forums, live streams, and comment sections, millions of people were preparing themselves for a release they hadn't even heard yet. The recording session had ended 3 days ago. The song was finished. The teaser was live. And anticipation was becoming impossible to contain. For Dayo, it was simply another completed project. For everyone else, it felt like the beginning of something much bigger. And judging by the storm already forming online, the chaos had only just begun. Chapter 555. Plan for Release. 3 days later, the executive conference room felt noticeably different from the one they had occupied a few days earlier. Back then the focus had been recording. Now the focus was war. Not the kind fought with contracts or lawsuits. The kind fought with timing, attention, momentum, and public interest. The song was finished. The mix had been approved. The visual assets were nearing completion. The distribution teams had already received preliminary instructions. Everything was ready. Now came the difficult part, making sure the world received it at exactly the right moment. A large screen occupied the front wall of the room while several charts, projections, engagement reports, and marketing schedules were displayed across it. Alice stood near the screen with a tablet in one hand. Unlike the recording session, this was her battlefield, and everyone in the room knew it. Dayo sat quietly near the center of the table, while Wayne occupied the seat beside him, lazily spinning a pen between his fingers. Valerie sat across from them, reviewing several reports. Ulrich and the remaining executives had already arrived. The atmosphere was professional, focused, purposeful. Nobody was discussing whether beautiful things would succeed. That question had already been answered. The discussion now revolved around how far it could go. Alice tapped the screen. Several slides changed immediately. Let's begin. The room settled. The song has already generated anticipation before an official announcement. Nobody looked surprised. The numbers had become impossible to ignore. The birthday performance, the recording rumors, the teaser post. Everything had contributed. Alice switched slides. Graphs appeared. Most of them pointed upward, aggressively upward. Fan engagement remained significantly above normal levels. She pointed toward one section. The teaser alone created enough discussion to sustain several news cycles. Wayne nodded. The internet lost its mind. It did. Valerie glanced at one of the reports. They're still arguing over 4 words. Alice sighed. They built release calendars. Ulrich laughed. The color-coded ones. The color-coded ones. The room chuckled. Alice shook her head before continuing. The good news is that anticipation is already there. Another slide appeared. This means we don't need to spend resources convincing people to listen. Wayne immediately nodded. Exactly. Several people looked toward him. Wayne leaned back in his chair. People have been waiting. He gestured toward the screen. We don't need to create demand. His finger tapped the table. We need to make sure nobody misses the release. Several executives nodded. That distinction mattered. A lot. Convincing people to care was expensive. Making sure interested people remained engaged was far easier. Alice switched slides again. That's where the campaign comes in. Images appeared across the screen. Concept boards, marketing plans, community engagement strategies, content rollout timelines. The first proposal is something we're currently calling the Beautiful Things Challenge. Dayo finally looked up. Alice noticed immediately. Before anyone rolls their eyes, hear me out. Wayne laughed. I'm already interested. Alice ignored him. The challenge isn't dancing. Thank God. It's not lip-syncing. Even better. And it isn't trend-chasing. That earned the room's attention. Alice zoomed into the concept. The song's emotional strength comes from authenticity. She paused. So we're leaning into that. Several images appeared. Family photos. Graduation moments. Wedding clips. Friends reuniting. Parents embracing children. Ordinary moments. Real moments. Alice continued. Participants share what they consider beautiful things in their lives. The room grew quieter. Not expensive things. Another slide changed. Not luxury. Another. Not status. Then she folded her arms. Actual moments that matter. Nobody interrupted. Because the idea fit the song perfectly. Alice looked around the room. The song already carries emotion. She pointed toward the screen. We don't need to manufacture emotion. Her finger tapped one of the images. We need people to attach their own experiences to it. Valerie nodded first. I like that. Ulrich followed. Me too. Wayne studied the screen for a few seconds. Then he nodded. It feels natural. Alice smiled. Exactly. She switched slides again. The second proposal involves fan stories. Immediately, several executives became interested. Alice expanded the concept. Fans submit stories connected to the song. What kind of stories? Valerie asked. Anything meaningful. She shrugged slightly. Relationships. Family. Recovery. Friendship. Personal growth. The screen changed again. The strongest stories get featured. Wayne leaned forward slightly. Featured where? Official JD Records channels. Several eyebrows rose. Alice continued. Possibly a compilation video. Now, even Dayo looked interested. That hadn't escaped Alice's notice. The goal is simple. She looked around the room. People support things they feel connected to. Several heads nodded. The more ownership fans feel, the stronger the campaign becomes. Ulrich smiled. You're making them part of the release. Exactly. Alice looked pleased. People remember experiences. She pointed toward the screen. We're giving them one. The discussion continued for several minutes as ideas were refined and adjusted. Some suggestions were expanded. Others were discarded. A few were merged together. Nobody argued. Nobody fought for ownership. The objective was simply building the strongest campaign possible. Then Alice switched to another slide. There's a third component I want to discuss. The room shifted attention. Given the engagement we're already seeing and the type of song this is, I think we should do something more interactive. She pulled up a new concept board. We're calling it the Portray the Song Initiative. Wayne stopped spinning his pen. Portray, not cover. Alice emphasized the distinction. Not sing along. Not dance to it. Portray. She expanded the image. Fans create video content, short films, visual montages, personal narratives that captures what beautiful things means to them. The emotion, the story, the feeling. Valerie looked intrigued. So instead of asking them to perform the song, we're asking them to interpret it. Exactly. Alice nodded. The song is about finding beauty in ordinary moments. We want people to show us their version of that beauty, their lens, their truth. One of the marketing executives raised a hand. And the incentive structure? Alice smiled. That's where it gets interesting. She pulled up a list. Top submissions get featured across our official channels. Winners receive signed merchandise, VIP concert access, meet and greets, and for the grand prize. She paused deliberately. A video call with Dayo himself, or maybe a physical meeting with Dayo if he is chanced. The room reacted immediately, not with surprise, with understanding, because everyone in that room knew the strategic value of what Alice had just proposed. Dayo didn't need this for his career. He was already established, already respected, already beyond the point where a fan contest could move the needle for him personally. But the audience needed it. The audience needed to feel him, to see that he was reachable after all he rarely does show, so it was a compensation to them. Rooted in the same emotions the song talked about. It closed the distance between icon and listener in a way that no amount of streaming numbers or chart positions ever could. Alice looked directly at Dayo. What do you think? Dayo considered it for a moment, then nodded. If people are spending time creating something meaningful, he said slowly, rewarding some of them seems fair. Alice immediately made a note. Done. Wayne leaned back, studying the screen. So we have 3 pillars. He counted them off on his fingers. The challenge, the stories, the portrayal contest. All authentic, community-driven, and designed to make people feel like they own a piece of this release. Alice nodded. Exactly. Valerie added her own observation. And none of it feels like traditional marketing. Because it isn't. Alice was firm on this point. We're not selling a product after all, we don't need it, we're inviting people into an experience. And experiences are what people remember. The discussion continued for nearly an hour as they refined each component. International marketing strategies, radio placement priorities, streaming platform partnerships, creator outreach for amplification, regional content customization, platform-specific rollouts. Each department contributed where necessary. The machine that had turned JD Records into an industry giant was functioning exactly as intended. One piece supporting another, then another, then another. Eventually, Alice lowered her tablet. The room became noticeably quieter, because everyone understood what came next. The campaign had been discussed. The rollout had been discussed. The engagement strategies had been discussed. Only one question remained. Alice glanced toward Dayo. So, the room followed her gaze. Dayo already knew the question. Alice smiled slightly. The campaign is easy. Wayne nodded. It always is. Valerie folded her hands together. The timing isn't. A few executives laughed softly, because everyone knew where this conversation was headed. Ulrich leaned back. We can prepare for any date. Alice nodded. The problem is choosing the right one. Her eyes settled on Dayo. We trust you with that. Nobody disagreed. Nobody even pretended to. Over the years, Dayo had developed a reputation inside the company that bordered on absurd. Not because he could predict the future. Not because he possessed some supernatural understanding of music. But because his timing almost never failed, songs released when they should. Albums arrived when audiences wanted them. Projects avoided disastrous competition. Campaigns launched at moments that maximized attention. Eventually, people stopped questioning it. The results spoke loudly enough on their own. The room grew quiet. Waiting. Not demanding. Simply waiting. Dayo leaned back slightly in his chair. Outwardly, he appeared calm. Internally, however, something else happened. A familiar blue screen appeared before his eyes. Invisible to everyone else. Market resonance activated. Analyzing single, beautiful things. Collecting market data. Analyzing audience behavior. Scanning engagement trends. Evaluating competitive landscape. Processing emotional consumption patterns. Information began flowing rapidly. Numbers. Charts. Predictions. Probability models. Audience projections. Streaming behaviors. Social activity. Everything moved across his vision at impossible speed. The room remained silent. Nobody knew what he was seeing. Nobody knew anything was happening at all. Analysis report. Emotional engagement trend. Authentic. Storytelling content rising plus 23%. Audience sentiment. Exceptionally positive. Social momentum. Sustained upward trajectory. Fan anticipation level. Extremely high. Streaming pattern. Emotionally driven Afrobeats showing increased retention rates. Creator adoption potential. Strong. User-generated content probability. Very high. Regional heat. Nigeria, extremely high. United Kingdom, high. South Africa, moderate growth. United States, high. Audience readiness. Optimal. Competing releases. Minimal direct competition. Market saturation. Low. Current emotional climate. Audiences favoring authentic and emotionally grounded records. Momentum stability. Strong. Campaign efficiency projection. Maximum. Risk factor. Low. Viral probability. Very high. Commercial projection. Exceptional. Recommended launch window. 14 days. Recommendation. Release beautiful things in 2 weeks. Analysis complete. The screen disappeared. Just like that. The conference room returned fully to focus. Dayo remained silent for a few seconds. Thinking. Not because he doubted the result. Because he was comparing it against his own instincts. The answer matched. Perfectly. Across the table, Alice waited patiently. Valerie remained relaxed. Wayne casually spun his pen. Nobody pressured him. Nobody rushed him. Eventually, Dayo looked up. 2 weeks. That was all he said. The reaction was immediate. Not surprise. Not confusion. Execution. Alice opened her laptop. 14 days gives us enough time for audience activation. Her fingers immediately started moving. Schedules appeared across her screen. Valerie began making adjustments to several documents. I'll align the international rollout. Ulrich nodded. We can coordinate creator outreach before the 2nd week. Wayne grabbed a notepad. The content team needs final deadlines by tomorrow. Alice didn't even look up. They'll have them. The room became busy almost instantly. Plans started shifting. Dates changed. Tasks were assigned. Budgets were updated. Nobody questioned the decision. Nobody asked why. Nobody requested supporting evidence. Not because they lacked curiosity. Because experience had already answered that question years ago. Dayo's timing had earned trust. The rarest currency in the music industry. And once trust reached that level, people stopped demanding explanations. They simply moved. For another 30 minutes, the meeting continued. Final responsibilities were distributed. Approval chains were established. Deadlines were locked. Contingency plans were created. Everything that needed to happen before release day was assigned to someone. By the end of the session, the campaign no longer existed as an idea. It had become reality. One by one, people began leaving. Alice was already messaging multiple departments before she reached the hallway. Valerie departed with a stack of updated schedules. Ulrich headed directly toward another meeting. Even Wayne was discussing deliverables before he reached the door. The machine was moving. Fast. Exactly as intended. Eventually, the room emptied. Silence settled over the conference room. Dayo remained seated for a moment. The city stretched beyond the massive windows. Traffic moved below. Buildings stood beneath the afternoon sun. People continued living their lives, completely unaware. Somewhere across the internet, however, anticipation continued growing. Fans were still discussing the teaser, still creating theories, still predicting release dates, still convincing themselves they had uncovered hidden clues. Entire communities continued analyzing every piece of information they could find. They knew something was coming. They just didn't know when. A faint smile appeared on Dayo's face. 2 weeks. Long enough to build anticipation. Short enough to keep momentum alive. The perfect balance. He stood from his chair, picked up his phone, then headed toward the door. Behind him, Beautiful Things was no longer just a completed song. It was now a carefully planned campaign. A release. An event. And if the noise already spreading across social media was any indication, millions of people were preparing themselves for its arrival. They just didn't know it yet. JD Records knew. Dayo knew. And in exactly 2 weeks, the waiting would finally end. Chapter 556. 2 weeks. The post went live at exactly 6 p.m. For 3 whole seconds, nothing happened. Then the internet exploded. Inside his office at JD Records, Dayo had barely locked his phone before the first notification appeared. A small vibration against the desk that he almost didn't notice. Then another followed, and another, and then 20 more arrived in rapid succession, piling on top of one another like dominoes falling faster than the eye could track. By the time Alice looked up from her laptop, the notification counter had already climbed into territory that could only be described as completely absurd, numbers refreshing so quickly that the screen itself seemed to struggle keeping pace. What did you do now? Dayo glanced at her with an expression that tried very hard to look innocent, which only made Alice's suspicion deepen into something far more certain. I posted. Alice frowned, her eyes narrowing in that particular way that told everyone in the room she had heard this exact tone before and had learned never to trust it. Just posted. Yes. She immediately became suspicious, because nobody who had worked alongside Dayo for any meaningful length of time trusted that particular answer anymore. The man who once promoted an entire album with 3 words did not simply post anything without calculated intent behind every syllable. Show me. Dayo slid the phone across the table without argument, the device gliding smoothly over polished wood until it came to rest. Directly in front of her, Alice looked down at the screen. Then she blinked, because what she saw did not align with anything she had expected. Then she read it again, slower this time, allowing each word to settle into her understanding. Then she looked at Dayo, then back at the phone, then back at Dayo once more. You wrote all this? Dayo nodded, and something about the simplicity of that gesture made Alice stare even harder, as if searching his face for evidence that someone else had taken control of his social media accounts. Wayne happened to walk into the office at that exact moment, his entrance casual and unhurried until he noticed the expressions on both their faces. What happened? Alice pointed at the screen without speaking, her finger trembling slightly with what might have been amusement or disbelief or some combination of both. Wayne read the caption, his eyes moving across lines that stretched far longer than anything he had ever seen attached to Dayo's name. Then immediately he looked at Dayo with an expression of genuine shock that quickly transformed into delighted laughter. Who kidnapped him? Dayo sighed. The sound of a man who had prepared himself for exactly this reaction and still found himself unprepared for its intensity. The two of them burst into laughter, Wayne's booming voice filling the office while Alice shook her head with a smile she couldn't quite suppress. Seriously, Wayne said, wiping moisture from the corner of his eye. This is the longest thing you've written in years. It isn't that long. It has paragraphs. That's normal. For normal people. Wayne pointed at him with the kind of theatrical accusation he reserved for moments that genuinely surprised him. You once promoted an album with 3 words. It worked. It shouldn't have. Before the conversation could continue down its familiar path of friendly antagonism, Alice refreshed the post, her thumb moving automatically while her eyes remained fixed on the screen. Her eyes widened, the expression spreading across her face like ink dropped into water. Oh. Wayne looked over her shoulder, leaning in close enough that his shadow fell across the phone. Oh. Dayo already knew that particular tone, had heard it enough times to recognize its meaning without needing visual confirmation. The internet. The internet. Bad. Alice turned the phone around slowly, as if presenting evidence in a courtroom, and the screen revealed comments moving so fast they could barely be read, individual words blurring together into streams of pure digital chaos. Thousands appeared within seconds, then tens of thousands, then more, each refresh bringing another flood that seemed to defy the physical limitations of server infrastructure. The caption they were reacting to sat at the top of the screen, the words Dayo had typed with his own hands now spreading across the internet faster than any marketing team could have engineered. Asterisk I want to take a moment to say thank you. Asterisk. Asterisk not because I have to. Because I need to. Asterisk. Asterisk to every single one of you who stayed when the world told you to leave. To everyone who whispered my name in rooms where it would have been easier to forget it. To those of you who defended me when you had every reason to believe the worst. Who chose faith over evidence. Who chose me over convenience. Asterisk. You were never just fans to me. You are my family. You always have been. Asterisk the song you've been asking for is coming. 2 weeks from today. Beautiful things will finally be yours. Asterisk. Asterisk but before that, I want to do something for you. Something that matters. Asterisk. Asterisk there's a challenge coming. And for those who give it their heart, there's a reward waiting. Asterisk. Asterisk stay close. Stay tuned. I love you all. Asterisk. JD. The first comment at the top simply stated, in capital letters that seemed to scream across the screen, posted by someone named @TemiLovesDayo. He wrote a whole essay. I am not okay. The reply underneath already had thousands of likes, from @KetTheCritic. Check his account right now. Someone tell me this is really him. I need verification. Another comment read, its tone shifting from shock to something softer, more vulnerable, from @Amanda_B. I came here for the release date, and now I'm crying in my office bathroom. My boss just asked if I'm okay. I am not okay. The replies beneath it stretched endlessly, a cascade of emotion that seemed to pour from thousands of hearts simultaneously. @GDay writes, same. I'm literally at a family dinner pretending I got an emergency text. @Ngozi Gold. My mascara is ruined and I don't even care. @Emeka_boy. Who gave him the right to make me emotional on a Tuesday? Another fan wrote, their words carrying the weight of over a decade of devotion, from @Blessing since 2012. I followed Dayo since I was 16. I'm 27 now. I have a husband. I have 2 kids. And this man just made me feel like that teenage girl who stayed up all night arguing with strangers on forums about why he deserved better. He remembers us. People immediately agreed, the affirmation spreading through the comment section like wildfire. @Tund_vibes. The way he said, when the world told you to leave, he knows. He actually knows what we went through for him. @Fatima_XO. I lost friends defending this man. Real life friends. And I would do it again. Hearing him say thank you? Worth every single argument. Some posted screenshots from years ago, moments they had treasured in isolation, now shared with a community that understood their significance. @Chioma_Daily shared a photo from 2019, her younger self holding a handmade sign at a concert. I believed in you then, and I believe in you now. The caption read, I kept this photo for 6 years. Today it feels like proof that loyalty isn't wasted. Others posted messages they had written during his disappearance, words they had never expected him to read, now finding their way back into the light. @Alyawazian_music shared a thread she had written during the darkest months, a series of tweets defending Dayo when every headline suggested his career was over. The final tweet in her thread read, one day he'll come back. And when he does, I'll be here. We all will. Her new comment beneath the screenshot, I wrote this at 3 a.m. while crying. I never thought he would see any of it. I never thought anyone would see it. Now he just called us family. I'm not crying. You're crying. The comments section had quickly transformed into something far larger than a discussion about music. It had become a giant family reunion, thousands of strangers discovering they had always been connected by the same invisible thread. Alice refreshed again, and the numbers continued climbing with no sign of slowing, each digit representing another heart that had been touched by words that cost nothing to write, yet meant everything to receive. One fan wrote, from @Devil_ants, their words cutting through the noise with unexpected clarity. You don't understand. When everybody else was leaving, when the blogs were dragging him, when even some of his own friends went quiet, we stayed. We took the jokes. We took the disrespect. We took people calling us delusional. And now he's thanking us. Not with a song. Not with a performance. With his actual words. With family. The replies beneath it became emotional in ways that transcended typical internet discourse. each response carrying the weight of shared history and mutual survival. At Ifeoma_sings, we said we wouldn't leave. And we didn't. Day 1 fan here. We made it. At Toby the Griati, I'm not even Nigerian, and I was out here fighting people in comment sections at 2 a.m. No regrets. At Zainab_keys, my mother asked me why I was so invested in a man I'd never met. I couldn't explain it then. I still can't fully explain it. But this is why. Wayne folded his arms across his chest, studying the screen with an expression that mixed professional assessment with genuine warmth. They're gone. What do you mean? They've completely lost their minds. Alice laughed, the sound escaping before she could contain it. He wasn't wrong. The internet had officially become unusable for anyone attempting to maintain emotional composure, a digital space where rationality had surrendered completely to feeling. Across multiple platforms, screenshots of the post had already escaped containment, spreading faster than any marketing team could have engineered. Fan pages reposted it with captions that ranged from tearful gratitude to ecstatic celebration. Reaction accounts reposted it, their usual sarcastic tone replaced by something almost reverent. Music blogs reposted it, their articles already forming around the unexpected vulnerability of a man known for his silence. At Dayo Daily, a fan page with several million followers, posted, Dayo just wrote us a love letter. Disguised as a caption, the comments immediately exploded beneath it. At KV_reacts, I have read this 17 times. I will read it 17 more. At Loman_flows, this is not a caption. This is a contract. He just signed us into his will emotionally. Another account, at Afrobeats Central, wrote, this feels like a thank you letter from someone who thought they might never get the chance to write one. That somehow became even bigger, the phrase spreading through the internet like a mantra that everyone needed to hear. Within an hour, the phrase, family not fans, had become one of the most repeated quotes online, its simplicity carrying more weight than any marketing slogan ever could. People were putting it in their social media bios, using it as profile captions, making graphics with elegant typography and soft colors, creating video edits that layered the words over moments from Dayo's career, each frame chosen to emphasize the journey that had led to this particular post. At Soul Edits posted a video that accumulated 2 million views in under an hour, a montage of Dayo's career highs and lows set to instrumental piano, the caption, family not fans, appearing in handwritten script at the climax. The comments beneath it read like a digital shrine. At B_beauty, I watched this 5 times. I cried 5 times. At Femi_talks, this edit just ended me. At Amaka_life, whoever made this, you have my eternal gratitude. Alice stared at her screen, her professional detachment slowly crumbling before the tide of genuine human connection unfolding in real time. I don't think they care about the song anymore. They care. Not as much as this. She pointed toward the comment section, where the release announcement had become almost an afterthought to the larger conversation about belonging and loyalty and love that had nothing to do with music charts. Dayo looked, and what he saw made even him pause. At Darren in London had written, I came for the release announcement. I stayed because now I'm emotional and I don't know how to explain this to my coworkers. Another replied, from at Yawanda_, same. I'm supposed to be presenting in 10 minutes, and I'm wiping tears off my laptop screen. A third added, from at Chitty_boy, I wasn't planning to cry today. Yet here we are. This man owes me emotional damages. Even Dayo laughed, the sound soft and surprised, because he had written those words without any expectation that they would travel this far or touch this deeply. Then somebody finally noticed the important part, the detail that had been hiding in plain sight, while everyone focused on the emotional weight of the caption itself. The release date. 2 weeks. The reaction was immediate and explosive, a second wave of excitement that built upon the first without diminishing it. At Tosin_ants, wait. 2 weeks? That's an actual date. We have a date. We have a real date. At Nan_vibes, I just screamed so loud my neighbor knocked on the wall. I don't care. We have a date. The excitement doubled instantly, then tripled, then became something that defied measurement. Countdown accounts appeared as if summoned by magic, their creators having prepared for this moment for years. At Dayo Countdown created a timer within minutes, their bio already updated. 14 days, 7 hours, 42 minutes until beautiful things. Fan pages created timers, their designs elaborate and colorful, each one competing to be the most beautiful representation of anticipation. People started calculating the exact number of hours remaining, their mathematics enthusiastic if not always accurate. At Kelvin_math posted, "If my calculations are correct, and they always are, we are looking at approximately 336 hours. I have already cleared my schedule for the entire week of release. My boss thinks I'm taking bereavement leave. She is not entirely wrong." One account, at Art by Amina, had already designed a full release poster despite having no official artwork, their creativity filling gaps that the label hadn't yet addressed. The poster featured Dayo's silhouette against a sunset, the words "beautiful things" written in flowing script that seemed to glow. Another account, at TechBrotund, somehow managed to create a countdown clock within 15 minutes, its precision and speed suggesting they had been waiting for this exact moment with prepared tools and endless patience. Wayne stared at the screen, his professional appreciation for fan dedication slowly transforming into something closer to awe. "These people are terrifying." Alice nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "They scare me." Then came the next topic, the detail that had been mentioned almost in passing yet had captured imaginations with surprising force. The challenge. More specifically, the reward. At Bola_excited wrote, their capital letters conveying urgency that bordered on desperation. "Okay, but what is the reward?" "Dayo, you cannot just say, 'reward,' and leave. That is emotional manipulation, and I am here for it." At Jumok_dreams replied, their prediction already becoming accepted truth through sheer force of collective desire. "It's a meet and greet. It has to be. I will sell my furniture for this." At Ibrahim_fire added, "Don't play with my emotions. I am fragile right now." More theories followed, each one more elaborate than the last. VIP tickets to concerts that hadn't been announced. Signed merchandise that hadn't been produced. Private listening sessions in locations that existed only in imagination. Exclusive content that no one could define, yet everyone wanted. Dinner with the man himself, an idea that seemed simultaneously impossible and inevitable. Backstage passes to events that existed only in hopeful speculation. At Funme_jokes suggested ownership of JD Records, a joke that somehow received concerning support from others who seemed willing to entertain even the most absurd possibilities. At Dayo for president, I would run his campaign. At Lola_laughs, can we crowdfund this? Meanwhile, at Peaceful_Pam wrote, their words capturing a specific fantasy that resonated with thousands. Imagine winning and getting a video call from Dayo. Just you and him. No cameras. No press. Just talking. Asking him anything. Telling him what his music meant to you. The replies beneath it looked like a battlefield, each response competing to express the most extreme emotional reaction. At T_emotions, I would pass out. Literally. Someone would have to resuscitate me. At Graceful_Grace, I would frame the screenshot and hang it in my living room. At Victor_vibes, I would never shut up again. My future children would know this story. My grandchildren would know this story. The challenge hadn't even started. The rules hadn't been explained. The criteria remained unknown. Yet people were already preparing, already planning, already dreaming of moments that might never come but felt worth hoping for. Inside the music industry, reactions weren't much calmer, though they expressed themselves through different channels and different languages. Artists reposted the announcement, their support genuine even when tinged with professional envy. At Simi the artist posted, "This is how you connect with people. This is how you build something that lasts. Take notes, everybody." At Brimo Official simply wrote, "Respect." Producers discussed the release in hushed tones, analyzing the production choices they hadn't yet heard but could already imagine. Several analysts immediately started predicting numbers, their spreadsheets filling with projections that seemed to grow more ambitious with each passing hour. Music journalists had already published articles, their deadlines compressed by the urgency of a story that demanded immediate coverage. A few artists quietly shifted their release schedules, their teams calculating the wisdom of competing directly with a force that seemed to generate its own gravitational pull. Not because they were afraid, exactly. simply because experience had taught them that competing directly with Dayo was rarely a pleasant experience, and wisdom sometimes meant choosing battles that could actually be won. The excitement continued growing, each hour bringing new developments that no marketing plan could have anticipated. And growing, and growing. By the time Dayo finally left headquarters that evening, the internet looked like it was celebrating a national holiday that no government had declared, but millions had spontaneously invented. The city had already begun transitioning into night, the sky darkening in gradients of purple and orange that painted the Lagos skyline in colors that seemed almost theatrical. Streetlights illuminated the roads with warm golden pools that stretched between shadows. Traffic crawled through the streets at its usual pace, indifferent to the digital storm raging in pockets of light across the city. His phone continued vibrating every few seconds, a persistent reminder of the world he had set in motion with a single post. Notifications, messages, mentions, tags, thousands of them, each one representing another person who had been touched by words he had written in a quiet moment between meetings. Dayo ignored most of it. His attention was elsewhere. Home. The drive wasn't particularly long, measured in minutes rather than hours, but it was long enough for him to enjoy the quiet that settled over the car once he left the bustling district surrounding JD Records. No meetings demanding his presence. No executives seeking his approval. No marketing discussions requiring his input. No release strategies waiting for his signature. Just silence, the kind that settled over the city in the evening like a blanket, muffling the noise of millions of lives being lived in parallel. By the time his car turned into the driveway, a small smile had already formed on his face, unbidden and automatic, because he knew exactly what was waiting for him. The moment the engine became audible, movement appeared upstairs in the bedroom window, a flurry of activity that suggested someone had been waiting with the patience of a child who possessed absolutely none. A small figure rushed toward the glass, pressing her face against it with an enthusiasm that made the window itself seem inadequate to contain her excitement. Jennifer. Beside her stood Luna, trying unsuccessfully to keep her daughter from climbing onto the glass with hands that left tiny smudges on the clean surface. Her body language suggested a mother who had long since surrendered to the inevitable, her attempts at restraint more performative than effective. Dayo laughed, the sound filling the car before he had even opened the door. Even from outside, he could tell exactly what was happening, could read the scene like a book he had memorized long ago. Jennifer spotted him immediately, her eyes widening with recognition that transformed into pure joy. Her tiny hands slapped against the window with enough force to suggest she believed she could push through the barrier between them. Then she disappeared, moving faster than seemed physically possible for someone with such small legs. Far too fast. Luna reached for her, her fingers closing on empty air where her daughter had been milliseconds before. And immediately she looked resigned, the expression of a woman who had learned that some forces of nature could not be contained, only redirected. The front door opened from inside, pushed by hands that barely reached the handle. Tiny footsteps echoed through the entrance, rapid and irregular, the sound of someone running with more enthusiasm than coordination. Then came the sound he had been waiting for, the word that made every difficult moment of his day dissolve into nothing. Dada. Jennifer ran across the front yard with absolutely no concern for safety, her arms spread wide as if she believed the world would simply make room for her joy. Dayo moved instantly, his body reacting before his mind could process the potential danger. Because experience had taught him that Jennifer's confidence greatly exceeded her balance, that her belief in her own invincibility had not yet been tempered by the lessons of gravity and scraped knees. Sure enough, her foot caught on a small unevenness in the ground, a detail her rushing mind had not registered. She stumbled forward, momentum carrying her toward the grass with the inevitability of physics. And before she could fall, before the cry of surprise could become a cry of pain, Dayo was already there. He scooped her into his arms with the practiced ease of a man who had performed this rescue countless times before, his hands finding her familiar weight without conscious thought. Jennifer erupted into laughter, the near disaster transformed into adventure by the safety of her father's embrace. Dada, there you are. His voice came out softer than he intended, wrapped around the word like a promise he intended to keep forever. She grabbed his cheeks with both hands, her fingers warm and slightly sticky in that way that all children's hands seemed to be, squeezing with a strength that belied her size. Dada. The smile that appeared on Dayo's face happened automatically, without his permission or control, the kind of expression that could not be manufactured or performed. Every single time, no matter how stressful the day had been, no matter how exhausting work became or how heavy the weight of expectations pressed against his shoulders. One word from Jennifer always fixed it, always reminded him what actually mattered beneath all the noise and performance. He lifted her into the air, her small body rising above his head as if she were flying. Jennifer squealed, the sound piercing the evening air with pure, unfiltered delight. The sound echoed through the evening, bouncing off walls and windows and the quiet street beyond their gate. Then he caught her, his hands secure around her waist, bringing her back to safety. Another laugh from her. Another squeal. Another demand for more, communicated through gestures and sounds rather than words. By the third throw, she was giggling so hard she could barely breathe, her small chest heaving with the effort of containing so much joy. Dayo caught her one more time, holding her close against his chest, feeling her heartbeat rapid and strong against his own. Then Luna appeared, and suddenly Dayo's attention shifted, as it always did, toward the woman who had made all of this possible. She descended the front steps slowly, each movement deliberate and graceful in a way that made time seem to slow around her. A kimono wrapped comfortably around her frame, the fabric moving with her body in ways that suggested both comfort and elegance. Hair falling naturally over one shoulder, catching the warm evening light, and transforming it into something that seemed to glow from within. The warm evening light somehow made her look even more beautiful, though Dayo would have struggled to explain exactly how that was possible when she looked beautiful in every light he had ever seen her in. Dayo placed a dramatic hand against his chest, his expression shifting into theatrical shock that he knew she would see through immediately. Oh no. Luna narrowed her eyes immediately, her guard rising against whatever nonsense she recognized was coming. What? Dayo looked toward the sky, as if consulting some celestial authority, then back at her, then toward the sky again with increasing concern. I think we're about to experience an eclipse. Luna blinked, confusion momentarily replacing suspicion. What are you talking about? He pointed toward her with the solemnity of a man delivering terrible news. Something this bright shouldn't be allowed outside. The blush appeared instantly, spreading across her cheeks like watercolor on paper, visible even in the fading light. Oh my God. Jennifer started laughing despite having absolutely no idea what was happening, her joy infectious and unconditional, responding to the tone rather than the content. Dayo grinned, the expression of a man who had delivered his line exactly as intended. I should probably warn the weather service. You are impossible. Yet you married me. One of my greatest mistakes. Your greatest decision. Luna rolled her eyes, the gesture automatic and fond. The smile she tried to hide gave her away completely, curving the corners of her mouth despite her best efforts at maintaining dignity. When she finally reached them, she wrapped an arm around his waist, completing the circle that had formed between the three of them. For a moment, the family simply stood there together, no words necessary, no performance required. Comfortable. Happy. Home. Then Luna leaned forward, planning to kiss her husband, her lips already parting in anticipation. Jennifer immediately intervened. No. Both adults froze, their movement arrested mid-gesture, caught in a tableau of surprise that would have been comical if it weren't so genuine. Luna blinked, her brain struggling to process what had just happened. Excuse me. Jennifer tightened her grip around Dayo's neck, her small arms possessive and absolute. No. The meaning was painfully obvious, communicated with the brutal honesty that only children possessed. Luna stared, her expression cycling through confusion, disbelief, and something approaching amusement. Dayo. Your daughter just blocked me. Our daughter. Your daughter. Dayo laughed, the sound escaping before he could contain it, rich and genuine and completely unrestrained. This is your fault. My fault. You spoiled her. I did not. You absolutely did. Jennifer nodded, agreeing completely with her father's assessment, her small face serious and satisfied. The betrayal nearly killed Luna. her hand clutching dramatically at her chest, as if wounded. "I've lost my husband." Jennifer smiled proudly, the expression of someone who had accomplished exactly what she set out to do. Dayo nearly doubled over laughing, his body shaking with the effort of containing his amusement. "This is your fault. You already said that." It bears repeating. Eventually, the family entered the house together, Jennifer still clinging to Dayo with the determination of someone who had won a battle and intended to maintain her victory. Dinner followed, the ordinary ritual of sharing food and conversation that grounded them in something real. Then stories, Jennifer's endless appetite for narrative demanding satisfaction. Then conversations between adults, catching up on the parts of their lives that didn't involve music or fans or the internet storm still raging outside their walls. Then all the small, ordinary moments that mattered far more than any chart position, any streaming number, any accolade that the industry could bestow. Later that night, after a shower that washed away the residue of a long day and a change of clothes that signaled the transition from public to private self, Dayo carried Jennifer toward her room. Getting her to sleep proved significantly harder than expected, as it always did, her energy reserves seemingly bottomless when confronted with the prospect of ending her day. One story became two, her requests delivered with the persistence of someone who had not yet learned the concept of negotiation or compromise. Two became three, each one requiring more dramatic voices and more elaborate sound effects than the last. Then she wanted water, her thirst appearing suddenly and urgently the moment the story ended. Then another hug, her arms wrapping around his neck with a strength that suggested she could hold on forever. Then another story, because clearly the previous three had not been sufficient. Then another hug, because the previous one had already faded from memory. Eventually exhaustion won, as it always did, her small body finally surrendering to the biological need for rest. Jennifer fell asleep with one tiny hand wrapped around his shirt, her fingers curled into the fabric as if anchoring herself to him even in dreams. Dayo carefully freed himself, his movements slow and deliberate to avoid disturbing her peace. He kissed her forehead, the gesture soft and lingering, breathing in the scent of childhood and safety and everything he fought to protect. Pulled the blanket higher, tucking it around her small form with the care of someone handling something infinitely precious, and quietly left the room, closing the door with a softness that seemed almost reverent. The house felt peaceful, still, the kind of silence that only existed after a child finally surrendered to sleep, a quiet that seemed to expand and fill spaces that had been occupied by noise and motion. When he entered the bedroom, he immediately noticed something unusual. Luna was sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, thinking, no television casting its blue light across the walls, no book open in her lap, pages waiting to be turned, no phone in her hand, its screen dark and ignored, just silence, her posture suggesting contemplation that had nothing to do with rest or relaxation. Dayo's expression changed immediately, the ease of the evening draining from his face like water from a broken vessel. "Luna." She looked up, and for a moment he saw something in her eyes that made his chest tighten with concern. A small smile appeared, but it arrived too slowly, carried too much weight, felt too deliberate to be genuine. But something felt off. Not wrong, exactly. Just serious. "There is something that's been bothering me." Every trace of relaxation vanished from Dayo's body, his muscles tensing with a readiness that came from years of protecting what mattered most. He sat up immediately, his posture rigid, his attention fully focused on her in a way that suggested nothing else existed in his universe. "What happened?" Luna blinked, caught off guard by the intensity of his reaction. What's wrong?" "Dayo, are you okay?" The words came out rapid and urgent, his mind already racing through possibilities that made his stomach turn. "Dayo, is Jennifer okay?" His voice rose slightly, the control he usually maintained cracking under the pressure of imagined disasters. "Did something happen?" Luna stared at him, her expression shifting from concern to something softer, something that looked almost like tenderness mixed with exasperation. Then despite herself, despite the seriousness that had brought her to this moment, despite the weight of what she needed to discuss, she laughed. A small, helpless laugh, the sound of someone who recognized the absurdity of a situation even while trapped within it. Because she knew exactly what had happened. His mind had already jumped through 50 worst-case scenarios, each one more terrible than the last, constructing narratives of disaster from nothing more than her serious expression and quiet words. And she hadn't even explained anything yet. Dayo. What? Sit down. He remained standing, his body refusing to relax until he understood the nature of the threat. No. She blinked, surprised by his refusal. No. Tell me what's wrong first. The worry in his eyes was impossible to miss, a vulnerability that he showed to no one else, that existed only in this space between them. Luna felt her heart soften immediately, all her carefully prepared words dissolving before the reality of his love. Because after everything, all the fame that had transformed him from person to symbol, all the success that had brought wealth and recognition and endless demands, all the millions of people who knew his name and thought they knew him, he still reacted like this whenever it involved her. Like nothing else mattered. Like the world could burn as long as she was safe. Slowly, she reached out and patted the empty space beside her on the bed, her gesture inviting rather than demanding. Come here. This time he obeyed, his body moving automatically toward her even as his eyes remained fixed on her face, searching for clues that would tell him what he needed to know. Sitting beside her instantly, close enough that their knees touched, his presence warm and solid and reassuring even in his own state of worry. Still watching her carefully, still waiting, still afraid. Luna took a slow breath, gathering the words she had rehearsed in her mind, looking down at her hands as if they might provide the courage she needed. Then back at him, meeting his eyes with an openness that made her feel exposed. And the moment Dayo saw the seriousness in her eyes, the depth of whatever she needed to share, the weight of thoughts that had clearly occupied her for some time, his stomach dropped, because whatever she was about to say, it mattered. And suddenly he wasn't thinking about release dates or the campaign they had spent hours perfecting. He wasn't thinking about music or the creative process that had consumed his attention for weeks. He wasn't thinking about the millions of people waiting for beautiful things, the fans who had called themselves family, the internet that had exploded with joy at his simple words. He was only thinking about her. The room fell quiet, the silence, pressing against his ears like a physical weight. And Luna finally opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 557. Luna is back. The room stayed quiet. For a few seconds neither of them spoke, the silence stretching between them like a bridge neither was quite ready to cross, heavy with the weight of everything Luna had carried alone for months. The only sound came from the faint hum of the air conditioner pushing cool air through the vents and the distant ticking of a clock somewhere in the house, each tick marking time that seemed to move both too slowly and too fast, as if the universe itself was holding its breath waiting for what came next. Dayo sat beside Luna, his shoulders tense with the readiness of a man who had spent years protecting what mattered most to him, still worried, still waiting, his entire body angled toward her as if prepared to absorb whatever blow she was about to deliver, his eyes searching her face for clues she had not yet given. Luna looked at him for a long moment, studying the lines of concern etched across his face, the way his jaw had set itself into something rigid and defensive, the furrow between his brows that appeared whenever he feared something was wrong with her or Jennifer. She saw all of this and felt, beneath her own nervousness, a rush of love so fierce it nearly stole her voice. Before she could stop herself, before she could remember the careful speech she had rehearsed, a small laugh escaped her, not at him, but at the absurdity of how thoroughly he had misunderstood her seriousness, how quickly he had leaped to catastrophe. You know, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, carrying the weight of someone who had rehearsed this conversation 100 times in her head, who had lain awake at night practicing these words while Jennifer slept in the next room. Sometimes I wonder if you're capable of reacting normally. Dayo frowned, the expression transforming his face from worried protector to confused husband in an instant, his brows drawing together as he tried to process whether he should be offended or relieved. What does that mean? It means I said there was something bothering me, and you immediately looked like the world was ending. Luna reached out and touched his cheek, her palm warm against the tension she found there. Dayo, if I told you I burned dinner, you would probably check if the house was on fire. Dayo frowned deeper, not with anger but with the genuine confusion of someone who had never learned to moderate his protective instincts. who had spent so many years guarding against loss that his default setting had become worst-case scenario. Because you said it seriously. I always say things seriously. No. Dayo shook his head, catching her hand against his cheek and holding it there. No, you don't. You tell Jennifer stories with voices for every character. You sing while you fold laundry. You make up songs about the vegetables when you're cooking. You are not always serious, Luna. So when you sit on the edge of the bed with no book, no phone, no distraction, and you tell me something is bothering you, I know it matters. And when something matters to you, it matters to me. Completely. Immediately. Without moderation. Luna stared at him, her prepared defenses crumbling beneath the sincerity of his words, her throat tightening with emotion she had not expected to feel. Yes. 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 I suppose I do say things seriously sometimes. Dayo's eyes softened, the worry still present but joined now by something gentler. So tell me. Whatever it is, tell me. Not because I'm demanding it, but because I want to carry it with you. That's what I'm here for, Luna. Not just for the easy moments. For this. For the hard conversations. For the things that keep you awake at night. Luna rolled her eyes, the gesture automatic and familiar, something she had done 1,000 times across the years of their marriage. But this time it was softened by the smile she could not suppress. Despite herself, despite the nervousness that had been coiling in her stomach for days, she felt the corners of her mouth lifting. The tension in the room eased slightly, the pressure releasing like air escaping from a sealed container. Only slightly, because what she wanted to say still remained, still sat heavy on her tongue, still demanded to be spoken. She took another breath, deeper this time, filling her lungs with the courage she had been gathering. Then another. Finally, she looked directly at him, meeting his eyes with an openness that made her feel stripped bare, vulnerable in a way that terrified her, but also, strangely, freed her. What would you think? She began, then paused, the words catching in her throat like they had every time she practiced this moment in front of mirrors and empty rooms. Every time she had started this conversation in her head only to abandon it halfway through. If I wanted to go back. Dayo blinked, the question landing in his consciousness like a stone dropped into still water, the ripples spreading outward as he worked to understand what she was truly asking. Back where? Luna stared at him, her expression unchanging, waiting for understanding to arrive, giving him the space to reach the destination on his own. He stared back, his mind working through possibilities, discarding them one by one. Back to her hometown? Back to a previous job? Back to a version of herself she had left behind? Then realization hit, sudden and complete, washing over his face like dawn breaking, his eyes widening with comprehension that quickly transformed into something else entirely. Oh, another second passed, then another, the silence stretching between them while Dayo processed what she had actually asked, while Luna braced herself for the reaction she had imagined 100 times. And suddenly, Dayo laughed. A real laugh, not the polite chuckle he used in interviews or the small, amused sound he made when something mildly surprised him. A genuine laugh, the kind that came from deep in his chest, rich and full and completely unexpected, the sound of relief and joy and something almost like triumph mixed together. Luna froze, her eyes widening with disbelief that quickly transformed into something approaching offense, her hand withdrawing from his cheek as she straightened her posture. You're laughing? Dayo covered his face with one hand, his shoulders shaking with the force of his amusement, still laughing, and somehow that confused her more than any argument would have. For days she had been preparing herself, rehearsing in quiet moments while Jennifer napped or while Dayo was at the studio. Preparing explanations for why she needed this, why she missed it, why she thought she could balance motherhood and music without sacrificing either. Preparing reasons that would convince him she had thought this through, that she wasn't being impulsive, that she understood the challenges ahead. Preparing counterarguments for every objection she imagined he might raise, every concern about timing, about Jennifer, about the demands of an industry that had nearly consumed them both. She had imagined resistance, the careful, measured pushback of a man who had seen what the industry could do to people. Concern, the worried furrowing of his brow as he calculated the costs. Warnings, the gentle reminders of what they had both survived. Pushback, the rational. Arguments about why now might not be the right time, why they should wait, why Jennifer needed her mother present, and undivided. She had imagined him explaining how difficult the industry was, how exhausting it could be to maintain relevance while raising a child, how demanding it could become now that they had Jennifer and their priorities had shifted so dramatically. She had imagined many things, constructed elaborate scenarios in her mind where she would have to fight for her dream against the man she loved most. This wasn't one of them. Dayo. Her voice came out sharper than intended, edged with the frustration of someone whose careful preparations had been rendered unnecessary. He was still laughing, the sound muffled behind his hand, his body shaking with an amusement she could not comprehend. Dayo. She reached out and pulled his hand away from his face, forcing him to look at her. I am trying to tell you something important, and you are laughing at me? Sorry. No, you're not. She crossed her arms, her expression hardening. You are not sorry. You are sitting there laughing while I have been terrified of this conversation for weeks. Dayo tried to compose himself, pressing his lips together, but the smile kept breaking through. I'm trying to be sorry. You are literally laughing at me. That only made him laugh harder, the absurdity of the situation overwhelming whatever self-control he might have attempted, his eyes crinkling at the corners in a way that made her want to hit him and kiss him simultaneously. Luna grabbed a pillow from behind her and hit him with it, not hard, just enough to register her protest, the soft thud of fabric against his shoulder barely interrupting his amusement. Take me seriously. I am taking you seriously. He caught the pillow before she could strike again, holding it between them like a shield. Luna, I swear to you, I am taking you more seriously than you know. No, you're not. I am. You laughed. Because I've been waiting for this conversation for months. He released the pillow and reached for her hands, his fingers wrapping around hers with gentle insistence. Luna, look at me. Really look at me. That stopped her completely. The pillow froze halfway through another attack, suspended in the air between them like a question mark. What? Dayo shook his head, still smiling. But now there was something else beneath the smile, something deeper and more vulnerable. Then he leaned back against the headboard, settling into the pillows with the ease of a man who had finally reached a destination he had been traveling toward for a very long time, pulling her with him so they sat side by side, their shoulders touching. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you to bring this up. Now it was Luna's turn to blink, her confusion genuine and complete. What? I've been waiting. For what? For this. He gestured between them with his free hand, tracing the space that held their conversation, their history, their future. The conversation. The moment when you would tell me that you still want it, that you haven't given up, that the fire is still there. Luna looked genuinely confused, her mind struggling to process information that contradicted everything she had prepared for. You were. Of course. She stared at him, trying to determine if he was joking, searching his face for the telltale signs of teasing that she had learned to read over years of marriage. But his eyes were steady, his grip on her hands firm and warm, his breathing calm. He wasn't joking. The realization slowly settled over her face, transforming confusion into something softer, more vulnerable, her shoulders dropping as tension she hadn't known she was carrying began to release. You wanted me to bring this up? Very much. He squeezed her fingers, his thumb tracing circles against her palm. I wanted it so badly that I was afraid to mention it myself. I didn't want you to think I was pushing you. I didn't want you to feel pressured or guilty or like you owed anyone anything. This had to come from you, Luna. It had to be your choice, your timing, your desire. Otherwise, it wouldn't mean what it needs to mean. Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again as words failed her, her thoughts scattering like birds startled from a tree. Why? Dayo looked at her like the answer should have been obvious, like he was explaining something simple to someone who had somehow missed what was plain before her eyes. Because you love music. He said it simply, as if stating a fundamental law of the universe. Because I married a woman who sang before she spoke, who wrote melodies in her sleep, who couldn't walk past a piano without touching it. Because I watched you light up on stage in ways you never lit up anywhere else. Not because you were performing, but because you were alive. Because that woman, the one who loved music with her whole soul, is still inside you. And I have been watching her quiet down month after month, and it has been breaking my heart. Luna became quiet, the statement landing with the force of truth she had been avoiding, her eyes stinging with tears she refused to let fall. You miss it. He said it not as a question, but as a fact, his voice gentle but certain. She looked away, toward the window where the night pressed against the glass, unable to meet his eyes while he spoke her hidden feelings aloud. He continued, each word gentle but insistent, dismantling the walls she had built around her desires. You've missed it for months. I have watched you. I have seen you stop yourself from humming. I have seen you close the piano lid instead of opening it. I have seen you change the radio station when your own songs came on, not because you were embarrassed, but because hearing them hurt. I know you, Luna. I know what you sacrifice when you think no one is watching. Silence stretched between them, filled with the weight of admission she hadn't yet made. You still write songs. He said it softly, almost reverently. More silence, thicker now, heavy with secrets exposed. You still hum melodies while cooking. He smiled, the expression fond and knowing. Last Tuesday, while you were making jollof rice, you stopped yourself 3 times. 3 times, Luna. I counted. You would start, realize what you were doing, and force yourself silent. As if enjoying your own music was somehow wrong. Luna looked offended, the automatic defense of someone caught in the act of something they thought they had hidden. I do not. You absolutely do. I don't. You literally wrote half a chorus while making breakfast 2 weeks ago. Dayo's voice carried no accusation, only warmth. I was in the doorway watching you. You had Jennifer in her high chair. You were stirring pap, and you were singing under your breath about morning light and new beginnings. It was beautiful, Luna. It was you. And then you stopped, like you had caught yourself doing something forbidden, and you didn't sing again for 3 days. Luna immediately looked guilty, the expression telling him everything he needed to know, confirming observations he had been making for months without ever mentioning them. Her shoulders slumped, the fight leaving her. Dayo laughed again, a softer laugh this time, gentle and understanding rather than mocking. Then he reached over and took her hand, his fingers threading through hers. With the familiarity of years. You thought I didn't notice? Her voice became smaller, the vulnerability she had been hiding finally breaking through. A little. Luna. He squeezed her fingers, the pressure warm and grounding. I notice everything when it comes to you. The way your mood shifts when you hear a song you wish you'd written. The way your fingers tap rhythms against your thigh when we're in traffic. The way you look at my studio when you think I'm not watching, like someone looking through a window at a party they weren't invited to. I notice, Luna. I have always noticed. I just didn't know how to give you permission to want it again. For a moment, she couldn't find words, because there was no teasing in his voice, no joke hidden beneath the surface, no performance for an audience that didn't exist. Just honesty, pure and uncomplicated, the kind that had always existed between them when the world wasn't watching. He continued quietly, his thumb brushing gently against the back of her hand. I didn't bring it up because I didn't want you thinking I was pressuring you. I know what I am, Luna. I know that when I want something, I pursue it with everything I have. And I didn't want my want to become your obligation. You just had Jennifer. You were adjusting. You were learning how to be a mother. And you were doing it beautifully. And I didn't want to complicate that with my own desires for your happiness. He paused, his voice dropping lower, becoming almost a whisper. You sacrificed a lot. Your body, your time, your energy, your dreams, or so you thought. And I watched you make those sacrifices without complaint, without resentment, with a grace that humbled me. So I wanted the decision to be yours. I wanted you to come to me not because I suggested it, but because you were ready, because you wanted it more than you feared it. The room became still again, different this time, warmer, lighter, the air between them transformed by understanding. Luna swallowed, her throat tight with emotion she hadn't expected to feel. Really, really. A smile slowly appeared on her face, the kind that started small at the corners of her mouth before growing, spreading across her features like light filling a darkened room. Then she laughed, a quiet laugh, more relieved than amused, the sound of someone who had been carrying a weight they hadn't realized was crushing them until it was lifted. Do you know how many speeches I prepared? Dayo groaned, the sound theatrical and exaggerated. Oh God! I had points. She held up her fingers, counting them off. Point 1. Jennifer is old enough for a nanny. Point 2. I can work from home when I'm not recording. Point 3. I miss it more than I expected. Point 4. PowerPoint points. I almost made a presentation. She laughed, the sound escaping despite herself. I had slides, Dayo. I had a timeline. I had a budget estimate for childcare during studio hours. I was going to be so Rational, so prepared, so convincing. He immediately started laughing again. The image of Luna standing before him with slides and bullet points too absurd to resist. A presentation? With graphs. She hit him with the pillow a second time, the impact softer this time, lacking real force, her laughter mixing with his. Stop laughing. No, I am serious. I know. You are impossible. And yet here we are. He caught the pillow and pulled her closer, his arm wrapping around her shoulders. Here we are, Luna. No presentation needed. No graphs. No budget estimates. Just you, telling me what you want, and me, telling you that I have been hoping you would say it. She shook her head, but she was smiling now, the nervousness that had been sitting inside her chest all day, all week, all the months since Jennifer's birth, disappearing. Melting away like ice beneath warm sun, leaving behind something clean and hopeful. Eventually she leaned against his shoulder, her body fitting against his with the familiarity of years, the comfort of two people who had learned each other's shapes. So, what if I really want to come back? She tilted her head to look up at him, her expression serious despite the warmth between them. What if I'm not just curious or nostalgic or having a moment? What if I really want this, Dayo? Not as a hobby, not as something I dabble in when I have time, but as my life again, alongside being Jennifer's mother. Dayo looked down at her, his expression shifting from amused to something more serious, more focused, his eyes studying her face as if memorizing her features. What do you mean, what if? You know exactly what I mean. No. He shook his head slowly. No, I don't think I do. Because you're asking me what I think about a hypothetical, and I don't deal in hypotheticals, Luna. Not with you. Not with this. So let me be clear. If you want to return, then return. Not what if. Not maybe. Not let's see how it goes. If you want this, claim it. Own it. Don't hedge your bets with me. Yes. Yes. Yes, I want this. The words came out stronger than she expected, as if saying them aloud gave them weight and substance. I want to come back, Dayo. Fully. Completely. Not as a guest feature on your songs. Not as someone who sings lullabies at home. As an artist. As Luna. As myself. Dayo smiled, the expression spreading across his face like sunrise, warm and certain. Then welcome back. Just like that. No hesitation. No conditions. No warnings. No speeches about the difficulties ahead. Luna stared at him, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the caveat that must surely follow. That's it. That's it. He shrugged, the gesture simple and unburdened. What else should I say? I don't know. She searched his face, looking for the catch she was certain existed. Maybe you should tell me it's going to be hard? That the industry has changed? That I'll have to rebuild my audience? That people might not remember me, or might not care? That balancing motherhood and music will require sacrifices I haven't considered? Would any of that stop you? She paused, considering. No. Then why would I say it? He reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his touch gentle. Luna, you don't need me to warn you about things you already know. You don't need me to list obstacles so you can prove you're ready to overcome them. You need me to believe in you, and I do. I have always believed in you, even when you stopped believing in yourself. Another laugh escaped her, surprised and delighted, but beneath it was something deeper, something grateful. Then she became thoughtful, her expression shifting as the reality of his acceptance settled into her understanding. I missed it. I know. I really missed it. I know. She looked down at her hands, at their joined fingers, studying the way his larger hand enveloped hers. I love being Jennifer's mother. Dayo nodded, the movement small but certain. I know. I wouldn't change anything. I know. But she took a slow breath, the admission requiring more courage than she had expected. I miss singing. The words felt strangely emotional, more emotional than she expected, carrying years of suppressed longing in 4 simple syllables. I miss the studio, the way the sound wraps around you like a cocoon, the way you can hear your own heartbeat in the silence between takes. I miss writing, the moment when a melody arrives fully formed and you race to capture it before it disappears. I miss performing, the exchange of energy between stage and crowd, the way 1,000 voices singing your words back to you feels like the world confirming you exist. I miss creating something and hearing people connect with it, hearing them say, this song was mine during the hardest time, or this melody saved me. Her voice softened further, becoming almost a whisper. I miss that feeling, Dayo. The feeling that what I do matters beyond our walls. That it reaches people. That it changes something in them. I thought motherhood would replace that, and it does, in ways I never expected. But it's different. It's not less, but it's different. And I need both. I need Jennifer, and I need the music. I need to be her mother, and I need to be Luna. Dayo listened quietly, not interrupting, not rushing her toward conclusion, not offering solutions before she had finished speaking. Just listening, present and patient, the way he had always listened when something mattered, his thumb tracing slow circles against her hand. I thought it would go away. She laughed weakly, the sound self-deprecating. I thought if I ignored it long enough, if I poured everything into Jennifer, the wanting would fade. That I would wake up one day and not feel the absence. She paused, her voice dropping. It didn't. No. It got worse. That sounds about right. Dayo's voice was gentle, carrying no judgment. The things we love don't disappear because we ignore them, Luna. They just wait, patiently, until we're ready to look at them again. Luna smiled, the expression small but genuine, then leaned her head fully against his shoulder, her weight settling against him. I think your post made it worse. Oh, she nodded, the movement transmitted through her head against his shoulder. When I saw everything happening online, the excitement, the reactions, the anticipation, she smiled, the expression hidden against his shirt but audible in her voice. I remembered. Remembered what? Why I fell in love with music in the first place. She lifted her head to meet his eyes, her own shining with emotion. Not the fame, not the accolades, not the charts. The connection. The way a song can make someone feel seen, understood, less alone. The way your words reached thousands of people tonight and made them call themselves family. I used to do that, Dayo. I used to reach people. And I want to again. That answer made Dayo smile. A genuine one that reached his eyes, because he understood better than anyone what she meant. He had felt that same spark, that same irresistible pull, the moment he had posted those words and watched the world respond. He knew exactly what it meant to remember why you had chosen this life. Eventually Luna looked up, her chin resting against his shoulder, her eyes meeting his. So, what now? She searched his face, looking for the plan she knew he must have already formed. I don't have a label, Dayo. I walked away from my old contract when I got pregnant. I don't have management, I don't have a team, I don't have anything set up. I would be starting from scratch, and the industry doesn't wait for people who take breaks. I need to figure out distribution, marketing, branding. Dayo held up a hand, stopping her mid-sentence. Luna. What? Stop. She blinked, confused by the interruption. Stop what? Stop listing obstacles. Stop planning your own obstacles before they exist. He turned to face her fully, his expression serious now, his eyes holding hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. You said you want to come back. You said you want to do this. So let me tell you what happens now. He took her other hand, so he held both of hers, his grip firm and warm. You come to JD Records. Not as my wife. Not as a favor. As an artist. As Luna. We sign you properly, professionally, the same way we would sign anyone with your talent and your history. We build your team, marketing, branding, A&R, the full structure. We plan your return, not as a comeback, because you never left the hearts of people who loved you, but as a reintroduction. A reminder of who you are and what you do. Luna stared at him, her mind struggling to process what he was offering. Dayo, I can't just. You can. He cut her off gently but firmly. And you will. Not because I'm your husband and I. On the label. Because you're talented, Luna. Because you deserve a platform that respects your artistry. Because JD Records is built on excellence, and you are excellent. This isn't charity. This isn't nepotism. This is me recognizing what has always been true. You belong on stage, and you belong with us. She opened her mouth to respond, to protest, to say something about independence or pride or not wanting to be seen as riding his coattails. But before she could speak, before the words could form, Dayo pressed a finger against her lips. Don't. His voice was soft but commanding. Don't say you'll think about it. Don't say you need time to consider. Don't say you're not sure if it's right, or if people will talk, or if you're worthy. He removed his finger, his eyes searching hers. I know you, Luna. I know that look. You're about to retreat into practicality, into caution, into the safe space of maybe and let me think about it. And I'm telling you now, don't. Don't think about it. Don't weigh pros and cons. Don't consult your fears. Just say yes. Say yes because you want this. Say yes because you deserve this. Say yes because I have been waiting months to give you this, and I am not letting you talk yourself out of it. Luna stared at him, her heart hammering against her ribs, her carefully constructed arguments dissolving beneath the force of his certainty. Dayo, say yes, Luna. His voice dropped, becoming almost a whisper, intimate and urgent. Not for me, for you, for the woman who sang before she spoke, for the artist who still writes choruses while making breakfast, for the mother who wants to show her daughter that dreams don't end when responsibility begins. Say yes. The room fell silent again, but this time the silence was different. It was charged, electric, filled with possibility and promise. Luna swallowed, her throat tight, her eyes burning with tears she no longer tried to hide. Yes. The word came out small, tentative, but it was there. Dayo's smile returned, spreading across his face like light, warm and triumphant, and utterly genuine. Yes. Yes. Stronger this time, more certain. Yes, I'll come to JD Records. Yes, I'll let you help me. Yes, I'll do this properly, professionally, completely. Yes to all of it, Dayo. Yes. The excitement on her face became immediate, dangerously immediate, like a child receiving permission to enter a candy store after months of being told to wait. But beneath the excitement was something deeper, something settled and sure. She was not just accepting an opportunity. She was reclaiming herself. Oh my God, she laughed, the sound disbelieving and joyful. I'm really doing this. Dayo laughed with her, the sound warm and shared. You're really doing this. She grabbed his arm, her fingers tight around his wrist. You'll help me? Really help me? Not just sign me and forget me, but actually be there? Write with me? Produce with me? Yes to all of it. He pulled her into his arms, holding her close against his chest. I'll write your songs. I'll produce your records. I'll stand in the booth and watch you sing until you get the take exactly right, and I won't complain once. I'll fight with you over melodies and lyrics and arrangements, and I'll love every minute of it. I'll be there, Luna. Not because I have to, because I want to. Because there is nothing I would rather do than make music with you. She pulled back to look at him, her eyes wide and searching. Even though you're already working on your own album? Even though you have beautiful things coming out in 2 weeks? Even though you're already stretched thin? Especially then. He tucked her hair behind her ear again, his touch lingering. Because the best artists know how to make room for what matters. And you matter, Luna. More than any release date. More than any campaign. More than any schedule. We will figure out the timing. We will make it work. But I am not letting you do this alone, and I am not letting you do this anywhere else. If you're coming back with me. All the way. Luna's eyes filled with tears that finally spilled over, tracking down her cheeks as she laughed and cried simultaneously. You are impossible. You keep saying that. Because it's true. And yet here we are. He wiped her tears with his thumb, his smile soft and fond. Here we are, Luna. At the beginning of something. She leaned her forehead against his, their breath. Mingling. The beginning. The beginning. They sat like that for a long moment, foreheads touching, hands intertwined, the world outside their window continuing its indifferent rotation while they held something precious and new between them. Eventually Luna pulled back, her expression shifting from emotional to practical, the artist in her already beginning to plan. So tell me what happens next. Not the label stuff, the music. What do we write first? Do we start fresh, or do I have old material we can revisit? Should we go for something that sounds like my previous work, or something completely different? What about? Dayo placed a finger against her lips, silencing her gently. Tonight? Nothing happens tonight. But tonight, we sleep. He pulled her down with him, settling them both against the pillows. Tomorrow, I go to the office. I tell the team. We start building your return. And then, Luna, we begin. But tonight, we rest. We let this moment be enough. She wanted to protest, to argue that they had lost enough time already, that every minute of delay was a minute stolen from her comeback. But his arms were warm around her, his heartbeat steady against her back, and the exhaustion of months of suppressed longing finally caught up with her. She closed her eyes. Dayo. Yes. Thank you. He pressed a kiss against her hair. For what? For waiting. For noticing. For believing in me even when I stopped believing in myself. He was quiet for a moment, his breathing even and calm. Luna? Yes. Welcome back. She smiled against her pillow, the words settling into her heart like a promise kept. And sometime during the night, their hands still intertwined, their bodies curved toward each other, they fell asleep. Chapter 558. Luna is back too. The next morning, JD Records headquarters. The executive floor was unusually peaceful, the calm before a storm that none of them knew was approaching. The morning light streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long rectangles of gold across polished floors and modern furniture. Executives moved through hallways with coffee cups and tablets, conversations muted and professional, the rhythm of a typical Tuesday establishing itself. At least until Dayo walked into the building. Because 10 minutes later, every major executive had received the same message on their phones, the notification stark and unexplained. Conference room. Immediately. ***. No explanation. No details. Just an instruction. Which naturally caused panic after all since they have known Dayo. He rarely says something like this in normal circumstance. Wayne arrived first, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity, his mind already cycling through possible disasters. He burst through the conference room doors with the energy of a man prepared for bad news, his tie slightly askew, his coffee still steaming in one hand. What happened? Who died? Alice arrived seconds behind him, her tablet clutched in one hand, her eyes scanning for information that wasn't yet available, her professional mask firmly in place, but her fingers tapping against her screen with nervous energy. Then Valerie, composed but alert, her posture perfect, her eyes sharp, her professional instincts sensing something significant in the unusual summons. Then several senior executives, each one arriving with questions that no one could answer, the room filling with murmured speculation and worried glances. Everyone looked confused, the energy shifting from individual morning routines to collective unease. What happened? Did something go wrong? Did the release get moved? Did somebody leak the song? Are we being sued again? No. Alice's voice cut through the chatter, calm but edged with her own uncertainty. Nobody knows anything. The message came from Dayo directly. No context. No warning. Then why are we here? Nobody knew as the person that asked for the meeting was not even present. Just then the door opened. Dayo entered. The room instantly became quiet, the kind of silence that fell when someone with authority walked into a space, the natural deference that came from years of respect and results. He moved with his usual calm, his posture relaxed, his expression unreadable in a way that could mean anything from triumph to disaster. Wayne folded his arms, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp, studying Dayo's face for clues. All right, spill what happened. Dayo sat,